What's going on, guys? It's Greg here, aka NY Prepper. It is Sunday, January 5th, 2025, and I have an emergency alert to share with you guys. Right now, it is 23:21 Eastern Time here in the United States, and we have some major breaking news coming in from China. So, schools in Wuhan, China have been closed after a sharp rise in infections caused by the human metapneumovirus, or HMPV. The outbreak has sparked concerns as cases soar, prompting increased vigilance and health measures in the region. A new viral outbreak, the human metapneumovirus, has raised alarm in China, with infections spreading rapidly in several regions. The virus, primarily affecting the respiratory system, has caused a surge in cases, leading to the closure of schools in Wuhan, where over 30 children have fallen ill. The World Health Organization has expressed concern over the growing number of cases and has sought detailed information from China to better understand the virus. The number of confirmed cases of HMPV has skyrocketed by 529% in just the past 10 days, with hospitals across the country seeing an overwhelming number of patients seeking treatment. The virus is causing significant concern due to its ability to affect both young children and the elderly more severely. Symptoms of the virus include a runny nose, sore throat, fever, cough, fatigue, and headache, which are typical of respiratory infections. In Wuhan, where the virus has spread rapidly, over 30 children fell ill, prompting local authorities to shut down schools in the area. The closures were a precautionary measure to curb further transmission and protect public health. The surge in cases has created panic among the public, especially with winter conditions exacerbating respiratory diseases. The World Health Organization has urged China to provide more detailed information about the virus and the situation on the ground. The WHO emphasized the importance of conducting further research and investigation into HMPV, as it may pose a significant threat to public health, particularly in densely populated regions. Despite the escalating cases, the Chinese government has sought to calm the public, stating that there is no need to panic. Authorities have assured citizens that the situation is under control, although caution is advised due to the increase in respiratory illnesses during the winter season. Health officials have been urging the public to adhere to preventative guidelines to reduce the risk of infection. Given the growing threat of HMPV in China, neighboring India has ramped up its vigilance. The Union Health Department held a meeting to assess the situation and discuss the necessary measures to prevent the virus from entering India. Authorities have also increased screening procedures for travelers coming from China and other affected areas to monitor and control the spread of the virus. HMPV primarily affects the respiratory system and can impact individuals of all ages. However, young children, the elderly, and individuals with weakened immune systems are at greater risk. The virus is known to spread through respiratory droplets when an infected person coughs or sneezes. Wow, so this is very, very concerning, guys. We're on the 5-year anniversary of COVID, and now we have this HMPV spreading in Wuhan. Okay, it looks like that biolab in Wuhan is churning up some new viruses to release on the world. Absolutely insane, and all of this happening on the 5-year anniversary of COVID. Now, the Chinese New Year is starting in the coming weeks, and if you remember, when COVID happened, there was the Chinese New Year, and that caused the virus to spread all over the world because the Chinese people travel everywhere. Okay, so this is very, very concerning. And we're hearing that the first cases of the Chinese HMPV virus have now been reported in Hong Kong. And we also have some very serious news coming out of Iran. The Israeli military is on high alert due to unusual movements of missile forces in western Iran. Absolutely insane. And today we've had a lot of U.S. nuclear forces activity, lots of emergency action messages transmitted. I've been listening to them in the live stream today. And this update was sponsored by EMP Shield. Guys, EMP Shield has created a special discount just for you, the listeners of the NY Prepper channel. If you go to empshield.com and use the promo code NYPrepper, you can get 15% off your entire order. And why do you need an EMP Shield? Well, this is a special device to protect your vehicle, your RV, your solar generators, your radios from an electromagnetic pulse, which could be caused by a solar flare or potentially a rogue country like North Korea detonating an electromagnetic pulse weapon over the United States that's mounted onto a satellite. So protect your vehicles, protect your RV, protect your radios, protect your generators with an EMP Shield. Use my promo code NYPrepper to get 15% off. Installation is super simple. This is a veteran-owned business, 100% American-made, and the EMP Shields have been tested by the military, okay? And free shipping is included to the entire continental United States. And the link and the promo code are in the description below this video. And China damaged an undersea cable connecting Taiwan to South Korea. Taiwan is now asking South Korea to help them in investigating the situation. And I want to update you guys on the Sean Ryan podcast. Everybody's been talking about that over the past few days. So it looks like I was right when I said yesterday that it was all BS, okay? And there were all kinds of nasty people posting comments, really nasty comments under my video yesterday, saying I was a bad person, that I'm criticizing Sean Ryan, who's, you know, a patriot and a veteran. It has nothing to do with him being a veteran, okay? If you're wrong, you're wrong, okay? And he had a guy on his show who was full of crap, okay? Anybody can make up an email like that and say all kinds of crazy stuff and send it to somebody, okay? So now the guy who was on the Sean Ryan show is walking back everything that he said on the show and is basically saying that it's possible that the email was bogus, okay? And here you can see the Jameson Travels channel. Check him out. He's almost at 1 million subscribers, okay? There were some nasty people in the comments under my last video saying that all these prominent YouTubers I was mentioning had small accounts. Well, here's a prominent YouTuber, okay? Jameson's Travels, okay? He's very well respected. He's a veteran, and he's calling this BS as well, okay? So if you're going to be nasty, please go somewhere else. I'm going to delete you and block you, okay? And most of all, get a life, okay? If you can't handle different opinions, you need to grow up. And here in the U.S., we have a major winter storm affecting about a dozen states in the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic. We have multiple states under a state of emergency. So Arkansas, Kansas, Kentucky, Missouri, Virginia, West Virginia, and part of New Jersey are under a state of emergency, okay? So you can see all these areas here shaded in pink are winter storm warnings. You can see most of Missouri, most of Illinois, most of Indiana, southern Ohio, pretty much all of Kentucky, all of West Virginia, pretty much all of Virginia, southern Pennsylvania, all of Maryland, all of Delaware, and southern New Jersey under winter storm warnings. Several inches of snow are expected, as well as heavy icing, particularly in Kentucky. And we're hearing that the DC area could get as much as a foot of snow, which would be the most amount of snow that DC has gotten probably since the Obama years. If you remember, there was Snowmageddon back when Obama was president. It looks like we're having a Snowmageddon 2.0 for the DC area, but I'm going to be covering this storm live tomorrow throughout the day. We're going to be monitoring everything in the DC area because a lot of these places where the storm is hitting are not used to extreme snow. Okay, we saw a couple of years ago when Richmond, Virginia had a bunch of snow and there were all kinds of accidents and people freezing to death in their cars because they got stranded on I-95. Okay, so I'm going to be monitoring the situation and updating you guys accordingly, but just get prepared. Make sure you have warm clothing in your home. Warm clothing is the number one most important thing. After that, you got to think about some kind of a heat source like a buddy heater or a diesel heater or some kind of a portable wood stove that you can set up in your apartment. Okay, you can run the flue outside of a window. You can get a camping wood stove, okay, like for backpacking, for very cheap, and they're also very lightweight, and you can set it up in your apartment if you have to and just run the flue outside of your window. It may not be 100% what your landlord likes, but at least you won't freeze to death, okay? And Justin Trudeau is expected to announce his resignation as Prime Minister of Canada by Wednesday before the Liberal Party caucus. He is currently the Liberal Party leader. This is going to trigger a snap election, so it's very possible that Canada could have a conservative prime minister. We'll have to wait and see, but I think a lot of Canadians are sick of the extreme policies of the Trudeau government, including during COVID when they basically shut down the entire country and turned into North Korea. And according to Bloomberg, Trump is going to grant pardons and clemency to thousands of people who were involved in January 6th. And North Korea just fired an unidentified ballistic missile into the Sea of Japan, according to South Korea's Yonhap News, citing the South Korean chiefs of staff. And wasn't I right yet again? Okay, over the last couple of days, I was showing you the Cobra Ball planes that were flying from Okinawa up to the Sea of Japan every single day for the past week. And I was telling you guys that this means that either North Korea or China is going to conduct some kind of a missile test. They always do it every holiday season, every new year. They always start the year off with some kind of a missile test, okay? So I was right yet again. And the Ukrainian army has launched a new offensive in Russia's Kursk region. According to Vladimir Novikov, a pro-Russian militia leader, apparently the Ukrainians have moved to the town of Berdin and are trying to encircle Tetkino and are moving in the direction of Bolshoye Soldatskaya. Okay, so the Ukrainians have started some kind of a new offensive in Kursk. And according to NBC News, federal investigators are examining the New Orleans attack, and they say that Jabbar, the attacker, used a very rare explosive compound in the two devices. Authorities are investigating how Jabbar acquired the knowledge to create this homemade explosive. The explosive has never been used in a U.S. terror attack or incident, nor in any European terror attack. A key question for investigators is how Jabbar learned about the compound and how he managed to produce it. So that is pretty weird, okay? Never, ever used in the U.S. and in Europe in any terror attack, this explosive compound. Very interesting. And South Korea's public prosecution office has ordered the police to arrest the former president Yoon Suk-yeol again before his arrest warrant expires in 15 hours. So this is very serious, guys. There could be a civil war in South Korea, and we're hearing that this prosecution office in South Korea is actually run by pro-Chinese forces. Basically, the Chinese have infiltrated the South Korean government, and they're trying to arrest the former president who is pro-US. Okay, so they're basically doing what Russia did in Ukraine. China is doing the same tricks in South Korea that Russia did in Ukraine in the years prior to taking Crimea. This is very, very concerning. And the last time they tried to arrest the president, his personal bodyguards and a military unit prevented the police from arresting him. And Chinese hackers linked to China's intelligence infiltrated U.S. ports, power grids, and telecom networks for years. They gained the ability to disrupt critical infrastructure and access sensitive data from over 1 million users, including top government officials. Key targets included telecom giants AT&T and Verizon, with hackers breaching wiretap systems and collecting call data tied to figures like Trump, J.D. Vance, and Kamala Harris. The hacks exploited aging equipment and weak cybersecurity protocols. Experts warn this positions China for potential future conflict, including over Taiwan, with U.S. systems as a battlefield. So, guys, what they're going to do is they're going to shut down our infrastructure when they go after Taiwan. Okay, they're going to take down our power grid. They're going to take down our communications, our internet, our phones, everything. Okay, they have a kill switch that they're going to flip, and everything is going to be turned off here, and they're going to cause all kinds of chaos. Okay, and don't forget that a lot of our electronics are made in China, and who knows if they don't have some kind of secret backdoor or some kind of secret chip in them, kind of like how Israel had those chips in the phones that they sold to Hezbollah, and then at some point they overheated and exploded those phones. Maybe China has stuff like that. Who knows? Okay, maybe it's in our computers, our phones. And since the U.S. election, China has hacked the U.S. Treasury Department, conducted the largest naval drills in decades, launched the world's biggest amphibious warship, and were involved in cutting undersea cables in Asia and Europe. They've unveiled new advanced aircraft, including stealth bombers, and they've practiced a naval blockade near Japan and Taiwan for the first time, and possibly also sent dozens of drones to fly over military and infrastructure sites here in the U.S. last month. So China is making big moves, guys. And here we have a picture of what appears to be the last Russian sub departing Syria. So there's now going to be 0 Russian subs and 0 Russian warships in Syria. So looks like it was probably going towards Libya based on what I'm reading. Okay, so Russia has basically moved all their naval assets to Libya from Syria. And this falls in line with Bible prophecy in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 38 and 39. The Gog Alliance tries to attack Israel, and one of the big members of the Gog Alliance, besides Russia, is Libya. Okay, so now Russia is moving all their equipment to Libya. This is biblical, guys. And Russia's security service, the FSB, said on Saturday that it had thwarted a large terror attack in the Ural Mountains in the city of Yekaterinburg and detained 4 teenagers who had been planning to detonate a bomb in a crowded area. The FSB said it had seized components for a homemade explosive device and that investigators in the Sverdlovsk region had opened a criminal case, according to Reuters. Okay, so guys, I want to remind you that before Putin went into Chechnya, when Putin took over from Yeltsin and he sent the Russian army into Chechnya, There was this apartment bombing in Chechnya where a bunch of Russian citizens were allegedly killed and injured by Chechen terrorists who had planted bombs in this apartment building. There's a lot of information that points to that being a false flag, that basically the Russian KGB, or FSB as it's known now, basically planted those bombs to give Putin a reason or a justification to go full force into Chechnya and to get support from the Russian people. And now the KGB is saying that they thwarted some kind of an attack in Yekaterinburg. So we have to keep an eye on that. But that's the latest breaking news that I have. I will be back tomorrow with more breaking news. Check out my 24/7 live stream so you can monitor things in real time. I will be monitoring the winter storm tomorrow in the live stream, so tune in tomorrow for that. And if anything crazy happens, I will cover it live. I'm still expecting to see Putin use his Oreshniks again. They've closed down the airspace over Kapustin Yar from January 13th to January 18th. So potentially the week before Trump gets inaugurated, Putin could launch a massive strike on Ukraine with the Oreshniks, okay? Potentially even nuclear. But that's it for now, guys. Take care, God bless, and don't forget the 3 Ps. Prepare, practice, and persevere. Culinary out. And this update was sponsored by My Patriot Supply. Guys, My Patriot Supply is doing a massive sale on their 3-month emergency food supply. And to get the deal, you got to go to preparewithnyprepper.com, and the link is in the description below this video. They're selling their 3-month emergency food supply for just $600. So that's $100.
Dior bags in the sky, oh my, oh why to work. Fancy things that we can't buy, but we fly with Crocs, dreams of gold, yet we still sigh. Up in the clouds, high as the times go by, high as a kite. That's you. Walk through the night, strut through the haze. Lights are blinking, future chase. No more dreaming of these better days. Than the stars, we will always stay. Dior bags in the sky, we touch the moon. Dancing in the twilight, all too soon. Sparkles in the air, it's our tune. Floating in the heavens, rhythm in our groove, groove, groove. Midnight city, a glittering maze. In the high life, we're here to stay. What's beyond who needs a way? When you're flying high every single day. Craving dopamine, hearts in sync. Intoxicated by the brink. Embrace the chaos, don't overthink. Watch the world below us just shrink. Dior bags in the sky, we touch the moon. Dancing in the twilight, all too soon. Sparkles in the air, it's our tune. Floating in the heavens, rhythm in our groove, groove, groove. End.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? It's New Year's Eve. In today's video, we'll be looking at creepy and strange TikToks that are gonna make you question reality. This fog does not look like fog. 6:30 in the morning. Yo, the fog been crazy everywhere. Like, it's been foggy the last 4 days here in the Midwest. Anybody else been experiencing like crazy, weird, dense fog? Because what are these particles, right? What is these little particles? Don't think it is what we think it is. What y'all think's going on with the fog?
Since everyone is sharing videos of the extra large Dior bags everywhere, I just wanted to share this video that I took in 2018 over the 101 highway in downtown Los Angeles. Basically, this thing, like this ball, shot out another ball in the sky, as you can see, and then the other one is just like radiating. It looked like they were like talking to each other or something, or sending some sort of signals. All the other cars around me were just completely stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky like Chicken Little.
Like Chicken Little, huh?
What is going on with this fog? There's been so many people in different cities, different states, and different countries talking about this fog that's appearing over cities that is weird and it smells different. And it's not natural either for the time of year or the way it looks is a little bit odd. And I've seen videos from the UK, from Canada, from so many states in America right now that is talking about this fog. And the reason this is important is because different things keep happening, right? Because the Dior bags apparently don't exist and they're covering it up. And some of them were leaving certain trails that people believe to be unnatural and harmful to us. And now that there's this fog, and people have been reporting going through this fog and feeling kind of weird and having it smell a little man-made, and it's really odd. And if you know anything about this or if you heard about this, definitely comment and tag any links to other people's videos about this, because this is definitely a really interesting thing, because it seems like these Dior bags are getting harder and harder to see, and maybe it's because of this mystery fog.
Yo, for real, man. Like, what's y'all thoughts on these Dior bags that don't exist? Do y'all know what Dior bags mean? You gotta go on TikTok, man. TikTok is crazy. So Dior bags on TikTok is the orbs in the sky. So when you hear people talking about Dior bags in any of these videos, just know that they're talking about orbs in the sky.
America, you gotta ask yourself what's going on. In the past 24 hours, there's been 3 plane crashes in different parts of this world. And in all 3 of these plane crashes, there's been something wrong with the landing gear, causing a failure for the plane to be able to land. A Dutch KLM flight from Norway to the Netherlands was experiencing hydraulic system failure and had to make an emergency landing with 182 people. Right before that, you had the plane that crashed in South Korea, killing 179 people. This plane was also experiencing landing issues. We all know that the video is floating around. I'm not gonna put it up here. It's very graphic. You can see in the video that the plane landed and skidded on the runway and crashed. And also, an Air Canada flight experienced a suspected landing gear issue after arriving at Halifax Stanfield International Airport in Nova Scotia on Saturday night. Now on this plane, it was heavy fire and heavy smoke. Luckily, nobody was injured. Now these 3 individual plane crashes may not have anything to do with each other, but it's definitely alarming because we fly on a regular basis. But when the information comes out, we definitely need to know what's causing these issues.
1561 is the first time they've documented and told a story, painted, and pretty much said all of these eyewitnesses saw an event happening in the sky. There was a war in the sky. And that's what they said. They said there was war in the sky, but they couldn't, I guess, comprehend what was going on. All they said was there were shapes, rectangles, circles, squares, crosses, floating and hitting each other and exploding. And there was one specific shape in the sky that was there was shape of like an arrow, like this. See this?
Yeah.
And it said it would stay still in the sky while all of this was happening. Also, while all this was happening, certain shapes, once they were hit or once they were done moving, they would fall from the sky and drop into their village and explode. Now check this out. Where are all those artifacts though? That's a thing.
Buried in the ground?
I don't know. Like that's the only thing. Like, where are all these artifacts?
Anybody else been feeling sick lately? You know, that's really a thing. Over the weekend, I heard a lot of people talking about they had like stomach issues. So, I mean, wonder if it's got anything to do with the fog.
Alien invasion, y'all.
There's no alien invasion.
Yes, it is an alien invasion. What is it? Look at them. They moving in circles at the top. See, the formation on the right, and then they got another formation in the middle, and another formation on the left.
Mm-hmm. Aliens, who is this? They don't live with us.
Let me see.
Like, everyone's seeing them.
I've got it figured. You do? I've had 2 separate folks tell me there have been strangers around these parts last couple nights. Can't tell what they look like, because they're staying in the shadows, covert-like. Nobody's been hurt, mind you. And that's the giveaway.
I see.
It's called probing. It's a military procedure. You send out a reconnaissance group, very small, check things out. Not to engage, but to evaluate the situation. Evaluate the level of danger. Make sure things are all clear.
Clear for what?
For the rest of them.
Yeah, is that what's going on?
Now, I would argue it's part of an ancient metaphysical system that was passed on after the flood. But, you know, we'll get into that. You can make up your own mind. What is very apparent, it is quite ubiquitous and quite specific. And you find it in really specific places, like over the temple gates. You find this kind of strange megalithic building with these knobs all around the world. Androgynous Viracocha is engaged in this posture. Peru and Egypt, many similarities. 2 snakes, 1 snake, God self icon. Above the doorways. Esoteric traditions, the Freemasons and Rosicrucians kind of esoterically transmitted this knowledge in secret throughout the Dark Ages. so they wouldn't be burned to death, basically. And it shows the same iconography that I'm talking about, this balance of the opposites. In fact, recently in India, they found this God Self icon, the oldest one in the world. The discovery of rock carvings believed to be tens of thousands of years old greatly excited archaeologists who believe they hold clues to a previously unknown civilization. Now, they didn't pick up on the fact that it's a God Self icon. Richard did. But just another interesting corroborative piece of evidence.
Yo, you see that one? Just floating.
What the fuck?
Yo, look at the fog just coming in.
It's a fucking ghost trail. Look at the ghost trail over here, dude.
It's like The Mist. Anybody seen the movie The Mist?
Where is it? Bird's fucking fucking at the damn. Oh my god!
That's crazy, ain't it? Yo, we got clouds on the ground. Oh, wow. Falling clouds. Look at them. Yo, be safe if you're getting on any planes.
Not much people has realized that nearly 100% of transoceanic data traffic is carried by undersea cables. These lines are laid on the bottom of the ocean and usually carries the world's internet, phone calls, even TV transmissions between continents. If 100% of internet data is transmitted through underwater cables, that only means that communication satellites are totally unnecessary. I mean, there is no satellites floating out space. It is a scam since our ocean is our real space. This photo right here was installed year 1410, a 600-year-old clock. Remarkable fusion of timekeeping, even celestial wisdom that stood the test of time. Does it look heliocentric to you or geocentric? Geography is called geography with purpose and not heliography. Horizon is called horizon with its purpose, it's horizontal. Airplane is called airplane with a purpose that we are living in a flat plane. I mean, you already let your partner lie to you, the governments lie to you, and NASA too. Come on. You shouldn't drink the whole ocean of lies thinking that the salty taste will taste like sugar. Imagination always creates reality, okay? Now imagine how this world is a flying ball rumbling around, but Polaris and our constellations still remain in the same position. I mean, how many billions of dollars invested in these so-called spaceships just to lie to us that they reach outer space? Unfortunately for NASA and modern astronomers, their theory of spherical Earth does not usually agree with facts, because the formula of their curvature has always been found to be utterly fallacious. That's both on land and water. Have you remembered the Lake Baikal, the largest freshwater lake that's located in Russia, with 395 miles long and 49 miles wide and always frozen for 5 months a year? And it is so thick that cars can pass through across its flat surface. It's funny to think that if Earth were globe, there is supposed to be 19 miles of curvature present on the surface of the Lake Baikal. Instead, there is absence of the 19 miles of frozen curvature. Real physicists that can't be bought by governments always knew Earth is flat. Quantum physicists always work off of a flat Earth model. I believe you know aircraft would need to use what they called the dead reckoning. A dead reckoning is when an aircraft loses its communication on any ground tower, and they have to maintain their heading, speed, and altitude until they get reconnected with another land-based tower. If they could communicate through satellites in space, they don't need to use the dead reckoning, yeah?
Right.
But they do, because the satellite on space is a scam. Our space is the ocean, period. And don't forget, astronauts can't be astronauts without scuba diving lessons.
I'm just saying, space is the ocean. It's the only place on this world that's unexplored. You just gotta think about it sometimes. WZ9 Divine Eagle, huh? I mean, I'm just saying. We kinda all knew that. What's this? New footage of passenger airline Oh, snap. Look at it. Nosedive. Man. I'm not getting on no airplanes, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do the road trips. Now this right here, look. Leave an unsolved mystery for archaeologists 1,000 years later, right? Why don't we believe that can't be something that's happening right now? Imagine just people digging up fiction and thinking it's fact, right? Digging up an old book and reading that book and thinking that was the way the world was, when in all actuality, that was just somebody who wrote, a storybook, something for you to read at nighttime using their imagination. And then we pick it up and think that that's the actual history. What if they just built some stuff and we dig it up and say, oh, this is how they lived? No, that was just somebody being creative. You know what I'm saying? So history is just, man, it's a lot to think about. Exactly. How long y'all think this took to carve? Using a chisel. Using a little chisel. How long y'all think? They ain't using a chisel. These mobs is lasered. These got to be lasered. Or they had some type of, ninja star, circular knife, or circular saw. I don't know. Yo, we got two people standing on the clouds. No way. And there's a few of them too. Look. I ain't never seen nothing like that before. Oh, no. Nah, man, take me off the flight. Take me off the...
Maintenance control in Dallas to confirm that they wouldn't let me go if they thought it was...
I'm sure they wouldn't. You putting duct tape on there?
Man, please don't video that. Doing anything I'm not allowed to do.
Talking about, man, don't video record that. Why not? I mean, moving seats, really? Like, I ain't gonna do nothing, but...
This is Daytona Beach Shores, Florida at 1:45 p.m. today, and you can see the fog rolling in from two directions, but not in the middle part here where I'm about to show you. And then the next video that's about to come up right after this one is the balcony view, and you can't even see the ocean at all. And you can see this big ring here. Very strange, and it all just happened in a matter of about 15 minutes. Keep in mind there's no rain forecasted. It's not very cold outside. This is just very unusual to see and a very random time for fog to just appear. This is Daytona Beach Shores, Florida.
Definitely not natural. What the heck? What's up with the fog, y'all? This fog is strange.
Why does Millie Bobby Brown look exactly like Elizabeth Perkins?
That's the same person, isn't it? That's two different people? Wow.
Okay, guys, I made this second video kind of slowed it down for you, but I want you guys to notice the Pope's reaction once he notices who or what just opened the door for him. Notice his facial expressions. Notice the silent prayer he does once he sees what he's looking at.
What's up with his ears, though?
Yeah, it's that serious. He looks kind of stressed out. But now, pay attention to the guys who opened it. I showed you the first one, but look at the second one. You can look for yourself. You can see it all yourself on YouTube. It's a 4-minute video. Go check it out. But look, no ears. Nothing. You can see nothing. Look at that. What is that, bro? That's not.
No, what was that? And what was up with the Pope's ears too?
So no lie, like I came outside to record out my window, and this is what I'm getting. After
there's no light pole here either.
Yeah, there is not. So what is going on here?
What was that?
And there's a lot of
orbs in the sky.
Wait, what is going on here?
Oh my! Did you not just see that? If I'm crazy, you can't say I'm not, because I just saw.
No, I never saw this before.
All right, what is that?
Yeah,
Why do lights look like
blue
that?
one on the bottom. Like, what is that? It's not coming out the car. It's not coming out nothing. Like,
I
what is
wonder.
that? Like, it's like, what the heck?
Do that with your hand again. Yeah, this is no joke. And this wasn't. Look, it's
One just went away.
One just disappeared.
Disappear.
Let it go. Move your hand.
There's.
The light's doing some strange stuff.
What is it? Like, we can't.
What if it's like something bending the light right there, like something we can't see, and it's just like strangely bending the light, so when the camera picks it up, it looks like that.
Check your receipts, folks. Seriously, check your receipts. I just left a major grocery retailer here in Indiana, starts with a K. And after I walked through and I priced everything and I realized that my budget was on the Poe end of stuff, I got my little 10 or 12 items. And I have a running total up here. There was a time where I made a lot more money and I didn't do that. And as I got ready to pay, I said, well, this don't seem right. There's like $8 difference. There was a little UPC code that ran across the bottom of the screen, and it was $8. I brought the cashier over. She looked at me like I'd lost my mind, which already kind of made me think, I said, I have no idea what that is. She said, oh, I have no idea what that is either. Took it right off without anything. She didn't wonder about it, didn't bother her, nothing. And I'm sitting here thinking, I wonder how many people don't catch that and are buying, because when I went to the office, I asked, what that UPC code would have represented, and she said, well, if it's only a barcode at the bottom, that's usually a gift card. Now, I'm not saying that cashier was up to any foolishness. Check your receipts, folks.
For real. No, I've seen this traveling through the airport. They got a lot of strange things in the Denver airport that make you say, Nah, for real. That's another angle of that. Look, where's his ears at? Where are these people's ears at? What kind of people are they?
Oh, I got myself.
Yo. Look at that. Look. It's like something surrounding this little orb.
No, this is crazy.
All the lights looking strange on this camera.
Today, but what is this?
Nah, for real.
Not the only one seeing this, is it?
I don't know if it's just me, but for the last few days, I have been having this weird feeling like something big is about to happen, right? Like this weird feeling of impending doom. I have been having this crazy feeling like in my belly. I don't know what it is, okay? To be brutally honest, I feel like something is already happening. And here's why. For the last few days, there have been crazy reports of dense, thick fog in many states all over America, in addition to the UK. Now, this is not your regular fog, because a lot of people have been reporting that they have been seeing some some weird type of mist coming out of the sky with this fog, okay? In addition to that, there have been 4 plane crashes, y'all, within the last 5 days, okay? 3 of those plane crashes occurred within the last 24 hours. You had one on Christmas Day in Kazakhstan, and then within the last 24 hours, you had one in South Korea, Nova Scotia, as well as Norway. In addition to that, y'all, so many people have been reporting this weird sickness, whereas though they're having muscle soreness, sore throat, body aches, nausea, vomiting, dizziness, the whole 9. And they said that this sickness had just been coming out of nowhere. I don't know about you, but I feel like something big is happening or about to happen, and these people just are not telling us. What are your thoughts?
Y'all think something big is about to happen? Hey, it's up there.
Why are they doing that? If they're going to work and they're working on it, why are they telling you it's not real? Well, I'm going to show you. It's very simple. I went ahead because I was so angry, and when I get mad, I do research, and then I force myself to take a breath, go outside with the bow staff if I'm really pissed off, and come back to Zen. Self-control. Make a list. And I'm like, okay, wait. So if I go to work for Command and Control C4ISR, Cybernet and Nibbernet back into the NSA, DNA steganography with the NSA, and we watch every synaptic exchange at 5,100 bits and log it with the NSA PRISM program. That's what Assange, Snowden, and all of them were talking about. That's why they killed Barnaby Jack, the ATM jackpotter. He was there at DEF CON to present that it was easier to hack a human body with a pacemaker or otherwise. You didn't need to have a pacemaker than it was a car. Dead. So with that in mind, I'm like, why can't we talk about this? So I went and found where you can talk about it, because even in the machine learning, you're not allowed to write the word biofield, which I found very weird, okay, because nobody reads that stuff. So then I found out that it is the following. Electronic, medical, police, warfare divisions, military, your Lockheed, Raytheon, all of them. Advanced signals technology. It's everywhere as a job. In information, surveillance, and reconnaissance, the Internet of Behaviors, Bodies, Things, the Industrial Internet of Things, the Medical Body Area Network, all way back, 2005, 2015. It's all there. And I'm like, these are jobs? Oh, yeah. And then neuromodulation, neural stimulation, Project Salus, watching everybody think in real time with CT2WS, cognitive warfare technology, EEG headset, ultrasound, modified ultrasound, all walking around on a headset. Then the Renius chipset embedded in their left hemisphere. And I'm like, where did all of this come from? Synthetic telepathy, been out there since 1995. So they needed a backbone. Just like back in the day when everybody was logging into email for the first time on dial-up, it would get crowded, people would have to wait forever and get kicked off. I fucking worked it, I would know. So my job was to upgrade them, to bring them out of dial-up and onto cable modems, for which I used a system called NMAPs on COM controllers with something called COM21 cable modems, which were different than the throwaway DOCSIS stuff in the big cities. Different markets, so different hardware, everything, different software. So I went ahead as I continued to make my little T-bar list, and I'm like, so let me get this straight. If I'm in radio frequency, if I'm in IT, I log into the body, make changes, and organize. If I'm anyone else in the world, I'm a fucking nut job. Give me drugs and make me sit still. And the only place you can really learn about the biofield is in the Bible, because Jesus used it to heal. And I mean, it's ions and electrons. It's your exchange with your environment. That's why everybody works with radar. We're told, get your nuts away from it because it'll overheat you and such. It's microwave. And then they also could feel the radar coming and going without looking at the screen. Yes, because you have an electrical body part involved. So then, as if all that wasn't enough, because I couldn't figure out how is it so obvious to me but not everyone else, because I admit the body part. Now, enter in where I come from. I come from Black Projects. So I go back to my grandmother, who was a Rosicrucian in Chicago, has a bunch of depression glass. These are nanogels, or excuse me, nanolipids. And they would have them stand on a metal plate or whatever. Yeah. And that's your specialized concrete for human teleportation, like you heard out of the mouths of Sean Ryan and other people who he interviewed, the Marines and such, that found the photonic different mixtures of concrete.
Yo, synthetic teleportation. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. She said a lot of big words, so you might have to go back and rewatch it. But there's a lot of important stuff in that video.
No, a fist bump. I have to switch. What the? He switched too? I won't have time. I have to do something.
That's exactly how it be.
I think we pulled it off this time.
Yeah. I think that pain in my elbow's finally gone. Oh, damn.
Nah, for real, man. I threw that last little bit in there because I met somebody today on Facebook Marketplace exchanging some stuff, right? And then when I get out the car, he's like, hey, I think I seen you before. You do YouTube videos, right? Or whatever. So, yeah, we chop it up for a second. And then at the end of the exchange, right, we go to shake hands. And it's one of those boop, 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 boop. You know what I'm saying? One of those. Eventually, it was so awkward. And that's exactly how it be. And my man said he does be watching the video. So if you're watching the video right now, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, guys, these are some of the most creepy and strange TikToks that are out there. If you like the content, don't forget to subscribe, turn your notification bells on. And until next time, YouTube, peace.
So the Dior bags are real. They are our Dior bags. And I have cross-referenced this now with people that have worked in organizations that we have heard of who know about other organizations we have never even heard of and operations to make these Dior bags. And the one thing that the multiple people keep saying is that truth is stranger than fiction, and fiction has become reality, and that there are many things going on at once, at the same time, that it is not a drill, that some of these Dior bags very much appear to be bags that search out things that aren't great, and that there is definitely a scramble. And I have spoken to people and gotten some messages through from all over, and there are Dior bags everywhere. So something crazy. What's crazier is that I can't even talk about the Dior bags. That's what's crazy. That's crazier. All the things that I've been saying are leading up to the craziness of the fact that many of you may not see this. Let's see. It has also become clear from these people to me that people do not want me discussing the Dior bags. And yes, to be careful. And people in certain parts of the country don't understand the size of the Dior bags, how they become other things. Like, people think we're nuts. And also, people are saying it's eerily like the time we just went through where we had to wear masks, where people here were talking about it in depth and other people were laughing, rolling their eyes. I'm in the Twilight Zone. I hope you know that you are too.
What's up, y'all? So for those that's here that clicked on this video, I would assume that y'all know what Dior bags are. Not the actual Dior bag, but what this term is used for. It's new to me, to be honest, but Dior bags is another word for drones. You can't use it on TikTok. To be honest, the video that I just recently did, the same shorts I post on TikTok, and my channel got violated, got a strike or something like that for it. So that's crazy and it's news to me. But yeah, Dior bag equals drones, hashtag Dior TikTok, hashtag Dior bags. But all I gotta say is, what a time to be alive. I'm happy, I don't know about y'all, but I'm happy that I'm alive to experience this stuff. I don't know what is gonna come about. I don't know what's gonna be the ending of this. Hopefully we still be in existence, but what a time to be alive. Fiction has become reality as it seems. I've always said, even as a kid. All the stuff that's in movies, is everything gonna happen to the extreme? Probably not, but there's some truth to it, and they're not just making this up and putting it in our face for no reason. I definitely feel like, I wouldn't say we in a Twilight Zone. It's just being called a Twilight Zone, but this is just real life, and this is just what we gotta live through. I do feel like another lockdown is gonna come about. That I just feel like they're either setting us up for it with all the drones and the bird flus and whatever other, and the fog. I feel like another lockdown is on the horizon. That's just how I feel. But shout out to Miss Bethany Frankel. A lot of y'all probably thinking that she from TikTok and don't know that she actually from the show The Real Housewives, but that's not important anyway. We're here for the conspiracy theories. We don't care about none of that other stuff. But let's get into this video because Conscious SoCal, she has a mouthful, 5 minutes long, almost 6 minutes. So yeah, let's just listen to what she got to say because she went into depth.
Before they shut down this after good, I'm gonna just share one final ultimate truth with you guys about what is actually going on in the world. I promise to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. And just so you guys know, this is for entertainment purposes only, not facts. But The truth is, we've been at war for thousands of years. This is an enclosed system. You can't leave Earth. There's not aliens in space. It's an interdimensional war that has been going on for thousands of years. And the aliens that you guys are seeing or talking about, they're already here. They're not in space, okay? You can't leave Earth. We live in an enclosed system bound by universal and karmic and physical laws. All of the elites, all of the powers that be know this. And they have fooled you for many, 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 many eons so that they could keep their secret, which is that the enemy has always been here, harvesting your energy. There is a team of dark and there is a team of light that have been incarnated into human vessels on Earth so they can use it as their final battleground. The dark forces, I will call them the Leviathan. I'm just going to call them the Leviathan. The evil aliens, right? Leviathan. They've infiltrated every part of your governments, your school systems, your food supplies, your churches, and, of course, your monarchies. Always been a war between the light and the dark, okay? Just as there are dark reptilian Leviathan beings inhabiting human vessels all across the globe, the Earth, there's also the ancient light beings that are incarnated all across the Earth. That is why so many of you are waking up to this truth. There's a reason why they killed the Christ, and it wasn't the stories that you've been told passed down for hundreds of years. It's because he was the most powerful light being. The light, Yahweh, the light of God, incarnated on earth to teach us this truth. Because he knew, obviously, he was connected to infinite intelligence and all things that exist in all realms of time. He did not come in with a veil of remembrance, a veil over his eyes. He came into this earth fully in his God power, knowing all truths. He wanted to wake us up to this truth because we have been at war with a Leviathan infiltration for thousands of years. The real reason that they're making such a big deal about this CEO assassination is because they got one of their guys. Brian Thompson was a Leviathan. He was on the dark forces. They infiltrate corporate structures. They have been the evil beings pulling the strings, putting the veil over your eyes, because this is a frequency war. They want you on the lowest vibration as possible so that when the light comes in, which is what's happening, when the light activations begin, so many of you will be had fallen to this trap in that low frequency that it gives them more time, but the time is up. The treaties have been broken. We have been at war for thousands and thousands of years. And when they first infiltrated, they split our DNA. The 12 tribes of Israel, it is the 12 descendants, the 12 splits of the DNA, the 12 tribes of these different interdimensional beings, the Anunnaki, the Lyran, the Palladians, the Reptilians, the Draconians. It is a spiritual war. It is a spiritual holy war. As on earth, so it is in heaven. We are avatars. This is our video game, okay? You guys, this is the truth. It's a crazy truth. But once you awaken to this truth, once you put on those magic glasses, this is a quote I like, you can never take them off. Ever. And that is why they've tried to poison you, to change your DNA, to keep you on a low frequency, so you never wake up to this truth. Your enemy is here. And they know that there's nothing that they can do now to stop the trajectory of this mass awakening, this mass Christ return of consciousness to these truths. The power that we all hold is immense. It took 30,000 ancestors for you to be here. You're not here by coincidence. You chose to come here to fight these battles. It is psychological. It's emotional. It is frequency. It is a dimensional war. Okay? Don't be fooled. Don't be tricked. Don't be going into fear. Don't be divided. Know who your enemy is.
Okay, just listen, just hear me out. I'm not pushing no religion or cult or practice on anybody. But what I'm saying is just spirituality at bay, not even a specific one. I just feel like just consciously, you should at least believe that, to understand that there has always been a spiritual war or spiritual warfare going on, and there always will be one until things get reset. But that's another conversation. Anyway, what I'm saying is good versus bad is always a thing. It always will be a thing. Hence why the masses, like she said, the masses is waking up, and it's kind of hard to hide it now. And especially with just TikTok alone, a lot is being revealed, a lot is being exposed. Yes, there's a lot of false information going around, but there's truth in in some information as well. Another reason why I feel like the U.S., even though it's a lot of monetary things going on with that, I do feel like that's another reason the U.S. kind of want to at least get some control over TikTok. That way they can have some control over the algorithm and things of that nature, things of that sort. The low frequency I feel like she was talking about, in my perspective, the way, I'm about to say the U.S., but just the way that the people in power as whole want to put low frequency vibes on us as a whole, is I feel through sickness and through spreading fear, like with the whole fog and different lockdowns. I can't say the pandemic word, but y'all get what I'm saying. I do feel like them trying to put fear in us, they trying to set us up for that low frequency. That way they can get us all to be fearful and get us in control. But let's move on.
Okay, you guys, I cannot even with this Dior bags in the sky. Yes, like actual flying handbags. So last night I'm scrolling TikTok, right? And boom, there's this video of a Dior bag just casually hovering over someone's backyard in Jersey. I'm talking blinking lights, little buzzing sounds, like, who needs anything else when you can have airborne couture? Anyway, the experts, aka people with way too much time on their hands, are saying it's legit. Honestly, if this is the future, sign me up. Forget everything else, we're getting invaded by flying designer accessories. Love that for us.
Since everyone is sharing videos of the extra large Dior bags everywhere, I just wanted to share this video that I took in 2018 over the 101 highway in downtown Los Angeles. Basically this thing, like this ball, shot out another ball in the sky, as you can see, and then the other one is just like radiating. It looked like they were like talking to each other or something, or sending some sort of signals. All the other cars around me were just completely stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky like Chicken Little.
What the hell? What is that, Mom? What? Ma, you see this? No.
It's really hard to depict what's real, what's fake, what's AI, what's not, but that right there is crazy. That right there is insane. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some type of spy drones or bird drones, sorry, a little tongue twister there, that's trying to spy on us, look at us, or they're just testing out something new. Like I said, and like I will keep saying, I do feel like a one world government sort of type of thing is trying to be created. I'm just saying.
Everything is about to change. Over the course of the next few years, there will be certain things that will occur. Ships may appear over your oceans just offshore. It will not move. They will remain there to give you time to get used to the idea that we are here, to get used to the idea that this is the beginning of a great change upon your planet, of a great change in your society. You will start to see more orbs of light, so you may see some of these orbs descend and again remain fixed in a particular position that is non-threatening, giving you time to observe them, to record them, to discuss them, to start to understand that they are there as now something that can become a relatively permanent fixture in your reality, to broaden your understanding of what reality is. Between the ships and the orbs, it may give you an opportunity to start really letting in the idea that everything is about to change.
Dior bag update. This one's kind of complicated, but I think you'll get it. So think about how we used to not have wireless phone service. There used to be wires, and like, what would the idea of making phone calls without wires be? So that's kind of what's going on with the Oscar de la Renta and the Prada bags in the closet, because they are creating optical illusions. They are one thing and they may morph into another thing, and it sort of suspends reality for us to think, like, what are they and what are they doing? It looks like the Dior bags become orbs or plasmoids. There are real Dior bags, and these also exist. These Prada and Oscar de la Renta bags also exist, and they do appear to be morphing, and everything is intentional. And to see how we will react, and also many of these things are sentient, so they react, they feel, they observe. So they could be observing us. There are so many different possibilities, but it's just about us realizing that technology is easily decades more advanced than we know about, and the things we're seeing probably are also archaic in comparison. We just have to suspend what we know to be reality and realize that so many things are possible that blow our minds off. I mean, think about cave people thinking about an airplane taking off or a massive mega ship floating in the ocean. Many things are.
I don't know about y'all, but all these different Prada bags and all these different designer items to describe objects and things is starting to get on my nerves. And I don't know about y'all, but my mind is very dreamy and I'll get lost quick. And that'll make me very much confused. But like she said, everything is most definitely intentional. When I say they, I could be talking about the government, allegedly. I could be talking about the aliens themselves, allegedly, the Leviathans, whatever you want to call them. But they're not doing this stuff just for no reason. And warning usually comes before destruction. So if you know like I know, start learning how to farm, get your own fresh food, crops, do all that good stuff. Just start trying to live a more natural life and stop being so dependent on society, because I don't know, I could just be talking out the side of my mouth, but it might be starting to get crazy soon.
Exactly. It's sacred geometry. Okay, so the orbs are recreating constellations in the sky, all right? When you have certain nodes in space and time, if they connect in a certain way through an energy link, an invisible energy link, energy is amplified. The planets and the stars are just the blueprints. They're just like the formula, the ones that work. Because it's already decided up there how things are going to go, right? So the orbs know that formula works and they just mimic it. That's why they mimic the constellations. If you throw a lot of magnets in a bowl, they're going to rearrange themselves because of the law of physics, yeah? This is all about energy, this whole thing, and the way that they connect with each other just amplifies it. And constellations are the blueprint.
So I'm all about opinions until you start questioning facts. And the fact is, these drones are not personal drones. They are the size of a car, an SUV, maybe larger, okay? There's 15 swarming my own home every evening at 6 p.m. until 10, 11 o'clock at night. So let me show you this. So this music really adds to the suspense, but this is what I saw. 15 over my house in one evening. We were out looking at Christmas lights in our neighborhood. This is not a personal drone. These are real and they're huge. And when you are in a predicament where you have literally so many coming over your home, and it's not just every other day, it's not here and there, it's every night, it's gonna make you start being suspicious. So just because people have not seen them does not mean it doesn't exist. Just because people are experiencing something in different parts of the country and or the world does not mean it doesn't exist. And I think that's the thing. I wish people would have learned from the pandemic that it might not be in the direct path right away, but it is never smart to assume that something isn't going to happen, that it's impossible to happen, because it's actually happening in front of people's eyes. You guys are going to be the one faced with hysteria when shit hits the fan, because we're not fearful, but we are being prepared.
Literally so freaked out right now. Can someone please explain this? Is this some type of phenomena? I've never had this happen before at my house or like anywhere ever in this capacity. I tried to take a video of it and my phone died. Also, my dog is like freaking out in the background because of this. I was able to grab my iPad and I got a video of it, so I'm gonna put that up there now. I recorded this for my sister and cousin, so please ignore my voiceover.
Swarming my yard from everywhere. God, what the heck is going on? Everywhere. They're God. Oh my God.
What the hell? Explain it was just one of the most eerie and chilling things in the world, and I have my goats and my donkeys back there, so I was all worried. What does it mean?
I don't know about y'all, but crows give me an evil and dark vibe, a very sinister energy. So me personally, I would probably freak out too. Do I think it's some sort of like, what are the words I'm trying to say? Or I don't want to say but is it the drone? No. I don't think it's like a drone or a fake bird to spy on her, but I do feel like those are like real life birds. That is like, to me spiritually, that could be some sort of sign. A scary one in my opinion, but who knows?
When can we stop paying bills? When can we stop pretending like none of this craziness is going on around us and start taking necessary preparations? I mean, I feel like we're in some episode of the Twilight Zone. We are looking around at what is happening right now, and plasmoids, drones, fog all over the world that's causing people to be sick. The government has no flipping idea what to tell us about these drones. They don't know what's going on with them. And we're just like, gotta go to work today. Like, if we were watching a movie and saw the people acting in the way that we are, we would be like, what is wrong with you people? I don't know what's going on, but if the plasmoids and drones or whatever is what's causing the fog that is making people sick, which is what everyone is correlating, shouldn't we be worried about that? Shouldn't we be taking necessary preparations and being with our family? Because we obviously do not know. This is like uncharted territory here. We have never been through this before. And we don't know what anybody's intentions are. We can hope and we can wish and we can make jokes every now and then, like, oh, it can't be any worse than our government, ha 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 ha. But when it's all said and done, we really don't know. And I think we should all be erring on the side of caution with this one and starting to make necessary preparations.
I ain't gonna lie, I'll definitely be here for not paying some bills, but I just love to see how everybody expressing themselves and, you know, getting out their point of view of what they feel may be going on. But that's the end of this video. What y'all think about these drones? I feel like I just ain't gonna be able to say this on YouTube no more, but for now, drones, aka Dior bags. Do y'all think there's some extraterrestrials? Do y'all think it could be the people in power? Y'all can let me know down below. And yeah, I'm gonna catch y'all in the next one. Oh, wait, real quick, before I go, y'all, my heart goes out to anybody that, you know, lost someone through this. This is crazy. 2025 just started, and there's so much stuff that's already transpired, and yeah, it's a lot. But yeah, I just wanted to bring this to somebody because I know who to talk to this about. But yeah, I'm gonna catch y'all in the next one. This is crazy. I'm out.
Predictive programming. A concept in conspiracy theory circles that suggests the entertainment industry uses movies, TV shows, books, and even music to precondition the public to accept future events or societal changes as inevitable or normal. The idea is that by exposing people to specific themes or scenarios in fictional media, those events become more palatable or less shocking when they occur in reality. Skeptics argue that most examples of predictive programming are coincidences, as fiction often mirrors plausible future scenarios. They also say it can be attributed to confirmation bias, how people look for patterns and explanations that fit their narrative, or simply that they're inspired by existing trends. Creators may unintentionally reflect societal anxieties. But consider this. In the 2022 film White Noise, based on Don DeLillo's novel, the Gladney family evacuates their Ohio home after a freight train crash leads to what's called the airborne toxic event. Then, on February 3, 2023 in East Palestine, Ohio, a Norfolk Southern freight train was carrying hazardous materials when 38 cars derailed. Several rail cars burned for more than 2 days, and emergency crews also conducted controlled burns of several rail cars, which released hydrogen chloride and phosgene into the air. As a result, residents within a 1-mile radius were evacuated. Creepy AF, right? A movie about an Ohio train derailing and releasing toxic fumes into the air in 2022, then it actually happens less than 2 months later? You can see why the predictive programming conspiracy exists. I don't have my tinfoil hat on me, so I don't even want to go into The Simpsons low-key predicting 9/11 or How the Wreck of the Titan, a novella by Morgan Robertson, published 14 years before the Titanic sank, describes a ship called the Titan that collides with an iceberg in the North Atlantic. The similarities, ship size, lack of lifeboats, and route are striking. Or how the 2011 movie Contagion closely mirrors the COVID-19 pandemic, including the spread of a deadly virus, its origin in animals, global lockdowns, and the race for a vaccine. Purely coincidence, right? Do you guys remember the movie Signs by M. Night Shyamalan? It's a 2002 horror thriller, not his best work, but watch this scene real quick.
Let's turn on the TV.
First appeared 52 minutes ago. Mexico City officials, as well as U.S. officials, have confirmed that these are not aircraft from either government's air force. The first sighting was made by an Air Mexico 747 en route from Mazatlan to New York as the unidentified crafts entered Mexico City airspace. They were not detected by radar by either country.
The nerds were right.
Look familiar? Yeah, it looks a lot like what we've been seeing in our skies lately. Down to the news commentary about the government not knowing anything about it.
Millions of people around here, New Jersey, of course, here in Staten Island, and beyond, are getting nothing but don't believe what you see. You know, there's a saying that we had after 9/11: if you see something, say something. I think that's become, if you see something, don't worry about it, because we saw it too.
Right. I don't think anyone actually believes that alphabet agencies with trillion-dollar budgets have no idea what's going on. The real question is, why aren't they telling us? I will say, there are clearly two different things we're seeing in the sky.
Holy cow. That thing is completely stationary shooting.
The drones with anti-collision lights that the FAA requires are most likely ours, but we can't ignore the orbs of light flying around up there. There have been so many videos of them interacting with the drones and with each other.
That whatever it was just shut down the drone. If that was a drone.
They're definitely not man-made. Social media is on fire with theories, and some of them sound pretty good to me. A software program called Predictive Linguistics, created by a man named Cliff High, predicted all of this in 2009. The Predictive Linguistics program itself is an example of predictive programming too, because sci-fi author Isaac Asimov wrote about a similar program in his 1951 Foundation trilogy. Apple TV recently adapted his work in a show called Foundation. It's great, by the way, but check out this scene from season 1.
I'm a professor of probability theory at Streeling University, specifically the area of psychohistory.
Define that for us, please.
Psychohistory is a predictive model designed to forecast the behavior of very large populations.
In plain spoken terms, you claim to be able to predict the future.
Well, I don't know what you're going to have for dinner, if that's what you're asking.
You know what I'm asking. The Galactic Empire comprises some 8 trillion individuals. Would you say that was a large enough sample to make a prediction?
It is.
And do you have a prediction for that particular sample?
I'll stop it there cuz I don't need a copyright claim, but you heard how he explained the program. Now, I'll let Josh from Polarity Media explain Cliff High's program and what it predicted.
This is so wild. So this man called Cliff High developed a software program over 20 years ago that scanned the entire internet and analyzed thematic patterns and language that people were using all over the world to predict the future. Cliff High believed in our individual subconscious intuition, but he also believed in our interconnected consciousness that we all draw from whether we're aware of it or not. So using a technique that he called predictive linguistics, he wrote a program that was able to analyze all the keywords and phrases and thematic patterns and assigned them an emotional value. It then uses a formula to gauge our emotional tensions and write a report on events that will happen in the future. Now, these predictions all came with a precondition that Cliff called temporal markers. And that's kind of like a precursor event, like a trigger event that has to happen before the prediction will come true. So the prediction will not happen until or unless the temporal marker or the trigger event happens first. So what did this program predict? Way back in 2009, this is crazy, honestly. The software program reported of a battle in our skies that got chaotic and out of hand between military jets and UFOs, and also, interestingly, UFOs against other UFOs. And this would mark the beginning of an era where non-human intelligence became a part of our everyday reality. And this was all to take place roughly 39 days after the trigger event happened, so after that temporal marker event. And that temporal marker event was Donald Trump being interviewed by Joe Rogan, which just happened the other day and is already the biggest podcast of all time. But let me explain why this is so wild. In 2009, when this prediction was made, Joe Rogan was far from being a household name like he is today. His podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience, had its very first episode in December 2009. And back then, it was literally just Joe and a couple of his mates on their webcams in their lounge room. He had hosted Fear Factor, and he was the commentator for the UFC back then, but even then, the UFC was way smaller than what it is today. And Donald Trump being the president was not even in the conversation. In 2009, he was just a real estate mogul and the guy from The Apprentice. This kind of prediction back then was so far out of left field that it was hardly given any further thought by Cliff himself. And now, in 2024, President Donald Trump has just been on the Joe Rogan Experience, the biggest podcast in the world. And at the same time, we have so many military whistleblowers, Harvard lawyers, Stanford scientists, all coming out and saying UFOs and non-human intelligence are very real, and that we, the public, need to be made aware of this before it's potentially catastrophically forced upon us. The world is so crazy right now.
Yeah, crazy is an understatement. So what do you guys think? Let us know in the comments, and please keep an open this information because none of us really know anything when you think about it. Stay safe out there, guys.
Okay, I want to preface this video with something because I was editing and I just want to say something. Okay, I have a naturally high voice, and I know it's really hard for people to pay attention to somebody with a higher toned voice. Also too, I'm kind of all over the place in this video, but I just want to say, please don't drop off because I make a lot of really good points. Unfortunately, a lot of my really good points are later on in the video, so please stick with me, even though, yes, I have a high-pitched voice, and yes, I might seem all over the place. This video has really good points. Please stick to it. It's a short video. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I know everybody has been talking about these drones, and I guess on Bethany Frankel's Instagram, she's calling them Dior bags, and I didn't get it. Like, I'll post the post here for you guys.
So the head of the department store doesn't want us to know about these Dior bags, so much so that in the last couple of days, I was second guessing myself, saying, wait a second, are these Dior bags still as popular as I thought they were, or is it all in my head? And I started to think that the Dior bags weren't as popular and that they weren't making as many of them. And now that I am talking to you about Dior bags and accessories, I'm seeing that these bags are very popular all over the country and even the world.
Seen a few posts yesterday and I was like, what the heck is she talking about? Especially this other post. It's just like Dior bags. And then I kind of got the drift at the end. I was like, okay, she's not talking about Dior bags. She's talking about drones. And so I knew from the beginning, I could tell this was a PSYOP. A PSYOP is a psychological operation. They do it for many reasons, which I'm going to get into. But one of the reasons is they also like to see how we communicate. They want to see our opinions. They want to see how fast they can make something spread. They just kind of want to see like the results of what they're doing. Like it's like a human experiment, I guess. And so I know it's a PSYOP, like, and when I say PSYOP, what I mean too right away is the reason why I have not been paying attention to it and like not concerned is because I know it's Daddy G. It's Daddy G, right? I know it's Daddy G doing this, and I'm going to get into the reasons, but it's like I wasn't thinking like, oh my goodness, this is an alien invasion, like what's going on, like, and that's why I just haven't been caught up in it, and I actually haven't paid any attention at all to it. It's just I only see some stuff to come up on my Instagram feed, and then I seen Bethany's post, and I'm like, okay, people are really talking about this, and I mean, I understand it seems really weird, right? Like, why is this going on? And they're making it. I think that they're saying like they're the size of cars or something. I've heard somebody say that when they see them.
You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the ball. I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. They want obedient workers. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Scam to keep you voting, and so that you keep believing that there's going to be change. You just need to wait for the next person, right? But if you really pay attention, every single decade, everything gets worse. Nothing has ever gotten better. It doesn't matter. And if you think it's gotten better, you're not really actually paying any attention, because maybe it's just like one stupid thing that didn't really matter that much in the first place got reversed or slightly better for like 4 years. But in the scheme of things, the agenda, the shitty agenda of making everything worse, is only continuously getting worse. It doesn't matter who's in charge. So I'm out of that. I've stopped believing in that like quite a few years ago, because I really seen the truth. So to be honest, I was actually a Trump supporter, like Trump believer. And now I'm not, because I know he's part of the agenda. I can see it. There's so much proof on it as well. Same with Elon Musk. All of them. Okay. So what's going on with the drone thing is so one of the things is they're pretending, and maybe they might do this, but trust me, you guys, they're all in on it. This isn't like, it's not blue against red. It's one freaking team. It's them against you. That's really what it is. It's them against you. It is one team. It's not blue against red, but they're going to pretend that these drones, I mean, they might do this. They are trying to interrupt Trump from getting elected, or not elected, but going in on January 20th or whatever. Like, what's that called? Inaugurated? Is that the right word? Taking seat as president or whatever. So that's kind of like one theory they're going off of. Like, people are saying, oh, Biden administration is doing this because they don't want Trump in. Okay, that they might do, but the thing is like, that's not actually really the real thing behind these drones. So the real thing, in my opinion, I have a few thoughts. I think that they might do something. For instance, they might like have these drones potentially spread like a chemical like warfare type thing, like a chemical weapon. Who knows? They might not even do that, but they might claim that they did that, and then like a few people will go to the hospital or whatever, will go on the news. Could potentially all be fake, but they will do it to instill fear in you, because that's what they like to do. They like to keep you in fear all the time, because when you have people in fear, you can control them. And also the government likes the what is it? Hegelian dialect? Is that right? Hegelian dialect? Oh my god, hopefully I have that right. Problem, reaction, solution. So they always like to cause a problem so that the people react, and then they want their solution, which was what they were going to give you anyways. They just wanted you to have to want it. So I heard that they're bringing in they want to bring in these like drone laws, and so I heard that, and I guess that is a real thing. And that could be because in the future, we are going to be governed by AI. That is what's coming in. So a part of that AI police system and police state that we'll be living in will be drones. Drones will be going around doing a lot of policing. So they're going to have to put in a lot of different drone laws so that you can't just fly your drone up there and do whatever the heck you want. So that might be another thing, or another part of it. And then another thought is, I know, for instance, and then along with that thought, sorry, I'm so bad at this stuff. I'm so bad at like organizing what I'm saying. So Palantir, if you guys have heard of Palantir is basically going to be the new government. It will be. They are DARPA, they are CIA, they are the government, and I mean, they're working with the government right now, but they are them. And so Palantir, I believe, will definitely be doing a lot of drone policing. So this whole thing might be a way that they can start saying like, hey guys, there's all these crazy drones in the sky and we don't know where they're coming from, and they're a threat, they pose a threat to us. So now we're going to start to combat them by using our own drones, right, to fight them. So it's like the normalization of using drones to police things or for military purposes, always to keep you safe, right? That's always the answer. That's how they do everything. It's always to keep you safe. So this might just be, they might do something where, oh my God, like it's an invasion, it's China, it's Russia, and you know, we need to save you guys from the drones, so we're gonna now unleash our own military drones to fight these bad guys, these, you know, whatever drones. So it might be that too. I just think that it is a way to push forward the direction that they want us to go, and I know in the future there will be a lot of drone stuff. So this is like just a reason to normalize drones, normalize the use of drones, normalize that we need to fight the other drones with our drones. That's what I believe, because if they didn't have something going on, like if they weren't making it threatening or scary sounding, like, oh my gosh, we just don't know about these drones, like we must shoot them down or whatever it is, if they just for no reason at all started to fly military drones in the sky, people wouldn't like that. They would feel unsafe, they would feel like they're losing their privacy. I think there'd be a backlash, there'd be a pushback. And also too, they do need to bring in laws for the military and for policing to start using drones. So that's another reason behind this, like I mentioned earlier. But if we do it in the name of keeping you safe, hey guys, like the police need to start flying drones. Hey guys, the military needs to start flying drones. But don't worry, because it's to keep you safe from the bad guy drones. Then people will be like, oh yes, thank you so much. Like, we need to stay safe. Like, we need these drones. So that is what I believe is going on. I believe this is just all about the future. I believe it's just pushing in things that they want, but they're just doing it in a way where it seems like we have to have it that way. Like we must have drones because now we have enemy drones in the sky potentially, right? Posing a threat. So these are my thoughts. Let me know your thoughts down below, and thank you for watching this totally left field topic for my YouTube channel. Bye.
All right, so for those who don't know, and this has been on my For You page, of course on TikTok, that there's like fog, like this like weird fog going around, and it's just not all over the United States, it's also going around the world, and it looks pretty fishy to me. All right, now we're gonna watch the video on it, and let's see. It's made at 25 buttholes. All right, that's the channel, and we're just gonna see what he has to say. Obviously this is for speculative purpose. Okay, there's no factos here. You know, you're more than welcome to go ahead and research the topic, but it is certainly interesting, to say the least.
It's due to some dense morning fog, which is being impacted not only by the fog that still seems to be fairly dense at this hour.
Outside Heathrow Airport, the air traffic control tower is barely visible. Emerging from the fog, this plane is one of the flights that made it.
For the last 7 days, the world has been shrouded in a veil of mystery. An unrelenting fog that stretches from the poop-covered streets of Portland, Oregon to the quietest corners of the countryside. This is no ordinary weather phenomenon. It's a dense, suffocating mist with an unsettling smell of chemicals lingering in the air. Residents in every corner of the globe have reported seeing strange, glittering particles.
So that looks like snow to me. It doesn't look like a fog. You know? So could it be that it's just snowing?
Suspended within it, almost as
That's
if the
fog,
fog is alive,
clearly.
hiding secrets within its depths. The fog has already claimed lives. 4 catastrophic plane crashes in just 1 week.
What?
Travel has ground to a halt, and fear grips the population. But the questions don't end there. People who've come into direct contact with the fog are reporting severe illness, nausea, dizziness, and even unexplained rashes.
Hear me out. Could this be a plan from the government to make you, your dick don't get hard past 30? And on the way make you retarded?
Scientists are baffled, and officials remain silent. But silence only breeds suspicion. Whispers of government involvement are spreading like wildfire. Could this fog be the result of geoengineering gone wrong, or perhaps a deliberate act of control? And if that's not enough to send shivers down your spine, consider this. In the weeks leading up to the fog's arrival, reports of UFO sightings reached an all-time high. Some believe the government is using this chemical-laden haze to obscure something they don't want us to see, something watching us from the skies.
That could be the case. I mean, the government, it's just capable of doing anything, right? If you think that the government is not capable of doing just about anything to gain a little bit of control over the population, you need to get checked out, because they will. Yes, they will.
Tonight, we dive into the enigma of the toxic fog. What is it? Where did it come from? And most importantly, what are they trying to hide?
Has anybody else noticed it's been foggy for days now?
All right, so right off the bat, you know, this video is coming from TikTok, and the guy has an English accent, okay? I'm just saying, England, or whatever you want to call it, the UK, is known for being one of the most foggiest place in the planet, okay? The most muddiest and foggiest place in the planet. So I don't know why this guy is so thrown off by the fog. Like, they live around the fog and the mud.
The internet never fails to let me know what's happening. The first thing I saw said this is all down to geoengineering. What's that?
No, mate. No, mate. It's just you live in a foggy place. That's all it is. You live in a foggy place. That's all it is. It's just hand me a bottle of water, would you?
I have no idea.
You don't have any idea? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You live in England, for God's sake. And then he goes like,
thing I saw said, it's down to chemtrails. If you don't know what chemtrails are.
Yeah, it turns out that England's been like chemtrailing since like the 1400s.
If you look at an airplane flying over and you see like water vapor coming out the back, a lot of people believe that's something dodgy by the government. Hey, now another theory that is quite interesting is the government doesn't want you to see what's in the sky. Now, I'm not too sure what that means.
Most likely, like, my honest take on this is that it's just natural. Like, it's just some side effect that comes along with just us screwing up the planet 24 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? That could be a side effect.
But one thing the fog did stop me seeing was the horse racing was on ITV. Couldn't even see the horses running. Weird. And then another theory, which is the obvious one, UFOs causing all this fog. And there are some people saying it could just be fog.
That's probably what it is. It's just fog.
A lot of different opinions. What do you think's causing all this fog?
So I have seen no videos on this, so I'm just going to talk about it. The fog. That's right, people. This weird fog shit has been around for days, and it's supposedly making people sick. Well, I feel like shit.
I do too, and I haven't gotten, you know, a chance to get into that fog, but I do feel like shit. Maybe it's got to do with, like, that's just the end of the year, all right? It's just the end of the year, and we just feel shady because 2024 has been a shady year overall. I don't know, and it's like super strange because there hasn't been any UFOs or any like fog situation over here in Florida, and I'm assuming that they're just scared of the Florida man for some reason. I don't know, but I do feel like shit, bro. I do feel like shit. I haven't even been fogged.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is what it's looked like in Ohio.
Yeah.
For days, okay? I've also been getting progressively shittier feeling in the
Bro, me too. I didn't get a bonus at the end of the year. How does that make you feel? I don't want to go to work.
The past days. If you guys are going through this and are seeing this, please let me know, because I just find it really strange, okay, that I was completely fine and then all of a sudden this weather comes in.
The weather comes in. I just don't want to do anything.
And I feel like shit. Something's up, y'all. Like
something's up.
And what I feel is not normal. Like I feel like my body is panicking. Like it's going like alarm after alarm after alarm. It's not the flu. It's not a cold. I'm getting hot. I'm getting chills. I feel like I'm gonna throw up every 10 minutes. America, tell me if you're going through this and if there is fog.
What's up with the fog? Everywhere I look, there's posts about fog. I just rode back with my husband from Pennsylvania to Georgia, and let me tell you about what we saw. We crossed 7 states. We went from Pennsylvania to Maryland to West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, then Georgia. And there was fog in almost every state. Like, yes, there was some weather going on. There was a little rain here and there, but 7 states, like, it's really odd. Everybody's talking about this fog that's making them sick, this fog after these things we've been seeing in the air that we can't talk about. They're spraying stuff from these things, and maybe it's causing some of this illness, and this fog is part of it. There's this thick fog everywhere we went. And when we got to Virginia, a place called Fancy Gap, I think they're known for having some issues with fog, but this was so bad we almost had to pull over the car. Like, we could not see where we were.
Just FYI, the fog situation in Virginia is probably the only thing that is like exciting that's happening in that state since probably 1930. Okay.
Going.
I don't know if it's just me, but for the last few days, I have been having this weird feeling like something big is about to happen, right? Like this weird feeling of impending doom. I have been having this crazy feeling like in my belly. I don't know what it is, okay? To be brutally honest, I feel like something is already happening. And here's why. For the last few days, there have been crazy reports of dense, thick fog in many states all over America, in addition to the UK. Now, this is not your regular fog, because a lot of people have been reporting that they have been seeing some weird type of mist coming out of the sky with this fog, okay?
Oh, man.
In addition to that, there have been 4 plane crashes, y'all, within the last 5 days.
That's pretty bad, though.
3 of those plane crashes occurred within the last 24 hours. You had one on Christmas Day in Kazakhstan, and then within the last 24 hours, you had one in South Korea, Nova Scotia, as well as Norway. In addition to that, y'all, so many people have been reporting this weird sickness, where as though they're having muscle soreness, sore throat, body aches, nausea, vomiting, dizziness, the whole 9. And they said that this sickness had just been coming out of nowhere. I don't know about you, but I feel like something big is happening or about to happen, and these people just are not telling us.
So how about 2025? We go in aliens. After that, we have quantum computing. After that, we have interplanetary travel. After that, we colonize Mars. And after that, we invented, we can do time traveling. And after that, we actually now can marry aliens, aside from Earth. And after that, I don't know what else.
What are your thoughts?
What the heck is going on, guys? It is so...
Or the aliens just making us retarded, and then by 2025, they're just gonna take over.
So freaking foggy out here, and it's been like this for like the past 6 days. I've been seeing this all over my FYP. This is definitely not normal for this time of year. I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Illinois right now, and it's been so difficult to drive. Right now, it's a little bit brighter than it was earlier, but the visibility is still low, so I'm gonna turn the camera. Oh, I don't see the option to turn the camera around, but so you guys can see, you can't see anything past that barring there, and
yeah,
it's been, my babies want to say hi.
Oh, look at that.
I've been seeing people all over the world experiencing this. I don't know what the heck is going on. I don't know why it's so foggy. Let me know if...
Right, so you don't know, so you assume that it's like aliens right off the bat. Again, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? So if you cannot really explain something, I don't know why we always tend to just lean on to like the natural, right?
If you're experiencing the same thing.
I'm sure that has a scientific... That needs to have a scientific explanation why it's happening. It'd probably be simpler than what it is.
In the comments there, I just think it's super weird because this is not normal for this time of year for us. We farm, we track the weather every year. I've looked at my notes and I have not seen anything like this in January ever in my life. So let me know.
What's going on with this fog?
There's been so many people in different cities, different states, and different countries talking about this fog that's appearing over cities that is weird and it smells different and it's not natural.
Wait, what? What is this? What's with the fog connected to the orb? The orb? What? What's that? Okay, I gotta Google that. Hold on. Fog connected to your bags.
If you guys are wondering what's going on, there may be an explanation in my videos. So we're using the term Dior bags now, for the things in the sky. Is that subverting the algorithm or something? I don't really. Dior bags? I don't. How did we?
Oh, so okay. Okay, so that's what that is, okay? Dior bags is just a way of saying UFOs. That's all it is. So what's with the fog? Connected to UFOs. But they're saying Dior bags.
That is weird and it smells different and it's not natural either for the time
and smells different.
the year or the way it looks is a little bit odd. And I've seen videos from the UK, from Canada, from so many states in America right now that is talking about this fog. And the reason this is important is because different things keep happening, right? Because the Dior bags apparently don't exist and they're covering it up. And some of them were leaving certain trails that people believe to be unnatural and harmful to us. And now that there's this fog, and people have been reporting going through this fog and feeling kind of weird and having it smell a little man-made, and it's really odd.
Now, what do you think is the reason for this strange fog?
It is a Dior bags. It's got to be Dior bags. Nothing else. I'm convinced.
Whether it's a natural phenomenon, a catastrophic failure of human engineering, or something far more sinister, one thing is clear. We're left with more questions than answers.
Right.
Why does it carry the scent of chemicals? Why are people falling ill? And why now, at a time when...
Maybe the most simple answer is the solution to the question, right? If it smells like chemicals, it's because it was made with chemicals, right? I mean, if you see a turd on the street and it looks like shit, it smells like shit, it's probably shit.
When the skies have been more active than ever. Is it a coincidence, or could this be a deliberate attempt to keep us blind to what's above? If history has taught us anything, it's that the truth has a way of surfacing, eventually.
Right.
But until then, all we can do is keep asking questions, keep demanding answers, and keep watching the skies.
Isn't that a question mark right here? Question mark? But it is certainly a formation. It's like this. Boom, boom.
The fog may obscure
bunch of Dior bags in the sky.
Our vision, but it can't hide the truth forever.
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like 9 Dior bags flying on the sky. Smelling good. That's it, boys. That's it for today's episode. Thank you for watching, standing by, for taking a look at the video. All right, and credits to my friend over here, 25 buttholes. Yeah, that's the name of the channel. All right, amazing vid, right to the point. And with that being said, guys, don't forget, go ahead and hit the sub button. All right, the like, share, and subscribe. Together we can fight the algorithm gods. All right, me and you as butt buddies. All right, and with that being said, though, don't forget, guys, it's just a bad day, not a bad life, and never, 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 never finger the hand that feeds you. Okay, so with that being said, Rodri is out. See ya.
Are you hungry for the latest news and trends from the internet? Welcome to What's Cooking on the Internet, your one-stop shop for discovering the hottest digital delights. Hit that subscribe button and let's get cooking.
Bethany Frankel's fascination with drone talk on TikTok has been making waves recently, with the topic referring to discussions on drones and their sightings. However, the conversation took a turn when it became too controversial for TikTok's algorithms, and her videos were no longer appearing. In order to keep the conversation going without risking takedowns or a shadow ban, Frankel began speaking in code and using the phrase Dior bags to refer to the drones. This way, she can hide her drone discussions while sharing information regarding the recently observed UFO-like drones over New Jersey and other states during December. According to a recent video, Frankel claimed that the Dior bags are real, and she has cross-referenced this information with people who have worked in organizations that know about other organizations and operations to make these Dior bags. She has also been sharing information on the newly seen drones over New Jersey and other states, including Informa, 10 she has discovered from others and her personal observations. Frankel has different terms for different types of drones on TikTok, including worker bees and queen bees. She explained that worker bees are drones that are easy to access and visible enough to be photographed, while queen bees are drones that are more difficult to spot because they are shiny and seem more special. She also stated that she found it crazier that she can't even talk about it on social media, and that people do not want me discussing the Dior bags, and yes, to be careful, which has become clear to her. She went on to clarify on her TikTok videos that this is not a drill, and that some of these Dior bags very much appear to be bags that search out things that aren't great, and that there is definitely a scramble. Frankel's decision to speak in code apparently paid off, as the Dior bags video went viral a day after it was posted, garnering over 1.8 million views. More than 19 WW TikTok videos have been uploaded with the hashtag #DiorBags, demonstrating how quickly the trend has taken off. The phrase has also been used by commenters on content about drones on TikTok. In conclusion, Bethany Frankel's fascination with drone talk has led to a new trend on TikTok, with the phrase Dior bags becoming a code word for discussing drones and their sightings. Despite the controversy surrounding the topic, Frankel's decision to speak in code has allowed her to continue sharing information and sparking conversations about the UFO-like drones that have been observed in recent months.
What's up? As you guys can see, it's early in the morning, and these drones are literally flying over my home. You know, the world been talking about them. Now they're flying over my home. You know, you guys can see that's the top of my house right there. I'll bring the camera back down though. I don't know what it is. This morning I had seen like I came out the door. Warm my vehicle up, and it was like at least 60 of them. Now look, it's another one right here. I'm gonna try to zoom in on it. I don't know what in the world these things are. There's another one right here. I don't know. I don't know what these things are. So when people say that they're saying something, they're not lying. Absolutely saying something, because this right here is something traveling right now. I'm back up. Look, it's something moving, and it's that one right there. It's way up there. You know, it's something really moving, and it's that one right there is higher than the actual stars. Because this is a star right here. That's a star. Or that just it's another one that's behind that tree branch. See, it's peeping out right now. That's another one. That is another one, you know. So, we have things in our skies. I mean, we have a lot of things in our skies. And there's another one right above that, right here. See that blinking? I don't know why the phone going in and out. See that blinking right there? So, guys, we got things in our skies that's really truly that's watching us. You know, we have things in our sky that's watching us that comes out in the wee hours of the early mornings or nights. You know, and you see that? Look at that. They're going one under, one going over. They look like strobe lights. See that? You guys see that? You know, look, it's another one up here, guys. Look, bring the phone up. There's another one right there. See it moving? See that star right there standing still? You see that one? That one is above the actual star. Look, and you can see the mist or smoke or something coming out the back of it. A streak. Look, now it's evenly above the star. And man, this is wild. This is actually happening before my eyes. Look, it's really moving. Look. Look. And you guys know planes don't go that high. And it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. I tried to go live. But something wouldn't allow me to go live. But these things are literally hovering in the air, moving in the air. It's another one right here. Look. It's another one. It is another one right here. So you got some of them that's low, and you got some of them that's high. That's literally flying in the skies. You know, literally. Look. And you got the one that's blinking below. That's just stationary. Look. You got two. You got one right. Look, you got two blinking. Look in the trees. Look below the one that's moving right now, and look at the bottom of it. Man, whatever in the skies, man, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I'm with the folks now. Yeah, the government got to come out and tell us what this is. They got to tell us what this is. I don't like nothing flying over my head, man. You know, I don't like nothing flying over my head. They got to tell us what these things are. You know, got to. You know, salute everybody.
Hello valued viewers, I hope you're doing wonderfully well. Today it's time for another naval battle, and this one should really pique your interest. Today is all about the ST-21 Super Tomcat, the Super Tomcat that never was. Well, we've made it so, and we're going to make it fight. So, a quick bit of information about the Super Tomcat. Here she is in all her glory. In the mid-90s, the ST-21 Super Tomcat was considered for the United States Navy, along with her ground attack sister, the AST-21. So what was different between the Super Tomcat and the Legacy Tomcat? Well, it would have mostly been the same body as the Legacy Tomcat, and they would have been actually reusing a lot of the old airframes. It would have had an upgraded AN APG-71 radar. It would have used improved General Electric F110 GE429 engines, which would have provided super cruise, so without afterburner, of Mach 1.3 and featured thrust vectoring nozzles to allow super maneuverability. Think F-22 Raptor. It would have had reshaped leading edge gloves, which are these bits here that protrude out of this glove.
They're also known as strakes.
It would have had increased fuel capacity. It would have had modified control surfaces for improved takeoff and lower speed landing approaches. It was aimed to have been introduced in 1999 and would have been adapted to carrying the latest weapons, air-to-air and air-to-ground, of the 21st century. The ST-21 and the AST-21 would presumably have been chosen instead of the Super Hornet series, but of course the USN went down the route of the Super Hornet. So I've had my best attempt at creating the air-to-air version, the ST-21 Super Tomcat in DCS. I haven't managed to do all of those things that were quoted on Wiki because I'm not that good. What I have managed to do is have my best guess at how the AN APG-71 improved radar would have functioned, and I've given it that. I've added AIM-120D missiles. These are America's most recent air-to-air long-range missiles, and I've given them the ability to be fired and guided exclusively on Link 16 data link. Whether the AI are actually going to use it for that function, I have no idea, but they've got that option. They've got AIM-9X Block 1 modernized sidewinders with helmet-mounted display with off-bore sight firing capability of 90 degrees. And they've got the ST-21 livery. So that's my version of ST-21. There are some things I couldn't get working in graphically as well. I couldn't get these wing glove pylons working for the AIM-120D. If anyone has a solution for that, please let me know. I have managed to get the pallets working on the belly, and they just about work. Otherwise, She is fully capable and fighting ready. So we had to set a battle up for the ST-21, and we're going to take on China, a modern China. So think a fight that would happen nowadays if we had, instead of the Super Hornet, the ST-21. So let's start with the blues. This is technically a naval battle, but there's not actually going to be any anti-ship. There's going to be no ship-on-ship action, and there's going to be no air-to-ship. And that's because I really want to just focus on the air-to-air part of it. America, it consists of just one supercarrier and 2 destroyers. On board the supercarrier are 24 ST-21 air-to-air Super Tomcats. They're equipped with 6 AIM-120D modern AMRAAMs, fuel tanks, and 2 AIM-9Xs. They will take off, fan out, and do fighting. They are AI and they are set to maximum skill level. There are 2 AWACSs because I wanted to give you guys redundancy, and then there's the humans. The humans get a choice. This is super important, guys. You can either have Super Tomcat, as we saw before, or you can have a hybrid Legacy Tomcat. The hybrid Legacy Tomcat is the F-14B with the old wide-body Phoenixes, the Mark 60s. I would personally suggest you use Legacy Tomcat. Super Tomcat does work, and you can fire the AIM-120Ds, but the guidance doesn't work very well if you're firing them as a human, and they tend to be incredibly inefficient. So you might want to choose the Phoenixes. I'm going to leave that up to you guys, and you can choose whichever you want. Both get the AIM-9X for close range combat. There is one more super important thing I want to show you guys. You guys, the valued viewers, said you're fed up of seeing the AI just charge into battle and go full suicide. So I've now given them new orders, and I didn't know this existed. Thanks for Simba for telling me this. That, if you look here, when they run out of ammo on medium-range missiles and long-range missiles, so this does not include the Sidewinders or guns, but just medium-range or long-range missiles, they will return to base and land back on a carrier. Again, that's what you guys wanted. It's tested, and it is actually working, which is cool. So that is how, until you tell me otherwise, modern fights will go. And to the Chinese, 200 miles away, a very small setup again. We've got our analog for the Type 003 Fujian carrier. Aboard her are 24 Flying Sharks J-15 Bravo. They have their weapons, long-range Chinese weapons, which I hate to say it, but they are probably the best in the world at the moment, are the PL-15. 6 of them, as well as 2 PL-10s, which are the equivalent of the AIM-9X. Guys, the PL-15 is very important. The way we've got it set up, and this is just according to open source data, does outrange the AIM-120D by about 10 to 15 miles. That is very important. They are slightly faster. As you can see, they're actually slightly wide-body missiles. They're more powerful than the AIM-120D. So that's something to consider. They have a firing range of over 100 nautical miles, and that is going to come into play today. Note, I've removed the inner missiles because it can only take medium-range missiles, legacy missiles on there, and they're just not competitive nowadays when we have these modernized fights. 24 of them, fan out, destroy stuff. Same rules. When they're out of medium and long-range weapons, they will RTB. They have 2 Type 052 destroyers here, and 2 AWACSs, and then humans. Humans, you just get one flavor, which is the air-to-air variant, which is armed up the same. Humans will be starting 50 miles behind a carrier. That's the battle today, guys. It's super simple. Can the ST-21 Super Tomcat, or as best as we can model it, take on China's latest technology? I've tested it, but I haven't actually run it through, so I don't know. Who do you think is going to win, guys?
As much as I love America, I'd say Chinese, because if you have it set up to where we're fighting using theoretical 1999 tech versus modern day tech, that's a large difference.
I think the Americans have got it.
Huh.
I think if the pilots and the maintainers of the F-14s could figure out the difference between the Link 4 and the Link 16, I think it'll be okay. I think the Tomcats will win.
I have given Super Tomcat Link 16, by the way, so it is all... We'll actually use it to question, though, because AI... I should say one thing at this point, valued viewers, if you do get into kind of modding planes and stuff like we're getting into, working with Tomcat is incredibly difficult and frustrating. It seems to be programmed differently to other planes in-game, and then, well, you'll figure it out when you come across it. It's a bloody nightmare to work with. It took hours to get this working. My
developed by Heapler, so...
Roger, it's just built differently to the others for some reason. Guys, my prediction, I'm not going to even pretend to be unbiased. I want the Super Tomcat to win this because it's best thing ever. Do I think it's going to win it? We've got the 3 big missiles in the world working at the moment. We've got the AIM-120D working pretty much to how it works in real life. The PL-15, that's the Chinese long-range missile, working to pretty much open source data. And the R-77-1, the Russian missile. The simple fact is the Chinese one is slightly ahead at the moment. If you believe open source data, which is probably right, it is the best missile, and there's a good chance it's going to win this. Super Tomcat's cool. I want them to win, but probably this is going to be a Chinese win, guys. And welcome into the simulation. We've only had 3 guys turn up today, Matrix, Grump, and Sock. So we've put Matrix on the Chinese side, and Grump and Damp are refusing to be Chinese, so they're both going to be American, I should say. War Games is open to all. If you want to come and play with us, come and play with us. You need a modicum of skill, but you don't need to be amazing, guys. Is anyone, or I should say hello, boys, by the way.
America.
Hello.
Is anyone not ready to go?
Let's kick these tires and light these fires.
3, 2, 1, go. Here we go, guys. Right, let's see how we go. Let's have a look at the Americans and a beautiful ST-21 first of all. Look at that for an aeroplane, valued viewers. It's absolutely beautiful. Super Tomcat for the win. In fact, I even think the Chinese watching this video today, if any actually watch, are going to want the Americans to win because Super Tomcat, best thing ever. Quickly have a look at my boys. Have you flown the AIM-120 version? In fact, I'm going to find out by clicking on you. You've chosen... Oh, you stopped on for the AIM-120 version. How about that? Ooh, funny graphics. Okay, and let's see what Grump's gone for. Grump's also gone for AIM-120 version, even against my implicit recommendation. Talk me through the decision-making, boys.
Phoenix sucks.
Huh. Link 16.
Phoenix sucks.
All right, just saying. Right, my suggestion here is get closer than you think.
Phoenix go to space.
Right, Phoenix go to space. Why, have they been changing it again?
Yes.
Right. Because everyone keeps telling me the core game's so realistic, but how can it when they change it every month to within about 50% of its parameters? Those 2 sentences are mutually exclusive, guys. Okay, first Tomcat taking off, guys. I'm going to watch it in its absolute glory. Valued viewers, I give you a Super Tomcat. It makes me as excited as you, which hopefully is very excited.
Stock, bracketing right.
Grump, flying the plane.
Flying the planes?
Yeah, that's my call out.
Right, thanks. Just not driving the car.
Nope, not today.
Super Tomcat went off. I'm going to be saying Super Tomcat so many times today, guys.
Your nose gunner needs some candy.
Better go and have a look at the Chinese for absolute fairness. Must be fair today. I'm not going to be fair. I'm going to be completely biased. It's Super Tomcat.
Super biased.
Guys, this is the closest we can get to Fujian. Obviously, we don't have it in game because... Oh, the first planes are going. J-15s are going. These are Flying Sharks. They are actually pretty good planes. I mean, they're woefully underpowered, as you can probably see by that takeoff. But they are advanced planes if you read, believe what you read. And they've got bloody good missiles. So... don't turn your back on a Flying Shark, valued viewers. That's my suggestion. Another one's off. Right, let's see who's got the best launch rate today. So, we have... It should be about the same, to be honest. They're more or less the same carrier in-game. We have only 1 Tomcat up. What's going on here? Is that a log jam I see?
No, they're just happy to see you, Cap.
Right, brilliant. Or is it a banana in your pocket? No, they're going. They're going. There you go, look. Go, Super Tomcat. I believe in y'all. Okay, Super Tomcat number 2 up. The Americans are launching slower, but overall it should work out about the same value to viewers, so don't read too much into it. Let's have a look at my boys again. Oh, Matrix. I forgot about Matrix. Matrix, how does it feel to be in today's very unpopular plane all over the internet?
It's generally fine, but sorry, I'm listening to the Chinese instructions. They're a right pain in the ear.
Right, kind of a you problem. Let's have a look at AI. Now, one advantage we should talk about of Super Tomcat over J-15 in real life and in game is kinematic power. The Super Tomcat is miles faster. It can accelerate. You can probably already see it there. It can accelerate much faster, and it can go much faster than J-15. J-15, like I said, it's a good plane, but pretty bad engines. It doesn't go very fast. And going fast is important because it allows you to get that extra oomph when you fire those first missiles. That said, this one's already up to Angels 30. What's this guy up to? Angels 30, but faster. You see that? They launched at the same time, but that guy's 300 knots. That guy, 400 knots. That's a lot faster. So that's an advantage of Super Tomcat. Distance between fronts now of 130 nautical miles. Got a ways to go yet. 4 J15s up to 2 Tomcats, but they launch on a different cycles because of the different way we've got them set up. On average, they will probably launch the same amount per minute, if that kind of makes sense. These all go in batches of 4. These will go in batches of 1. No idea why. Oh, you are going fast, aren't you, Sock? 43,000 feet. Oh, I can't wait for you to get your AIM-120Ds out. Oof.
I'm only going to get faster and faster.
So Sock here, so the AI have got a modern radar. I can do that. Sock here, I can't get access to the guts of this module, the F-14B. So he's actually got the AWG-9, a 1970s radar, which is, it's not terrible, but it's also not particularly good. And the same problem with the Grump. That's a you problem, I'm afraid, boys. That's the best. That's the closest I can get. Oh my God, a PL-15 now. 103 miles. I told you. Again, we've just plugged in the real life public figures, so this should be accurate. 103 nautical miles from Angels 36, PL-15. What a friggin' weapon. This is the weapon that America is scared of at the moment, and hence, while they're bringing out their new wide-body missile, the AIM-260, to beat this missile. America did AIM-120D, 90 miles. China came back at that with the PL-15, 100 to 110 miles. Now America are coming back with their step. This is just how it works. America coming back with their wide body at 120 miles. So they're going to keep leapfrogging each other, which is interesting to see how that's happening. Right, now
Sock has target locked on track wall scan.
Wow, that's a 1970s radar. Modeled pretty accurately. Look at Sock go. Punch it, Sock. AIM-120D off. Good man. Look at it loft. Uh-oh. Oh, it's doing a thing. Look at this trail, Sock. Look at this trail.
It's almost like a Phoenix, but more retarded.
Yes, it is. It's really retarded. I'm sorry, Sock. The best I can do. You see what it's doing?
But even if Phoenix wants to go to space, this one's like, okay.
Okay, it's working now. It's working now. Yeah, it's working. It'll start speeding up again. PL-15 is dropping down on this first Tomcat. I don't know why first Tomcat hasn't fired. He should have done. That's an A. Like I said, working with Tomcat in game, if any mods developers out there, you'll know how painful it is. PL-15 dropping down from space. Brilliant, brilliant missile this is. Again, like I said, I'm biased towards America, but still. Oh, he's going to dodge it. Good notch. You see what he's done there? He's dived down and he's gone perfectly sideways. Well, he's done something. I don't know what he's done, but he's done a thing. And he has evaded it. God, he's fast. That shows the kinematic power of the F-14 Super Tomcat. How fast it got there in a dive with its wings back. It just beat that missile. Smashed its face. Oh, I'm okay. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Sock.
Sock has launch parameters on 3 more.
Roger, you're 72 miles out of interest. Okay.
Sock's 3.
Oh, so that Sock's there. Oh, your old missile's at 2,000 knots, so it is sort of working. This guy hasn't fired yet. This guy is AI, and he's not fired yet. He's 60 miles. Again, he should be. Don't worry too much, valued viewers. It probably will start working. It's, again, like I said, working with Tomcat's hard. Okay, now this guy plummeting from space at 2,000 knots, PL-15. Yeah, finally, AI is firing. AIM-120D out from AI. Look at that shot there. And they're working. They're not going weird. Look.
Sock firing last one, going defensive.
Roger, roger. Right, the Tomcats are now fighting finally. Sock's got a whole bunch of missiles out. PL-15s, I'm worried about this PL. This guy's got close. Look at that. Nutter. Go on, fire, douchebag. He's being an idiot, and I don't know why he's doing it, but he's going to get shot. Oh, but this is bad news. No. Wings back, go, wings back. Yes, he dodged it. Notch. Go, Super Tomcat. I hope PL-15 so much. I can't wait to go AIM-260 in game. This guy's in trouble. He's run out of KE. He's run out. He's used all his lives up, and this thing's still on burn. Look. That's the thing about the wide-body missile. She'll burn for friggin' ages.
Dropping tanks.
Right, AI's fighting again. 30 miles. Sock's gone defensive. Grump, no track yet. Grump is 50 miles from nearest target. He's doing... Okay, Grump's firing missiles now. Things. That is now... This is the problem now. This guy, I think he's used all his missiles up, so he would have RTB'd anyway. He's going to die. Turn his butt to it. Never turn your butt to a PL-15, valued viewers, or this will happen. Boom! Tomcat out. Out of currency.
Box 3 times 3.
Boom! Charlie in the face. AIM-120Ds are striking targets. More PL-15s. A huge exchange here. No Man's Land is currently 40 nautical miles across. He's just notched. This guy's running away. He's turned his back to the AIM-120D. And it's worked. He's notched. All kinds of things are happening. This guy's going down. That's Grumtastic in a world of shit right now. He's going into a notch. Is it enough? Oh, he's lost his wings. Look at him spin, Grump. You're a spinner. Get another one. Right, what's going on here? Oh, God, there's another one. It's all out of currency. As soon as you see his wings forward, you probably know he's out of aerodynamic currency. He's out of speed, he's out of energy. Another one. These PL-15s are just raining down and causing havoc on the Americans. Yes, good notch, sir. You beat the missile fair and square. Well done. And that's not an easy thing to do.
Killed the J-15.
Well done, Sock! Killing! Brilliant work. Who's winning so far? China, annoyingly. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Oh, Matrix got hit right in the rear! By a missile that wasn't even aimed at him! Matrix!
That was fine!
How unfortunate! How did you do that, Sock? Nice. He fired it like 20 minutes ago. Matrix is spitting friggin' bullets at the moment, guys. This is crossed. Quick sup of tea. This is turning into a battle of freaking champions, guys. Smashing long-range AIM-120Ds and PL-15s over the fence. Boom! I say, valued viewers, you've asked us to start using the R-77. The R-77, which is a long-range China missile. It is in-game, but it's currently not realistic in its setup. It's just a silly, you know, Mach 7 thing.
Flash 2?
Once we've had time to put it through our little realism filter that we're trying to do, we will start using it. But at the moment, it's just pointless. Well done, Grump. Grump's killed. Sock's killed too. You guys are doing friggin' amazing. And you're representing Super Tomcat here. I really didn't think you would do this well, if I'm honest. Okay, the next batch of J-15s are out. The next batch of...
Sock, Fox 3.
Where are you, Sock? Oh, you're dead. Oh, no, there you are. Sorry, completely missed you. Go on, Sock. Send that sucker. Look at that missile. Boom. Okay, this one's working properly. You see how he's using that Tomcat right? He's keeping really fast. Supersonic. Exactly as F-14 should be used. This guy's pumping out all the PL-15s at long range, and that might actually track. Slightly worried about that one. Whoa, boom! Super Tomcat down. This is going to chase him. He's turned his back on an advanced AMRAAM. It's not tracking. Look at the pressure coming from these Super Tomcats. Boom!
Sock bingo. Moving back to carrier.
Amazing work so far, guys. This is chasing him down. Is it chasing him down? No, it's not. It's not.
What's the TACAN for the carrier?
I don't know what a TACAN for the carrier is, Sock.
He probably hasn't had it set up.
Can I get a bra then?
No, press the F-turn button like everyone has to.
Okay.
Yeah, no TACAN.
Legacy PL-15 coming in. Good notch, sir. Well beaten. Sock's RTBing is all out of rounds.
Out of interest damp, 154 for 29.
Copy, thank you.
I could have given you that damp. I was just being facetious, I believe the word is.
He's being a knobhead.
I was being an arse.
I'm a little bit busy being defensive to do F10 right now.
All right, I'll give you that, Sock. I will give you that.
Yeah, I'm not up to my British insult lingo.
No.
I don't know the difference between a knobhead and a
knobhead
and a bell end. I just use them interchangeably.
There's subtle differences between them, Grump. Oh, we've got a tracking PL-15. Look at this. This was fired like 10 minutes ago. How is America in real life going to operate against these things, guys? I don't know how they're going to do it. You need AIM-260, I swear. You got to get that missile up first.
Using non-open source technology.
What that man said. Use those lasers, Grump.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that. They're firing him right back, and it's tracking. It's tracking. Look at that. When you see its nose or its fins twitching, it's tracking. And that is tracking there. Tell me that's not Matrix again. No. Matrix is now firing. But look at this guy. Right in the heart of the Chinese. God, I feel sorry. The missiles are just so friggin' good. Oh, China down. Look at that. And that was a 70, 80 mile shot from someone. No Man's Land is now 55 nautical miles, 60 statute miles apart, lobbing missiles over just like you would in real life, assuming you weren't using stealth planes, which we're not today. So in real life, not in real life, in fictitious land, Super Tomcat here would be operating with F-35 nowadays if it had gone into service. This guy just went nuts! Look at him! He's just wham, 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 4 AMRAAMs out. Look at that. He is hero of Soviet America? Hero of USA? Victoria Cross? I don't know. Whatever you guys have. Look at that PL-15 being fired at. 76
we have Americans, Cap.
Right, Americans. I mean, if you haven't noticed, valued viewers, I'm in a silly mood today. I can't help it. I slept well for once. PL-15. Right, do a landing, Sock. That's an hors d'oeuvre. Right, no man's land. America is now pushing. Uh-oh, that's dangerous. That's 1200, not PL-15. In the pack, I think they've all dodged. Well done, America. America's doing really well, guys. You've got worse missiles. You've got probably equal planes here. But you're standing up for yourselves really well. I'm super chuffed, guys. And it probably helps because you two have done really well, actually. This one's tracking. Look at his nose twitching. Where is he? Good notch. These Tomcats are great at notching. He's getting chased. This guy's getting chased. So fast. His super Tomcats are so freaking fast. A whole batch of PL-15s coming in now. This is problematic at best. This is dropping down on someone's face.
Dodge that fucker.
Rear ranks of the China.
Wow.
Oh, your mate's not going to dodge it though, Matrix. Look at this. Not powerful enough. You should be Super Tomcat. What to watch, what to watch. This guy's coming in and pummeling them. Was it? No, it's about equal at the moment. It's about 6. Each team's got about 6 guys in play. Amram's coming out from this guy here. This guy's in trouble now. Super Tomcat in trouble. He's out currency. Oh, he just didn't try and dodge. Damn it.
Planes are still launching. I'm just going to stay in the pattern.
Lucky. That guy was lucky. He had no right to survive that AMRAAM. Matrix has just got on the arse end of a 3,000 knotter. I don't think there's anything he can do. He's dodged it. Son of a bee.
I mean, if you keep announcing to him he's got a missile right on him.
He's got MWS. You've all got MWS turned on. You can all hear it. Okay.
You know.
Oh, well, you should. All these planes would have MWS. Super Tomcat would have MWS. It's only 10-mile range, so just put it on. Okay, another smackdown from a Chinese aircraft. Said that the wrong way around. Another Chinese aircraft got a smackdown. Matrix has got right in here. I don't know how he's done it, but things are about to... Oh, I should say, valued viewers, the map is set up so that each team can see on the other side what the AWACS can see. So, for instance, they can't see this missile, but they can see this plane. That kind of makes sense. Boom. Now, here's an interesting thing. That is a great example. That guy died, but this missile was still tracked even before it's gone pitbull because it's now guiding on Link 16 data link. Cool, huh? It's the new tech in DCS. It's pretty sweet. And it is chasing down our friend here. Don't worry, Grandpa, won't say anything.
Tell Heatblur, Link 4 enabled Phoenix. Tell him now.
They wouldn't listen to me. Right. Oh, look at this dodging going on. But the problem is, this has got so much legs on it. So much legs on it. Oh, Matrix! How did you do that? You son of a bitch. You had no right. No right.
I've had a lot of practice recently.
Right. Apparently so. Well, don't worry, because another one's coming right at you. This is the problem. He's used all his energy up on that first dodge. He's down to 200 knots. There's not much he can do to dodge another. He is in the cat's nest, dog's nest, tiger's nest. He's dodged another. Son of a bitch. He's using up all your friggin' AMRAAMs, Grump.
I think it's the year of the tiger.
I don't know. I haven't fired one yet.
Right, fine. Break the
Or
illusion.
the year of the dragon.
Next batch of Chinese are up. This is a great fight, guys. This is a great fight. It's much more even than I thought it was going to be. I really thought it was going to be a walkover. They do have better missiles. I've set them up better. They've got slightly better radar. I've set them up better. America has no real right to win this in terms of numbers and, you know, stuff that is set up, but it's working. Why is that, guys? I don't know. Grim guts and determination? Things.
The Augment radar. That's what's winning this right now. I got an insane radar lock at over 100 miles.
Well, you've got the AUG-9, so fair play on the AWG-9 being able to do that from the 1970s. That's a 1970s radar, guys.
You can't get just to find anybody.
That's a bunch of old bottle valves overheating in the front of that aeroplane. Fair play, boys. Matrix is on the offense again. He's doing Matrix things. He will run out of luck eventually, valued viewers. One of these will clock him. All right, these guys are in trouble now with the AIM-120D diving down on their faces. Just a huge exchange, valued viewers. Valued viewers, do you like these big long-range fights? Because this is how it would be without stealth in the theatre. This is what a modern warfare looks like. Big missiles being chucked over people's shoulders at 100+ miles. and other people frantically trying to dodge them.
Sock just got my signal as Charlie.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
That means I can land.
That's what I meant.
That means they cleared the deck and I'm ready to land. That means the last aircraft is taken off.
I think Matrix has to get man of the match here, although, I think he's finally met his match. He's not dodging that. He's dead. Oh, finally. Finally. About goddamn time. I don't think it's had any missiles for the last half an hour. Grump's firing. Look at Grump with his wings back, charging in like a Valkyrie with his old legacy Tomcat.
Box 3 times 3. 4.
Times 4, Grump. How about that? I think that could support 6, actually, in one shot.
Yep.
AWG9, baby. That had the original Intel 086 processor in it. It used 6 of them in a box, each one to go at each Phoenix. I read that in Heat Blur manual. That is all. Ooh.
Wings back, flyby.
Uh-oh. Grump has not seen what's coming from space, though. And I don't think he can do much about it either. Look, it's dropping right down on his head! Where is he? Where is he? Grump! That is the power of the Super Tomcat. Actually, it's a Legacy Tomcat. That's the power of the Legacy Tomcat. Look at that. He just outran a PL-15 at 1,200 knots. You son of a bitch, Grump. Man, this is a cool fight. Who's winning? I'd still say it's equal. Look, that's Bullseye. That's in the middle. And look how perfectly separated they are. Such an interesting fight, guys. Okay, what I've learned so far, valued viewers, is China's definitely got the best missiles. I can tell you that because I did the numbers for it. But it looks like the F-14 is just better. Plain. Dodge more. Go faster. Saying that, this guy's about to get whacked. I mean whacked as in like the kind of Italian-American type of whacked. Smack. That's taken out the front echelon of Americans. We are 24 minutes in, and already there's been a bucket load of action. A whole load of PL-15s going out, and a strata of AIM-120Ds. Yes, I said a strata. Look, these guys just can't dodge. They haven't got the legs. Weedy little engines.
Grump, splash one.
Well done, Grump. The missiles are working for you. It looks like you chose right. You chose technology. You chose the AIM-120D, and you got rewarded for it, guys.
Sock turning to final.
Well, no, Socky Wocky. We see you. Uh-oh, I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. Where are you? Oh! This guy is all out of nuts. No, he's not. The missile's failed. It's run out of battery. Look at that. It's not tracking anymore. You suck. Still misses out here. Distance between fronts now is a whopping 60 miles. Oh, this guy's just chucking him in, look, at 80 miles. Look at that. Look at that. At some point, in a few minutes' time, someone's got to be dodging that lot.
Sock just got told to go around. They're still actively
all right.
Playing.
You better do that then, Socky Wocky Poopy. Did you find your TACAN in the end?
No. But I found the aircraft carrier. They told me where they were at.
Roger. The F-14s are dodging supersonically. The J-15s are dodging not supersonically.
3 times 2.
Well done, Grump. Look at them go. I smell Grump. Super Tomcat.
Right.
A thing. Oh, hello. What's that? Oh, Super Tomcat on the base. Didn't even bother. Too much effort. Although he did send out 6 AMRAAMs before he died. And they should, in theory, now track on the data link. So a thing's going to happen. Oh, a massive response from the Chinese. All hell is about to go something. Grump's active. I told you, no one would get in dogfight range. Told you, when you've got such good data link, when you've got such good missiles, when you've got such good radars, no one gets dogfights anymore. It's just not possible, unless you've got stealth that can kind of sneak in, blah, blah, blah. But this is modern 4th gen combat valued humanoids.
They're still launching fighters.
Yep, let's go and have a look at that. How many have you got on there, Socky Wocky? Oh, you're nearly done. Look, the last of the 24 Tomcats are going up. Right, you can probably land after this guy goes up, Sock.
That's good, because my fuel is low.
Your fuel is low, Sock. Oh, look at this massive bunch of AIM-120. Oh, I feel sorry to be a Chinese man at the moment. Ooh, ich bin Chinese. Oh, it's missed. Not quite sure what to look at here. Yep, it's diving from somewhere. Oh, it's reached its limit. Reached its radar limit. Or has it? Yeah, oh, it did a good notch, sir. It's going to chase him, though, look. I'm chasing you. No, can't do it. That hero of China. Jesus, it wiped 2 out, I think. One of the mates. I told you they would guide. As long as they've hooked up to the data link track, they will guide from then on. And this guy's getting chased down. I'm chasing you. Look at it chase him. Get him. And here come the Chinese ones, though, in response. And they've still got legs. Look, they're just floating, but they're, you know, Mach 2 nearly. Still incredibly dangerous. Wow, just wiped out those latest Chinese. Look, these guys have RTB'd. Look, he's RTB'd because he's out of missiles. See, it works, valued viewers. He's out of missiles, look. And he's RTB'd. That's what you wanted. That's what you get.
Sox turn to final.
Oh, Grumpy's surrounded by PL-15s right now. Doesn't even know it.
Just kind of lazily rolling to the left.
I think America's winning now. Oh no, a whole new batch of Chinese are coming out. Everything's equal. We each get 24, but away for someone's just landed on the American side. Who was that? Was that Sock?
No, I'm still up. I'm on long final.
Roger. Someone just landed, apparently. Maybe, no, it's probably a Chinese, actually. Chinese are landing now. Now, that will actually tie up their carrier a bit and reduce their launch rate. That's a thing. Something you've got to plan in these big battles if this is what you want to see, valued humanoids. Which is going to be a real problem for big super carriers. It'll slow your launch rate right down. Big data links AMRAAMs coming in. No, it's not tracking. Fight slowing down now. URTB, Grump. Tastic, Wastic. Probably won't have time to get up again. New AI smacking missiles in. And look. Oh, no. It's I don't know. Is this tracking? Yes, look at that. Legacy data link. You son of a bee. Did a Matrix. Oh, but it's carrying on. Think about if it's on data link. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. It's lost it. It's because it had gone active by that point. So it transferred over to its own radar. And once he was out of the basket, then that's it. It will lose lock. Unless you have a missile that can lose lock and then regain lock, go back to data link. Wouldn't that be cool? More missiles coming out. Give me a flyby. Oh, it's the wrong plane. Embarrassing for me.
Landing now.
Oh, coming Sock. Okay, Socky Wocky. Stick it down, your old legacy. Your old legacy. Come on and... Oh, here comes Crumpler. Light the cans and hit the fans or something.
Kick the tires and light the fire.
Stick it down, Sock. That's an hors d'oeuvre. Straight over the top. Brilliant. I'll cut that out. Don't you worry, Sock. I don't want to embarrass my beautiful boys.
I do not have the fuel for this.
Well, that's kind of a Sock problem.
Meow.
New batch. Matrix in the middle of them. That guy's getting tracked. Okay, what do we got here? That is a PL-15. That is definitely tracking him. No, it's beating out. More big AMRAAMs coming out. 80-mile AMRAAMs. They're easily capable of that. PL-15's coming out. And straight into a notch. Do the PL-15s work on data link? I have no idea, actually. So I have no idea. So don't know. Word.
Things are blowing up around the carrier.
Stand by. No, it will be fluke. It will be just overblown missiles. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
There's no anti-ship weapons on today. This guy's Winchester. You see how he's out of missiles there? He will return to base now. He's just trying to survive AMRAAMs at the moment. But he will return to base with the new triggers Sim told me about. No, he won't, because he's about to get whacked. He's all out of currency, aero currency, look. You lucky B-word.
Bushwhacked.
Yeah, right. I love bushwhacking a koala. My missiles. Oh, seen him. I will twitch my nose at you, sir.
I blow my nose at you.
It's looking for him. It's looking for him. Not going to find him because it's turned all the way around and it's now chasing him. That's so funny. But that Tomcat is so fast. Super Tomcat be like, I don't care. What are you going to do to me? In fact, he's already gone back up. Right, let's concentrate back on the battle, shall we? A whole new range of PL-15s coming out. Man, this onslaught never freaking stops. I still think America's winning. Like I said, I don't think they really have any right to, but more Chinese landing, tying up their... Wow, look at all these Chinese that have landed.
Another Tomcat blew up next to the carrier.
Look at that, they've landed and parked. Oh, really? What's going on, Sock? I can't really look at them.
They're fast and slow. Or, I'm sorry, they're fast and low, blowing up next to the carrier. I don't know why.
I guess they're RTB guys going back, and they're just not coded to land. That would be my guess. But they wouldn't... Don't worry about it, valued viewers. They're not coded to rearm and take off again anyway. You can't do that on carriers yet. So it's not actually a loss.
Okay,
right.
Sock on final.
Oh, that guy's in trouble. That guy's in real trouble. Whoa! Tomcat! Jesus Christ. Right, America have 4 out. Both my humans are RTB. China has 4 out as well. Oh dear. But there are more PL-15s in the air. That's the big thing at the moment. Come on, Sock. No one's watching. Right, Sock, get weapons and go up. It's going to make all the difference, trust me.
Copy. Forgive my one wire.
I will forgive that. Good dodge, sir.
Grump on long final.
Good dodge, sir. Well done, boys. Matrix is right in the thick of it. Ah, but look at this. Valued viewers. No, it's not twitching. Yes, it is. It's twitching. Yes, it is. Yes, it friggin' is. This missile could swing the battle. But it's not.
The carrier's turning.
Wasn't me.
I didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. That means you can't blame me, Sock. Ah, China dodgy. Still 4, a load of failed missiles coming out. Still 4v4 up there, guys. 4 AMRAAMs in the air, 3 PL-15s in the air. Brilliant fighting on both sides. Best flying I've seen from AI and humans in a long time. Matrix has finally ran into a 2000 knotter. Oh, lucky.
Bolter.
Go around, Grumptastic, Wastic, Plastic. Jesus Christ. Matrix just flown through about 4 missiles. How did that work? No, that's got his number on it. That's got his number on it, guys.
Jester.
Maybe they were tracking this guy. No? I don't know where they were going. They were doing a thing. That one's definitely after him. Look at his little nose twitch. Ooh, Matrix, I'm coming for you.
And I changed my livery.
Yeah, well done, guys. Ah, yeah, look at that, you son of a bee. He's dodged it. There's a piece of Matrix flavor candy right down there. Oh, but he's got some big ones coming after him again. Look, the latest batch of AIM-120D sent the Chinese scattering, sent them cold, and look, it allowed the Tomcats to fire a new, fresh batch of coffee. I mean, AIM-120D. And look how fast that is. It's 2,000 knots. It's off burn, but it's 2,000 knots. It's got all that energy to carry through. And Matrix, as we saw, is all out of boom boom stick. But look what it's doing. You see how it's twisting his nose round? Twisting his nose round, it's forcing the missile to lead. And an AIM-120D is only as good as an AIM-120C when it's having to maneuver like that. It burns all its energy off. Oh, die, Matrix! You son of a bitch! Oh, I hate you so much. That's okay. God saw fit to send 2 more in. Yeah! He was all out of currency,
Finally.
humanoids. About goddamn time. Suck up all our freaking missiles. Dodged about 10 of them. Oh, a new batch of Chinese have come in! 7 Chinese up. Like I said, it's all fair, guys. I've done 24v24. Oh, I hope. Yeah, China going to win this. I'll have to go and check. I'm sure I did 24v24. Okay, a whole new batch of Chinese have just come into the fray, guys. Damn, I really thought America was winning there. Maybe I guess I completely misread it. Wouldn't be the first time. Am I upside down? I am. There we go. Look at that loft. Look at that go. Look at that. Go for that guy.
Stick it, Grump.
Right, you guys need to get up because you've got an entire Chinese air wing. This guy's RTB. Uh-oh, no ammo. This guy's RTB. No ammo. There's only 1 active Tomcat. And he has his full AMRAAMs, but he's doing one of these bugged ones where he's not firing. Well done, Grump. 3-wire, baby. Is that the good one, 3-wire?
2-wire.
That's what I said.
2-wire.
You've got 1 active Tomcat up there, guys, fighting 7 Chinese, and he's about to die. It's all out of currency, I think. So it's you 2 versus all the Chinese. Do a thing. Oh, god damn it.
Do we have SM2 coverage?
Yes, you do. But, I mean, an SM2 fires 60 miles, maybe. Half as far as a PL-15. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I apologise, valued viewers. I led you wrong here. I'm pretty sure I've got the mission right. So it appears China has actually won. The attrition rate's just been... Again, like I said, there was no merges. Now stuff is... Now they've got big missiles. Now they're on data link. You cannot get within 40 miles of the baddies. It's all about now, can Grump and Break Damp get their S together and get airborne to take this lot on? I would say no, because it's basically impossible. Oh, wait. We might be some legacy AMRAAMs on data link. Lucky. I hate you. There's more guiding. Where is he? He's driving it into the sea, look. He's driven it into the sea. Lucky. Oh, son of a bee. Come on, valued viewers, wish for me. Wish. They dodged all 4.
I broke my flaps. I would have to respawn.
Just respawn. You are allowed to, guys. You don't have to RTB. You can do if you want. Look, all these Chinese are going home. Out of ammo. All 4 have gone back. That leaves only 4 active Chinese. Guys, how does that make you feel?
I'm back near.
Right. Okay, the mission is back alive, guys. half of them were out of ammo. There was actually 8 instead of 7 as well. Game on, I guess.
Is it okay if I respawn, Cap?
You can
I
do
still
it.
got a long time to refuel.
Yeah, just do it. It's within the game rules, guys. Right, new game on. We've got Grump and Damp versus 4 fully armed and fully fueled J15s and Matrix. But his Matrix is lagging behind somewhat and he's not much to do to catch up. Oh, this is tasty, bitey, bitey, taste. These guys are limping home. Well, I say limping, 350 knots. Good fighting, sir. You killed your fair share of Chinese. Grump, you've killed 3. Don't take these scores too seriously, valued viewers. It's massively unreliable, but at least 3 Grumps killed. Well done. I think Damp's killed 2.
One of them being the Matrix.
I know, that was a good shot. It's not an easy kill, as you probably noticed.
Okay, Sock has friendly target.
It's not really a target then, Sock.
Yep, go ahead and engage.
Copy, I'm just letting you know I see him on my radar.
Roger, we're just bullying you, Sock.
I probably got the same guys.
We're just in a bullying mood is all, Sock.
Us? Bullies? No.
Right, this guy's on final valid humanoids. Look. See? This is what you wanted. You wanted them to RTB, now they're RTBing. All those Chinese are getting mighty close to bullseye. One good thing, valued viewers, is having them like this is that they are burning their fuel, sitting here burning their fuel. Look how slow they are. They've got, I mean, probably even the Chinese would agree at some point that they're pretty underpowered, these are. Look, the full burn, well, they're on burner. And they're only doing 500 and something knots. Now that is different to the Americans with a much powerful engine. Right, let's watch the Skyland, shall we? We wish you the best, sir. Wow. Quite a lot of Chinese have landed.
Crash.
AI does not crash. Good landing.
No, but he did get a 4-wire.
He did get a 4-wire. That's pretty hopeless. The carriers are not moving today, valued viewers. Like we said, this is not about ships today. It is a naval battle, but it is about the air wings. That's what we care about.
That's why I went long on my landing.
Why? Oh yeah, I forgot to move them because super cap. No, yours. No, I do apologise. Yours is moving, but theirs is not.
Okay.
I don't know why. I think we're 42. I didn't expect the battle to go on for so long, and so I think they've reached the end of their waypoints. The Chinese. So, oh well. There you go. Okay, between Damp and the hostiles are now. PL15. No, it doesn't matter. Ignore me. No, don't ignore me. PL15 is out on the boys at 100 miles. Poor Grump, poor Damp. They cannot match that with the AIM-120D. It's a good missile, but it's nothing. It's not a wide body, and it cannot do over 100 miles.
Sock Mach 1.5.
Awkward. At best. Look at that wide body burn value humans. It's going to go all the way up to nearly Mach 5. Big, powerful missile, but the boys have got something nasty coming for them. That is all. Distance between fronts now of 82 nautical miles, 90
stats.
Woo! Go on, Sock. Go on, Sock. Come on, work. Are they going to go weird? No, they've got weird. No! Heapler! Why?
Heapler didn't develop that.
No, but I don't want to blame myself. Who are you? Grump. That's what you don't realise.
This is not going defensive.
Damn, that's annoying. Well done, Sock. They might still catch. They might still work. In fact, Sock, if you break the lock, the best thing you can probably do is break the lock. And let them go on data link, and they'll probably sort themselves out, you know.
Copy. That's what I did. I'm turning away.
Yes, they've sorted themselves out. As soon as you broke lock, they hit the data link, and they're just going perfectly now. Well done. Look at them. You know what that is? That's good play. SM2's out. Oh, did not see that coming. Right. Jeez, they got so close. Well, that's a China problem. They've flown... AI are stupid, as you all know. As in, they don't see the general picture. So they'll just fly into enemy ships. They'll probably never really understand that. Right, it's a massive cat and mouse chase now, if that's the right terminology, which it might be, I'm not sure, between Sock, Grump, and we've got the SM2 net. That's a good thing, but that's a problem there. You see what I'm clicking on there, valued viewers? That's my main concern. Grump, I would suggest firing sooner and later, and then letting the data link take him. He's listened. Look at Grump listening to me. Look at them bend. You see that bend? That's because they're under your guidance currently. No. Yeah, they're going funny. Right, so he's going to turn away. He's going to hand them over to the data link. And he's also got to worry about something coming from space. Or has he dodged in time, though? 800 knots. 700 knots. That's Grump. And that's Super Tomcat. Or Legacy Tomcat. Keep getting them mixed up now. Well done. Right, now they're handed over to Datelink. Watch them chuff in now. Whoosh! Guiding, your missiles guiding Sock. Come on, boys! Man, I love this friggin' technology.
Dropping tanks.
Transformation in DCS tactics. Oh, Sock! It went right through him! Oh, that's unfortunate. You got a feel for Sock.
It's okay. I got enough. I can turn back and fight.
And another notch. Ah, damn it. So the weird thing is, they're actually notching not the plane, they're notching the AWACS now. God, that's confusing. SM2's out. Great standoff battle between you guys. No Man's Land's 50 nautical miles currently. SM2s are in the air, and that's great, great, great.
Grump, switch your back in.
Such a freaking cool fight, guys. Uh-oh. See what I'm clicking here, valued viewers? That one. With this little nose twitching. Wide body with his nose twitching. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Grump splash 1.
Oh, Grump! That's my boy! That's my freaking boy! Yes, indeed, he has splashed 1. Well done, you've beaten another PL-15 as well.
I'm trying to notch one.
Yeah. Well done, guys. You're doing great. Uh-oh. That's a him problem. He got committed. Another one down. The ship's got him. Oh, look, this guy was in the pattern and he just had a PL-15 drop on his face. Oh. Right, it's now 2 Chinese versus my 2 boys. Well done, boys. And also Matrix is coming in now for the finale. Ooh, what an end boss fight.
Can I get a broad target?
I can tell you roughly that they are roughly 300.
Copy. I got lock.
I won't tell you any more than that.
Fox 3.
Grump Fox 3.
Hey, look at my boys. Look at my boys. Sending off their last friggin' missiles. Right, remember what I've told you guys.
Breaking lock.
Right, now this is a problem. Look at the speed of this wide-body valued humanoids. 1,100 knots, 1,000 knots, 900 knots. Look how he makes his nose turn. In this case, it becomes only as efficient as a legacy missile, like an AIM-120C. Of a range of about 10 miles. That shows you how you can beat these big missiles. And remember, valued viewers, we will be releasing them to you when they're ready to be released. So you need to start learning how to beat them as well.
Sock, lock.
Well done, boys.
Grump's defensive.
Fox 3.
That's Masoki. That's probably his last missile. Is that your last missile, Socky Wocky? See how he turns away there? He immediately hands it over to the AWACS to guide it in. And the AWACS guides it in properly without any problems. But these guys aren't going down without a fight. This guy's just whacked another PL-15 in the air. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Sock bingo.
Matrix is fired from 85 nautical miles from the Matrix. Right, now I don't know if those PL-15s are going to guide on data link, Matrix, so you've probably got to keep a lock. That's an interesting Fox 3 from Grump. Quite sure what it was doing there. It was doing a Grump thing.
Oh, what the hell was I locked onto then?
Right. Your own AWACS. Oh, Grump, for fuck's sake!
Oh.
God saw fit to give you another AWACS. Whoever you are, not Simba, Grump. So don't you worry about a thing.
Enemy destroyed.
Right, it's now Matrix and 1 AI versus you 2. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
I'm down to Fox 2s.
Yep, yes you are. Use them good. Oh, poor old Grump. His score was so high. His score was so high. It's about to be diminished.
Fox 3.
Here's the thing, valued viewers. The AWACS is guiding this missile into himself.
Of course he would.
How unfortunate is that? You'd think you have a kind of redundancy for that. That's supercat programming, I'm afraid. Oh, Matrix is going fucking mental. It's just blasting all the missiles out, and those are about to start raining down on my boys. I want my boys to win this, but I don't think they're going to with that umbrella of PL-15s. And look, the Arleigh Burkes are out of SM2s. How unfortunate. This guy's learned that the SM2s is staying away. Boys are now dodging. Yes.
I've got some kind of missile lock.
What does that mean?
I think there's something locked onto me.
Yes, I would agree to that. That's what I would do, is try and dodge it. Dodge that missile lock.
Copy.
We don't have to, but I think you should. It's still a stay, man.
We are now bingo fuel.
Huh. It's just still a stay on, mate. It's still Matrix and AI. Is AI out of... Oh, Matrix is on his own. This AI is now out of missiles and his RTB. New programming rules. Matrix v Sock and Grump. Final, no respawns, fight.
He's got more PL-15s though, doesn't he?
And this is a real ending. Everyone's followed the rules so far, guys. This is just how it's worked out. Isn't that weird? How some fights can just be freaking good. Oh, so many Chinese have landed. Look at that, valued humanoids. All those guys have got back. Fair play to him, I say. In fact, there's a whole bunch more of... Oh, they're in hangars! When did that become a thing? The hangars are now model, guys, and the planes go down the lifts into the hangars.
Oh,
How about that?
awesome.
And the pilots get out and sit next to them. Wow. All right.
Somebody's not out of SM2s.
Cap, I hate to be that guy, but somebody has some SM2s.
Oh, Matrix. That is unfortunate for you. Very unfortunate for you. And in case you can't guess, that's sarcasm, by the way. SM2s, legacy 90s missiles, but you know what? They'll do right now.
Did a dead missile catch on to me?
I don't know. I don't know.
I've got full missile lock.
Right. Look, Sock's seen the SM2s out and he's pushing. Poor old Matrix. This guy won't fight anymore. Like I said, I programmed him to go back to base, so he won't fight. So it's just Matrix. You've got to think about fuel as well. I know Sock's very low on fuel. Matrix, these are pretty inefficient as well. These flying sharks. Oh, but Matrix has got those things. You see those things, value viewers? He's got those. Pair of beauties.
Oh, I think the SM2s have self-detonated.
Yes, they have.
Self-destroyed, rather.
How about that? Remember, Matrix, when you're firing those long-range missiles, they're not long-range down low. They're only about 20 miles or something down low, so just bear that in mind.
Found Matrix.
Yes, Grump, can we help you?
Said I found Matrix.
Oh. Right, but do any of the Tomcats have M120Ds? Oh, I'm not going to say.
Hi, Matrix. I see your radar's on me.
He does. It's a tactical game of cat and mouse at this point, boys. Things happened. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Who knows?
Go, SM2, go!
Bloody SM2s.
Right. Oh, you see that, value viewers? You see that? It's a twitcher. It's a twitcher.
Lights on, huh?
Or is it? Or is it? Oh, I don't know. Oh.
SM2 self-destructed again.
Shark's down! Hit by the PL-15, but he's still alive!
No, I'm landing.
You blew both his engines out. If he can land this, you get a friggin' medal, Sock, and I mean a big sexy medal. How often do you see that, valued viewers? He's completely on fire, smoking, has no engines. But the Sock lands anyway. But it's a one-wire, so you don't get the medal.
No, a piece of candy!
He found a piece of candy. Put that fire out, damn, stop showing off. What a fight this has become, guys.
Look, all the fire crews are heading to my jet.
They are, aren't they? They're trying to put you out, Sock. That's all they're trying to do. No, actually, they'll ignore the fire. They're just going to give you pieces of candy to put in your mouth. And some other things to put in your mouth.
Jester is incapacitated, however.
He is. Oh, I see. He's got a broken neck. You know what?
That's a relief.
He's always been incapacitated, so...
Right. One thing I've learned from that is that PL-15 will guide on data link. I saw that because Matrix definitely lost lock. So, you guys are fighting equal technologies here. By which I mean the Chinese have got better technology because theirs will go further. Just saying. Did you put the fire out, Sock?
I pulled the handles, but the fires are still going.
Alright. Well, that's not my coding, I'm afraid.
It'll burn itself out. It'll be fine.
I'm watching you. Hey, look at there he is, Valley Dude's smoking. Smoking like... Uh-oh. See him when he does that, valued viewers? You see him when he does that? That's because a thing's about to happen. A thing's about to happen. Grump's just dodged the last big missile of the game. It's now a dogfight between Grump and Matrix, unless the other man can get repaired in time. Grump, fly towards Matrix, because it's the only way we're going to get this ended now. Good dodge. You just dodged PL-15 on data link, by the way. That's where your hands.
Did I? Because I still have a solid tone on me.
Alright, he's chasing you, but he's 300 knots, so unless you flew directly towards it, I will keep
No, I just ran myself out of fuel, though.
Well, are you completely out?
Engines are out.
Oh, Grump! De facto, Matrix wins now. Fight him like this. Grump, fight him like this. Turn right. Not listening.
You're not listening.
Not listening. Right.
Not listening.
I was already in a left turn, so I don't know what you want me to do.
Right. So at the end of that, Grump is out of fuel. Sock is probably still on fire. Yep, brilliant. Of course, that's Sock. Matrix, unless he crashes into the sea. No, he's not. Matrix has survived. Dodged a 100 million. I kind of said he was man of the match anyway because he dodged so many friggin' missiles. So I guess he deserves to win it. So at the end of that, I don't know, maybe the best battle ever. The Chinese did win, but man, did ST-21 Super Tomcat put up a good fight, right? And like I said, that was all modeled as best I could from the information I can get and a little bit of guesswork as we can do. You can't really get much closer. Thoughts, my boys?
I mean, Matrix did die twice, so...
Yeah, but it's within rules, Grump. It's within rules. We set that out to begin with, that it was in rules.
But somebody else in the last video wanted to talk about how many times we got killed.
Ooh.
It's like, well, technically they won
Fair
because
point.
of how many times they got killed.
All
So
right,
if we're playing that game...
All right. Well, okay, it was a good fight. We can all say that at least.
The thing that made it difficult for me was their jamming was really effective.
Yes, it was. Right.
My question is, am I going to make the carrier?
F-14 has brilliant jammer. Go on and Grump to see you land. That thing's actually got a really good glide ratio. What's that feel?
I need to get towed off the run. I'll just despawn.
Well, that's a both of you problem. No, go on, stay there. Let's see how this ends. Valued viewers, a last treat for you. Can Grump land with sock on the wires with no fuel?
By the way, hello to all the Chinese viewers.
There are none. They're all blocked by that thing. I know that because I've talked to a few guys. They're like, I tell you what, they do actually watch Grim Reapers, and we're actually big in China, but they put it on their own Bilibili, I think it's called, or whatever it's called. But I have nothing to do, and I don't get anything from it. They just copy and paste it on there. So apparently we're really big in China, but it's on a different platform.
Well, I guess they'll be hearing me on Bilibili.
They will. They won't understand you, but say something in Chinese.
Ni hao.
Ni hao.
Ni hao. Ni hao.
Yeah, Beidou, isn't it? Their social media thing?
I don't know. I've forgotten. Someone invited me to join it, but it looks like a lot of work. Which I can't really do at the moment.
You're not making that Grump.
But Super Grump?
Gotta fucking try, though.
But Super Grump?
You gotta come in slow if you're gonna make this. Put on your parking brake automatically.
I get the feeling he's quite busy. Oh, no, it's all out of KE!
Out of KE.
Oh, no, Grump. One last hump, Grump. One last hump. Young back on that stick. Not gonna do it, is he? No, it's dead. How unfortunate for you, Grump.
I made it!
Sounds like your day. Right, guys.
Tomcat's on fire!
Brilliant fight. You won't see one like that for a while because, you know, it's just how they work out sometimes. I hope you enjoyed that as well. My pilots, excellent piloting from everyone today. Well done, Super Tomcat. Bye-bye for now. Hello, valued viewers. I hope you're all doing wonderfully well. We're in the pretty cool position now where we have the modern long-range radars working and the modern long-range air-to-air missiles working. This means that we're going back through our old catalogue of naval battles and redoing them to see what difference it makes with these modern systems. Last week we did this, modernized 2025 US carrier group versus 2025 Chinese carrier group. That was pretty fun. Today we're doing the same 2025 Chinese carrier group versus predicted 2025 UK carrier group. First, we've had some complaints that I'm no longer putting timestamps in the videos. Well, I actually am. Let me just explain this quickly. So if you look in the video description of this one here, I am putting them in, but they're just slightly further down. The reason for that is, if I were to just play this video real quick, the timestamps now appear in this time bar at the bottom. So you don't actually need them up on your screen anymore. You can see them in this bar. You see battle overview? You see it says there? Battle details.
And there's a cool thing you can do too. You see where the text below says humans predictions. If you click on that, it'll open up chapter view.
Wow, that one there. I've never seen it. Oh, look at that. There you go. Okay, so you don't need these things on screen anymore. It's all done for you. That's why. Next, you guys have asked for the American Sidekick modification for the F-35A and C. This is a modification that gives it 2 extra missiles in its stealth missile bay. Yep, we will do that. It's on our long list of stuff to do. We will get that done. Next, specific stuff about the America versus the Chinese naval battle. First, US. Why aren't the JASM and the LRASM in? These are the more modern American anti-ship missiles. We're stuck in the days of harpoons at the moment. We're still using harpoons. Well, we're making them at the moment. It's going to be a while until we've got them working well enough to be in these games. So what we'll do is, once we've got them working, we'll go round again and do a new iteration of these videos. That's kind of the way we're working. Every time we get some new tech in-game, we redo the fights. The ships in-game, for instance, the Arleigh Burke and the Ticonderoga, are firing SM-2 missiles, Standard Missile 2. These are old missiles. Why aren't they firing SM-3 and SM-6? Well, SM-3, I've spoken to a few actual ship guys about this, so I'm pretty sure this is right, is anti-ballistic only. It would only be used against a ballistic missile. Guided ballistic missiles are not in DCS at the moment anyway, so they would not be used, so it's irrelevant. What about SM-6, the most modern standard missile for these ships, which also have anti-ship capability as well as anti-air. I agree, they should be on the ships in some quantity. Unfortunately, we just don't have them. We can't figure out how to add them to the ships. They can be done. Guys with big enough brains could figure out how to mod SM6 onto these ships. Unfortunately for me, Simba and the guys we've got is way above our IQ level, and we don't know how to do it yet. If someone can do it, send it our way and we'll use it. There is just one more thing to point out though. I'm in a lucky position where I get to talk to active sailors aboard these ships, Tycho and Ali Burke, and they've all said so far that yes, they do run SM6, but in their magazines they only have a very small proportion of SM6 and SM3. The vast majority are still SM2. So for what we're doing here, shooting at subsonic anti-ship missiles, it probably would be SM2 anyway. So what we're actually doing and what we're fighting, it probably is actually relatively realistic. Next, where are the AIM-260s? They should be using AIM-260s. These are the modernized post-AMRAAM air-to-air missiles. Here's the problem, guys. I can't find any information. I can't find a single picture anywhere, confirmed picture of this thing. So I don't know, we don't know what to model. Actual official specifications, we can't find anything. We found the original brief, or whatever you call it, you know, the request for the missile, but we have no idea what this missile is achieving. What speed it's going to do, how far can it go, what's the guidance, what's the fusing, what's the warhead. No one knows, so we can't make it. It's as simple as that. So, sorry. Stealth gun pod. You guys say that the gun pod on the Lightning II is stealthy. I did not realise this, so I need you guys to confirm. Is that true? Is the gun pod really stealthy? I get the feeling it's not, because to make a gun pod stealthy must be really hard. So I'm going to let you guys get back to me on that, and you tell me how you want to proceed. For the time being, I'm going to assume the gun pod is not stealthy. Next, your complaints against China. We're not using the 052D destroyer, the 055 destroyer, or the 054B destroyer. We are actually using the 052C, the 054A at the moment. We're not doing that because they're not in game. I've spoken to the guy who makes the official Chinese assets for the core game and asked him whether he'll put any of these in, and he said he won't. I don't know why. It's probably game balance. They're probably too good, too modern. They could still be added in via modification, the kind of stuff we're doing with the new missiles. However, like I said at the beginning, this is way above what myself and Simba can do. If there are guys out there capable of making these ships from scratch, send them my way and we'll use them. Next, you guys wanted YJ-12, almost brand new supersonic anti-ship missiles on the Flying Shark. We did have a mess around with that and did actually get them to sort of work. Here's the problem though, because the missiles are so big and heavy, when the planes took off, this is all roughly modelled in game, when the planes took off of the aircraft carrier, they just fell into the water. And at that point, the only way to kind of make them fly would be to give them big cheaty engines or something to make them fly faster, which is getting a bit stupid at that point, right? So we've cancelled that project for now, and I don't know how to move forward on that. Next, because we don't have these super modern ships, you know, brand new ships for the Chinese, you should buff the escort ships, the standard ones, by just adding more of them. But the problem is it's a very slippery slope. Where does that end? What about the British? The British are going to have some pretty crap ships. Does that mean we double the number of British ships? I think we should stick to 6 escort ships for all countries. That's my personal view on it. Finally, AWACS. You guys say that aircraft carriers, various coalitions, carry multiple AWACS, not just one. So you wouldn't just have one out there. If it got shot down, that's everyone, you know, out of the game. Fine, I'll start using multiple AWACSs, and that will start today. Finally, some viewers are very angry that ship-on-ship battles are no longer happening. That is unfortunately a result of having more realistic range battles. You will not get ship-on-ship contact anymore. If they're starting 200 miles away, 200 stat shoot miles, it will take, what, 3 hours before they're closing to gun range, which none of us have to give, unfortunately. We're all our families and stuff, and it's just not possible. And you can't fast forward in multiplayer, and we want to do multiplayer. I have no solution for that, humans. It's just how it is. We want to move more realistically. That's what you're going to get. If you want to see ship-on-ship battles, we've got loads, like 70 previous ones of the less realistic ones where they start much closer. Obviously, that wouldn't happen in real life. That is our feedback from our previous video. Thank you for the feedback. This is where we get most of our information and debates, and we'll act on those as well. Which brings us to today's battle. So welcome to the battle. We have a 2025 predicted Chinese carrier strike group versus 2025 UK carrier strike group. So why don't we start with the Chinese before? The reason we're doing Chinese is because I've literally just recycled them from the previous fight, which saves me hours of messing around and testing. So they have one CV, which is a Type 003, their brand new Fujian supercarrier. 4 destroyers, Type 052C, 2 frigates type 054A. Why do we have 2 frigates? Well, realistically, they're going to have frigates, a carrier strike group, because you need anti-submarine. I know we don't have anti-submarine threat here, but it's just the most realistic thing that would happen if we look at historical carrier strike groups. They have what we believe is the maximum capacity of flying sharks, 60, 30 on air-to-air, 30 air-to-ground or anti-ship. They have 2 AWACSs in play, 2 KJ-600s, plus some humans that we'll talk about in flying sharks, giving a total of 7 ships and 62 AI aircraft. Let's go into the gritty details. As you can see here, we have our analog for Fujian. It's actually a legacy supercarrier, but it's the closest we can get. And no one really knows much about the Fujian at the moment. In fact, if I listen to the valued viewers, this has got somewhere between 1 and 4 catapults. No one's even sure how many catapults it's actually got. We've got 30 flying sharks, all AI set to maximum skill level. They will take off and go boom boom. They have a mixture of long range, medium range and short range weapons. Long range are 6. PL-15 capable of about 90 to 100 miles. We've set them up slightly better than the AIM-120Ds as we think they should be in real life. According to basic wiki details, it's the best we've got. 2 medium range missiles, equivalent of the legacy AMRAAMs, AIM-120C, something like that. And finally, we've got the PL-10 high off-board sight, capable vector thrust IR-guided missiles for self-defense. Next, anti-ship. Anti-ship will take off after the cap, obviously, as they probably would do in real life once air superiority is secured. There are 30 of them, and they'll be taking off with the following loadout, which we think is the best loadout they can do without A, their wings falling off, or B, just hitting the water when they come off the boat. 4 YJ-83Ks, these are kind of like modernised harpoons with a range of 100 nautical miles or a bit more, and self-defense PL-10s. We don't want to load them up with more missiles because they start struggling to fly a bit, or we think they would do in real life. They will spread out along these vectors. A lot of people saying it's unrealistic they would just fly towards the other carrier, so I issue them orders, by the way, to spread out. They will not listen to those orders. Once they see a threat of some kind, they will do what they want, and I will lose control over them. We'll talk a bit more about that as we go. 2 AWACSs, the KJ-600 in play here. One is a redundancy, as we probably would have in real life. And my humans. We always have humans in these fights because AI is... AI is just stupid. It's just a stupid robot, and it's pretty boring. Humans, not so boring. We've actually got 3 today on this side. Simba is flying, and he's going to be also sailing the ship, so he'll be a part-time admiral. All ships in modern fights nowadays on GR are controlled by humans. They are equipped with the air-to-air loadout, by the way, of PL-15s and SD-10s here. They've also got Cannonball and Strider. Say hello, you 3.
Hello.
Hello, you 3.
Ahoy.
Well done for flying the Chinese. I know it's difficult because you've got to fight some pretty hardcore planes. That's the Chinese today. The UK. I had an interesting decision to make in that at the time of making this video, we have 24 F-35B Lightnings, according to Wikipedia. In fact, I think it's actually 23 because we've just crashed one. But I'm going to say 24 anyway because we like to use just the basic open source public info, and it says 24, so 24. Now in 2025 we're expected to have lots more, about 70, and about 36 to 40, depending on which website you believe, can operate from the Queen Elizabeth carrier, as we've got here. And so I could go and put 36 or 40, but I like being the underdog as the British. I like having things stacked against me. It's how I've lived my entire life, and I enjoy being in that position. So I thought, what if the cost of living crisis, which is hitting England massively at the moment, if anyone follows the news, it may happen to other countries as well, but we're really struggling at the moment, like massively. So what if we had to cut all expenditure for purchasing fighters, so we couldn't buy any more, and we were stuck with just the 24 we have now? What if that happened? So I'm going to go along with that because I want to make this really difficult for us. So we've got just 24 frontline F-35s. So we've got 1 CV, Queen Elizabeth class, 2 destroyers, British Type 45 destroyers, 2 destroyers, Arleigh Burke 2A. Why is that? Well, that's actually quite normal for a British carrier group. I looked back in history, for instance, CSG-21 that was shadowing China for a while, 2021, and one more since then. They actually have half Type 45s, half Arleigh Burkes that they borrow from America, and then we also have some other British anti-submarine frigates. So that's just the way I went for it, because that's what you probably see. Again, 2 frigates as well, because you must have anti-submarine frigates nowadays. It's as simple as that. I don't have the frigates we would use, so I've just put in some old OHPs there. It'll probably give about the same firepower in terms of ground to air. Next, we've got 24 F-35s, and we'll go through them in a minute. 2 AWACSs. We do not have the AWACSs that we use at the moment to enable AEW helicopters, so we've had to just borrow some pretend E-2Ds from America. It's the best we've got, and we've got 2 of them, one at the cavalry group and one a bit back. So that's a huge difference. Chinese, 7 ships and 62 AI. British, or UK, 7 ships and 26 AI, less than 50% of the fighting force of the Chinese. Like I said, I like being the underdogs. Let's go over our ships and our planes in a bit more detail. Type 45 destroyers, 2 of them, probably what you would get to see. Very modern UK ships, very capable when their engines are working. Arleigh Burke, tried and tested American vessels, a bit older, but still very capable vessels. And a couple of OHB legacy frigates for anti-submarine. Queen Elizabeth, we've got 2 of these at the moment. I think they're both broken down because Britain, there she is. She's modelled relatively well. And her air wing. Now, here's where it gets a little bit interesting today, guys. Sorry this has taken so long, but lots of details to go over. Of the 24 F-35s aboard Queen Elizabeth today, the first 8 going out are going to be in stealth configuration, because you guys like to see a bit of stealth and a bit of murder. After those first 8 stealth configurations have gone out, 16 murder configurations will go out. Now, the way that I've done it is I've had to use a mixture of F-35A and F-35B for that. There's no way around that. You can only set 1 radar cross-section value per airframe, if that makes sense. So I can't have multiple loadouts on a single airframe. So that's the best we can do. I've had to bodge it and wiggle it as ever, but we're getting good at that now. So 8 F-35A lightnings representing F-35Bs in stealth configuration. Look, they're carrying meteors. Yes, it's a bit glitchy and buggy, but that's the best we get in Grim Reapers, I'm afraid. So just get used to it. 4 meteors with a range of around 110 nautical miles. We've actually got to set up a titchy-witchy bit better than the PL-15s, I think, which are in turn a titchy-witchy bit better than the AIM-120Ds, which we think satisfies real-life data as best we can get. 4 in the bay, none on the pylons, and the pylons will be removed in stealth configuration, giving them a radar cross-section of 0.005 meters squared. These are considered stealth. Once 8 of those have gone up, then we will see the murder spec. F-35Bs, which today are in murder configuration, which look freaking awesome. They will be carrying 8 Meteor missiles. We're assuming, by the way, that the F-35s by this point in 2025 have been configured to carry the Meteors, which we assume they will be. I think they're firing AMRAAMs at the moment in real life. So we just have to assume that they've got their tech sorted by then. A gun pod, because again, I'm still not convinced that is actually a stealthy gun pod, and 2 ASRAAMs for close range, and that's our murder configuration. Finally, today's humans, which are 50 miles back here. Why are they 50 miles behind? It's because it's simulating the humans taking off from the carriers with the AI, which cannot be done. Humans will never share with AI. They're just not compatible. We've learned this through years of practice. You guys have a respawning choice, and all humans can respawn today, because I need to give you guys a good game as well. Either have stealth configuration F-35A or murder configuration F-35B. It is up to you which one you will choose. I should say, very important to say, the murder configuration is not stealthy. It is modelled at 0.5 meters squared. That is low visibility, but not stealthy. What that means is this guy can only be seen at about 20-ish miles and shot at about, well, let's just say 20-ish miles with an average long-range radar. This guy can be seen from probably 60 miles away and shot at about 60 miles away, at a guess, 0.5 meters squared. That's the trade-off between murder and stealth, but we've got both in today. Guys, I've done lots of talking, and I've tested it through to make sure it works and everything works, which is great. However, I don't know who's going to win. So, predictions, please.
God save the Queen.
No idea.
China.
I'm going to put my prediction. Ooh, I hope UK wins, because I'll be shouted at a lot if I've done the cut down to 24 fighters and we don't win. I think this one's going to come down to the humans. I'm not convinced 24 AI 5th gen fighters can actually take down 60 J-15s. I'm not sure that AI can do this. I think it's all up to the humans. How good are the humans going to fly? That's enough spiel from me. Let's fight. Valued viewers, get ready for the simulation. Can Britain, with a sort of reduced austerity loadout, beat what we think China is going to do in 2025? 3, 2, 1, go. Push the buttons. And we're off.
Oh my god, it happened.
Right, let's have a look at the British first of all. Now, it's going to be a little bit ugly because I've had to fudge F-35As so they function on the Queen Elizabeth. So you're going to see some weird graphics, valued viewers. But they should, in theory, use the ski ramp and take off and not stall. Stand by. Sweet, he doesn't appear to be taking off at all. Wait for it.
By the way, Violet, exactly what I said was going to happen happened. Look how far ahead of you I am already.
Yes, he's taking off. My heart was in my mouth. I didn't think he was going to take off for a minute. Okay, he is going to take off. Use the ski ramp. Don't stall, don't stall, don't stall, don't stall. Yeah! Supercat mod's working! They're not my mods. They're not actually my mods at all. They're VSN's mods. I just tinker. Okay, they should all take off now, value viewers, at that rate, which is the predicted launch rate of the Queen Elizabeth. Grump's controlling the boats. Grump, tell us through your tactics of the boat movements today. I'm on a boat.
God is saving the Queen.
God is saving the Queen. Right, I'm watching our analog for Fujian, and we can see the sharks coming up. Simba is moving the boats. Simba, tell us about the boats today.
So these boats are in a lovely light gray and red color scheme. We installed leather seats for your pleasure.
Oh, you got leather seats over there?
Yep, we got leather seats. You got to remember that Simba's on a boat. Right, there we go. Fighters out. Who's doing the best launch rate? British are 3 up. Chinese are 4 up. Chinese carrier launched so fast. Why is that? Reasons. Technically, it's not in the Chinese carrier, which is probably why, but we've got the stealth guys up first with a very small radar cross section. They will be stealthy, and these sharks here, not so stealthy. However, they've just seen the baddies, somehow, probably the ships, and off they go. So, value viewers, I've got a new rendering package, Reshade, working for the first time. Well, not the first time, but got it working now. Let me know what you think. Whether you like it or not, it makes the dark a bit darker, the light a bit lighter, and the edges sharper.
Oh, so you have my configuration.
It's actually damp, so I just did whatever damp told me to do.
They have a video on the YouTubes that talk about an optimal reshade.
Oh, really?
That's the one I use.
I wonder where damp. We'll have to compare our notes at some point. I just got wherever damp is, but damp is also crazy, so you never quite know what you get from damp.
Yeah, maybe he did something more than just the default, but I do kind of like the reshade on this one.
Fat Amy is up to 36,000 feet. That's optimal fighting altitude, pretty much. The Flying Sharks only halfway up, and that is probably realistic, value viewers. These are pretty much twice as heavy as a Fat Amy, and they only have about the same amount of thrust, so obviously limits the amount of weight we can put on the Flying Sharks, as we think it will be in real life. Will it be like that in 2025? I don't know. I'm basically completely reliant on what you value viewers tell me, to be honest. You know more about aviation in general than me, with your collective neural network. Okay, finally up to fighting altitude, Flying Sharks, but they're ways behind. I'm putting in thingy center point nowadays. Lightnings are 40 miles from center point, 46 miles. That's pretty much equal, to be honest. Lightnings are now at supersonic cruise. You might call that super cruise at 36,000 feet. J-35s at much lower speed. In fact, there's one other. Before they start firing missiles, one other thing. The Lightnings tend to burn through their fuel very quickly and run out of fuel. And you guys are saying, no, the Lightnings can go forever. They carry some... Oh, doesn't matter. We're firing out. At 70, 80 nautical miles, the first meteors are out from these stealth Lightnings. Do the real meteors have those big white trails, by the way? No, I don't think they do. But we've added it on because I think it looks cooler and it helps show what's going on to you guys, the valued viewers. Look at that, TWS out, 3 meteors at huge ranges. Now these guys have an equivalent missile to PL-15 that can actually go, slightly less far than the meteor. But the problem is, they can't see these stealth guys. They'll only see them about 20 miles, which we think is roughly more or less realistic. Maybe a titchy-witchy, but less in real life, but I think it's close enough. Missiles chugging away, 50,000 feet, they've got up to about 60,000 feet. In real life, they'll actually go higher, but it causes problems in game, and we're not smart enough to figure out, geez, look at them all firing. Last missile out, so in theory, if I get the new trigger working, this guy should turn around and go home at this point. Or maybe guide his missiles in, but then turn around and go home, and land back on the carrier. Right, the first kills are about to come in at 19 miles. Watch this, humanoids. At this point, you've got to feel sorry for being China.
Yep, you can only apologize.
At this point, I can really only send my heartfelt apologies. The missile's gone active. The hostiles are dodging. Can they dodge a missile gun at 2,500 knots? Nope. No, they can't.
If they can dodge a wrench,
they can dodge a meteor.
Alright, I finally got radar contact.
Ah, that's the Chinese player. That's Strider. Really? Wow. I wonder... Oh, it's probably the AWACS or something. No, look, everyone's firing now, and this is the beauty of the 5th gen system. They just sit pummeling missiles. Look, Violet's firing at 60 miles. This guy's firing at 70 miles. These are nautical miles, remember, so add 10% on, 12% for a statute mile. Just miles and miles and miles. Would you get a configuration where multiple meteors are going out on separate planes? There are deconfliction methods, but in reality, yes, because of the fog of war, you know, you have planes firing at the same targets. Someone did get PL-12 out, so fair play to them. Sometimes stealth is modelled in game. It's not modelled perfectly, and sometimes the stealth will fall through. The map will go slightly wrong. And it may have been a case there, it may not, I don't really know. To be honest, that could even happen in real life. If a stealth plane goes at an angle, an aspect where it's not particularly stealthy at that angle, its stealth will actually break down. So 26 miles, look at that. Wow, it saw a stealth plane. There's a very good chance it didn't. There's a very good chance it's actually shooting one of the non-stealthy planes. Now, we have to remember, at this point, we've got the non-stealthy planes coming out. We've got the murder lightnings, which can be seen and fired at 80 miles. There's a good chance these missiles are actually going for the murder lightnings. In terms of who's winning, the British by a huge amount, as you can see. This guy at this point should be RTBing. Obviously, he's not, because I haven't given him the new code or the new trigger to go home. Here's the halfway point, and they've pushed the Chinese 30 miles back. Note that these guys have now become completely ineffective. They are out of their 4 stealth missiles, and they are now just useless. I suppose they can suck up missiles. And now we can see these PL-15s. Look at this guy. This Chinese man is the most unhappy Chinese man I think I've ever seen. He's just launched all of the missiles. Jesus Christ, look at that.
Splash, cannonball.
Oh, yeah. Cannonball. Violet would apologise, but she won't. That is all. This guy has gone really angry. And look, it shows what an AI can do when he becomes good. Often AI are just stupid. I don't know, they just are. And look what he's done. He's launched 12 missiles all at once, all guided, probably on these guys here who've got a radar cross-section, who are now pumping in more meteors. Are these meteors cheating? No, not really. If you read roughly what they do, and they're multiple motors, these are not cheating. If anything, I actually think I've got them slightly under-modelled.
That better not be you, Violet.
They do not work like they do in real life, because I can't put 3 motors on board. 4 motors, whatever the heck they are. But it's the best I can achieve, and it achieves about the right overall effectiveness. Look at that. Look how many missile trails. Again, we wouldn't probably see these missile trails in real life, but it helps you, the viewer, understand what the heck is going on.
I've been slashed.
That will happen. Are you in murder format?
Nope, stealth.
Wow, fair play. Someone shot a stealth down. PL-10s are coming out. These are IR guided, and they do have slight thermal reduction on these lightnings, but nothing that would fool an actual, you know, missile at close range.
Fox 3 times 5.
Wow, that's my grumpy wumpy. What, you're in murder, right?
Yep.
How are you finding the meteors today, guys? They're looking bloody very good so far. Very hard time for the Chinese to defend.
I'm seeing a white streak in the sky coming straight for me.
Yep, will happen. Huge war of attrition, and the British are winning it hugely. Oh, about to lose one. No. Oh, this could be friendly fire. First friendly fire of the day. No. Good notch, sir. Huge trading missiles. Now look at the Chinese. The Chinese are shooting over the shoulder, over the stealths, and hitting the non-stealths back here. Is that realistic? Pretty much. That's the price we pay for murder. That's the price we pay for murder format, valued viewers. I still think the stealth murder format is a good format.
Have to agree.
Trying to give you the overview, valued viewers, so you can see what's going on with a titchy-bitchy bit of graphics. But the overall tactics are what's important here. A massive barrage of missiles. Here comes Grumps finally, and it will just smash into these guys here. But look at these PL-15s that have gone for the murder. There's going to be a huge loss of the murder. Bang! Murder lightning down.
Bloody Amy's.
Bloody Amy's. Oh, another Amy missed that one. Hard to know what to watch, really. Don't think there's a right answer for this. But here come Grumps missiles, finally. These missiles last for minutes. Minutes. Big heavy batteries on them. Okay, got some guys firing at God knows what here. And everything is modelled relatively realistically, including the radar cross-section, so it's not dissimilar. One thing you would see in real life if these were all human pilots is a lot of them would be flanking out to the side. I can't figure out how to get the AI to do that. Generally, the way it works is once an AI has seen something to fight, it just goes for it. So I could tell them to go up there, and they'll go, oh, something's over here. And therefore, you get this very linear battle here. Whereas it'd probably be more spaced out in real life, but I'm not even sure it'd make a huge difference, to be honest.
Well, that's unnerving. I got a missile launched from behind me.
Ha! Prepare to get a Meteor PL-15 sandwich, Grump. Look at these guys. Look at these murder Amy's still firing at 70 miles. Chug. Murder Amy out of ammunition. The murder Amy's are now all out and out of ammunition and taking actually massive hits. I did not see this coming. The PL-15s have been really effective at destroying the murder Amy's. There's one more stealth left that's just been messing around for the last 12 minutes, dodging missiles. Oh man, there was just too many Chinese. I knew this was going to happen. No, they're still coming out. The Chinese fighters are still coming out. Yep. We haven't even killed 30 of them yet. Uh-oh. China's going to win this, and I'm going to get in all sorts of trouble. Right, human Amy's, you've got to step up your freaking game right now, including Grump. What have you got? Oh, and your friggin' Winchester. God damn it. Oh no, you've got belly missiles. You've got missiles in your belly. Don't forget them. Come on, Amy. Don't let me down. Boof! You're not stealthy at all, sir. Not much you could do. Turns out Murder Spec did not work as well as I thought. What I thought is they would be shooting over the shoulder of the stealths and wiping them out. It turns out the Chinese missiles just is so freaking... Whoa! So freaking well.
Ooh, so many missile calls. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I'm still about 30 miles outside of the bullseye.
Roger, we can probably start firing, to be honest. Damn it, another Amy down. Oh, we're out of Amy's. It's now one stealth who's got Winchester. Oh no. I'm going to get in all kinds of trouble here, valued humanoids. Oh no, the fighters are still taking off. Okay, the anti-shippers, you've got about 10 more fighters to take down, and then the anti-shippers are coming in. Wow, humanoids. I did not... Oh, fuck, that's unlucky. Look at that. Look at that. Oh no. Poor old Simba. Talk about wrong place, wrong friggin' time. This thing's been tracking him for like 10 minutes. Oh, Simba! That's why Simba's famous, valued viewers. Did you see that freaking notch? Right angle, right time. Chinese are flying so freaking well today, guys. 28 American F-35s nearly completely mullered the Chinese on their own. 24 British F-35s not doing so well. Why is that, valued viewers? Sometimes they just won't fly as well. There's, dice rolls being done with the AI all the time, and sometimes they're going to fly well, sometimes they're not. Today's dice roll, not the best. Pretty much as it would be in real life. Humans are very complex creatures, and apart from me, my needs are very simple. Look at Killer smashing those meteors out. Go on, Killer. Rescue it for the British. Long live the king.
Strider, Fox 3.
Boo, Strider Chinese. Okay.
My first missile.
I would be tempted, if I was a human, I would be tempted to come back in stealth configuration like Violet is. I think we just haven't been utilising our stealth enough. A reminder, valued viewers, Violet can only be seen and shot at about 20 miles or less. Killer can be shot at about 70 or 80 miles. That's the difference between murder configuration. And the problem is these pylons, valued humans, these pylons, I'm modelling them to give them a 0.5 metres squared radar cross-section, which I think is about realistic. They can't dump them off, they don't have ejectors, and even if they could, I couldn't model it in game. So, it's a problem. It seems that stealth really is the way forward. Look at Simba, look what Simba just did. You see? He did a thing with his brain. And that is actually going to take an AWACS down. Now, AWACS loss isn't a massive problem anymore because they have redundancies, as you guys asked for, so we now have redundancies. In real life, they would actually be helicopters. And
I'm not getting anything on my radar.
That's because you're doing something stupid. Not Cortana, Violet, because they are right in front of you. Co-altitude, so fix it or turn around. You probably sleeved your antenna up or down accidentally. Oh dear, oh dearie me. Okay, Violet is getting within stealth detection range of 19 miles, so be super careful, Violet. Make a clever decision with your intelligent human brain at this point. Do not be silly. We have all the information. I should see, valued viewers. The pilots can see this map here, but they can only see what their AWACS sees, if that makes sense. So I've got God mode, I can see everything. Violet can see this map here, that's her SA page. She can see whatever the AWACS sees. And vice versa, these boys, Simba, can see whatever the AWACS sees, which does not include the stealth. So that's an interesting concept. Oh, shit. Keller just got brought down by a maelstrom of PL-15s. British in big trouble. I mean, I didn't run the full simulation testing, but I did run odds and sods, and I really didn't think it was going to go this way. Violet's done the Violet thing, and she is about to get neutralised. Guys, there's a precious airframes. Please don't waste them. There's no beating a 3,000 knot.
Touched one missile, got hit by the other.
Roger, you've got a good missile going out, so at least you traded. These missiles have their own radars in them, valued viewers, so... Oh, they only need guidance from mothership.
That's one.
Okay, keep it going, guys. God, these PL-15 are still popping in. Going up to the AWACS. It was locked on the sun.
Murder.
Poor Queen Elizabeth just sitting there. No freaking air wing. Austerity has hit Britain badly. Oh no, and here come the Chinese hordes now. 68 miles away from the British skies. Come on, guys. They are light on ammo. 2 PL-15s. 2 medium-range missiles. And they will also be light on fuel. Don't forget fuel. As soon as you put your afterburner on, a plane can only go for a few tens of miles. Grump's coming back in. Look at that. Grump smashing from 85 nautical freaking mile. I hope the battery holds up. 85 miles shot from Grump, and he needs to do that right now. That'll be a really fast missile. The faster and higher you shoot that missile, the faster and higher it will go. Grump shot it from a fairly unrealistically high and fast height because we're in a game we'd have to worry about RTB for fuel and stuff, but real lightning wouldn't do that. And look, it's got its 2,500 knots, 50,000 feet, and that will keep accelerating. To simulate the ramjet in this, or scramjet, whatever it is, I've put a, well, actually it wasn't me, someone else did it, a motor that just sits and burns for like several minutes. Now it should work out about right, roughly to ranges it can achieve, stuff like that. PL-15 is just dropping out of orbit on you guys. That trade-off between murder and stealth is so important right now. Grump's got more missiles out. Let's check out this missile. See what I mean? 3,000 knots, that's Mach 4.5 or just under. Should just about be in the remit of the real missile. It won't go much faster. Oh, and the SM-2s are out. So here we go, the SM-2s, shooting down these guys.
Fox 3.
It's such a whitewash at the moment for China that we're now having to shoot them down with our ship missiles. But we're still going within the rules of the game. AWACS number 1's about to be lost. Does it matter? Nah, not really. Now we've got 2.
Fox 3.
AWACS 1 down. Good shooting, Violet. Good job for getting your radar fixed. Uh-oh. Can you see where that's going? Value to you? No, maybe it's not. No, it's not. They're doing a thing. Ah. Now here's the problem, valued viewers, because we've lost the air war, the anti-shippers are now shooting their anti-ship missiles from kind of 100 nautical miles away. Yep, literally that. And these have got a problem. These have the ability to wipe our carrier group out. What my boys need to do is to smash these air-to-air guys, smash through the air-to-air shield, and start then smashing the air-to-ground guys. Here's another guy firing some more missiles. Damn you, austerity. I hate you. Okay, Grump's missile's about to hit. Grump singled Simba out with that shot. That's personal. That's personal. Although Simba did get a shot back. Ships fending the J-15s off with their SM-2 missiles. Old missiles, obviously, but like we said, in reality, for this, what's going on here, they probably would still be used. From what if I'm what I'm told right by my naval guys, which is probably right. Problem with SM6 is they're great, but they're very expensive, and you can't put many in a ship. And what you want here is lots. You want many. Grump's pushing his way in, but has he got any ammo left? Oh God, he's no. Oh, he's in murder. He's in stealth format. Go, Grump.
That's one.
Grump's on stealth. Look at that. He's about to reap the benefits and the whatever the opposite for a benefit is. Because he's also about to run out of ammo. Oh, more anti-ship missiles. It's going to get to the point now where the boys are going to have to gun anti-ship missiles. We've reached that weird point now. More meteors from Violet coming out. However, Violet is in murder. You murder. Yeah, Violet's in murder. So radars, AESA radars can see her. And what does that mean? It means PL-15s are about to drop. But you've done your work. That's the good thing. And you do have infinite respawns. Those are the agreements that we've made. Oh, I think you've dodged it. Oh, no, you certainly have not dodged it. Right. Grump should see these guys on his SA screen. Of course, we've got a reserve AWACS. And that is a problem for Grump. He's not seen it.
I'm seeing it. I'm just I have a target.
Yeah, but it's a life or death decision you've got to make. Stealth. They found a non-stealthy aspect. Grump. Oh! Beautiful. Plus side valued viewers, you've only got 3 air-to-air Chinese left, and humans, obviously. No, make that 2. The rest are all anti-shippers. You guys have now got break.
Yep, I splashed something.
Oh, this is an interesting thing. Simba's ordered these guys to start firing. The ships, the naval ships, have started firing their YJ-62s. This could be a massive problem for Britain now. That time when you're really tempted to jump on the British side and help out because massive problems are happening. I'm also worried about the Duncans running out of ammo. They don't carry enough missiles for my liking. Neither do the Arleigh Burke. 64 SM2s for an Arleigh Burke. In today's world, that's not that many. These guys, look, getting beaten in their own yard. My guys here are now getting beaten 50 miles back by PL goddamn 15s that are rocketing down. In real life, the PL 15s have 2 motors, 2 rocket motors, and in game, they've also got 2 rocket motors. So they work pretty well as a real PL 15 does. And they will just chase and hound, a bit like a meteor does. Oh no, tell me it's not dropping on the second AWACS. That would be catastrophic, and it's not. Lucky. That one was shot for the AWACS, it lost track, ran out of battery, whatever. They're only so good, obviously. It's probably gone about 160 miles as well. Maybe more. SM2s, these are legacy missiles. I mean, I wouldn't want to tangle with one, but they are not as good as a Meteor. They are not as good as a PL-15. A completely different type of guidance in them as well.
That's annoying for whatever reason. I can't F9. I can't see what the ship is doing.
Which one?
The Queen.
Turning a right turn, a right pull.
She is getting the hell out of here.
I would do that. Yep, I would do that. Right, good news, guys. You've, apart from the humans, all of the Chinese air-to-air is down. The bad news is, pretty much 30 anti-shippers have fired their anti-ship missiles, and they're frigging on their way now. And bad things are about to happen. Violet about to get smacked by this. Man, China's way too good. Way too good. Look at that. Effing hell.
Yeah, I hear no warning, then all of a sudden I hear beep, 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 and I'm out of the sky.
That's stupid, yeah. Violet survived a hit there. I'll take it.
Yeah, I didn't even see the missile on the F-10.
You won't, I should say, you won't be able to see the
I've got
missiles.
a hydraulics failure right now.
You won't be able to see the missiles on the F-10 because your AWACS cannot report the missiles, but you can report the planes. SM2s are now coming out to defend because freaking anti-ship missiles coming out. This is getting big and sexy, like real friggin' quick. And here's Trump's strategy. He's put the first line as Arleigh Burks, the second line as OHP, and the third line as Duncan. Is that the right thing to do? Maybe. I guess we'll find out pretty dang soon.
That's an interesting direction that the Queen is headed in.
That's Grump's OPSEC. I'm really regretting my austerity now, guys. I should say at this point, if you are in charge of the Ministry of Defence in Britain, do not stop buying Lightnings. Whatever you do not stop buying Lightnings. Keep buying Lightnings. Exciting stuff now, valued viewers. Well, there's me saying you won't get any more ship-on-ship contact with these new war games, and well, here it is with ship-on-ship contact. Well, actually, that's not quite right, but you know what I mean. It's proper boom-boom ship stuff, like the old days, and my blue guys are just getting smashed. They can barely get past. Wow, look at those meteors coming out from Violet. She's just TWS meteors everywhere, as you would do. It's all about attrition now. There's only so much my humans can do. It's all about attrition of those missiles and attrition of those SM2s.
Let's save the queen.
That's right. You can see Grump's opened up the side aspect of the ships. What do you call that? It's broadside. He's opened up the broadside of his ships. He's done that to release as many Sea-Wiz as he can. He wants as many Sea-Wiz as he can. So he uses the Sea-Wiz on one side, let it run out of ammo. Then he turns the ship to go to the other side and uses up the Sea-Wiz on that side. Pretty much, I'd expect, as they would do in real life. You've got to have the ship pointing the right way and the right time to open up as many of its weapons as you can. I think Grump knows exactly which way this is going to go, and he's getting ready for it. As you can see, Queen Elizabeth is getting the chuck out of there, as she probably would do in real life. Although in real life she would probably break down, but we don't talk about that.
It's not like the Kuznetsov that just catches fire all the time.
Russians catch fire, British break down.
Nice one, cannonball.
I got the BDA for that one for some reason.
Apparently you did. Oh, but Violet's found the tip of a big Chinese spear. Oh, has she? Are you in stealth or murder, Violet?
Murder.
Ooh, you're about to feel the pain of that. Oh, did you dodge it?
Yep.
No, you didn't. Yeah, it's,
nope.
Yeah, you got to make those. Yeah, it's.
Oh, I got Violet.
Oof. There's no right or wrong, guys. You just got to do what's right for the job at that moment.
I had no hydraulics to begin with.
Ah, hydraulics help fly lightnings. I mean, you don't have to do them.
Yes, they do.
Look at this. Strider has got 30 miles away from the British. Someone's got to murder Strider. That's an absolute British prerogative. The ships will run out of ammo, as they will do in real life, and they will not reload in time. They can only be reloaded at port, so it's a thing.
Box 3 times 4 on those anti-ship missiles.
Go on in. Oh, nice. There's my boy. Killer is sacrificing his missiles to shoot anti-ship missiles down, which is exactly what he should do. Because the humans will just keep coming now. They'll keep dribbling out. So what he's doing is he's shooting the suckers down.
15 flashed.
Grump,
well done.
Box 3 on Strider.
Get him, Grump.
What a brilliant... Oh, I can see your Fox 3s. Look at that, valued viewers. That's why we leave the smoke trails on. How cool is that? Scrump's meteors. Smashing
I can't see you.
Oh, I'm really enjoying this now, but I know we're going to lose, but I'm really enjoying it. It's such a cool fight. Meteor just smashed this YJ. Whoa! Reasons and words and stuff. We're going to start seeing some Sea-Wiz coming out soon. We did not expect to see that anymore. Ooh, Strider is getting chased like a biatch. Get back to China.
Wow, that's like 6 meteors around him.
Yep, we'll do that. Die.
What are they circling like crows?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have no radar warnings for anything.
Olliebugs are out of ammo. Olliebugs are out of ammo. Oh no. Killer, kill missiles. That's unheard of. Pretty much.
Oh, I can see the smoke trails though.
120 missiles plus the ship's ones are out. Everything is out. No, there's no way we can beat this. The missiles break 2,500 feet. Killer, shoot them. Do you have a gun? I can't remember. See if I've given you a gun. Right, do it.
I see one.
At this point, everything must be sacrificed to stop those missiles getting the ship. We've got thousands of sailors. Killer's found one.
Oh my god, I lost luck.
Oh no!
There we go. There's the second one.
Are they eunuch cow sailors so nobody gets offended?
They are eunuch cow sailors because people get very offended nowadays. One thing I've noted about modernity. A lot of offence going on. Not much common sense.
Follow it into the ship. Follow it into the ship, Killer.
No. It changed its mind at the last second. Man, a lot of stuff's happening right now. Don't know how to commentate this, valued viewers. Just everything's happening. Everything and everything's happening. You see how he's opened up that cannon there, valued viewers?
Oh, poor Perry. Poor Perry.
We can afford to lose the Perrys.
Oh.
Perrys suck ass. He says as the Perrys shoot all the missiles down. Don't remember, Grump, don't forget, you've got to reverse these over the next big battle to open up the other guns. But only when the battle was over and ready for the next battle. Words and stuff. Oh. Oh, the first! It's gonna miss! It missed! Shitty Chinese tech! Suck my face! It missed. Uh-oh.
Beam is a boat.
Oh, that didn't miss.
Bam.
Shitty radar.
And the perk is done.
God damn it. Ah, damn it.
Grump.
One ollie down.
Let me hear it. Let me hear it, Grump.
Killer actually fighting till the end.
Wait for it.
God damn it. Fighting for the lives. The British are fighting for the lives. Right, what they've done now is they've opened up the Type 45s. When the Type 45s get angry, valued viewers, you know shit's kicking off. They've got these things, and I can't remember what they are. They've got those things, I can't remember what they are either. In fact, the missiles appear to be jammed in the tubes. Sweet! We'll just cut that right out. No, they're firing. Hello, Simba.
I've already run it up the gut, and there's nothing that's gonna stop it.
Yes, it is. Guys, we've got 3 missiles that have got through to the Queen Liz. We need them taken down. 3 missiles getting through to the Queen Liz. They're still 20, 30 miles off. Grump is merging very shortly, just saying. Oh, you can't see them on the screens. The guys can't see them on their data link screen, so they're having to do this friggin' blind, which is good work from Killer, who's managed to find them. No, he's out of fuel. God damn it, Amy! Where's Queen Liz? I know, we need to find out where Queen Liz's guns are. Where are your guns, Queen Liz? Okay, she's got 2 Seabirds on the back. She's got 2 Seabirds on the back. She'll defend herself, she'll be fine. Fucking Strider's now in our friggin'...
Oh, no, who took me out?
Strider.
He's right in our ships, using our SM2s up. The Type 45s in real life fire Asters, they don't fire Type SM2s, but it's the best we can do again. If you know how to program Aster missiles, come and join us. Come on, Type 45, don't be a knob. Nice. Type 45 defending himself like a freaking boss. Dogfight! First dogfight of the day, who would have thought? Strider versus someone.
Grump.
Go on, Grump. Make that Chinese bleed. Which is more maneuverable in real life? I don't really know, obviously, but I guess the flanker.
Oh no!
Strider, you have HMD mode.
Ah! No! She's okay. It's still good. Only one got through. She's good.
There's a lot more coming.
She's 10% down. She'll survive, guys. Man, why did this happen? This shouldn't have happened. Grump's got the angle. Oh no, he hasn't. Azram
was on a boat.
You've got Azram. Scrum, freaking use him. They just work like AIM 9X.
I don't think I have the keybind for it. What the hell?
Push the button. Weapon change. And
just turn right there.
Uh-oh. Just concentrate on the fight now. Can you get now rated?
If you have an HMD, you can off bore sight.
He's busy thinking. He's not fighting.
Are they shooting at him?
They're shooting
Hit the number 5. Hit the number 5 on your keyboard.
Oh, Amy. Circle. Worst shooting ever. Oh no, it hit him. Damn it. Oh, they took his tailplane off. Took his stab off. Just get a new one, Grump. Uh-oh.
Hell is he?
Things are about to get much worse. Much, much worse.
I don't think Killer or Violet are going to make it in time.
The YG62 Indies have a range of
well
400
done, Strider.
Ah, God, no.
Well done. The hero of China.
Come on, guys.
He'll die.
We've still the rules. We can still respawn. We can still... Uh-oh. Stuffing things. Get some, baby. One. Oh, sweet. The Seabirds have stopped working properly. Never mind. It's close. You know what? It's close enough, valued humanoids. It's close enough. She's still good.
Ooh.
She's still good.
She's yeller.
Damn, yellow belly. Shoot it, 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 shoot it. Ah! Yes! She fights again, guys.
There's so many more coming.
Uh-oh. Things are about to happen. Stuffing things.
Hey, Cap, where's that Eurofighter?
Fortunately, God saw fit to make it not naval. Damn it. Oh, we got the last one. Look at that. Well done, Perry. Come on, defend yourself.
That Perry's fighting for his life.
Come on, shoot it, shoot it, shoot it, shoot it. Well done. And Ollie Burke, go. You do it too. Why don't they fit more Seabirds to these freaking things? How are the Americans? They should be bristling with 20 Seabirds. What we should have done, thinking about it, is got Queen Liz behind the Duncans so that the missiles had to come through the Duncans. That's what we should have done, but
too late now.
Yeah, that was kind of the idea, but I did see a giant group of aircraft flying from the south coming in.
You saw the aircraft? Well, every Chinese missile is out, so that's 120 plus 60 is 180 Chinese missiles have been shot. Ranges varying in between up to 400 kilometers with these YJ-62s. So, frigging escapable. Violet, you're merged with the YJ-83 that needs taking out, by the way. That is all.
I've got a meteor out on it, Violet.
There's no more threat from the Chinese fighters. I mean, they barely got the fuel to get over here. Yeah, we've got a meteor coming out. Just stay out of the way, Violet. You're confused to meet you.
Hi, Perry. Oh, it's gone? It just disappeared? Question mark?
Oh, all the missiles just disappeared. Nice.
That's because you just lost the radar.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, okay, never mind.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. That's not good.
This meteor should still hit. Meteor's probably locked on now.
Yep. She's tracking. I still got her locked.
It's a race. It's a race. I'm on a boat. Miss. It's a dead missile. Killer, leave that missile. It's a dead missile. Okay, we haven't got that many to survive. We've got to survive 30 more missiles, guys. If we can survive 30 more missiles, we can consider this a draw. And some of them are just dying on their own. They're running out of... I don't know what they're doing. They're doing DCS things, just smashing into the water for reasons. That is strictly a them problem, valued viewers. Not a British problem.
I'm not getting any of them on the radar now. After whatever just happened, I've completely lost all SA.
No Sea-Wiz. No Sea-Wiz left.
Goodbye, other Perry.
Apparently it takes 15 minutes to reload a Sea-Wiz. 15 minutes. Oh, look at that. Big bit of us missing. Yep, Perry's down and out. Once they're red life, they can't fight back or something like that.
Alright, where's that J-15?
Good shot, Killer. Good shot.
Where's that J-15 that was next to our ships?
Your nearest contact is 300470.
I kamikazed into the Perry.
Oh! Strider! She can't even defend herself. Look at Killer taking out missiles.
Pounds of fuel left.
Put your face into a missile would be my absolute best thing. There's one more batch of missiles to defend. If we can do that, we can call it a draw and escape and get to Portsmouth. A draw, huh? I'm just saying you haven't killed us. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not a complete loss then. If we can keep the ship alive, there'll still be a Chinese win. Good kill, Killer. And a miss. And a hit. Well done. Still be laggy. Right, one more batch of missiles to kill, guys. It is about 15 YJ-62s, all on the deck.
Got a PL-15 wanting to kiss my face.
Yep, you're going to have to deal with that as well. Such a good fight this was.
Fuel.
Right, we'll do something useful, Violet. I don't know what it is, but do something. Yeah, get shot by this PL-15s. That's actually quite good use. Now, in real life, valued humans, the Chinese here would actually RTB, as they're doing here. You can see they're all landing. And then they would go up with anti-ship missiles again and finish the British off. That's not modelable in-game because pretty sure we can't do that with carriers yet. So will actually be a Chinese victory, I just realised. But you know what? Let's fight for honour.
Oh, no.
Honour is important. Yep, not much avoiding that, I'm afraid. Not much avoiding that. Huge Jammy Sword. Nice notch. He hit that angle, that sweet 90 degrees, just at the right time. It's just enough. And again, look at that. That's my boy. All right.
Sadly, I think my meteors aren't going to track now because they lost their lock.
Yeah, they've all gone into the sea. That's Cannonball. He's being sensible. He's just sitting outside, sitting at 40, 50, 60 miles, just sniping. Pick, pick, pick. Snipe, snipe, snipe. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, had to happen. Had to happen, guys.
Grump, Fox 3 times 6 on cruise missiles.
Nice. This is where Grump gets the big bucks. 6 missiles. That's half of them.
And splash cannonball.
Haha.
Yeah, take that one, cannonball.
Just as a final fuck you.
Yeah, just as I shot down all your air cover.
I am the air cover.
We still have Grump. Grump will save us.
I don't know about that, actually. There was a problem coming Grump's way. There was a final FU coming to Grump, I'm afraid to say. Can he find that
Grump,
90 degrees? Can he get that 90 degrees? These have AESA radars in them, but even AESA radars can be notched. Yes, he did it! You see that? As soon as he hit 90 degrees, the missile stopped tracking.
Oh, those anti-shippers aren't getting anywhere near the Queen.
You've just taken 6 down. 6 anti-ship missiles down.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's phase saved. That's phase saved, guys, which is important. Gotta save that. Hello. This guy's still got freaking ammo. Oh, he's reloaded his Sea-Wiz. Nice. Oh no, Grump switched sides. You see what Grump switched sides there? Actually, I think these have only got one Sea-Wiz anyway, so we'll scratch it.
I see
Oh,
1,
shit.
2, 3, 4.
3 more ship missiles to shoot down. Ship missiles to shoot down, and then we're done, guys. Oh, make
Did
that
we
2.
just lose our other AWACS?
No. No, it's
no, he's still up.
So 11, you got one more YJ62. The Chinese have quit now, basically. They're going back home to reload. You got one more missile to shoot down in front of Grump. Oh, it's tracking the Queen Elizabeth as well. This could actually knock her engines out. This one needs to be taken out, guys. It's the other side of the... Oh, well, Grump's seen it. Tally Grump on the missile.
Seawiz is out at it.
Seawiz could get it anyway, yeah.
Box 2.
Ooh, Grump, well done. And final flyby. Woo! My boys, what a great fight, guys. I'm going to pause it and pause. Chinese won. I'm actually a little bit surprised about that. Why did they win? Here's the thing. If the British had used all stealth, no murder, they wouldn't have enough missiles to win this, because they can only have 4 missiles per thing. And even if they did, I did get them to go back home, you know, it takes an hour to reload a plane or whatever anyway, so they're out of the fight one way or another. If I go murder, like I did, some murder, the murders just get shot down. The main problem here was the murders got slaughtered by PL-15s as they would be in real life. They're not stealthy anymore. The thing about the Chinese is there's so freaking many of them, and it is pretty good tech, to be fair, at least on paper. It's a real problem. So the British, at least we save-faced, and the Queen Elizabeth is sort of trotting off. But in real life, obviously, the J-15s would just land now, come back up with a fresh set and finish her off. Maybe we'll redo it again. I'll take your viewer suggestions on board. Tell me what you think the British need to win. What configuration will allow up to 36 next time, and what configuration you think you need to win the fight. Otherwise, I thought it was a brilliant fight, and everything probably, to be honest, went about as it should. What did you think, guys?
God save
the Queen. I liked it a lot. It was very fun.
It's
great to watch.
Strategy, if you kind of noticed, I waited until my ships were spread and Eiley Burks were already starting to fire SA-2s at airborne targets, and then I opened up.
So that's a really good point from Simba there, that again probably won the battle, is that these ships all fired the missiles at the beginning as standard at YJ. So what he did is he set them to hold fire, waited until Queen Elizabeth was starting to struggle, then he opened the missiles up on these, and they all launched 8 missiles each, and that, well, you saw the damage it did. It smashed almost all of our escorts. Only 2 escorts left, Dunkers, which are both out of ammo and useless. So well done, Simba. Good tactics there. Anything from your naval tactics, Grump? You just tried to stay alive pretty much.
Originally, I was planning on getting one of the Arleigh Burkes clear out ahead to use it as a frontline SAM and start to take out a lot of the fluff that we had in the air and just kind of thin out the air. In the end, just turned into everything defend the Queen. Moved all my pieces in order to protect the Queen.
Right, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. It's the best we could do at the moment, and I thought that was really good personally, and we'll see you later. Hello, valued viewers. I hope you're all doing wonderfully well. Last week, we did this. Wargames. Is the US 7th Fleet vulnerable to Chinese anti-ship strike near Taiwan? And the whole idea was about running a USN defensive network with our new weapon that we have in game, which is the AIM-120D long-range missile. It was a good fight, but as usual, we had a few inaccuracies. The main inaccuracy you guys pointed out was that our AIM-120Ds are going way too fast and are just unrealistic. And when we look back, you're right. They were going Mach 7, Mach 6, which is way too fast for an AIM-120D. So we went back to the drawing board. We took the code for the AIM-120D, and we've now changed it to make it much more realistic. We can't make it perfectly realistic because we don't have ramjet type technology in DCS yet, but we can create a good analog. So we've created this naval battle to try out our version of the AIM-120D AMRAAM. It's a 1990s US carrier group versus a 2020s US carrier group. A bit of information about the AIM-120D. What we did to make it more realistic was we changed the max output thrust of the missile, and it's now about 1/3 of what it was. We've increased the amount of fuel in the missile by about 2 times, and we've increased the amount of allowable burn time on the motor by about twice as well. What this gives us is a missile that goes about 100 miles. It peaks at Mach 4.1 rather than Mach 7. It's still not perfect, but it's much more realistic and not as good. So today's battle in the West, a 1990s US carrier group, 170 nautical miles to the east, because we thought we would put some distance in today to try these AMRAAMs out. A 2020s US carrier group. Let's start with them. We've got a supercarrier surrounded by 5 Arleigh Burke destroyers. On board the carrier are 48 AI aircraft set at max skill level. The first 3 flights of 12 are air-to-air FA-18F Super Hornets.
with 8 AIM-120D AMRAAMs, AIM-9X, and fuel tank. Next are 12.
I'm sorry, Cap. Did you say Mach 2 missiles?
As in Mark II, as in...
Oh, Mark II, okay.
Yeah. 12 F-35C Lightning IIs with the new AIM-120Ds in its belly. Unfortunately, it can only carry 4 in its belly in stealth configuration. It will not have any on the wings, and the wing pylons will not be there. We haven't figured out yet, by the way, how to make the AIM-120Ds go on the wings. We will at some point. We can't do beast mode yet. So that's 24 so far. Also, 24 anti-ship Super Hornets. Unfortunately, we cannot get the Super Hornet to launch anti-ship missiles in-game. I've tried everything I can, and I cannot get it working, so I've had to give up. I'm going to play Legacy Hornets as the Super Hornets for the anti-shipping. Now, don't worry too much. In terms of anti-shipping, they're actually almost identical to a Super Hornet. They carry the same amount of missiles in the same place. In terms of speed and range, it won't make any difference. So, other than looking a bit strange, it's not going to make much difference. 24 of those which are going to go out and do anti-shipping. They have an AWACS at 30,000 feet, and then the humans. The humans today are starting 50 miles behind the carrier because they do not share the carrier very well with AI when you start messing around with planes and missiles and stuff like this. So they've got to fly 50 miles, and then they will go over the carrier, and then they're in game. My beautiful humans flying F-35s today are Matrix and Cannonballs. Say hello, you boys.
Hello, you boys.
They are simply in F-35. I had to put A models because the wings snap off otherwise. It's near enough for these guys. And they've got 4 AMRAAMs each. Guys, you are allowed to respawn today. These are huge fights. So if you die, respawn. 170 miles away are the 1990s US carrier group. We have another super carrier. Escort ships are different. Instead of Arleigh Burkes, we've got 2 Ticonderogas, and we've got 3 Oliver Hazard Perrys. Technically, I suppose Arleigh Burke was sort of available in the 90s, but I wanted to deconflict. On ship, again, 48 AI aircraft. The first 12, again, are air-to-air. They are Legacy F-18Cs, set 2 Murder Bog. We've got, I can't even count that, but a whole bunch of Legacy AMRAAMs, C models, and a whole bunch of AIM-9Xs for them to use. Next, 12 F-14 Bravo Tomcats, very cool long-range interceptor, with 4 Mark 60 Phoenixes, 2 Sparrows, 2 Sidewinders, and fuel tanks. And they also get 24 anti-ship planes, which are going to be the same ones that we saw across their Legacy bogs. And finally, the human AI on the Legacy side. We've got Grump, Simba, DJ, and Killer. Say hello, boys.
Hello, boys.
Hello, boys.
You guys get to choose Legacy bog, or you get to choose a Tomcat, and you can chop and change, and you can respawn as you wish. And that's the fight, guys. It's the first time we've run it with the new variant 2 of the AMRAAM-D, so we need to do predictions. We've run it through to check everything works, but otherwise I haven't actually run it through tactically to see who wins.
I think it should be a win for the 2020s, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have stealth. We don't.
Right. And it is modelled, by the way. The stealth is modelled. They're not fully invisible. They can be seen by a Legacy Hornet at about 10 miles. They can be seen by a Tomcat at about 20-25 miles, by a ship at about 30 to 40 miles. Okay, guys, here we go. Simba, please unpause server. Hey, valued viewers, possibly our best, most well-equipped naval battle so far. Let's see how it goes. Server appears fine. There's going to be 48 AI versus 48 AI versus infinite respawning humans. Distance between carrier groups of 170 nautical miles. Let's go and check out the carrier groups. Okay, 2020's carrier group is a Nimitz. It's not a Gerald Ford. It's a Nimitz class. Mixed super bugs with AIM-120Ds and F-35C with AIM-120Ds. Also, my valued humans. The much cooler guys, the 90s. Now, you can't tell me that doesn't look sexy, valued humanoids. 12 F-14 Bravos and a bunch of Legacy bugs with Legacy weapons. Now, there is one thing to think about, valued viewers. Although, obviously, the modern side have long-range missiles, the AIM-120Ds, don't forget that also these 90s Tomcats also have long-range weapons. They have a Phoenix, a very different type of missile, different technology, but it actually outranges the AIM-120D, and actually the radar in here outranges, I think, even the modern aircraft. Very powerful radar, very powerful missiles, horrendously expensive, obviously. It's a different era of tech. What I'm saying is that even the 90s had long-range missiles as well.
Okay, first legacy aircraft up. It's a Tomcat. Look at that baby. I can understand why US got rid of them, but pinnacle of the time. Also, our humans, we've allowed a few more humans on the legacy side. There are reasons, and just take my word for it. Look at Simba super cruising. Oh no, he's not, he's got burners on. Simba, you'll shoot where you fuel up. Boys there. DJ's at the back. DJ, it's your first time in our Wargame series. How do you feel about it?
So far, so good. I'm just a little bit behind the brothers, but I got further kicked in. I'll catch up.
Roger. By the way, if you ever want to come in these war games, they are actually open to anyone. We record them at funny time, but they're open to anyone. Ideally, donators. If you want to come and donate, just come and join in. They're here for you. Right, super bugs up and airborne with their mighty payload of 8, 10 AIM-120Ds. I can't wait to see them fire. Fingers crossed they work. What about launch rates? Launch rates should be the same because both in-game have got the same carrier. In real life, I'm assuming this would be a Gerald, well, it could be a Nimitz or a Gerald Ford, couldn't it? We're doing a long-range fight today, a bit more like they would in real life, kind of 200 statute miles away from each other, so engagements will take a long time. That's what you guys, the valued viewers, want. Super Bogs. Taking off, I called them Super Bogs, Super Bugs, whatever. Same thing for me. Okay. Oh, now here's a problem. Only one Tomcat's taken. No, there is a difference in the launch rates. Look at this. 4 Super Bugs up to 2 Tomcats. Now, why is that, humanoids? There must be reasons for it. Let me check. The carrier's not gummed up. It's not. Don't think it is. If this carrier gets gummed up, I'm going to be so pissed off. Blue guys, can you keep an eye on your carrier? No, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Generally speaking, as long as you're using non-modified planes, the carriers shouldn't gum up. But
flyby incoming.
More than twice the amount of modern guys are airborne. You guys, the valued viewers, need to tell me why that is. I don't know why that is. What is it about a Tomcat that takes longer to get airborne? Hi, Simba. Air Marshal's going to have your balls for that.
Jester just told me that exact thing.
Run over the deck.
Welcome, boys. Are you in the bug, Grump?
Nope.
Roger. Okay, so
Tomcat.
Okay, Super Bugs 6 up. Tomcats still only 3 up. But we've got my humans in here. Ooh, this is going to be exciting, valued viewers. This is the kind of thing you want to see. This is awesome. It's the kind of thing I want to see. Right, distance between fronts of now only 90 nautical miles, 100 statute miles.
Flyby.
Go, humans. Woo! Okay, all of the super bugs are up. The air-to-air super bugs. It's now just the F-35s, and then it goes to anti-shipping. Distance between fronts of 70 miles, and guys haven't fired yet. Ooh, this makes me think stuff isn't working. Please work. There's one thing about making it work in single player or small multiplayer servers. Making things work in big multiplayer servers is basically what we call an art form. Here come the first AIM-120Ds at break. 70 odd miles. Now let's watch the new flight model of the AIM-120D, valued viewers. It would be going about 4,000 knots now, but we've got it down to 2,000 knots. And the rocket motor, which is pretending to be a ramjet type motor, is going to burn for 2 or 3 times as long. This is not going to make it perfectly realistic, but it's going to make it much more realistic than it was. Look how slow it is now.
Box 3.
Really? Wow, that's my Grump. He's firing back at those super boxes at 82 miles. That's my boys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you the power of the freaking 1970s Tomcat. That's a Bravo model, but it's more or less still just the 1970s model with slightly better engines. And here come the AIM-120Ds. Future versus past. Super Bogs heading in supersonic Tomcats. Now here's the problem. These guys carry much more missiles.
Okay, AI F-14s are now firing their Phoenixes. So it's about equal so far. What's better, an A120D as we've got a model or a Phoenix? I don't know. Like I said, these are not cheating missiles anymore. That there, it's actually gone a little bit faster than I thought. I haven't actually tried it up slightly this high, but that's still only Mach 4.2 or thereabouts, so it's not cheaty. It can go that fast, and it's on glide now. So it is actually reducing its velocity.
Fox 3 missiles are out, turning back.
First kill on a Tomcat with the Mark II version of the A120D. First blood of the day. Tomcat down, brilliant plane, but is it as good as a Superbug? Probably not. I've also increased the pitbull range slightly of these missiles to give the hostiles a bit more of a chance. It was set stupidly cheap. Basically, we ripped this off from another guy's mod, who are perfectly nice guys, but we ripped it off from theirs, as everyone does in the mod community, basically. But everything was set super patriotic, so we've just toned everything right down just to make it a bit more reasonable. Look, someone's outrunning an A120D for the first time. Uh-oh, DJ. DJ's first time in War Games. Can he evade? It is possible to this, but the notch filter is very small on this. Ah! We have control of that.
Down.
Get another one, boys. You are in a maelstrom of A120Ds, guys. Oh my god, A120Ds still smashing through the Phoenix. Phoenix has got very few kills, but they are killing. Superbugs are not immune. Superbugs are not immune. Look at the difference in the way the missile works. This thing goes to friggin' space, and then there's... That's the halfway, that's bullseye, that's the halfway point, and the Superbugs have got there. I think the Phoenix has just been changing game. I don't really play the core game much anymore, but I think the Phoenixes have been changed again, haven't they, guys? I don't know how or why. Killer's still alive. Killer has notched a whole bunch of AMRAAM Ds. Oh, what, this one's still on burn and it's going towards Killer. So it looks like its velocity down here, max, is about 3.5 by the looks of it. Which is still a... maybe it's about right. That's our Killer. Talented young man. Oh, but not talented enough. Go up to blow up, as Symbolize to say. Almost beat it. It was 600 knots. Unlucky. Jesus Christ, these things are still floating. Look. 23,000 feet above the Legacy Carrier Group. It was a massive whitewash, guys. The Superbugs have just smashed the entire 90s Air Force out of the sky. I didn't think it would be that much of a whitewash. Just cross. Modern technology is ridiculous. We will be running the 7th Fleet thing again, valued viewers, with the nerfed A120s and some slightly increased Chinese missiles. These guys are just pumping at 70 nautical miles. Gotta feel a bit sorry for the old guys at this point. How do you feel about being an old guy right now, DJ?
I'm thinking the U.S. needs to change the law that says we gotta have 10 aircraft carriers, so we need to have at least 25.
Roger, guys, I don't want to be that guy, but your AWACS is about to get smacked at 90 miles. Which is all legit. That is all possible in real life with this missile. Oh, you've lost your AWACS. Now, that will impact them. I know they've got Aegis on these ships, but Aegis is not as good as AWACS simply because it's down low. Whereas you have SN2s out. Okay, finally, the carrier's having to defend itself. This is very unfortunate for all involved. Okay, Legacy Bog's taking off now. One problem that really scuppered you guys was your launch rate was terrible on your carrier. Don't know why that was. They are flying to their certain death. They're brave young Americans, but they are flying to their certain death, valued humanoids.
Maybe, just maybe, this might work in our favor.
It might.
If they've used up all their missiles from their Super Hornets, we might just overwhelm them.
They have been. Yeah, I'm looking at them now. They're physically Winchester, apart from AIM-9Xs. Too soon, Junior. Too soon. Oh, and they're now getting fired at by Phoenixes. Could this come back and bite them in the butt? Superbog notched. The Superbog is not cheating in game or anything. Its radar cross section is 1.5 meters squared, as it apparently should be, and it can't do any like crazy speeds or anything. It should be about right. I got a really nice letter from someone in the know, by the way, who I'm not allowed to talk about, who just wanted to commend us on the accuracy of our war games. This is a game at the end of the day, and we do this for gaming, but to get commended by someone in the know, it's pretty good. And we've got a long way to go. We acknowledge we've still got a long way to go to make things more realistic, but I believe that's what's called being on the right path. Okay, AMRAAM D's finally getting beaten. Or is it?
It just follows. In real life, it's got a little sustainer jet just pushing it along. Makes it so difficult to beat. Yes! Tomcat beat an AIM-120D. And shows it can be done, guys. These guys are going to be all Winchester.
First kill on a Super Hornet?
Yeah, well done. I'm going for the underdog now. I'm going for the underdog. Well done. There's lots more coming. Also, you haven't even worried about the stealths yet. Okay, stealths firing their first missiles from break 70, 80 miles away. Oof, what to watch, what to watch. Legacy AMRAAM. That time when a Legacy AMRAAM just seems like a little pea shooter. Firing at epoxy 40 miles. Why even bother? Man, this stuff's freaking sexy. Oh, pea shooter! A Legacy AMRAAM kill. Wow! I did not expect to see that today, guys. Look how many modern AMRAAMs. And this is exactly what it would look like in real life. A whole battlefield of AIM-120Ds to suppress everything. Boof! That's your fault. You ran right into that, my friend. He's doing the same. Legacy Bogs, no interest in dodging for some reason. Oh, he dodged one. How about that? Finally oh, okay. The whole front echelon of super bugs are now fully out of ammo. The same with the front lightnings, fully out of ammo. They're going in with guns now. If I got told off, I believe the A model is the only one of these with a gun in it. So I don't know what they're going in for.
Yeah, that's correct.
Roger. SM2s are doing things. Those explosions from cancelled AIM-120 Deltas. Fired from 80 miles away. Good old SM2. Again, seems a bit limited nowadays when we're playing around with 100-mile missiles. Legacy carrier group. Oh god, this is so unfair. Look how far the boys have been pushed back. They're dodging missiles 20 miles behind their own carrier. Oof. But again, that's pretty much what it will look like, you know. Valued viewers, again, people have asked, now we've got the technology, if we go and redo the old battles, what about US versus China? Now we've got the big tech. What about versus Russia? Now we've got the big tech. It's going to make huge differences because look how they pwn that 090s, guys. It makes such a difference. Poor old Legacy Bog. No good. We may have our first merge of the day. An F-35C Lightning Winchester versus a Legacy... Oh, no, Legacy Bog, of course, couldn't see it. Because Stealthio. So this guy's going in basically completely invincible. Yeah, even the SM2s can't see him. They will eventually, but it's going to take time. Still, look, you've got to realise how impossible it would be to operate from these blue guys. Being in one of their cockpits, all they've got is missile warning, missile warning, missile warning with these advanced pitbulls from the AIM-120Ds, and it never stops. So they cannot operate. The blues cannot operate. Absolute oversaturation, which is what I would think you would see in, in real life. That's the point, right? Get the missile off first, screw the enemy over, so they can't operate. Okay, there is now an F-135C operating in your carrier network. Someone's launched a Sidewinder at him. Would this be possible? Why not? They are very hard to see on radar, especially in certain aspects. Probably not that aspect. Oh, look, he dodged an AIM-9X. Fair play. Today we've got the stealth set to 0.005 meters squared. At the moment, the game registers that as the smallest radar cross-section, or at least in our experimentation. If you go any smaller, it just doesn't seem to make any difference. Merge dogfight. F-35. Can the Legacy Bog find him? No, we can't. Couldn't even see him. Right, what have we got going on here? Oh, Jesus, all the way back here. Look, they're firing 70 miles. God, can you imagine operating against that? It would be impossible, impossible, impossible to operate against this. Every time you think you've got some headroom, another one of these falls on you. Oh, they shot the killer, shot the friggin' stealth down. Well done. Did you find him with your eyes?
Yeah, that's all I could see.
Nice.
I'm currently panicking.
That's my boy. Yes, I would start panicking as well. Plus, you are surrounded by stealth.
I was just notching across the field, and he just flew right in front of me.
Yeah. He didn't have any. He doesn't have any weapons. He hasn't even got a gun. So he's like, what do I do now? But at least we took $100 million worth of gear down. Look at that. More and more missiles being plummeted over. In real life, these missiles will be guided in by a data link by an E2 Hawkeye or something. In game, they're guided in by client radar. Different way we have to do it. We're in human stealths. I haven't seen any human stealths for a while. Okay, legacy carrier. Oh, they've still got Tomcats, but the anti-ship are launching. At the end of the day, you can win as much air-to-air as you want, valued viewers. It doesn't actually matter. You've got it. Anti-ship is what wins the day. And they've both essentially got the same anti-ship capabilities in real life and in game. So...
Fox 3.
Oh, shit. Where's Killer? Killer, it's found more lightnings. He's got it with his radar this time at about 8 miles. That's my boy. Look, just sitting there like a spud. Nothing to... Missed. Try her again. What? Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you stealth on the notch.
Fox 3.
Hit and not dead. Gun it. Best way to kill a stealth, gun the bloody thing. Woohoo! Nice kill. Nice kill, Junior. Now we're going to get more. Very nice. Another dogfight ahead of him. Oof. Oh, we might get a kill with a legacy missile. AI Legacy Bog versus F-35 kill. Look at that. $30 million plane versus $100 million plane. I'll take it. Someone's pumping in AIM-1, what they called? AIM-54s. Oh, cannonballs found. Actually, I better not say. But that man's found that man at 60 miles, and that man is not going to be happy. But, I think it's anti-ship. Oh, the modern anti-ship are pushed all the way in because of the battlefield's been cleared. They will be in firing range in 20 miles. Alright, let's have a look at these missiles. Nah, this one's got too fast.
Grump, I think you're locking me. I'm getting F-14 spikes.
Oh shit, I was trying to get the plane that's chasing you.
I saw this missile at 3,300 knots, which is too fast. It looks like I've got a bit more work to do. Not sure. Oh, it's because... What? Did you find that from a really fast aeroplane, Cannonball?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's why. It's because it got a massive head start and the acceleration factor I put in. Alright, well, that's something to consider then, isn't it?
I saw it coming, but there's a AI plane. I was trying to shoot at that lightning.
Roger.
I don't know which plane the missiles are going to lock on.
First, anti-ship missiles are out from the side. And bearing in mind, apart from weaponry, these guys have had no advantage to the legacy guys. So because they've done so much better, the anti-shippers have already got out and on target. Now that is cool. That's cool stuff. And they fired at 80 miles. They must have increased the harpoon range slightly. Right, so far, a huge advantage, but they haven't won it. Killer, another dogfight kill on a friggin' lightning. He is going to be the new stealth killer, I think.
You want to save some for the rest of us?
Oh, Grump used to be the Wonder Child, but he's no longer Wonder Child. How does that feel getting old, Grump?
I think I'm just going to eject now.
No.
No. I need you.
We need your experience. Okay, guys. There is a hope in sight for Legacy in that new stuff is now all out of ammo. There are no more AIM-120Ds to be fired in this game. In real life, you could argue they could go back and reload. Can't do that in game. So the onslaught is over from AIM-120Ds. Okay, these bogs are going back. They'll land, but they won't rearm. So this gives Legacy some respite to get their stuff airborne and get on killing. Okay, Grump's merging with an F-35C. I'm not sure if he knows he is, but he certainly is. You see that? Because they've got no gun, they're just flying around there like wallies. They don't know what to do. They're just too stupid. You can't find it. I can't find it. Grump, you can't find it.
See something contrailing.
If you do get to see the harpoons on Data Link Legacy, guys, you are allowed to go and intercept them. But I doubt you will now that your AWACS is down.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything on AWACS, like anything on Data Link anymore.
Here's the problem. Their Data Link no longer works properly because their AWACS is down. They can see a little bit because of the Aegis, but Aegis, people go, oh, Aegis can see 400 miles. Yeah, it can, but only in a straight line. It can't see over the Earth's curvature, so it's essentially blind for a lot of the time. Oh, what's that? Matrix fight.
Flash.
What did you get?
Something just shot a missile out.
Yes, it did. And
looks like an M120D coming for one of our boys.
We have got a Legacy Hornet Human versus an, oh god, Stealth Human. Our first human-on-human dogfight. Who's going to get the situational awareness is the questione.
Box 3.
Oof, 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 oof. Miss, miss, miss. The missile missed. Fire everything. Oh, Matrix is down. Good dogfight, boys. Just shows stealth, you know. Stealth can be beaten, guys. Right place, right time. And if the stealth's concentrating on something else, well, the Reds have been pushed back to bullseye, guys. Well, pretty much. Well done. It just shows old guys get there in the end. They just take a while longer. Oh, sweet. These guys are landing here. Ah, fine, whatever. Welcome to DCS. Ah, dogfight.
Merge, right on.
Oh, Grump! Proper merge! A stealth with a human and a F-14 with a human. I got castrated by the valued viewers for saying that Fat Amy is not very maneuverable. Apparently it is, especially in the big wing version. I defer to your super knowledge, valued viewers. Don't know much about modern planes, you know. But this is a dogfight. This is what we're here to see. Of course, this is not a scripted dogfight. This is real and in a big mission. Which makes it super cool. See his wings coming out, valued viewers, as he gets slower, generating more lift. And they're completely neutralizing each other. Now, note, that guy... Oh, no, he doesn't have aim on X's. I didn't give him aim on X's. This is a guns fight. This is a guns fight because Grumps uses his sidewinders up. A real-life gunfight in the middle of a massive naval battle with a 70s naval jet and a 2020s stealth naval jet. Oh, and a missile went SM2 went right past his face. And they have got the same turn rate. They're maintaining both about 20 degrees a second, it looks like. Maybe a little bit more. Grumps just had a spurt there that they can't beat each other. Still got the situational awareness. No, they're just spinning around each other. These guys won't join in their anti-ship. You're on your own, Grump. You got to beat him fair and square. Hits. Not easy to do. And that big gal. Oh, good reversal from the stealth. Good reversal from Grump. Vertical scissors.
I run myself out of fuel.
Oh, you're out of fuel. Get lost strafing. Benefit of one engine, I suppose. Right. Great fight, guys. Good entertainment value. Okay, now what we've got here, value viewers, is SM2 shooting the freaking harpoons down, which are now 20 miles away. I mean, the air-to-air is pretty more or less done. Killer's going in. Killer, you want to concentrate on anti-shipping. Anti-shipping is your priority now. Saving your carriers. Okay, Ticonderoga firing. Ticonderoga from the early 80s. Still in service now. Damn fine ship. Oliver has a Perry, no longer in service. Pretty good ship as well. If you get any eyes on the harpoon missiles, they're a great target for you guys. Because remember, they can only win. What happened?
I'm down. Oh, took one with me though.
Ma'am. Are these guys going to fight? I don't know. Yes, they're fighting. These guys are fighting. They're Oh no, they've got no anti-ship missiles. Where did the anti-ship missiles go? They dropped their anti-ship missiles to go dogfight. Huh.
I think they're out. I think they shot them.
Did they? Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I didn't even see them. Wow, blind. Right, they've done that. Now they're going dogfighting. Sorry, Mom. Gone dogfighting. Fair enough. Leave them to it, I say. Cannibals making life trouble for people. Oh, these are being problematic. First harpoons are 5 miles out.
I'm not gonna make it there in time if anybody else is closer.
First bunch of red harpoons destroyed. Next bunch, 30 miles out.
Oh, Lord.
Blue legacy harpoons are 36 miles out. Amazingly, despite the amazing start by the first guys, it's starting to even out now. More anti-ship missiles going out from these guys, look. And that's tactical. I bet I wished I hadn't fired all their AIM-120Ds off so soon now, because they could be out here shooting down anti-shippers. That's where they want to be now. Where are all my humans? Where are all my humans? I can't see one of my humans in forever. There's Cannonball, but he's Winchester. He's got nothing. There's DJ. There's some twos out. I can't find any other. This is Simba. Simba's looking for harpoons. Yes, he is. I can't cheat, though. It would be unfair. You've got to find them fair and square. Okay, these guys have had their dogfight and they've given up and they're going home. There's Matrix. Where are you, Grump? Oh, there's Grump.
Talking about the blues. Yeah.
Right, let's go and watch some serious harpoons. In they go. Battle's slowing down a bit now. Very hard for subsonic missiles to get through an AIM-120D network. A SM2 network. It's designed to cope for these things. Interestingly, the OHPs do not have VLS. They've got old single arm launchers. Makes them very vulnerable to harpoon oversaturation. But you know, it's an old 70s ship, isn't it? Okay, blue SM2's 18 miles away. And the red carrier's having to defend itself for the first time today. 10 miles out. No harpoons have got through on either coalition yet. Missiles might be getting through. Red missiles are 5 miles out from blue carrier. Let's see how the blues are doing. Blue missiles about 10 miles out from the red carrier. Oh, jeez, what? The red carrier. Oof. Note one very important thing. Reds still have their AWACS. It's the most important asset in any battle is the AWACS. Anti-ship, anti-ship, anti-ship. That's what it matters now. Right, no anti-ship missiles have got through on either side. These guys have landed here because reasons. It's not even a red freaking base. Wow, these guys are doing proper wingtip formation. Look at that. That's just good coding is what that is. Looking for me here. Ah, Simba's found missiles. Simba's found missiles. When did you tell us, Simba? Simba's in doing missiles. Simba's having a flare so he doesn't get hit by his own SM2s. Simba, that's a very dangerous occupation. Mr. Simba will not be happy with this. But I do like putting you in dangerous places. Watch Simba get hit by his own Sea-Wiz now. Oh, Simba! Nothing happened. Sea-Wiz out. It looks like it's spraying a bit erratically. That's mainly lag. It's a bit of Simba, but it's also mainly lag. It makes it look worse on our screen than it actually is. That's how the game works. First, missile's about to hit. A lot of Tycho hit. Big hole in the middle of a Tycho. First strike, guys. First strike has happened. Freaking Tomcat just took off. What is he doing up? AI Tomcat just took off. He should have been up ages ago. Well. Hey, that's AI's thinking. I didn't tell him to do that. That's clever thinking. That gives you a whole load of interceptors, and the reds, no part of interceptors left. So that is a change of tactics that the blue gave, which is probably exactly what I would have done if I was a clever man, which I'm not. Uh-oh, blues I think might be out of SM2s. When blues deplete their magazines of SM2s, they are screwed. There's Simba defending. Still got the Sea Whistler. Uh-oh, this one's going for the carrier, boys. No, not the carrier, anything but the carrier. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She'll shrug it off. Oh, it's going to take out those Tomcats. Oh, he went for the friggin' Tomcats. God, you guys are unlucky. He just smashed all the Tomcats on there, and they're on fire. There's a friggin' hole in the ship. Blue carrier hit. And it's taking out the 3 Tomcats that were about to take off. Wowee. Blues, as so far, undamaged. Coming in more and more. Killers shooting down missiles. All of the blue humans are back to shooting down missiles.
Fox 2 on Harpoon.
You do it, Grump.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, friendly fire. It's a dangerous occupation, guys. Simba's back in. Dangerous place to be, but the boys are going to put themselves in harm's way. Uh-oh, there are no SM2s on that friggin' fleet, guys. They are about to go sucky long time. One thing I forgot to give them, valued viewers, is the humans to have control of the ships. I usually do that, but I must admit I forgot. I'm so busy with my AMRAAMs. So they're just going to sail towards each other, but suck it up. Suck it freaking up. Got Tycho. Fucking... It's gone for an OHP. No, it's gone for Tycho. Tycho. No, what is it gone for? Oh, Tycho. Smash! Wow, oh, one of the Tomcats survived. Look at that. Oh, that's never a good sign when that happens. And what they're firing at. Look at that, one of the Tomcats survived. Ich bin one last surviving Tomcat. Oh, shit. No idea what happened there. Oh, more coming in. It's relentless. It's relentless. Friggin' ships are shooting each other. That's an old OHP's getting targeted. You know what? Sorry, sir, but you're expendable at this point. Oh, jeez, he got one. Well done, Tycho. He got 2 of them. Tycho Vesto. Boom. What a fight. What a friggin' fight. Oh, Super Hornet's got merged. An Aimline X fight with someone. A thing's happening. A dogfight between a AI break, super bug, and a normal bug. That's not something you see very often. But here it goes. Oh, Aimline X. Oh,
Let's get right into the news. That's right. A little throwback there, but if you guys have been following and paying attention, the UFO drones thing hasn't just been a localized phenomenon to the New Jersey tri-state area. No, my friends. It has actually expanded and is actually around the globe right now. People are reporting them in everywhere as far as Eastern Europe. We don't have the China data in yet. Someone, please, in the comment section, get on that for me. Please help me with that. But they have been seen in South America. These are transcontinental sightings, folks. The sightings have only increased since New Year's Eve, and it is getting crazier and wilder out there. And we're going to show you some of the newest clips that have just emerged over the past few days. So hold on to your pants, because this is getting a little frightening. Depending on where you stand with the Greys and Reptilians, we should be okay. All right, boys, we're going home. Here we go. Possible orb sighting in Mato Grosso, Brazil, and this was on New Year's Day. Watch this as this orb transcends the skies high above the apartment complex, and what we're seeing here looks like regular orb action, but it looks like it might be one of the drones from New Jersey. I don't want to place it as that, but it's over here in Brazil flying above this person's house. And what is it doing? Look, watch this. Watch the orb carefully. It seemingly blinks in and out of existence. I've never seen a helicopter do this. I've never seen a plane do this. I don't know what is going on here, but if you guys have any ideas what we just saw in Brazil, what this person has filmed on New Year's Day, I would like to know. This is clearly following what conventional orb theories are with energy plasmatics, or if you are going with the biblical interpretation of angels. I've seen that in the comment section below expressed as well as a possibility. These are exhibiting the same traits, the pulsating energy, the plasmatic fields, and the pulsations are very strange. This isn't conventional mechanical aircraft that we know about that is being shown in this video. And here in Denmark, just 24 hours ago, we see another drone sighting. Now, note, this isn't a helicopter. You can't hear any whirring helicopter blades in the video being featured, but you can see this is much smaller than a helicopter, and it's seeming to do more erratic movements than helicopters are typically known for. Though, you know, we do see the guiding red navigational lights, so I am a little suspicious of this one. You guys will let me know in the comments section, but I'm leaning towards it being a full drone like we've been seeing before, because look how many there are in this area. Why is there so much air traffic in the sky in Denmark over this, I'm presuming, a small town, a small city? Look how it wasn't just one drone. This was the main drone here, but over there are 2 to 3 more that are flying around and circling around this area. Now, this is all very suspicious. Now, additionally, there's some reflections in this video. Someone's filming it through a window, so you get some reflections coming in and out. Those aren't orbs, okay? Those aren't drones. Those aren't helicopters. It could be traffic or street lamps being reflected, but it's just lights being reflected in some of these instances, and I'll try to point them out when they pop up again. But see this here. This is another drone flying away. 2 of them right there. We're going to keep watching, and that's weird that they're cross-patterning over the city. What are they looking for? Why are they doing this? And we know that there was another one somewhere over here in space that's going to come around. But when you see and when you see stuff like that over here, and it's just underneath the captioning, this thing that came in, that is just a reflection of light on the glass. So don't be too alarmed at that. It is moving erratically. It's just the person holding the camera with the glass in front of the frame is causing some distortions on the lens. So it's not actually, that part wasn't a UFO, drone, or orb. But I just wanted to clarify that up for you guys. Anyway, what I want to know is what your guys' thoughts on these drones making their way even into Denmark. They are all around the world, people, and why is the mainstream media not talking about it? I don't understand. I have no clue. I think I have an idea, I just can't say it, okay? I think we all have ideas, and we just can't say what's really going on. But they've been surprisingly, suspiciously hush about all these things that 2 weeks ago were the main story. It has only blown up with sightings everywhere, every single day since then, in greater number, greater frequency, and with more evidence, and not a peep on your mainstream news media. These people cannot be trusted. I'm just saying that here, folks. Anyway, let me know what you think this is in the comment section. And you know what? I'm going to ask if you guys can leave a like and subscribe quick. It really helps out. Thank you so much. Now, this is a drone sighting from Indiana from early December. It only got published today. And look at this. This is classic triangle UFO over Indiana. I've never seen a drone be in a triangle formation before, folks. Have you? Have you seen a triangle drone? Have any of you seen a triangle drone? No, I've seen quadcopter drones. That's the most common one. I've never seen dual copter ones or sort of triangle shaped ones. No, they've all been quadcopter, so you get your better rotations. Oh, maybe I've seen dual ones, okay, but I've never seen triangle ones. And certainly one's not that big. How big is this thing? Look, it's crossing over the tree. It's got to be huge. And it's got the red navigational lights, but it has all these other lights on it too. I don't know what to think about this one. And they're pointing it out too, that this is a triangle drone. Now this matches with also triangle UFO UAP phenomenon that have been spotted around the world. If you've been noticing, a lot of these drones sort of follow that sort of same structure mechanically of being in that triangle shape with the three lights and the navigational light. We've seen them in Texas in the previous videos, elsewhere in New Jersey, in South Carolina, people have been seeing them. These triangle UFO drones that we don't even know what the hell is going on. I want to know what you guys thought of this is. Are we being visited by an extraterrestrial species, or is this a government psyop? I mean, it could be one or the other. It just seems, to me, it seems like it could be too much. When you have drones being spotted all around the world, it's not just that one government would be behind it. It would have to be multiple governments, or, you know, the preceding actions to war, potentially, if that's the case, that one government was doing this and invading the airspace of so many different nations. Does that not sound weird to you? I know there was a theory that these drones were from Iran and that there was supposedly a mothership off the coast in the Atlantic, but that doesn't explain the drones in the Pacific Northwest. That doesn't explain how far this drone is into Indiana, okay? You're telling me a drone has, like, what, a couple 100-mile range that it can fly? How far can these drones fly? These electric drones, right? Doesn't make sense to me. Unless they're powered by something we don't even know, that somehow Iran, out of all the countries in the world, has discovered this. Okay, does that make any sense to you? Just put it together rationally. Does 2 and 2 equal 4 here? When I say that, when I've heard that on the mainstream media about that, does that make any sense at all? No, it doesn't. Okay, first of all, no, it doesn't. Now, could there be this Iranian mothership launching these drones? There could be, but are they going to go that far? Hell no. Are they going to fly all the way to Texas? I doubt that. I don't see how. I think it would run out of power a tenth of the way, one 100th of the way, and crash down. Okay. So these either are conventional drones, advanced military drones, or drones of, and I hate to say it, non-human origin. We could be seeing the early effects of an invasion of a different kind. I think you guys know where I'm going with this. And it could be, you know, the welcoming party to disclosure. Okay? Just want to throw that out there. Here are some of the comments. Red light is the gravity propulsion system. Yes, we've been curious about how these things are flying so silently because we've never heard. Have you heard drones before? I have. Have you? I feel like the guy from Believe It or Not, Fact or Fiction, who looked like my late father, by the way, when he was young. Have you heard a drone in the sky? Like, he would always ask the question before diving into it. But have you heard of, and I just did that. So have you heard of drones in the sky? Well, usually they make sounds that sound like a whirring sort of sound. I've heard them I've seen them go over. Some kid was messing around with them in the Walmart parking lot. I've heard the kids next door, and I live in the woods, right? So they're pretty far away. They flew one right over the house, and I'm like, oh God, get the gun, just take it out. No. But look, this drone isn't making a sound, people. You can't hear this drone audibly, and it's super high up. This isn't a plane, okay? It's not a plane that you would still hear the engine whirring. It's not a helicopter. Again, you'd hear the helicopter sound of the engine. These things are running Dead Silence Pro for all the Call of Duty heads out here. And according to the comment, Prod Aya says the red light is the gravity propulsion system. We will be getting into that later on in the video with a featured clip that I hope you guys watch of an expert explaining how some of these alien drones or alien ship gravitational systems actually work. Skyline notes, TR3B note that the red light is not exactly in the center of the triangle, but slightly offset of its corners, as the gravitational propulsion system is at the center. Well, that makes sense. And again, Toto with the Welcome Brothers Sisters light. Are we being visited by intelligence of non-human means?
It is a triangle
You be
with a
the
red
judge.
light in the middle.
And here is another sighting in Brooklyn, New York, just today, okay, January 3rd. Look, we see 2 drones flying over the city in very suspicious patterns. And we also see some artifacting up ahead. These could be energy pulses from an orb, or I'm not quite sure, because it could be traffic reflections in the lens. But look at this. You have another one up here, and then suspicious glowing lights in the middle of the sky that I can't really seem to explain. It could be that these are reflections of traffic down below, okay? But possibly not. Maybe it is. Hold on. Let's see if we see any movement here. This sort of energy being emitted in the sky, it could be traffic reflections, though. Normally I would chalk that up as that, but it's very hard to tell if these sort of glimmering reflections are just traffic or lights being reflected into glass. But these clearly aren't. The drones being shown right here, and the one was off screen now, but it's over here, and there's actually one way up here, are definitely suspicious. Now, if you know, they wouldn't have planes flying that low in the city, so it does cause wonder. They could have a helicopter, but I don't think that's a helicopter. You would certainly hear it, especially if you can see it that close. So doesn't look like a helicopter to me, but it does have red navigational lights, so that does hint to it being sort of human mechanical origins, although I've heard that the drones are disguising themselves when shown as human aircraft, but not quite doing it correctly. And we've had videos of that in previous ones where it's been like, oh, this aircraft is suddenly acting very strange in ways that it shouldn't, and it's not quite the right aircraft. I think one of the drone videos even had the aircraft going the wrong way, allegedly projected the image the wrong way, so it looked like a plane going backwards. Now, I've only heard of this one. The video got scrubbed off the internet, unfortunately, so that's one theory. Let me know in the comments what you guys are thinking. Are these just drones here that we're seeing? Are these the infamous drones of the tri-state area? Remember, the no-fly order, people, is still in effect. It's still in effect for like another few days, so these objects shouldn't be in the sky technically right now. It's a federal no-flight advisory for this whole area, so there shouldn't really be anything up there. And I mean, it could be the police. I don't think it is. I quite frankly don't think that it is. It would have to be something major to warrant that, so you would hear about it on the news if it was. But I'm chalking these up as drones, people. And where do you think these drones are? What do you think their intentions are of showing up? Are we finally getting closer to disclosure? Is this being government orchestrated, or is this the alien saying, hey, it's time to let the people know? The tipping point is now. I want to know your comments in the comment section, and we'll feature some in the next video. But you remember this from the other day on New Year's Eve. Again, the spoon UFO has once again reemerged over Sao Paulo, Brazil. We were in a different part of Brazil. We were near Rio in the previous one. This is once again that spoon UFO that we saw before. This is so weird to see. I saw it in a previous video. This is a totally different location, and there it is going behind the apartment. This thing must be huge. I'm thinking this, quite frankly, folks, might be the mothership UFO up in the sky. This is an unidentified flying object, a UAP way up there. This, I can't even tell how high it is, folks. It could be as high as a plane or higher. And if it's higher, then it's absolutely massive. This could be in the upper atmosphere, and we're seeing light reflect off the sun if it's that high up, because this thing is flying way above everything else in the sky. I just can't tell the scale of it, unfortunately. But remember, this is that same familiar shape. Remember, elongated tail section with a spoon-like front part. Now, I covered this in a previous one. And we didn't call it the spoon there. I said it was the cigar shape. I'm going to call this one the spoon. This was a totally different city in Brazil, okay? This was about, I don't even want to know, hundreds of miles away from the other sighting of it when this thing flew over. This is not, and I've heard people in the comments section say that. In my previous video, I covered this. This is not Starlink, okay? Starlink does not, has not ever looked like that. That's not a space station. I don't know what that is. It's from non-human intelligence is what I'm guessing. And when someone said that's a satellite, what the hell satellite looks like that? You want to answer me? The spoon-shaped satellite that's super massive in the sky? It looks like a comet. And I think in the previous one I commented that it could be a comet. However, I mean, you don't see the particle emissions of it having something burning, a burn emission trail from it. So I'm going to say it's not a comet. That looks like a solid object flying through the sky and going behind that apartment building. And if I had to guess how high it was, we're starting at 30 to 40,000 feet. We're starting at what you see commercial jet airliners go at is where I'd say that thing is up in the sky, at least. And if it's higher than that, then it's much bigger for you to see it as clearly, okay? That is higher than any of the drones we've usually covered in this channel. And it's flying silently. If it's only flying at 30,000 feet, you should be able to hear it a bit or hear engine trail after it, right? I mean, you can go outside and hear planes fly overhead. If a plane was flying overhead now, you probably would even hear it on my microphone. This is flying fairly silent across the sky, so I'm definitely wondering. Now, this is, again, just reflection. We always cover that. I just wanted to spell it so there is some distinction. It's probably just reflection off this light, is where I'm guessing, into the lens of the camera or onto the glass if they're filming inside their car or something. Or if they're in their apartment, which is what I think they probably are. This person said it's a dark cloud. Safe travels. Yeah, exactly. And we're going to cover a clip from the homie Skizzle. You can go find his channel in the comment section below. But he actually found this video from 20 years ago of a man describing these gravity drive propulsion systems that have been allegedly the source of some of these drones and UAP power. And he's going to get into it right now.
But the manifesto, the guy that did the Cybertruck situation, his manifesto is that it's not, and he has a different term for describing anti-gravity, which we're gonna get into. Okay,
and if you've been paying attention to recent news events, this actually relates to what happened in Las Vegas within the last 24 hours. But we're getting into the anti-grav drive with Skizzle, so go ahead and check his channel out. The full video will be linked in the description.
When it was time to migrate to other worlds, they did not have the raw materials to build big 100-mile ships. So the smaller ships would go out into space and would capture asteroids in space. They would pull them into an orbit around their planets. They would hollow them out from the inside and build their spacecraft on the inside of the asteroid. That became their ship.
Okay.
And they would put propulsion systems on the outside, and then they would go out into space. They would grow their own food on the inside. They would look for water.
So that's about as much of the clip as I'm going to play. You can watch the rest of it over on Skizzle's channel. It is linked in the comment section, and this will be the pinned comment on the video as well. Now, what he's describing, folks, sounds a lot like what a Dyson sphere is. I'm going to do a quick video on that quickly. A Dyson sphere is a theoretical concept of essentially like a giant orb that would have been built around a sun or a star, and giant metal sphere in space that encapsulates a star, and it functions. It's best seen in the show Star Trek, but if you want a concept that's more universal, if you've ever played the game Halo, the ring, right? The ring world, imagine that as a sphere, and there's a star in the middle, and it has its own atmosphere inside, and people live on the inside of the Dyson sphere, and it's just protected with a metal sheath in the form of a sphere that's encapsulating this whole area, and it contains everything and generates all the power from the star that's contained inside. Now, this seems very similar to what this dude was describing. This friggin' dude, Jimbo from Jersey, of the asteroid being hollowed out and then the inside of it being turned into a ship. That essentially is how the basics of the Dyson sphere would function, with everyone living inside of the sphere, along with the star being inside of it, and us living in space that way. Now, on an asteroid level, that would be a lot smaller, but it is very similar in concept. So this video in Leland, North Carolina on New Year's Day features a man going outside and has an alleged encounter with an unknown object. We're going to watch intently. This guy was just walking out of the park. He drove out to the parking lot, got in his car, but he's walking out in the park at night. And who the hell walks at a park at night? He mustn't have been doing something too good, is all I'm saying. But he must have seen something, and he's filming out here in the park area, in this rural area in North Carolina.
This thing doesn't belong here.
And he said he had to film out there. That he said this thing does not belong here. He finds an object that's not supposed to be here, and he claims that it's supposed to hurt us. He seems very frightened while he's out here.
Definitely. All my anxiety is...
And he's agreeing that this was the right thing to do. He's very anxious as he goes out onto the, looks like a dock over the water.
People, please. I had to do this. It was the right thing.
he's filming what appears to be an unknown object. I can't even describe what it is. Out on the lake.
This is where he wanted to go. This is where.
And what the hell is that? I don't even know what. Could that be a possible UAP sighting, or actually USO, unknown submerged object? This thing's glowing like it's in Las Vegas, and it just hit the jackpot. What did this guy find, and why is this thing? You can tell it's underwater, floating away from him. What the hell is that? Did he make contact with a possible alien origin out on the lake? Do know these extraterrestrial objects seem to have an affinity to hiding in the water, and this one, if it is that, if it is an object of non-human origin, seems to be acting like conventional USOs, where they'll hit the water and disappear or make their presence barely known. It's only a glimmer if you see them. There apparently are so much more USO sightings than UFO sightings, and since there's so much more water on the Earth, 75% of the Earth is ocean, people. Plenty of places to hide, and most of it we can't even go down to the depths. How long can you even go scuba diving for? I think 30 minutes maximum, an hour maybe. There is so much unexplained stuff going on in the oceans that we don't even have a fraction of understanding about. Perfect place to hide if you're an alien or a UFO drone. And now, what, in my opinion, this seemed more like that than an alien ship, because it looked smaller in stature, something that would be the size of, say, a person or a small car, as opposed to a larger alien ship. He just peered off the edge of the dock, people, and this thing was glowing and floating and spinning the hell away from him. All right, people, this is possible orb sighting in Phoenix, Arizona on New Year's Eve. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't remember there being mountains that high in Phoenix. Were there? Please let me know in the comment section. I've never been, but that is crazy. These aren't lights on top of a mountain, as someone in the comment section said. These are lights in the sky pretty high up. I would say these are drones hovering in place, because it doesn't make sense that you'd have a helicopter just holding pattern over that area for a long time, or even floating that close, flying that close together. Look, they're keeping pace with this plane. Okay, this is a commercial passenger plane flying very fast above the city, and we have these brightly lit objects nearby floating, and they're not on a trajectory heading towards sort of an airport area. If you're assuming this plane is going to land that we're on, or they're incoming for it, these are going in all different directions, folks. What is going on over here? Are these the resurgence of the Phoenix Lights? Let me know in the comments. This is giving me 1997 vibes all over again. Those poor people in Phoenix, why are they always being subject to this? Is there something these extraterrestrials find fascinating about this city in the desert? Let me know in the comment section. If you've seen a UFO or UAP, I also would like to know about that. It does help us out in finding out and uncovering and unfurling what this mystery has to offer. So let me know in the comments if you guys have been seeing these. I would love to get your opinion. One comment from Richard Alonzo 658 said, if you zoom in, you can see the whole ship, dark side of it, is in the bottom. What does that even mean? Oh, okay. I get what he's sort of saying. He is presenting that this isn't just 3 drones and orbs in the sky, that this is one singular ship, okay? This is one giant triangle. And now we can see it sort of orienting itself. Let's try to keep track of how the distance is. This looks like it's moving a little bit further, but the whole thing could be moving closer to us, as opposed to this getting further from that. Do you understand what I'm saying? This whole thing could be moving closer to the plane itself. And even here, we see some light emission bouncing off something. I can't quite tell. That might be part of this alien ship, if that's what it is. People are saying these are orbs. They have some semblance to orbs with sort of the pulsating energy field around it. However, I would chalk this up as lights on a larger ship. Once Richard Alonso put that in perspective, you can kind of see the triangle action of it again right here, and maybe some pulsating energy from this one. I do not think these are orbs. I think this is a larger UFO ship. They all move in tandem. This is giving me Phoenix Lights vibes 1,000%. You know, I was a little bit skeptical. I thought it might be just drones after a while, or a set of orbs. This is a triangle turning. Once Richard pointed that out, that makes complete sense to me. But what do you guys think this is in the comment section? I'm gobsmacked. Once you see the triangle, you can't really unsee it. That's the thing. This thing has to be absolutely massive, people. Jesus. It's too bad the plane didn't fly closer towards it, but you can't. You really can't. Who knows what these things are or how they would react. And here we have another drone sighting at Island Beach State Park, New Jersey on the 2nd of January this year, year of our Lord 2025. At night, watch this. Okay. This is a time-lapsed camera at night at the state park. And we're seeing a lot of pulsating action depicted here. These must be a lot of drones, because why would they flicker so much into the camera? This I am chalking up as just the moon and some distortion on the camera. But it could be a larger drone that's being depicted here. Okay, whoa. All right, that's different. Sorry, I didn't see the start of this. This 100% is some drone orb that is hovering in place. I thought it was a time lapse, right? This is really weird. That thing popped up out of nowhere. That was a clear cloud. It wasn't a clear day because you could see some of the stars. That thing popped up out of nowhere and just illuminated the whole sky. This is an orb pulsating right here. That's scary. Non-human origin, that's what I'm thinking. Drone, possibly? Yes, possibly. I think these flickering ones are drones. I think the ones that don't flicker are stars. But this thing it could be a drone emitting a large sort of plasma burst in the sky. This thing starts going crazy out of nowhere. Have you seen any drones do that before? I haven't. That's frightening. And again, okay. The mainstream media has essentially buried this story and acts like it never happened. Okay, this is just a weird week in December before Christmas. We're already a few days out from New Year's, okay? And these things are still being spotted en masse everywhere. They're actually acting even weirder than they did before. This should be on the 6 o'clock news and broadcast for 24 hours till someone explains to me what we just saw. And here we have another Jersey drone sighting at the same Island Beach State Park in New Jersey, January 2nd. This was at 9 o'clock, so a little bit lighter. And you can see the ocean waves come in right here. These might even be USOs, okay? Because you have the ocean right here. I'm thinking they might investigate into the ocean a bit more. But as you see, there's flickering all around here. You ever see a star flicker? Not like that. Never like that. And these waves look like they're at normal speed when you see them, when you saw one roll in. I'm trying to keep track of them. Wow, this is weird. This is just unexplainable. How many aircraft do you have out there? And remember, over this whole area, okay, over this entire area, people, there is a no-fly order still in effect for the next few days. And how many drones do we got flickering out here? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I saw one there. There's like 8. And I think there were like 2 or 3 that pop up over here. Do you ever see stars flicker like that? Pulsate like that? I haven't. I haven't in my entire life. Okay? You go look up in the... I've seen stars fade out. Okay? If a cloud goes over it. I've never seen them burst into like being super bright for just half a second. Ever. And look, some of them move their position. They're popping up out of nowhere. How many drones are out on the ocean right now? Why are there so many? Apparently, this wasn't the only event. In recorded history, apparently in, I believe it was the 1970s, there was depictions of mass drones leaving the ocean, which is weird. I don't even want to speculate what that means, but I think you guys can figure something out in the comment section below, or correct me if I'm wrong. And here, the drone sightings are even in Southern California. What is that? That is clearly a triangle-shaped object in the sky. As I told you before, and even earlier in this video, some of these drones have been taking on the triangle-shaped form while they're flying in the sky. Have you ever seen a triangle drone commercially on the market? I haven't. One making sort of crazy color and pulsations like that? No. Is this an orb? Possibly, but it looks like it's a hard, burned-in shape of that triangle doing various rotations in the sky and changing colors slightly from like green to bluish hues. Those things are just reflections. Don't worry about that. Again, ignore. And then you have this crazy thing. Hold on. You have this crazy, this green and red light house. No, I'm just pointing that out to show it's possibly causing reflections on the camera screen. And well, it is. And it could, the green and red changing color here could be affecting how the camera is interpolating the data from, the light data from this object. So it could be discoloring it just slightly, especially if the camera's capturing a bit of it. It could be changing how this light is actually being perceived, like it is changing lights. I don't think that now that I'm taking that into account and how this is sort of changing colors, maybe that is the case. So it could be just a camera glitch that this is changing colors. However, that doesn't negate the fact that this is a friggin' triangle in the middle of the sky. Have you seen a star that looks like a triangle as well defined as a triangle as this? I haven't. The moon doesn't look like a triangle, so what the hell is that? A triangle helicopter? You know, those triangle Bell helicopters? No, I don't think so. This is something strange, and now even spotted on the Pacific coast, as we've been saying. These drones, people, are everywhere. The mainstream media has presented this story as it being a New Jersey only phenomenon. Yeah, sure, there's lots of New Jersey. Most of the bulk, quite frankly, a bulk of the sightings are in that New Jersey area. This is in California, 2 days before Christmas. They're being spotted everywhere. But here we go, people, again, with the classic Spoon UAP. We've been covering it before in previous videos. We're covering it now. In Sao Paulo, Brazil, again on New Year's Eve. Someone said that's a meteor. You ever see a meteor not have a trail behind it of emissions of what's being burned off that hasn't varied in length? Okay, that doesn't have a natural taper off. I'm going to pause it when we get it better in view. Okay, just zoom in here. Look at that. Sorry. Pause. Oh, it's right over the friggin' thing. Yeah, sorry, people. I'm trying to get it paused perfectly. I can't just quite get it. but we'll watch it again. As it floats across the screen, I want you to take note of the shape with comments. And I didn't say comments. I'm pretty sure an N snuck in there while I was speaking. There will be a natural taper off of the comet tail. Now I'm sneaking ours in there. Jeez, folks. As the emissions taper down, right? It's sort of like a gradient. They're strong closer to the comet. They're weaker further away because particles and stuff are being, just to generalize it, is being burned off the comet as it travels through space. That doesn't look like it's a taper off. It looks like it's defined solid object the entire way through. This is the Spoon UFO UAP. We've been covering it for the past few episodes, and even before this one, that has been filmed by multiple different people in Sao Paulo, Brazil, on New Year's Eve. I've never seen anything like this. This is that classic cigar-shaped UFO, a little different because it's got spoon going on. We don't know how big this thing is, folks. That thing is traveling above this tower, this smokestack, clearly above this. Well, I guess anything above the trees, right? That's much higher than a commercial jet. And that's at least flying as high as a commercial jet. Probably even higher. I'd say way higher. If it's okay. For something to be catching light like that, it has to be being illuminated by some great light source out there. And the only thing I can think of that could do that would be the sun. Right? The sun would make something shine like that in the sky, or bright lights, right? That doesn't look like it has any lights, sort of, but it looks like it's being lit by something. It looks like it's being lit by, it could be light bouncing off the moon. I don't think so. I think that sun, if you've ever seen a plane fly over the sky with the sun at the right time, it can cause a glint of sunlight to hit you. Obviously, why? And you're like, he's mentioning the sun so many times. The sun isn't up here. The sun is not up. This is the middle of the night. This is close to New Year's. This is New Year's Eve. It might even be close to midnight here. So where is this light hitting it from? Why I'm saying this is because how I want you to think. How big is this friggin' object that it's catching light like that? And where is it catching it from? Right? If I'm thinking this might be even further away and bigger away than we even thought that it's catching light like that. But it hasn't been seen again, so I'm curious to see when more videos come out. If you lived in Brazil and saw the Spoon UFO on New Year's Eve or have seen it again, let us know in the comments section. Anyway, I think that does it for us in today's video. I hope you guys have been enjoying. Be sure to leave a like and subscribe, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. These UFO phenomena just keep getting crazier and crazier, and 2025 has already shaped up to be one of the craziest years for alien discoveries that we've ever had. I believe disclosure is right around the corner, and hopefully we find out more information about these phenomena soon. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you guys again.
Sponsored by WinWing Technologies. Once again, another bright idea that balances versatility and realism. Hello valued viewers, I hope you're all doing very well. You guys have been requesting a China versus Australia naval battle for many weeks now. You've given me all kinds of requests that you want me to do. Some are in the past, World War II, some are present, some are future. Some are pure naval versus naval, some are naval versus mainland. I can't do them all, so I've selected the one that sounds to me most interesting and most achievable. It is a Chinese carrier strike group from 2010, because that's the only year we have in game, versus an Australia carrier strike group from the future, 2030. You guys tell me, Australia is hoping to procure 24 F-35 Bravo Lightnings and operate them from their 2 Canberra-class LHDs. The fight is our new style fight. We have a box in the ocean 90 miles by about 60 miles. China fleet is here, Australia fleet is here. Ships are controlled by humans today. Aircraft are controlled by a mixture of AI and humans. Let's go over the forces. Australia. Their navy in real life consists of, in terms of vessels that we care about, carriers, destroyers and frigates, 2 Canberra-class LHD carriers. Australia has 3 Hobart-class modern destroyers. Note the armament, 48-cell Mark 41 VLS system with SM2s, and 8 Anzac-class frigates. Got the Mark 41 again, but this time with the RIM 162 ESSM. The best analogue we have for that is the following. 2 old American LHAs, they will serve the same purpose as the LHDs for today. On each are 12 F-35Bs. They will be ace skill level and air-to-air. They will be in stealth configuration. Ignore these pylons, they will not be there. They have 4 AMRAAMs in the bomb bays or the weapon bays. This is giving them a stealth radar cross-section of 0.005 meters squared, which should be modelled in today's battlefield. For instance, rather than the hostile carriers being able to shoot them at about 50 miles, it will only be able to shoot them at about 15 miles. And it will also cause problems for the Chinese fighters. Second carrier up here with another 12 fighters the same. Escort ships. Instead of the Hobards, we've got the nearest thing, which is going to be Arleigh Burke. They are pretty similar to the Hobart, about the same size. They've got an Aegis type sensor system. They've got the Mark 41 VLS, the same as the Hobart. They fire the SM2, the same as the Hobart. Near enough for the Hobart today. 3 of them. Next, the Anzac frigate. The best I've got is an Oliver Hazard Perry. Instead of Mark 41 VLS with ESSM, we've got old style rail launcher, I think a single rail launcher with SM2. So I think that roughly makes up for the difference between SM2 and ESSM with the arm launcher and the Mark 41. Fingers crossed we should get about the same. Also it has harpoon launchers the same as the Anzac. As well as that, they have AWACS, and finally our human pilots. They start back here 50 miles behind. The problem is if I put the humans on the carriers with the AI, they basically fight each other, and it always...
Well, gang, welcome back to Late Night Conspiracies, everybody. It seems like we got another mystery out of our hands, and apparently we got tons of... Well, gang, welcome back to Late Night Conspiracies, everybody. It seems like we got another mystery out of our hands, and apparently we got tons of video clips going around, and also news reports on the fact that apparently a UFO or a drone, whatever you want to call it, these alien twats, these bozos, these bastards, apparently almost collided with a plane 27,000 up in the...
Yo, what's going on, you guys? This is Pete coming back with another video.
Okay, we've got lots to talk about today, so get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe, and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Yeah, there's so much to talk about. I'm probably going to have to break this into 2 videos. One explicitly talking about the Tesla bomber and the mystery drones, what they are and what the truth is of all of this, or at least what we can see of it so far. Another video maybe just talking about general UFO news. Okay, so there's some new stuff that has come out and some new takes and some new information. This gentleman on Valhalla VFT is highly doubtful that the Tesla bomber would have actually had access to the black program. So let's give a listen.
So you guys understand this. A Special Forces ODA, Operational Detachment Alpha, works at the tactical level, not even the operational, nowhere near the strategic level. Now you're talking about Pentagon level basement things. A 18 Zulu, a master sergeant on a Special Forces ODA, has no access to information of gravitic propulsion systems, anything in this type of nature.
Yeah, so, according to him and others, the gentleman would not have had, the bomber would not have had access to these special access programs, these black programs, the things that were claimed in the letter, he would not have been privy to. According to that, and who knows, but that is the information that I'm seeing at the time, and that sounds reasonable to me. I was surprised that he would have had access to these SAPs. So I'm, relieved to see that, my initial reaction was probably right on that. But again, you never know. The gentleman that brought Sean Ryan the story in the first place, who received that email, is now saying that the bomber probably had a psychotic break or something because he switched his meds.
What I've learned since then, and I'm going to say allegedly because I don't have proof of this, but I've had 3 people tell me this. Allegedly, Matt Livelsberger changed his meds several days prior to this incident. I don't know what several days means, but what I was told by several people who I value their input and who were close to the situation told me that he was on antipsychotic medication. He had changed his medications, and they said that basically something crazy happened and he became suicidal. So people ask me, is he...
Yeah, so is that what happened? That seems very likely. He was a troubled individual who went off his meds. That sounds as likely as anything. But, I mean, there's still a lot of unanswered questions in this. Is this the end of the story? Who knows? If there were some shenanigans going on, we may never know. But this seems like as credible a scenario as I've seen. But then you have the weird connection to the New Orleans thing with what was it, Fort Bragg? Correct me if that's not the right name of the fortress that they were both out of. But there's still some unanswered questions. So we'll have to see if we get any of those answers in the days ahead. But as far as the Tesla bomber giving us the truth about the mystery drones and that these were all Chinese drones, I think that, there's enough doubt being cast on his information to say that probably that's not the case. So what is going on with the mystery drones? Are they still there? Well, apparently the flight restrictions have not slowed them down at all, according to Richard Dolan.
Government says it's nothing, all explained, but those words completely ring hollow. They banned the drones in parts of New York and in New Jersey. The objects still keep coming. Whatever they are, they do not obey our laws. They don't follow our rules. We've seen this all before. We've seen the secrecy. We've seen the denial. We've seen the half-truths. But the sky doesn't lie. Something's up there, something beyond our official understanding.
I like that. The sky doesn't lie. That's a good line, Richard. That's a good Good line. But the government lies. And they can, and they do. So what are the mystery drones? Well, a lot of people, are saying, well, it is indeed the phenomenon, and this is either putting pressure on the government to provide official UFO disclosure, or this is a disclosure initiative of the phenomenon itself. People like Courtney Brown and others who, have seen or been contacted by elements of the phenomenon believe that, that ships are going to keep on getting bigger. I don't know who this lady is, but she's one of these people, a psychic who apparently is on TikTok, a clairvoyant, and she says the ships are going to keep on getting bigger.
And through clairsentience, which means telepathically. Then I type them up on my iPad. I ask them to confirm. I make edits if needed. And then the messages are ready for you. So that's what I have for you today. This message has 2 parts. And I'm going to just read them right off the iPad as they ask me to. So, part 1. The fog that a lot of you have been seeing around the world has been part of our preparations for arrival and has helped us speed up the process. We have given up hope on the remaining whistleblowers we were waiting for, and now there's no more reason to wait. We are planning to send in our large ships sooner than mid to late January, as was said in yesterday's video. Our large ships are now preparing for reveal in early January.
Okay, I just think that's a really interesting prediction to make. And, Stephen Greer and others are talking about big things coming imminently. And, they're not necessarily talking about massive reveal by the phenomenon, but instead of these whistleblowers coming forward, she's saying the phenomenon has given up on the whistleblowers and they're just going to do it themselves. F it, we're doing it ourselves. So, why would people like this make predictions that are going to be debunked in a week or two, right? It's weird. It's weird. So, keep your eyes on the skies. The skies don't lie, as Richard Dillon says. Who knows? I'll believe it when I see it. But people are seeing the mystery drones. They are seeing them all over. This is supposedly a recent one from Florida.
Wait, hold on. Guys, this...
No, there's a little cursing in there, so I want to mute it. But, yeah, there's drones, right? Yeah, right there, blinking drone in Florida. Okay, all right, could be. Are there any flight restrictions in Florida? I haven't seen any flight restrictions in Florida, but that'd be really interesting. Here's I don't think this is a drone, but you never know if these things are indeed shape-shifting vehicles. This is an object, a UFO coming off of the sea and flying from Philadelphia area towards New Jersey. What the heck is that thing, guys? Could that be a missile launch or something? I mean, look at that. It doesn't look missile launchy to me, but let me know if you think that could be a missile launch or something mundane. But that is a really intriguing sighting of something. Could that be an orb coming out from the sea? Yeah, really interesting stuff. I've got another one coming from the sea for you, but this is supposedly Trump National Golf Club on January 4th in New Jersey.
Yeah, that's a drone. It's low. Now look at above it comes another drone. Holy crap.
Yeah, these drones often come in groups, pairs or threes or fours. I'll have one I'm going to show you in a minute where the 2 drones almost seem to collide with each other. It's crazy. What are they doing, guys? What are they doing? Yeah, but people are seeing these things like nuts. Yeah, that's a good one, but that's not a drone. Yeah, 2 drones nearly colliding. Look at that. I mean, who knows with perspective how far apart they really were. But yeah, no, these drones don't seem like they are going anywhere. What are they doing, guys? Are they putting pressure on the government to pony up with the UFO goods? Are they doing something? Is it some sort of operation where they are functionally doing something, looking for something, regulating something, on the hunt for something, and preparing for something? What are they doing, guys? What are they doing? But yeah, people are seeing these things all over. Yeah, I've already talked about the one in Denmark. Danish police intelligence service investigating. There's 20 large drones that were seen over Kogi Marina. I said that right. Since Friday night. They disappeared over the sea. Again, that sea connection today at 1:15 a.m. at high speed. So they're not just in the U.S. They are all over. And yeah, they're in China, they're in Denmark, they're in Sweden. It's a worldwide event. Nobody has been able to bring any of these things down, which is really interesting. Oh yeah, and by the way, Sean Ryan is going into seclusion. My family and I are disappearing for a few days. My account will be active, but it will not be me behind the wheel. What we are about to release is mind-boggling and will raise a lot of questions. All media requests need to go to my producer. I'm exposing a lot for the interest of the public. It comes with a price. I'll take all the prayers I can get. Thank you. And I know a lot of people, I just want to give a little editorial here, because I know a lot of people are unhappy with Sean. They feel like the information that was brought on by that guy in that email was not credible, and that Sean should have vetted that information more thoroughly. And hey, we would all like thoroughly vetted information, but he was providing the information that he was given. It seemed credible enough to go forward with. And it's so easy to fall for BS or the ravings of somebody that's off of his meds, who is more or less who he says he is. But that's what the internet is for, is to debunk stuff and to find the truth of things. Sometimes it's just better to put stuff out there and let people tell you what they think about it, and to help in the research on that topic. So I'll stand up for Sean Ryan. Again, it would be nice if that information had been vetted more thoroughly, but it is what it is. A lot of people think that the Tesla bomber was one of Stephen Greer's witnesses that are going to come forward, because he says they are Green Berets that are coming forward in early January. But I have heard that the Tesla bomber was not one of them. So I would like more information about that and more confirmation on that. But I don't think that the Tesla bomber was in any of those special access programs, and I don't think that he was one of Stephen Greer's guys. The fog might still be going on, by the way. And there was a news piece done by Mindsea TV talking about an air quality alert for last Wednesday in Florida because of the fog. So yeah, what is going on with the fog? I would love some answers. Yeah, here's some more information about the Denmark port. Danish police are investigating a strange sightings of 20 drones flying over the port of Kogi, southwest of Copenhagen. Witnesses reported the drones disappearing into Kogi Bay at high speed, leaving authorities puzzled. When officers arrived, they spotted four large drones still in the area, but no one had permission to fly them. With rising fears of Russian hybrid warfare in Europe amid the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, these sightings are raising alarms about potential security threats. Are they just rogue operators or part of something bigger? And according to the New York Times, it's Russian. That's right. New York Times has run a story about Russian operated drones. In recent weeks, reports of drone swarms over the United States East Coast have brought fears of hybrid warfare to widespread attention. Military analysts have concluded those drones may have been on a state-sponsored surveillance mission, according to one U.S. official familiar with the incidents. Yeah, it's all Russian guys. It's a 2-month-long surveillance mission with exotic technology. Makes sense, right? Makes total sense. Now, people are seeing these things often in New Jersey. That still seems to be a hot spot. Some people are saying, yeah, they look like planes, but they're not planes. This gentleman is saying this is not a plane. And if this audio is legitimately from this video, yeah, it's not making plane noises. Also, doesn't seem to have any windows on it. Yeah, a drone that looks like a plane, that is what we keep on hearing. But what's significant about this, of course, is that it's in the daytime. We don't see a lot of those. We've seen some of those, but we have not seen a lot of those. So could this be a man-made drone that just happens to look like a plane? Absolutely. I suspect a lot of this stuff up there is man-made. And for sure, the control group has exotic technology. Now, this guy was also seeing multiple of these things in the sky at the same time. There's another one. Again, flying very low. He says there's no airports near where he lives. These are not airplanes coming in for a landing if he is on the level. But yeah, really, really interesting footage. He does have some more for us. Kind of looks a little bit like a Predator drone or something there. He's got his blinking light on there. Yeah, this stuff is so weird, guys. It's so weird. Let's see. Oh yeah, Ryan Graves said a whistleblower came to the ASA regarding a midair collision between a Gulfstream jet and a UFO that occurred off the coast of Florida on December 11th at approximately 27,000 feet and resulted in engine failure and an emergency landing. There are indications that the unidentified object may have been a drone operating off the East Coast with atypical characteristics. And in fact, a week or two ago, I showed a video of what looked like a drone going into the engine of a flying plane and forcing that plane to have an emergency landing. The whistleblower is concerned because this altitude is highly regulated Class A airspace that requires flight plans and transponders. But in this instance, there were no flight plans for the object and the object was not transponding. We can largely eliminate the possibility of common objects because a weather balloon would have been transponding. This altitude is too high for hobby drones and illegal for any drone. There is no biological indicator of a bird strike. Video of the engine shows metal damage. So, yeah, and he's concerned that this is being downplayed by the FAA. The report is being classified as an incident and not an accident, which would require public announcement, investigation by NTSB, and an explanation. So they are classifying it as such that they don't have to reveal it to the public or announce it to the public or do an investigation about it. Okay, all right. You thought that was weird? Well, check this out. This is an object coming out of the sea at high speed. Blink and you miss it, guys. This is so fast. Wait for it. There you go. There you go. That was it.
What? What was that?
Yeah, good question. What was that, guys? What was that? I mean, what was that? The sequel to to this, right? Or was that the prequel? I guess this is the sequel, right? We saw it coming out of the water. Now we could have seen something like that go, through the skies. Is it something like that going on? And then it turns into a drone, and a minute later, this is so nuts, guys. UFO drone seen in California.
The phoenix rising to the earth as the light shines upon.
Yep, they're in California. The guy that put up the one that looks like a plane also sent this out. So I met an awesome dude I'll call Alan from Florida. We've been sharing vids, and the one he sent today blew my mind. Planes that hover in place. Well, none of these videos actually show a plane hovering in place. None of these two videos, but they are very, they could be mystery drones in Florida. There's a couple of them. You can kind of hear a noise. Looks like a plane. Looks like a small plane. But that's what a lot of these things look like. So, yeah. There it is again, just doing its mystery drone thing, flying over Florida. What are they doing, guys? Is it a show? Because I keep on going back to them doing grid patterns over certain areas. I mean, in many respects, this really does appear to be a flex or a show. They're putting pressure on somebody, or they're revealing something just by their continued presence. But at the same time, sometimes they seem to be actively doing something, like the grid patterns. So, again, is that part of the show? Is that to make us wonder? And if these are such high-tech vehicles, why is it taking them so long to do this? How many grid patterns do you have to do before you map it out? But yeah, here's a close-up of this windowless plane that we were seeing a minute ago. And here is what the poster believes is an entity or something. Still don't think slow and low-flying passenger jets without windows or proper livery that don't show up on flight radar are real. Update: if you zoom in on the nose, there's an entity. I'm not convinced that's an entity, I'll be honest, but it's interesting. Could it be the field generated around this object or something like that? It could just be an artifact of the camera, but it's definitely interesting. So let me know if you think that's an entity or a field or an artifact. Let me know what you think we're looking at here. But if this is exotic technology, it'd be really interesting to try to figure that out. Yeah, I've already shown the ones that collide. I think I'll end on this. Nothing drone related. Okay, check it out. All right, yeah, but let me know what you guys think about it all. I'm sure we're looking at a mix of things, from man-made drones to possibly more exotic craft. Again, the longer this drags on with no answer in sight, and with none of these drones being downed and none of them being studied, I'm sure there's a lot of people out looking at these things. There's not a single crash where a civilian gets on it and starts videoing it, putting it up live on YouTube. That's never happened in 2 months with the number of sightings we're seeing. It's never been taken to a citizen journalist or anybody to analyze, or even film, before the Men in Black show up, right? So the longer that happens, the more and more anomalous it's seeming to me. But I'm open to other ideas. So let me know your thoughts about what the mystery drones are. Do you think it's Russia? Do you think it's China? Yeah, let me know your thoughts. Interesting that the New York Times is putting out that Russian idea now. We've just heard the China, story. Now we're hearing the Russia story. So yeah, let me know what you think. But I'll end on an Arctic fox going over an avalanche. That's right. That's right. Okay, got music playing. Okay, check it out, guys. Check it out. Okay. All right, we got the skier, which is impressive enough, outrunning an avalanche. Then we have this, excuse me, I think it's a rabbit. Okay, you can barely see it, but there is a rabbit running across the screen right there. Don't worry, it has a happy ending. He's still running. He's still running. Still running. And he got to the other side. That rabbit ran over an avalanche, guys. That's a hell of a rabbit. Let me know what you think about that amazing rabbit and all the crazy stuff coming out today and yesterday and over the weekend about the Sean Ryan information. Do you believe that bomber was, accurate in his information? Do you believe that he was a disturbed individual? Could he be a disturbed individual that was accurate? Could he have been, taken out or MK Ultra'd or something like that? What do you think the truth of it really is? What do you think the mystery drones really are? What do you think about the interesting footage of the windowless planes and that sort of thing? Is that man-made? Is that NHI? Let me know your thoughts about it all in the comments below. Like and subscribe. Smash the bell. Become a channel member. Buy some merch. And, there's plenty of other videos on the channel. And I'll see you guys. Okay, let's talk about the Tesla truck bomber and his claims about the mystery drones. Are they Chinese technology? Are they NHI? Well, let's talk about it. So get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please like and subscribe and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Okay, as Roth Coldheart says here, summing up. So the Green Beret who allegedly bombed the Trump Las Vegas hotel sent a manifesto to Sean Ryan, including an assertion in the email that he held an active top secret SCI clearance with USAP access. He also makes allegations that the drones operating over U.S. sensitive facilities are Chinese advanced gravitic drones. The plot thickens. Now, I haven't seen it confirmed anywhere that he did have SAP access, but he does seem to be who he says he was otherwise. And the email seems to be legitimate, as the authorities have made note of. Let me go to that. Here's the authorities saying they believe the manifesto to be legitimately created by the bomber.
Spencer. Yeah, so in terms of the so-called manifesto that's circulating online, we have strong evidence to suggest that it was the subject that wrote it, but we haven't conclusively proven that yet.
Okay, there you go. They believe it probably was written by him, but we don't know that for sure. By the way, I have to go into this funny exchange between Ross in the disinfo bots, potentially. He said there's a comment by Astroplane Blaine. Very funny to see people take the rankings of a crazy person. I think that's rantings. The rankings of a crazy person as legit just because it confirms a particular bias. This is a new low for the UFO community. Ross fires back saying, the usual freshly minted intelligence community tweet bot. Your account was created September 24th, launches a deranged attack on inconvenient journalistic inquiry and investigation. Of course, it's media significant person who bombed a hotel. Of course, it's media significant that a person who bombed a hotel made these wild allegations, you deceitful dolt. And it goes on, but I love Ross firing back at accounts that he believes are illegitimate. Yeah, of course, this is, legitimate inquiry, right? This is important to know. If this gentleman, this bomber, I don't know if gentleman is the correct word to use here, but if this guy did have access to these SAPs, did he have inside knowledge that these were Chinese drones? We need confirmation, first of all, that he was part of these SAPs. And, it'd be great if we had some, someone else, as unlikely as that would be, come out saying, yeah, I was on the special access program with him, and that is the information that we were receiving. Of course, even if they were receiving that information, that does not make it legitimate. Bob Lazardi, as an example, was giving a lot of briefing material prior to going in to work on the UFO. He didn't believe that briefing material was all accurate. There was some BS thrown in there, he believed. And that seems to be the case. In the control group, they give briefings, they get access to stuff, and that information is not always necessarily on the level. So even if, the bomber had this information, it does not make it legit. But it would be very important, I think, to learn if he did, in fact, have access to this information. So could it be Chinese? Is is it Chinese? Is it NHI or is it Chinese? Well, let's listen to what Representative William Timmons of the U.S. Congress is talking about in regards to this technology.
Or how frustrating is it? So it's actually, this is the thing. I do think that the government is trying to assess whether it's China or non-human. I think that's really the underlying question. Because if it's China, it's bad because they have technology that we don't understand, and they have advancements that we don't have, which is not good. If it's non-human, then well, we don't know why they're here. So both of those deserve additional resources to figure out the answer to.
And that's like the way you're framing it is kind of simple, not simplistic, but simple. Do you think that's an easy case to make to the incoming Trump administration? Like, hey.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take. It doesn't take. This is not an Elon Musk task. This is a task that can be assigned to a lot of people. But this is the thing. The patterns in sightings can easily be predicted, and I actually think that there's a correlation between military training, military activities in the U.S. and these sightings. So it would not be difficult to figure out if it's China, because if it is indeed China, they're using their technology to assess our military capacity, and we can create the systems through which they would then respond, and we'll be like, okay, it's China.
Yeah.
Or maybe they don't take the bait, and it's not China, or it might not be China.
Have you entertained the idea of military contractors? Do you feel like that part of it?
I mean, that's definitely a variable, because we spend a lot of money to allow the private sector to develop technologies because we don't have the expertise. Yeah. So absolutely. But again, this is some next level. I mean, this isn't like 10 years ahead of where we are. This is like 50 or 100 years ahead of where we are. And, we've all seen, 6 years ago, I remember seeing what the world then saw in 60 Minutes, like a year or two later. Yeah. And, look, I got my private pilot's license. I understand physics. Yeah. I understand propulsion. I'm not Elon Musk again, but I have a pretty good grasp of that. Yeah. We have nothing that can do what I've seen.
Yeah. We have nothing that can do what I've seen. According to what he's seen, he believes this technology is 50, 100 years in advance of where we are right now. Of course, that's probably very optimistic. If they're using exotic technology, they can make craft vanish and so on. So does China have that? Do they have exotic technology that is that far advanced of where we are? Well, I was in China 20 years ago. It would not have been possible then. They were all riding bicycles. But they've come a long way, and, we can debate where they acquired some of that technology. But I'm not going to stir that up at the moment. But yeah, they have come a long way. They are very advanced. But if they had this advanced exotic technology that we cannot do anything about, and send it en masse over the United States and other countries for months, why would Taiwan not be in their hands right now? They could take over the world if they wanted to. And this stuff is all over the world. It's in Denmark. Does it make any sense for China to send it over Denmark? Here's a drone over Denmark, a mystery drone over Denmark on January 4th. And they're not just in Denmark, they're in China.
Starting from the night of September 11th, there were unidentified flying objects spotted in Tianjin for 3 consecutive nights. These incidents affected flight operations at Tianjin International Airport, impacting thousands of passengers. According to China's official statement, these were drone intrusions. However, many people doubt this explanation, questioning if these objects were UFOs, as drones usually cannot fly for 10 hours. The incident on the night of September 11th at Tianjin Binhai Airport has been dubbed the Tianjin 9/11 incident.
I'll let you watch the full video at your leisure. It's 13 minutes long, but they got mystery drones in China. So, interfering with their operations, right? So probably not China, probably not gravitic technology. I've never seen any evidence that gravitic technology has been operational in that sense. I mean, it works. I mean, it is a technology that it can make things levitate, but not in a functional sense like the drones. You're not going to use them in war. You're not going to be able to do anything with that technology that I've ever seen. Now, they quickly closed the curtain on what we know of that technology, and they've probably pursued avenues of research with gravitic technology that we don't know anything about. So, it's totally possible in the decades since they've been working on this stuff with, Townsend Brown and all of that kind of stuff, that, yeah, maybe they have gotten some functional technology, but I've never seen any evidence of that. But this is leaps and bounds beyond that. This is not showing up on thermal. This is potentially vanishing. We have one case where the police officers were investigating a downed drone in a tree, and although they had eyes on it, it vanished before their eyes. They had no clue where that thing went. That is not mundane technology. They're not, again, not showing up on thermal, potentially shape-changing objects. I would love more corroboration on that, but this is a global phenomenon. They got them in Australia, they got them in Denmark, they got them in Italy, they've got them in China. So unlikely to be a human, adversarial nation doing this. Again, over an extended period of time, none of these objects have been downed and recovered and studied. How likely is it that that's human? This seems very advanced. So whoever is doing this is not worried about this technology falling into our hands, right? They are very confident and comfortable with this technology. They're not worried about it being studied, not worried about it being reverse engineered. Probably not the case if it were a foreign adversary. I think the Tesla bomber was likely a disturbed individual. I mean, obviously he was. But could he have been a whistleblower that was targeted by the government? That's a theory that some people have, and there's definitely some evidence to back up that claim. So just to make this more complicated, let's give a listen to what the Homeland Security Committee was talking about in May 8th, 2024.
Guys, if your assessments here are correct, these are very covert weapons, aren't they?
That's correct. There's no entry or exit wound. How they're designed is to make the target feel like they're crazy, like they're imagining things.
And you guys also said that these attacks are happening right here in this city. Is that correct?
I mean, there have been some that have gone public with respect to Washington, D.C.
I think it was Mr. Grozev said you spoke to a Russian agent who said that they believe that Americans are using these same weapons on them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Might that have something to do with part of the CIA's motive to cover up the existence of this tech and these weapons?
That is a very logical possibility.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so you never know, guys. Now, there is a lot of debate going on right now about Sean Ryan and the guest that he had on with that information. And I'm not going to go into all of that, as is kind of toxic, and who knows. But there is interesting possible evidence that some people are coming out with that maybe that email, that manifesto was faked, and we need more conclusive evidence on all of that stuff. But we're still in the fog of war on all of this, I guess, is my point. And we just don't know. And if there were some shenanigans going on, potentially with the government, we may never know. We may never get clear answers on what exactly happened with the Tesla bomber and what happened at the Tesla Tower in Las Vegas on that day. But will we ever get answers on what the mystery drones are? I think that we probably will. I don't think this is just going to fade out with no conclusion, because there was a point to this. Somebody was doing this to achieve a goal. And like Steve Bassett and others have said, that this is the NHI doing this. They are doing this to drive disclosure, to drive home a point to the powers that be in the government, to say, hey, pony up with the information. The people need to know this, and we're just going to keep on pressuring you until you deliver. So if we see some governmental action toward that, then that would be the goal, I guess, right? We'll be able to see an end, achieved by this means. So yeah, that could totally happen, or we could see some other action to come out. If China takes over Taiwan and the U.S. doesn't put up a fight about it, then you could say, yeah, maybe that was the point and it was Chinese tech all along. But again, this is exotic technology. It's unlikely that China has achieved this and that we haven't achieved anything to that level. We've had programs low these many years. We have, we being the U.S., has very high tech. We've got our own UFOs. So, why are they able to do stuff that we can't do and that we can't do anything about? Or is it the control group letting them run around our facilities and, going across our airspace with impunity because they don't want to reveal that they do have this tech? Is it some sort of, something like that? Maybe somebody's playing chicken. We just don't know, guys. I mean, we can speculate all day. I would love some answers on this, but we don't know, and we don't even know what we don't know at this point. But we are definitely in the fog of war on this. It's very interesting. There's definitely some important questions here, and I would love some important answers on all of this. Maybe you guys have the answers, so let me know in the comments below. And if you've enjoyed this video, thumbs up. Like and subscribe, smash the bell to be notified of future videos, visit the merch store, buy a t-shirt, become a channel member. Channel members are rock stars, and I really appreciate you guys' support. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, there's plenty of other videos on the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. This is Jack with Cosmic Road, signing out.
If you follow this channel, you know that many of these videos come from your suggestions. And I get emails all the time from people who want content about UFOs. Others want lost cities, strange disappearances, or lizard people, reptilian humanoids. Today, we fulfill all these requests in one video. There is no other place on Earth steeped in more mystery than Mount Shasta. Aliens, ghosts, underground bases, interdimensional portals. Mount Shasta has it all. Let's find out why. As you approach Mount Shasta, the first thing you notice is how absolutely out of place it is. Though it's one of the tallest peaks in North America, it's not directly connected to any other mountains. It stands alone and seems to leap off the landscape. At over 14,000 feet above sea level, Mount Shasta is so tall and steep that it pierces the clouds and creates its own weather. Located in Northern California, Mount Shasta is actually a semi-active volcano. Its last major eruption was in 1250, but as recently as last year, Mount Shasta was oozing lava that caused several fires in the surrounding forest. And just about every type of paranormal event you can think of converges at Mount Shasta. UFO sightings, mysterious disappearances, lost cities, ghosts, gods, everything. Mount Shasta legends exist in every culture that's lived in its shadow, including the first cultures. Native tribes have inhabited the area for over 10,000 years, making it one of the longest occupied areas in North America. And each tribe has a myth about the mountain. Some tribes say Mount Shasta is the sacred center of the universe. Others say the mountain is the birthplace of all life. And as different as these stories are, there is one theme found in every native legend: you do not go above the tree line. That area is reserved for the sky people. Not far from Mount Shasta is Petroglyph Point, which has some of the oldest stone writing ever found in North America, dating back thousands of years. And the glyphs depict the types of things you'd expect to see: animals, rivers, the sun, stars. But there are also carvings of what some people believe are sky people. Native tribes believed that the sky people were spiritual beings who existed in a different realm, a plane of existence where souls and spirits of the dead dwell. But what if the sky people aren't spirits of the dead, but are actually beings that are very much alive, just not human? There are Native American legends that describe a race of giants that live on Mount Shasta. The Modoc have the Matagagmi, which are said to be the keepers of the woods. Could these ancient people be describing Bigfoot? Matagagmi is the Modoc word for Bigfoot, and it's similar to the Tibetan word metogangami, which is their word for Yeti.
Hey, how do ancient Indians in Tibet end up with the same word for Bigfoot?
Well,
There would have to be some kind of land bridge between India and America. Wait a minute.
you're getting way ahead of me on this one, pal.
Are we gonna talk about?
We are.
Oh, baby!
Since at least the 1920s, people have claimed to see tall creatures roaming the forests around Mount Shasta. In 1976, a camper thought a park ranger was investigating his camp, but upon closer inspection, it was a Bigfoot. Another famous account happened in 1962 when a hiker claimed to have seen a female Bigfoot giving birth.
Ooh, that sounds messy.
It does.
A lot of hot water and towels.
Right. I get it.
Because if a Bigfoot is giving birth, oh boy, that's gonna be a lot of...
I said I get it. In 1930, a humanoid skeleton that was over 8 feet tall was discovered near Mount Shasta, and this wasn't a fringe report. It was covered by major newspapers all over the area. And native legends say the race of giants prospered on the earth for thousands of years, but were suddenly wiped out in a great flood.
It always ends with a great flood, doesn't it?
Every time. But there is an interpretation of this legend that claims the giants of the woods are not Bigfoot. They're a race of people called Lemurians, and that brings us to the fascinating story of J.C. Brown. He's considered the first person to find the lost civilization of Lemuria, but his story takes a mysterious turn. In 1904, J.C. Brown was working as a geologist for a gold mining operation, and he was sent to Mount Shasta to look for gold. During one of Brown's expeditions, he came across a rock fall that looked like something could be buried underneath. And when he cleared the rubble, he discovered the entrance to a cave that disappeared into the darkness for what looked like forever. Brown hiked the length of the tunnel, which turned out to be 11 miles long. And that may sound crazy, but Mount Shasta is a volcano, and the entire area around the mountain is a network of lava tubes. And lava tubes can be huge and stretch miles underground. And when J.C. Brown reached the end of the tunnel, he found what he described as the remains of an ancient city. He found machinery long abandoned that looked like it was used in a mining operation. He found statues, tablets, shields, and weapons, all made of gold, and all inscribed with hieroglyphics. He found what he called a worship room with statues that seemed to glow in the dark. And the final chamber of the cave system was a tomb where 27 giant skeletons were arranged. And they ranged in height from 7 feet to over 10 feet tall. Unsure of what to do, J.C. Brown covered the entrance to the cave and told no one about it. But over the next few years, Brown became obsessed with a book by James Churchward called The Lost Continent of Mu, and by stories of Lemuria, which he thought could be the same thing. Lemuria, according to the legend, was an entire continent that sunk beneath the ocean many thousands of years ago.
It sounds like Atlantis.
Well, it's funny you should say that. Turns out Lemuria and Atlantis are connected. In 1899, Frederick Spencer Oliver published a book called A Dweller on Two Planets, which tells an amazing story that was found written on ancient Hindu tablets. Over 1 million years ago, the Earth was ruled by two very advanced civilizations, the Atlanteans and the Lemurians, and both cultures had technology that far exceeds our own. Atlantis was the dominant culture, and for many years it was benevolent. But about 25,000 years ago, Atlantis became corrupt and wanted to rule all people on the Earth. Lemurians rejected this idea and wanted to be left alone. And after much internal conflict, Atlantis decided to go to war with the Lemurians. And for years, the two mighty civilizations deployed devastating nuclear weapons against each other. The explosions were so violent that they caused the Earth's tectonic plates to become unstable and the magnetic poles to shift. Finally, a massive flood tore across the planet and laid waste to both civilizations. In all, 60 million Lemurians died. Atlantis suffered severe losses as well. The few surviving Atlanteans evacuated to Agartha, an underground city that we'll be covering on this channel. The last remaining Lemurians fled to Mount Shasta and established a city called Telos. And what's amazing is, there's a Hawaiian legend that says the islands of Hawaii were once part of a vast continent called Mu, also known as Lemuria. And once J.C. Brown learned of these stories, he was convinced that he had found the lost civilization of Lemuria under Mount Shasta. So he decided, now 30 years later, it was time to go back to the mountain. And when J.C. Brown returned to Mount Shasta, he put together a search party to help him rediscover Lemuria. Brown had assembled a group of 80 researchers, scientists, and explorers. And after 1,000 years of legend, Lemuria was about to be proven real. Newspapers widely covered the story, and the excitement around the adventure was palpable. Then, On the morning that the expedition was set to begin, J.C. Brown didn't show. People combed every tavern, every street, every inn looking for him, but they would find no trace. J.C. Brown had vanished and was never heard from again. Explanations for J.C. Brown's disappearance covered everything. Some said he was simply a fraud, though he never took a penny from anyone. Others said a secret but powerful organization learned of Brown's plans and had him erased.
Illuminati?
Yep. But a few others were convinced that J.C. Brown no longer needed a search party to find Lemuria, that he had been granted access and taken there by some mysterious machine. And to hear descriptions of this machine, it sounds like a vehicle or a...
UFO!
Right. And there have been UFO sightings around Mount Shasta going back over 100 years. And in recent years, sightings are accelerating. Of the top 300 UFO hotspots in the world, Mount Shasta is ranked 13th. People have seen chrome objects hovering above dark mountain roads. Others report lights moving in formation, silently swarming the peak, and then disappear. One of the most widely reported UFO sightings happened in 2008. Residents said they saw what looked like a giant glowing jellyfish hovering over the mountain. Eyewitnesses said it made no noise, but it seemed to have a fire raging inside of it. Now, unfortunately, there are no photos from this sighting, but just last year, someone captured this footage.
This happened. I'm sorry.
What is that?
There's a passenger on the plane, looks out the window, grabs the phone. This was filmed in June. The traveler sees that, an object apparently changing shapes in seconds.
And what makes Mount Shasta UFOs really strange is that they don't just hover around the mountain. People have seen them fly into the mountain. And they don't mean they flew into an opening in the mountain. Every single person said the UFOs flew into the side of the mountain and just vanished into the rock. And it's been said that Mount Shasta is hiding an energy vortex that allows passage into another dimension. Locals believe the UFOs hide in the clouds and enter the mountain through some kind of portal. But that begs the question, a portal to where? For decades, eyewitnesses have seen strange beings in Mount Shasta's caves that seem to have the ability to walk through walls. They just vanish. And it's not just these strange beings that disappear on Mount Shasta. It's one of the most active hotspots in North America for mysterious disappearances. In 2011, a young couple was camping on Mount Shasta with their 3-year-old son. Suddenly, the boy's parents looked up and their son was gone. They immediately called the authorities and a massive search went on for 5 hours. Then, a sheriff's deputy heard a quiet voice coming from a bush not far from the campsite. This was odd because dozens of trained search and rescue professionals had combed every inch of this area multiple times and found nothing. But the boy was found unharmed, so this was called a successful operation, and that was pretty much the end of it. It wasn't until a few weeks later when the story would take a mysterious turn. The boy was talking to his grandmother, who he called Grandma Cappy, about the incident. He said he liked this Grandma Cappy better than the other Grandma Cappy who found him in the woods.
Whoa, what?
Yeah. The boy's mother was upset by this. What other Grandma Cappy? The boy said the other Grandma Cappy had taken him to a cave in the woods. And there were other people there too who were just frozen in place. And this new grandma seemed nice enough, but then she wanted to examine the boy. And for some reason, she asked him to defecate on a piece of paper.
Did he?
No, he said he couldn't go.
Yeah, I'm a shy pooper too.
But it gets even stranger. Grandma Cappy said that just a few weeks earlier, she was camping in the same area when she blacked out. Then she woke up face down in the dirt and noticed she had a strange puncture wound on the back of her neck. She said she was violently ill and thought it was some kind of spider bite. She was camping with a friend who also had a similar wound and was also terribly sick.
DNA extraction.
Well, that's one theory, and Grandma Cappy said she's never going to that mountain again. Then there's the story of Carl Landers. In 1999, Landers, along with 2 friends, set out to hike to the summit of Mount Shasta. And along the trail, Landers just vanished. He didn't wander off, he didn't cry for help, he was just gone. And it's not like he disappeared into the woods or fell down a hole. There was good visibility for over 100 yards. Landers vanished in a wide open field. And he was an experienced hiker who knew this terrain extremely well. Yet somehow he disappeared off the mountain without a trace. And for a week, a huge manhunt searched every inch of the area. The National Guard even sent helicopters equipped with infrared sensors. Nothing was found. No equipment, no clothing, no body. All gone. To this day, there is no explanation for what happened. So what's going on at Mount Shasta? Can we use logic and science to explain these mysteries? Well, it's difficult to explain ancient native legends because we have no evidence to support or refute the stories. Since the legends have been passed down over several thousand years, not only is it possible, but it's likely that these stories evolved over time. I mean, who can resist adding a little drama to make a story seem more mystical? I'm guilty of doing it on this channel. Mount Shasta isn't a very active volcano now, but it's erupted many times in the past, and human settlements were present during those eruptions. When native tribes describe Mount Shasta as the home of a god who throws flaming rocks at his enemies, we could certainly see that these ancients were trying to make sense of what they saw. And when American Indians spoke of giants, did they really mean Bigfoot? It's not clear. There isn't much reporting of Bigfoot until 1924, when a few gold prospectors came back from an expedition talking about how they were attacked by giant ape men who threw boulders at their camp. And the story caught fire and grabbed so much attention that park rangers launched a full investigation. What they found didn't impress them. They said the boulders were actually just large rocks and looked like they were placed there by the men, and there were supposedly Bigfoot tracks in the area. But when the rangers looked closely at the tracks, it was clear they were made by one of the miners using his knuckles and the palm of his hand. Still, there's no stopping a viral story, and the legend of Bigfoot was born. But what about these portals that seem to swallow people whole? Is there any science to support the phenomenon that 2 points in space can be joined by nothing but energy? Turns out, there is. In 2013, NASA discovered a phenomenon called an X-point. X-points are places where the magnetic field of the Earth is directly connected to the magnetic field of the Sun. This is an uninterrupted path of energetic particles leading from our planet all the way to our star, 93 million miles away. Another study confirmed these portals and found some of them are short-lived, opening and closing very quickly, but others are stable for long periods of time. Now, obviously, we can't use these portals to travel. Yet. But there is science to support that the Earth is magnetically tethered to the Sun, and the magnetism around Mount Shasta is highly unusual. The entire area is blanketed by an enormous negative magnetic anomaly. Could this area of strong magnetism be creating ruptures in space that cause people to disappear? Well, that's a stretch, but if some kind of electromagnetic event were to occur, there are a few places on Earth better suited than Mount Shasta. Now, the story of the missing boy who suddenly reappeared 5 hours later, that's true. The part about his grandma Cappy and the puncture in her neck, that came from someone claiming to be her posting her story on the internet, so I don't know. And the boy's parents conveniently want to remain anonymous. But Carl Landers really did disappear without a trace, as have many people on Mount Shasta. Now, most of the time, missing hikers are discovered not far from their last known position, usually dead from injuries from a fall. But it's worth acknowledging that there are plenty, I mean lots, of people who just vanish with no explanation.
Well, what about the UFOs?
Well, the UFO sightings can't really be explained. Weather around Mount Shasta is highly unusual and creates what's known as lenticular cloud formations. And lenticular clouds look like giant UFOs, but they're just clouds. As for it looks like flying spacecraft hovering around and disappearing into the mountains, we'd be silly to discount those reports. Even our own government is finally admitting there are objects zipping around the planet that just can't be explained. So what about J.C. Brown and Lemuria? Well, the J.C. Brown story is a great one, but it might be debunked. In 2017, a researcher named Stephen Sindoni tracked down a man named John Benjamin Bodie, a mining engineer who retired in Mount Shasta. And Bodie had worked for the Lord Cowderay Mining Company, which was also J.C. Brown's employer. And Bodie lived right across the street from where J.C. Brown had given daily lectures on Lemuria and the lost city of Telos. This may not be definitive proof that J.C. Brown was a hoax, but it's pretty compelling research. And I should note that Sindoni is not a debunker. He's a hollow Earth researcher who's been on countless TV and radio shows discussing how the Earth is hollow and home to alien civilizations that live right under our feet. And speaking of hollow Earth, what about Lemuria? Is it hiding inside Mount Shasta? I think Lemuria is the best legend about Mount Shasta, and I'm not the only one. Entire religions have been built around the Lemuria story. In the 1930s, Guy Ballard, a mining engineer, was exploring Mount Shasta. He said he was met by a young man named the Count of Saint Germain. And Count Saint Germain is a legend in paranormal history. He's supposedly immortal and shows up during all kinds of historical events. There's even an account of him being present at the signing of the Declaration of Independence, where he actually gave a speech. And we're going to do a whole video on Saint Germain. He deserves more attention. But anyway, Ballard and his wife Edna claim to be the sole messengers of Saint Germain and other ascended masters, as they're called. And the Ballards began giving public lectures on Saint Germain's teachings and eventually had grown the I Am activity movement to over 1 million followers.
Not easy to do without social media.
Oh, it's not. And after Ballard passed away in 1971, most of the I Am members left the religion, but it's still around. You can visit the I Am reading room right now in Mount Shasta City. And Lemuria and Atlantis were nothing more than stories for hundreds, even thousands of years. But with the discoveries like Bimini Road in the Bahamas and the Yanaguni Monument off the coast of Japan, we have to start wondering if these myths weren't myths at all, but actual places. Now, skeptics will say Bimini and Yanaguni are natural formations, but I'll put the pictures up for you to decide. To me, Bimini Road is iffy. I lean toward man-made, but I can see the other side of the argument. But Yanaguni? That looks 100% man-made to me, so what if? Mount Shasta has captured the imagination of people around the world for centuries, and those who visit often say the mountain called to them. And I think it's fair to say that if you're the type of person who goes to a place expecting to have a spiritual or supernatural experience, there's a good chance you'll have one. The mind is a powerful thing. But as long as you're not starting religions based on this, I don't think there's anything wrong with believing what others say is a crazy theory. Our civilization's greatest leaps forward come from heretics who dare to challenge the status quo. From mavericks and dissenters have come scientific discoveries that altered the course of history and forced even the most ardent skeptics to wonder, what if? What if there was an ancient civilization that sunk beneath the ocean? And what if the children of those people are here now, just waiting for our own civilization to catch up, waiting for us to emerge from our selfish adolescence so we can join a larger community, one that exists only for scientific discovery, artistic expression, and spirit. If you follow this channel, you know that many
valued viewers, I hope you're all doing very well. About a week ago we did this battle. Guns battle, 1 Iowa battleship versus 8 various warships. The idea is we were abusing sea power. Sea power is 1960s onwards, so the era of the missile battle at sea, whereas we wanted to use it for a more early 20th century purpose of guns. Hence we took the Iowa, we removed the missiles, and we fought it against 8 warships that did not have missiles, making it a pre-missile battle. It was purely just for fun, just to see what would happen. And I got some really good responses from you guys, because you said you want to see some more warfare of the early 20th century, and so that's what we're doing today. The first thing I had to do was go away and do a bit of research, so I knew roughly what to show. So I've started rereading the early 20th century, or the World War I naval warfare book, Castles of Steel. Really good book, highly recommended. To the chapter where I've got to at the moment, it covers 2 warship techniques of the time, one offensive and one defensive. So in the early 20th century, heavy cruisers, battle cruisers and battleships would tend to travel in line astern, like we've got here, 1, 2, 3, 4, all heading north, with about half to 1 mile separation between vessels. In terms of the main offensive technique, bearing in mind that guns were the primary armament, the formation commander would aim to do something called crossing the T. That is that he would try and put his line of ships ahead of the hostile line of ships at maximum main battery range at a 90-degree angle to the direction of travel of the hostile fleet. So in this case, crossing the T of these 4 battleships here, bearing in mind that they're in line astern heading north, would mean that I would want to place my line of ships across his line here so that I arrive at this line here and exactly the max range of my guns. Let's say my guns have a range of 20 miles over the horizon. Therefore, I want to arrive here 20 miles ahead of the hostile formation with my line going that way, hence crossing the T. The reason is it's the most efficient way of laying down main battery firepower. I can have all of my vessels broadside ready to fire at their maximum range. At that exact moment, the hostiles who have just had their T crossed only have the front armament of the front vessel within range to fire. Therefore, I have more shells in the air. I win the battle, or give myself the best chance of winning the battle. In terms of our setup, we have 4 blue battleships and 4 red battleships. We will control the 4 blue. Now, the battleships we'll be using will not be period accurate, or should I say they'll be late World War II. In fact, technically they're going to be a 1980s refit, but I'm going to remove the missiles, reverting them pretty much to their World War II main armament. Both fleets will be travelling line astern with 1 mile separation between them. Both will be heading towards a common point just off the coast of Jutland. And for those historian buffs, you'll see where this is going. And I will try and cross the T of the Reds to try and prove that the tactic would work in sea power. I have no idea if it's going to work or if it's going to be a miserable failure. We'll just have to try for the first time. Now, obviously, to be able to do this, early 20th century commanders needed to know where the hostile fleet was. They would do that usually by float planes. So we'll have a P-3 Orion just pretending to be a float plane, just to show the concept of the reconnaissance float plane to find the hostiles, radio their fleet position back, allowing our commander to try and cross the T. If that works, then we'll try our defensive measure. Our defensive measure is going to be backwards over the shoulder firing. It's kind of similar to crossing the T in that it is a backwards movement, so moving our ships away from the hostile ships, but laying down the maximum amount of armament while still being tactical. And that's something that very much happened at the Battle of Jutland. First, let's do crossing the T. Welcome in, viewers. It's 10:15 Zulu off the waters of Jutland. We have our blue fleet up here in line formation, and the reds we know because we made the mission are further south down here. The first thing we're going to do is fly our fictitious recon float plane towards where we know the hostiles are, ping, and we're going to get a visual fix on them. Obviously, this is pre-airborne radar time, so it's going to be done visually. How far will you see them out? Well, it depends on visibility, obviously, but I'm going to assume about 20 miles. Well, we've got some talking time, viewers. Sea power, as I said, obviously isn't meant for earlier 20th century. I'm abusing it to do this. But you guys tell me there is a game that is filling that gap of kind of 1900 to 1940, which would be perfect for this. Now, the game is called Dreadnought, you tell me. It's available. I usually would have turned that down because it's single player, and generally speaking we only do multiplayer, but that's changing now. Obviously we seem to be moving from multiplayer to single player anyway. It's not really up to me, it's up to you guys. It's what you watch, and you watch Sea Power videos which are single player. You don't really, most of you watch DCS videos anymore which are multiplayer, so it appears that one way or another we're moving towards single player. Therefore, if you want, I can go to the Dreadnought game. Let me know if you want that, and we can start putting together some 1900 to 1940s battles. It will certainly be different, but a good excuse to learn some more about that time period. Okay, that is 20 nautical miles away from the lead ship. Can we see anything? Well, no, because there's a blooming great cloud in front of us. Let's get past that cloud. Do we see any battleships? Yes, I do. I see them right there. Look, ping. So, our float plane has identified, our ships, and they wouldn't necessarily need to be float planes. They could be land-based planes as well, obviously. Right, so the hostiles have been spotted and identified. Let's make that guy hostile. We know they're moving, or we can chart their course at about 12 knots. We know they're moving in line astern, due north. Okay, so now we've got to make some calculations and figure out where we're going to put our guys. So we're going to keep the plane. It's going to shadow the fleet as it would do in real life, just far enough away that it won't be shot down, but enough that it can keep relaying its credentials back to our guys. So let's have a look. We know it's going to be heading north, so let's draw a line north. We want to intercept them at the max main armament range of our 16-inch guns, which for the Iowa in-sea power is about 21 miles. So as it stands, we want to be crossing their T about there. We're 60, 70 miles up here. So let's get us and let's start going. We know where they are, so we can now put ourselves in the head flank, probably something like that, because we want to cross the T, so we want to come in from the side, obviously. I mean, Iowas were absolutely amazing, and we're reenacting kind of 1914 to 1918 here. This is a 1940 battleship. It could go staggering 34 knots, so it's a battleship, a fully fledged 60,000 tonner with full armour going at 34 knots. I mean, that was absolutely unheard of in the time period that we're reenacting. What an amazing vessel it was. In the time period that we were reenacting, you tended to get battleships, which were heavily armoured like this, but much slower, you know, kind of sub 20 knots quite often. And you would have battle cruisers, which have the same big guns, but they didn't have the armour. Much lighter, therefore they could go much faster, so they were more of a sprint attacker. As well as that, heavy cruisers could be in these lines as well. And of course, you'd have cruisers and destroyers involved as well, but they would be used differently. A couple of mistakes. The previous battle that we did with the Iowas, I said they did not have an armoured citadel. I don't know why I said that. It's a stupid thing to say. It's a battleship, obviously. It does absolutely have an armoured citadel, or some of it. So yeah, that's that. It's just me being tired and useless as usual. I also mentioned that the wooden decks would be taken up pre-battle. Not necessarily on the Iowa, but I mean early 20th century ships. You guys disputed that and said you didn't see any evidence of that. So like I said, I'm rereading Castles of Steel and seeing if I got it wrong. I apologise if I got it wrong. Right, there's nothing for it now but to speed the hell up. Mach 10 is the max we can do at the moment, probably because my plane can see the hostiles. Distance between fleets is now 52 nautical miles. Let's update my line. So about 21 miles max gunnery range, so about there. So I'm going to cross the T about there. I think I'm going to do a bit of a slightly different manoeuvre, coming at that angle there. Turn at the last minute. Update, we're now 40 nautical miles away, fleet to fleet. Now in real life, obviously, the Reds played by AI today would obviously not just run into a trap like they were about to. They would have their naval planes up and reconning and, you know, trying to do the same thing to us, or, you know, land-based planes doing the same, but they're AI. They're just not that intelligent and they won't do that. They're just going to run straight into the trap, which is fine for me, as far as I care. And let's just adjust this line. 21 miles is now there. Got an extra emission there, so let's designate him as hostile. No, can't do it. 38 miles between. I'm worried I'm going to miss the T, so I'm going to head more in that direction there, I think. Imagine having to control these huge fleets, all the station keeping, all the planning. This will be done on massive plots, I suppose, in the planning areas of the capital ship, the lead ship, flagship. There we go. Right, still at 34 knots. Still tracking the hostiles at 12 knots. So we could probably work it out mathematically much better than I'm doing it just by eye here. Speed up again. I've got the Orion's radar turned off, by the way, so he is just doing listening and looking. Distance is 32 nautical miles between fleets now.
Hey.
Ah, Fly's just woken up, viewers. Fly, can you see what I'm doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going back to early of 20th century today, battleship fleet versus battleship fleet. We're at the Jutland here. Obviously, we're not using the correct types of ships. And the Blues are trying to cross, in this case, the Germans' T. Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's literally what I'm trying to do for the first time here, and I don't know if it's going to work, so let's just see what happens. We've got the Reds, which are the Germans and their battle cruisers, in line formation, moving north. I've got us, say the British, with our battle cruisers, and we have put our plane out to spot where the Germans are, and we're plotting a course to cross their T at the maximum gunnery range of our primary battery of 21 miles, and we're going to see if it works. So there's 21 miles logged out. The Germans, unfortunately, today are just played by AI flies, so they're going to be very stupid. You know what I need to do? I need to get my formation laterals, the next thing I need to do, viewers. So
one glory day, we get the chance to play this game in Corp or or even multiplayer. That would be wonderful.
Roger. So I'm moving to east to west formation, obviously, viewers, as they would do to complete the T. I'm going to go that way now, I think. I don't want to miss that interception point. Battleship's reforming. Another contact just appeared, designating him as hostile. Okay, they've now got an R next to their name, which means we're now picking them up by radar as well as their emissions. And bearing in mind the spy plane does not have a radar turned on, it's our radar on the top of our 100 and 200 foot antenna on our Iowa, our battleship. Looking over the horizon, of course, they did have radars on the ships in the early 20th century as well. In fact, that's what we'll be ranging our guns today. Right, update this, update us. So we want to arrive so that the halfway point of our line astern here is going to be crossing the T at 21 miles. I think we're slightly ahead of ourselves, so I think we turn that way there, take that back. We're slightly behind now, so let's go there. Tension growing. Will it work? Last guy spotted, designating, hostile. Right. No, I'm ahead of myself again, and to get back a bit. Down here, 21 miles is there. Alright, we're going to cross this T absolutely beautifully, guys. Slow down, 2/3. I want to be gunning at flank speed. We've now got visual on the hostiles, so we can now see them visually. There they are. Same ships as us, obviously. So if it was line v line, head on, it would be a 50-50 who wins. Hopefully, if our crossing the T works, we should win this, but we'll see. A little bit off. No, 21 miles. Where's 21 miles? It's there. We've basically hit gunnery there. Turn the speed up off. Set my guys to weapon free. Weapon free. So we are now theoretically crossing their T. Guns are rising. Check we're in range. There's the range bar. Hostiles are responding. Hostiles are firing before us, which is an error on my behalf. Hopefully we'll compensate for that by having 4 sets of full battery. Primary battery is firing. And our entire fleet is firing and crossing the T. So we're going to have 4 times as many shells landing on this guy as he's got landing on us. Now we mustn't get complacent, we mustn't get slow. Got to keep moving. You never stop a battleship moving or a gun's warship. Oh, really? First salvo? Amazing. I mean, it's pretty unusual for a shell to hit from a salvo. We're aiming to straddle him and damage him with our straddle. If we get a direct hit, that's a bonus. And we've absolutely not hit him, so it's just luck at the moment. But we should have 4 times the amount of luck, with 4 times the amount of firepower going down. As I said, our flagship's been hit as a bit of bad luck. But luck is a major factor in his battles, and Jutland was 100% an example of that. Come on, let's straddle this sucker.
There's one thing that was in favor of the Red Star. Because the first shots they did were in a bank, so in that moment the Blues needed to compensate for the turn the Reds do in that moment. And the Blues keep in basically that straight line, so they pretty easy to foresee where they will be.
Oh, straddle is very inaccurate. Did we even get a single shot of those shells? Well, let's keep going. Okay, we've put the fire out. Unfortunately, he's decided to slow right down. And there's not a great deal I can do about that. I'll order him back up to ahead 2/3. The slower we go, the easier the target we are. Okay, we're speeding up again. Full battery out from the full fleet. That is what, 9 times 4 fly? 36? 36 shells out. It is 9. Okay, straddles, we're probably straddling him now. Obviously flight time of the projectiles at 21 miles is a long time. It's working. He's majorly on fire. I don't know what damage we've done, but the more of the citadel, the more of the antenna we destroy and damage, the less accurate his guns become as he has to start working to redundant methods. So far, the T is working beautifully. We only sustained... Oh, we've killed him. We've killed him. He's dead. Go T! All right. Viewers, I haven't tried this before, so I'm kind of actually really super happy about that. We've just proved it works. Right, now I guess we need to take the other guy out because they've stopped moving, which is stupid. Obviously, battleships or warships like this would never stop in real life, but it's AI. It's not really much I can do about it. So let's compensate. Let's go and do another T on him. So guys, go that way. We're going to go back to full ahead flank. Hopefully they listen to me. I don't see why they wouldn't. We've got no major damage. Okay, we're being shot at. Oh, it turns out we're being shot at. What's happening there then? They're not firing at me, but they're killing me. So... is this guy still firing? No, his crew's gone. Okay, I just don't know what that is, viewers. But my flagship's down and it's can't move anymore. So welcome to sea power, apparently. Alright, he's going to leave the formation. Bye. Alright. It's weird, to be honest. Right, new leader, this guy here. Well, that guy hopefully heals himself, we'll see. Go that way. Nothing weird happened. Like, no bullets materialise. Alright, down to 3. So be it. Hopefully nothing weird's about to happen. But it is sea power, so that's happening. So, okay. He's just ignoring me and going towards the baddies. Oh, no, turning back away. What's he doing? Let's get this guy out of the way. Maybe he's upset. Can you go? No, his power plant's down. He can't move. Okay, we're just getting past him very difficultly. Never mind. Because of AI, the baddies will just stay there all day. Oh, we've turned back into him. Well, that's very frustrating, viewers. Not quite sure what to do about that. The orders are clear. Go that way. Maybe we can try going the other way, that way.
Why it always should work like we want to, right?
Alright, just attempt to follow the orders. A small attempt to follow the orders. Smallest of attempts. Alright, well, I suspect we're being shot at now, because yes, of course, we've moved into gunnery range. Oh, viewers, that's not going to be easy, is it? Working with AI in video games. That way, please. At least I'm in a turn, so your straddle shouldn't hit me. Alright, we're out of his gunnery range now. Right, you guys, reform in formation, please. That's the beauty of flank speed there, as a defensive measure shown. Okay, so we need to set a new formation. No, we don't. Is he coming towards us? He's coming towards us. I just want to show crossing the T. I don't think it's going to let me anymore, is it? The AI brain's taken over.
Yeah, also, like,
okay,
at that moment, you probably start to move the ship in erratic moves anyway, just to evade the enemy fire. A long range for shell takes so long time.
What I wanted to show there was re-establishing crossing the T, but look, they're not going to listen to me, viewers. I've tried. I guess we just fight now. Fine. Weapons free. Weapons free. At least we showed the first bit when they were listening to me what we could do. I suppose we've got a little bit of a T here. You. Okay, I'm giving up. Just come down. Come down and fight. And we've still got more gunnery than he's got on us. Jesus, this would make you absolutely nuts trying to do this. Completely ignoring one. Okay, we've got 3 broadsiders against him. That's kind of what I wanted to do at the end of the day. And this guy, look, the German's headed straight towards us, so he's only got 2/3 of his armoury. Wow, smash. Frustrating as it is, that was incredibly effective. So that was a mini cross T there, wasn't it? It was 3 guys all across, taking this guy out head on.
Yeah.
This guy, let's see if he's back in action. Is this guy back in action? No, he's not. Oh, that's another one down. I wonder if I can get the guys to listen to me again. Guys, will you listen to me? Go that way. Weapons hold. Weapons hold. Yes, look, the boys are back in town. Da 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 da. Oh, right. We're going to go across some friggin' T's again. I know I'm going to have to resort the formation out, but we can do that. So we're going to head down here. So who the hell's the leader? This guy is the leader, apparently. Right, so On there, and we're going to go there. Oh, the hostiles are running away. Ha ha ha! Prefect. So I need to sort a new formation out. If we're going to attack on a like cross like that, then the new formation needs to be chugga 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 chugga. Formation. Edit formation. Okay, that's my main guy. That's my second guy. That's my third guy. Hopefully they'll form in. They're on hold fire, so they shouldn't engage and do anything weird. We're coming for you, you German mothers. They actually are retreating, which did happen at one point in the battle. And they were firing backwards and doing massive, massive damage to the British. Alright, I think that's action stations again, so we're going to go to 2/3. Well, I'm not sure what I'd do at this point if I was chasing, actually. Probably a head standard, question mark? I don't actually know. Right, they're probably going to use their aft gunnery. Yeah, they're firing. Right, we've got to fight now. So, free fire. You, free fire. You, free fire. I don't know why I separated like that. Everyone start fighting. Let's get this guy in range. Get in range. Get in range. What's his range like? Oh, his range is way out and he's not going to get in range. It's pretty hard to control these things, viewers. I'm not quite sure how to force him into range. I'll have to break him into his... I think I'll have to break him into their own teams because it's just not going to do what I say. So you leave formation, back to weapons hold, go this way.
I think the bit limitation is that this AI is not really made for do this.
100% not made to do this, completely abusing it. You leave formation. I'm trying to force them to cross the damn T. Weapons hold. Sorry viewers, it's going to fall apart now. There's not much I can do about it really. I'm trying to force him into gunnery range. Oh, I killed that guy by accident. I'm giving up at this point. It just becomes impossible to try and show what I want to show. But what we did show is the initial cross. We went across. We got 36 main armament cannons against 4 of the hostile armament, against 9 of the hostiles, and we beat them easily. We had an unlucky first hit, but that happens in gun warfare. But we smashed them to pieces and showed that. Then we tried to start showing it more as we worked down that hostile column, but it just broke apart. Sea Power's just doesn't understand what I'm trying to do. So that's fair enough, but at least we got that initial try. What I want to quickly show now is some defensive firing. Let's see if I can set that up. Now we're going to do some defensive over-the-shoulder firing. This is very pertinent to the Battle of Jutland, where the Germans at one point, their line formations turned south away from the British and did excellent defensive firing, destroying several of our ships as they essentially ran. It's a perfectly valid tactic. So we've got 2 ships here. We've gone for Russian cruisers rather than the American battleship. We've got the red here, which is going to be the British pursuer, 10 miles behind, and we've got the German, which is going to be heading north, but let's just pretend it's heading south, back to Wilhelmshaven. Logic would dictate that to get away from a hostile, you would turn stern on, so away from him, and head directly away. But the problem is, if you did that, you would only have your aft main battery able to fire, and you need to constantly, as we've learnt so far, put as much primary battery firepower in as you can. So what they did was they turned away but offset at an angle of about 30 degrees, which allowed the front main battery also to fire. So we were bearing all main batteries on the hostile while moving away. So that's what we're going to try and do. I don't know if it's going to work or not. So I'm going to move us 30 degrees off ball like that. So moving away, we're going to be at maximum speed, and we're hopefully going to unleash full main battery at some point to see what happens. We are going to make sure we're at flank. Alright. Hostiles booming away, but he's only going to be able to... Oh, he's going to get broadside. How about that? Well, probably wouldn't go broadside in real life because that would just allow me to get away after a couple of salvos, but unfortunately Sea Power doesn't really understand what I'm trying to do here again. Anyway, we're going to go weapons tight and we're going to engage. Yes, so we're now heading away at 30 degrees off bore. We're going to allow all main battery to fire. Let's see if we can at least escape him and do some damage to it. There's your next problem. He's going to try and turn broadside if we got Sea Power. Come on, go here. Try assuming direct control. Left, man, left. Left, please. You need to escape. No, he's decided to stop. afraid, viewers. It won't let me do what I want. Never mind. Might as well fight to the end anyway. Might get a fluky win. Okay, he's listening to what I want. He's turning away. But we're down to 6 knots now. Oh, we won! We did indeed get a fluky win. Okay, sorry about that, viewers. It appears Sea Power isn't going to allow me to do what I want, which is that 30-degree offset retreat, allowing... but at least we showed that we could start completely turned away and still win by unleashing our front battery. So we showed a little bit. I think that's all we can do in Sea Power. If we want to start doing proper early 20th century naval warfare, I think we're going to have to move to the other game by the sounds of it, viewers. So let me know if you want to do that, but that's probably the best I can show. Fly, anything from you at this point before we sign off?
Yeah, we need to work a bit with implementation of the game, but I think at least we can show some proper tactics. So at least that for a win.
Roger. Viewers, I hope you enjoyed that anyway, and bye-bye. Hello valued viewers, I hope you're all doing wonderfully well. We've recently done a massive surface vessel competition in Sea Power. We did capital ships, so battleships, battle cruisers. We did heavy cruisers. We did medium cruisers. We did destroyers, frigates, and corvettes.
We still got some more people trickling in here that are going to be speaking. But hey, so while we're waiting for everybody to kind of trickle in, there's a lot of controversy around the emails that we received and the podcast that we released. And, I just want to say it was very timely. And we did receive the emails. And, we'll do our best that we can to prove that tonight. But, I released this early. Sam had an email roll in that got to Jeremy, my producer. And, we released it. And I think we did the right thing. There's a lot of distrust within the government. There's a lot of distrust within, especially the FBI. And we've seen attack after attack. The Vegas shooting. We saw the Covenant disaster that happened at the school. And none of these manifestos ever get released. And so we wanted to make sure that this thing got released. It did get released, and through our show. And nobody seems to trust the mainstream media anymore. And I think I did the right thing. I know I did the right thing. And even after that, we immediately got the information to the FBI so that they can do whatever they need to do with it, which is hopefully dig into this and find what the hell was going on. But so we got a whole list of speakers here tonight. I'll just make some introductions here. Sean Ryan here, former Navy SEAL, former CIA contractor, host Sean Ryan Show. Then we got my producer, Jeremy Watkins, retired surface warfare officer in the Navy. We got Sam Shoemade, which everybody knows, the Army Intel Warrant Officer. Scott Mann will be in here soon. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Green Beret, very tied into intelligence. Former CIA analyst / targeter. Sarah Adams, who I'm sure everybody knows. We have Jordan Carr, former Air Force intelligence. Rob Green, active duty surface warfare officer, is in here. He'll be speaking tonight. He's the one that actually got the story to us, to Jeremy. We got Kyle Seraphin, former FBI. We got Tim Parlatore, former Navy JAG officer and my current attorney. We got Dale Stark, who will be joining us, who also interviewed Sam, I believe, right about 24 hours after I interviewed him. Dale's a former A-10 pilot and drone pilot. We got, excuse me if I say this wrong, Matt Tardio, former Green Beret. Tim Burchett will be joining us. He's a congressman out of Knoxville, Tennessee. He sent me a message that said he also received some emails from, it sounds like, from him. So he's going to come on hopefully and speak tonight. He's also put a lot of stuff in motion within Congress to stop the massive funding that the government's doing in the Taliban. And we discussed that several times on my show with Scott Mann, Sarah Adams, and Tim Burchett, and Eli Crane, and Legend, and Masood, who is the commander of the NRF, National Resistance Front in Afghanistan, fighting off the Taliban. We have Guido, who's a former Dutch intel officer and the author of AQ 2.0. And lastly, we have the Anti-Hero podcast guys coming on. Brent Tucker, he's former Delta operator, and he also received an email on their podcast from the bomber and sent that to me so that we could scrub our tens of thousands of messages that we get on there to see if we received social media traffic from Matthew Livesberger, and we did both on the Sean Ryan account, my personal account, and on Sean Ryan's show Instagram. So, which we posted those. So, I know there's a lot of other people that want to come on here, but there's a lot of kind of rhetoric going on online about this, and everybody that's on here that's going to get a chance to speak is a true professional. I only deal with professionals. I don't deal with internet trolls. I'm not going to deal with that kind of shit. So everybody that you'll be listening to tonight is a real professional in one way or another. So already went through why I released it, but and kind of how that came about. So just to tell that story again for everybody that's kind of chiming in. Walked in the morning when I was getting ready to interview. Jeremy, my co-host, told me about the story, said that Sam really did not want to come on the show and was really kind of nervous to do it. So we applied a little bit of pressure and kind of talked him into it because all three of us thought it was really important, and he could have been spending time with his family that he was flying to go see at the time. But we talked him into coming on. We thought it was really important, and so he came on. We talked him into coming on. I conducted an interview with a medical doctor that day. Then when I got done, my phone was blown up with messages from people that have been contacted by Army CID, which is basically the Army's version of the FBI. And where's my notes here? So just for the record, we were contacted, and these are just the people that are probably in here right now listening, but CID contacted Tim Kennedy, texted me about it, and got me in touch with David Butler, who is the public affairs officer of the chief, the Joint Chief of Staff of the Army. And so I got in touch. I got Butler's contact info, gave it to Jeremy and my attorney, Tim Parlatore, to contact him. I didn't want to talk to him. I don't trust any of these people. Jeremy and Tim will talk on that here in a few minutes. The Scott Mann was contacted by CID and contacted me. Chris Peranto was contacted by CID and got in contact with me. Bo Ebenson, who used to video my show, was contacted by Clay Jensen, who was contacted by CID, and then the actual operative that we redacted from the show, which is why you see the whatever those are, those little lines that show spelling errors and the cursor. We had to redact some stuff out of that email to. We didn't want to blow anybody's cover. Like I said, I'm a professional. I've worked in intelligence, obviously, and no matter what the story is, I am absolutely 100% not going to blow an operative's cover, especially when he is currently serving overseas. That's just absolutely asinine for anybody to do that. And so that gets us kind of into the email. That's why the email, we had copied and pasted the email into Apple Notes to redact that name and the name of the major that was in there. And so when we did that, it automatically showed spelling errors. And if that makes any sense to anybody, and the space at the bottom where the picture, where there's like a little blank space, that's where the coordinates were. We pulled that and put it in a separate screen in the video so that you guys could see that in a way that was blown up a little bit, so it was a little bit more visible. The cursor that showed up that was in the screenshot, again, that's because it was in notes, so that we could screenshot or redact the names and put that in the actual episode and release it so that everybody could see that, and I want to say that the reason, look, obviously Livisberger had some stuff that he wanted to get out, and we had mentioned at the beginning of the show that we could not verify that any of this stuff that was in that email was actually true or not, but we thought it was important to get it out to the public because if it would have went to the FBI, guess what, guys? It probably would have never hit the public. And like I mentioned at the beginning of this, there's been time and time again where people want manifestos released. Covenant School shooting here in Nashville is a perfect example. Everybody wanted that released, and they wouldn't release it. Now everybody's pissed off because we released the fucking email. So we did say that at the very beginning of the podcast that we couldn't verify if the information there was accurate, but there were a lot of things that lined up, like the operative that wanted his name redacted. He also hit me on LinkedIn. We had to black his name out, black his phone number out. Like I said, I'm not going to blow anybody's cover. That's just a big no-no in the intel world. So hopefully there's at least a couple people out there that can respect the fact that we pulled through for him and did not blow his cover. But anyways, Jeremy, I'm going to kick it over to you here for a minute. And is Tim on here yet?
He is. I've got to get Jordan in as a co-host to help me out here. Can you add that while I pass it over to Sam real quick?
Yeah.
You passing it off to me now, Jeremy?
Yes, please.
Okay. Didn't get a framework for what I'd be saying here tonight, so I'm kind of winging it right now. I just posted a screen record. I recommend you go look at my timeline. I screen recorded my Proton Mail app, and I walked through the timeline. I dropped everything down as specific as I possibly could to show when this stuff came in, okay? There's been a lot of big names and influencers out there coming after my credibility, attacking me, claiming that I fabricated this email. Of all the things you could attack me for, fabrication of the email doesn't make sense to me, simply because so many people have seen it at this point. The FBI has commented on it and everything else, but that is what it is. So they've come after me personally, attacking me, and I basically made the conjecture, and I want to get this single point across tonight. When you watch that video and you show the timeline, and there's no squiggle lines or anything else, this is a direct screen record of my Proton Mail app. And when you see the timeline, you will see that this person, who is either Matt or claims to be Matt, reached out to me on Sunday after they first contacted me on Instagram. They reached out on Sunday and sent that first message. You can read it directly in there. It's everything is very easy to read. I spent plenty of time recording this. You go to the next message and he gives the manifesto. He breaks down the manifesto, and that was on Tuesday, December 31st. Now, here's the thing. There are three options in my mind. Either I'm a fortune teller and I can see the future, and I knew that he was going to do this thing, and I fabricated these emails to send them to myself before the action with proven timestamps, or I'm a deep state operative. I'm part of the CIA or whatever spooky services out there, and this was a very well coordinated and put together scheme to psyop the country, or I'm exactly who I say I am. I'm a recently retired Army veteran who has run a military whistleblower social media page for the last 4.5 years. I have dozens of articles that mention my name in them, and anybody who's halfway decent at doing a little bit of a deep dive can look into that and see that there are years of articles with my name mentioned in them as a source or whatever else. I would tend to go with the latter, but I understand how the internet is, and I want you to understand that a lot of the nonsense you're seeing out there is based on poor research, such as the squiggly lines on the Apple Notes page. You know, this stuff could have been. I understand conspiracies, though, so I'll leave you with that. Whoever's up next, go ahead and take it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. I have tried. I'll say this last thing. I've tried to be as transparent as possible. I've given headers. I don't understand a lot of these things. So as far as somebody explained to give the headers from it, and basically all it did was say that it was a proton mail to a proton mail. I've taken screenshots of the box. I just recorded the video earlier. I've done everything I can to show you that this email was factually sent to me on these dates from this person who claims to be Matt Livelsberger, an individual who I didn't care about. That meant nothing to me until I read the news the next day. Well, until technically somebody sent me the news 2 days after the fact in the morning. But that name meant nothing to me, and I ignored the email initially until I saw, wow, this guy in my email is the same guy, allegedly, who committed these attacks. I'll leave you with that.
Sean, do you mind if I jump in there?
Yeah, 1 second. I just want to say too that Vegas PD was aware of the email that we received on the podcast and talked about on the podcast, and they specifically said that they have strong evidence to me that the email was sent prior to the death. And we also received the email in my Zendesk, which is our customer service support that's attached to the website. We posted that. We posted the email from my G's personal on SRS. Brent Tucker, like I said, from the Anti-Hero podcast, sent me the email that they received from it. Tim Burchett, who hopefully is in here at some point, is going to talk about emails he received. But yeah, Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to start off by saying this: like, you guys 1,000% did the right thing by releasing that information in the time manner in which you did, and in the manner in which you did. You just presented it as you knew it being factual to you, that you guys ended up getting that email, that it came through, and it's a good thing that you did that, because now we have people from Anti-Hero, that have searched their inbox and are seeing similar messages as to what you had posted earlier about the email that you had received as it comes through. It's important in that aspect for people to keep in mind, because of one of two things. Either number one, and I think Shoe ended up coming out with like a very good way of framing this, that either Leibelsberger, or who was allegedly Leibelsberger, that ended up sending that email. I think it's very important to keep in that context. When we start analyzing this and we start looking at it, and the reason I'm happy it's documented and has been put out the way in which it did, is if it ends up coming out that Leibelsberger is not the one that ended up generating that email, then we have a lot of questions, because we do have timestamps, we do have the dates in which those emails were sent ahead of time. So if there is a conspiracy that's involved in this, if everyone wants to put on or take off their tinfoil hat, I don't care. But if there is a conspiracy that's involved in it, you did the right thing by making sure that it is documented ahead of time for all of that to be put out. If it's not a conspiracy theory and Leibelsberger did in fact send those messages, that's documented as well, and we have that on record. So that's very important to understand. The other thing that I'd like to bring up is, my role, my involvement as it goes into this situation with being a former team member, albeit for a very short period of time with Matt. But in addition to that, the information that got disclosed to me ahead of time back in December times two, that's twice, of active duty Green Berets who are associated not with just myself, but also Leibelsberger as well. And that information should not be public record. Like Sean is saying, we're not going to go about and disclose information of people who are currently, out there doing the Lord's work for our nation. But those are all factual things that have been reported, and you're more than welcome to look into it. And so there, in my opinion, at least, there's a lot more that's going on here than to what meets the eye. And I'm not jumping into a conspiracy theory by any means, but I'm very happy that Sean Ryan, I am happy that Jeremy, I'm happy that Shu, everybody was able to come forward with this information and present it, because however the cards may fall from this point forward, you guys did honest reporting on what it was that you had at the time that you had it. If people want to throw in conspiracy theories about squiggly lines, so on and so forth, et cetera, that's on them, and they're going to have to defend their own BS afterwards. You guys have your own records, you have your own documents, and you would be stupid to try to go forward and pretend like those emails didn't exist, that you didn't receive them, because obviously people like Anti-Hero Podcast, obviously, other people are going to start coming forward as they dig through their inboxes and then end up finding them. So I'm going to leave it at that for the time now.
Hey, Sean, can you add Jeremy back as a co-host? And real quick, for people that are requesting to speak, it's looking a little glitchy on my end. It might be the same on Jeremy's, which is probably why he was dropped. So please be patient.
Hey, let me add something before we continue any further. And I should have said this at the very beginning of the Sean Ryan podcast, and I should have said this at the very beginning tonight. But I want to make this very clear. Matt kind of reminded me of this. Whatever Matt was dealing with, whatever Matt Livelsberger was dealing with, as far as where he was at in his headspace, he was somebody's family member. He was somebody's teammate. He had friends. He had family. Like, I want to offer my condolences to those folks right off the bat, because I deal with service members. I have been for years dealing with service members who are struggling from moral injury from what we've gone through for decades in combat, the moral injury from the Afghan withdrawal, and what I've been told is that he was struggling with stuff, and whatever the case was, this was a human being who served his country honorably for years, and I don't want to take away from that. And I want his family and friends to know that, hey, my deepest condolences to you. And if I said anything or I did anything disrespectful to dishonor him, I apologize immediately. So I want everybody to know that I am in no way attacking this guy, but I felt like the information was so important it had to come forward. And I just want to say that.
Yeah, and I'd like to add on top of that, Shu, like, in addition to that, he's a very well-respected and dedicated Green Beret. From the time in service that I knew him to all of the people that I'm currently talking to that, do know him on a professional level right now, they have absolutely nothing but good things to say. Whether or not the issues with this family are factual, that is up for debate at this current point in time. But from everybody's general standpoint, until something official gets put out, I would just ask that in an attempt to ease some pain and suffering that's taking place within that family, to let that kind of go away and just focus on the facts at hand versus rumor intelligence that's going to end up smearing or, clouding information and actual facts that are taking place.
Appreciate that, gents. Jeremy, is Tim in yet?
He is. We're trying to get him a speaker credit here. In the meantime, if I can just ask Kyle to talk about the process for sending the note to the FBI and why that this.
That got glitchy, but I got the gist of it. What, if you don't mind, Jeremy? I'm actually going to toss it over to Rob Green since he called me on Thursday, and I'll just let him say how he introduced me into any of this.
Yeah, appreciate that. Now, for context, real quick, I think my role here was very small, just connecting dots, connecting people. But I do, the reason I was involved in this is because of going back with Sam now for several years and trying to get at DoD corruption. I mean, the Department of Defense is sort of the gorilla in the room as it goes to government overreach and some of the problems that we have. And so we've seen now for years senior military leaders, our admirals and generals,
harming service members, trampling their rights, betraying their trust. And then we have whistleblowers that they go after, they retaliate against. And so that's how I got connected with Sam, and how we started building out networks of whistleblowers, networks of sources, trying to help hold people accountable however we could do it internally at first. And we realized that the institution, our admirals and generals, they protect themselves, they protect their careers, they protect the institution before the Constitution. And so we started going to the American people as much as we could. So that's the role, how we got connected. And then that morning, after Sam was informed that, hey, this is the same guy, he reached out to me to get in touch. He knew that I had contact with Jeremy, because Jeremy and I connected over the COVID vaccine mandates in the military a couple years before that. So he knew that I was in contact with him. So he asked to get in contact with Sean Ryan. And then that's where, as Sam and I were talking through it that morning, the best thing to do, I said, hey, let's take a pause on this. Don't just call, FBI field office cold. Let me pull in Kyle. Kyle and I have connected. He's done an awesome job for so many of us service members and DoD whistleblowers, helping us raise awareness on some of the things going on in the DoD. I mean, he's doing an awesome job in the FBI too, but he's lending some of his support to us in the DoD as well. So I made sure to say, hey, Kyle's going to point us in the right direction. He knows the players here. And so I was able to connect Kyle to Sam to make sure that we got this into the right hands, because there's still a lot of good FBI agents out there. And so that's a good point at which to kick it over to you, Kyle.
Sure, sounds good. Okay, so by way of background, I worked for the FBI from 2016. I got out. Actually, I was suspended forever in late April of 2022. I was eventually removed, or I think they threatened me with termination, and I quote unquote resigned after 14 months of no pay and not being able to show up. I'd sold my house. I left the area where I was supposed to be working because I didn't work there anymore. That was April of 2023. I launched a podcast. I went on some interviews and stuff like that. So that's kind of who I am. Before all that happened, I did whistleblower activity that brought some things to Congress. I brought some things privately. Some of them actually are getting more and more relevant, and I'm going to probably bring this up later on with some other people. But the stuff that Sarah's talking about right now, some of the infiltration, some of the things that have come into our country were relevant to me back in 2021, and I brought that information to Congress, including the Afghan refugees. So that's kind of who I am. But the most important thing is that during that time, this was a combination of whistleblower activity and the fact that we were saying no thank you to the COVID vaccine, which a lot of people in the FBI lost their jobs, or at least they were threatened with them. I rounded up a group of people that were willing to kind of go on the line and say, hey, I'm not going to do this, and also we're going to support each other. And it was upwards of 300 people. It was a signal group. I'm sure it was infiltrated by the FBI's investigations, the internal inspection division. But what we found were a lot of people that were willing to step up and say, here's some information about what's going on wrong. These were all policy things. I got to have a pretty robust group of folks that understood right and wrong. Let's just leave it at that. So when Rob called me on Thursday morning, this is going back at the beginning or last week, Thursday morning, 8:45, I'm sitting at the breakfast table. Rob calls. He said, hey, you know Sam? I said, yeah, I know of Sam. We haven't spoken before, but I understand what Sam's about, and I understand that he's reputable. He's like, he's got this piece of information. It needs to get into the FBI's hands. Can you babysit this into the right spot? Can you make a connection so we're not just throwing it into what's called NTALK? If you guys don't know, if you go to the tip line, it goes to West Virginia. It goes to a low-level analyst. It could get lost in the thing. If you're not sending him a January 6th lead, it probably just disappears. So you want to make sure you get it into the right hands. I said, yeah, give me a few minutes. I'll get back to you with the number. Made a couple calls, called some of those agents from that 300 group that I was talking about, and started saying, hey, find me a reputable CT agent. Initially, I thought we needed to go to Denver because I thought that's where Matt was based out of. Eventually, they actually ended up getting me an agent, which was the supervisor in charge of the squad in Las Vegas. And the reason I'm giving you this background and the timeline is because there's a couple things that happened. Right after I found somebody in Vegas, which ended up being the squad supervisor that's doing the investigation into the explosion at Trump Tower, I talked to Sam, and his first statement to me was, I don't want to do this, and I don't really want to take it public. In fact, I would love to just give it to Sean Ryan, let them run with it, but they're probably not going to want to just take something in a vacuum. And I told him, yeah, you're going to want to get out there and put your face on it, even though you don't necessarily want to do that. And Sam's initial thing that he told me, this was in the first 10 minutes we spoke, is that essentially everyone's going to call him part of the Glow Fed op, because that's what happens if you bring information forward. The problem that we're dealing with right now is so much distrust in the American media and the social media environment, and so many people feel like they've been betrayed by our government, that they look around and they say, we want transparency. And then when someone acts transparently, you're like, oh, you're in on it because it's not exactly what you wanted to hear. And you're looking to punch through. Everybody wants to find the psyop, but maybe the psyop is that you just don't believe honest people. So I just want to tell you from the beginning, that's what Sam brought forward. And he was 100% credible to me on that. He never shared the document with me, which is on purpose. And I had to share that with the FBI. I didn't want to know. It was none of my damn business at that time. And I was not really interested in the details. I knew I could wait until Sean and Sam sat down and had the conversation and shared it with the world. Now, here's the really important part about this stuff. If you just give something into the black hole that is the FBI, even with a warm lead, and you give it over to the supervisor, the SSA, in charge of the counterterrorism squad in Las Vegas, if they start asking questions and they start pushing down on someone like a Sam and say, hey, this is why we want you to keep that quiet. There's the possibility that that happens. And there are certain types of coercive behavior they could ask for, or they could sort of indicate. The upside of what Sam did was that he told them that he already had agreed to do, a public expose, that he intended to publish it and share it because it's the people's information and he's a private citizen. He also said the same thing on Twitter. He said the same thing when he was out talking to Sean. So all of these things are really relevant. The craziest thing for me is when I was on the phone with the folks at the Bureau, and this is an indication of where we're at right now. And this is why you have to share stuff publicly to people. The people that I talked to at the FBI, one, they didn't know who Sean Ryan was. And to me, that's actually fairly mind-blowing, to the point where I got a phone call the next day, and I've shared it with Jeremy, who's up here on stage. I shared it with Sean. There is audio of them calling and asking for a confirmation of the spelling of Sean Ryan's first name because they wanted to make sure they were thinking of the right Sean Ryan. And then they asked me very explicitly, we don't know how podcasts work. This was the agent that was doing the interview. Can you tell me, how did the interview process work? Do they do them live? Are they taped? Like, how do you do it? I'm like, I'm not Sean Ryan and I don't do his podcast, but I know how it works because I've seen it and I'm pretty confident they tape it and they edit it because he's got 3 camera angles. So, you're going to have to talk to Sean about that, guys. The fact that you would have a federal investigator, an 1811 series with a top secret clearance working in counterterrorism, who claims not to know what the word VBIT is, or at least the initials of it, doesn't understand how podcasts work in 2025. You'd think that is stranger than fiction right now. But that's part of the reason why it has to be shared and why you need to have this stuff in the public, because they applied pressure that you're not able to do otherwise. They did something that we didn't see at the Covenant School out there in Tennessee. It's stuff that doesn't get happen, like the Pulse nightclub. All of these kind of people who have written some kind of document, left some sort of format, and then we left it in the hands of the feds. You get this like convoluted bullshit because they do not feel like they owe you an explanation. That's the downside of the federal intelligence and the federal law enforcement side. They don't actually think they owe Americans anything. And if you guys have watched how they've behaved over the last couple of years, it's my single biggest gripe. This is America's information. They act like an intel agency and that their intelligence is basically a one-way street. And so what these guys did is really, really important. And I listened right at the beginning because I wanted to hear how it was presented. The presentation was as follows. It was the same thing that was said to me. We can't verify 100% what this is. Some of the information checks out. And if you're doing your job, and I think Sean did a great job of doing this, it's like trust the audience. Here's some information. Here's a data point. Go out there and think what you want. He didn't tell you what to think. I listened. Sam didn't tell you what to think, and when he was making a speculation or giving his opinion, it was very clearly stated, this is my opinion. Here's what I think happened. Here's what might be the case. Here's some speculation. That's how intel people talk, folks. They talk in degrees of confidence. They don't talk about this definitely happened because who knows? We're talking about a digital trail. So that was the thing. Again, we have audio showing that the Bureau got this information, and I just want to bring up the insanity. He gave you kind of a couple different possibilities of being in part of the PSYOP or whatever. If you present information to the FBI while they're in the middle of a national, let's say a national spotlight criminal investigation or a counterterrorism investigation or something that involves explosives like this, and you present false evidence, you probably find yourself afoul of 18 U.S.C. 1001, which we usually refer to as the quote unquote lying to the FBI, but it's referred to as false statements. If you give them fraudulent and knowingly fraudulent evidence, you're probably looking at least a low-level felony. Whether they'll charge it or not is another animal. That is a fully crazy thing for someone who walks around and has spent 20 years with a top secret clearance, who has worked in the intelligence space, who is not a dumb person, and Sam is clearly not. All you have to do is sort of look at his body of work. This is why you go, okay, fine. So this email obviously got there. The question is what does it mean? Who actually wrote it? Are they impersonating or are they legit? Was this someone in the middle of a mental health crisis, which was something that Sam and I talked about in the first 10 minutes? If you have a decent profile and you have the name, if you have a DoD background, if you have a law enforcement background, people send you a lot of mental illness. And so it's really hard to suss out, hey, is this legit or is this something that is just somebody's crazy fantasy? And a lot of times we don't engage with it. The fact that Sam actually engaged with this and got a little back and forth, it is a net good, a net positive for transparency, and it's a net good for the American people. That's all I'm gonna like. That's it. And if you guys ever want to play the audio, Sean, it's all yours.
Yeah, I'll actually post that audio after this live stream here. Kyle, I'm just curious. I mean, we're talking about they're not releasing anything. We talked about previous crimes that they've never released the manifesto, and it wound up getting leaked. Why do you think they haven't released all the information themselves that we presented them as soon as we got it?
So this, unlike a local law enforcement, people are used to seeing some big investigations, maybe a local shooting or like a mass shooting. What they'll expect is that there's a police chief and that person answers to a mayor and that person gets elected by, a pretty small group of folks. And those people want to know the answers. Same story with state police. They answer to state representatives. That can actually be handled pretty aggressively at a local level. And so a groundswell of interest is actually going to move the needle. The FBI is not burdened by that. They have an $11 billion budget, give or take, from Congress. You've seen the way that the deputy director, that's the number two, and the director of the FBI go out in front of Congress and they thwart oversight. They don't even want to talk about things that are obvious and should be answered. Not even in closed session, you find out. They don't feel accountable to the American people. And that's the reason why, it's a massive problem with what is the FBI at this point. It's why we don't have answers about what happened at Butler, PA, not in a way that makes everyone feel really good about it. It's why we don't have answers about what happened at Mar-a-Lago or the golf course down in Florida. Any of these things are of national interest, but you'll notice is that it's a black bag. And people who've worked in local law enforcement know exactly what I'm talking about. The FBI tends to be a one-way street. It's like, thanks for the information. We're never going to tell you anything more. And that is a cultural thing. So you shouldn't expect it, at least not right now. There's no air of transparency. They're essentially a no factory. I've got a couple of open FOIA lawsuits where I've sued the Bureau for information that I know exists because people have told me what it was. And they won't surrender it, even though we know. And I've asked Congress members to help us out because it's about them and they don't want to get involved because it's ugly. It's going to make them look, kind of silly. At the end of the day, you have a culture of people that are working to say no. They're either going to hide it behind classification or they're going to hide it behind exceptions to the FOIA, which is the Freedom of Information Act. They will use this ad nauseum and they will make you fight. My attorney and I have done at least a year's worth of litigation simply to get the opening and the closing of a slideshow called Congressional Investigations into the FBI by the 118th Congress, which I know is full of unprofessional information. 100% sure because I know people that were in the presentation and saw it. There's video of it, and they showed me them setting up the podium, and that's all I've ever gotten from them. So these people don't want to share this information. Again, what you guys did was pressure them and made them acknowledge that something exists because there was no way around it because your platform is big enough to actually do the squeeze. So double down again. Sam and Sean did the right thing, and the fact that you guys get to even have a discussion about it as like the American people, that wouldn't be happening without this.
I appreciate that. Hey, I want to move over to Jeremy and Tim Parlatore. You guys spoke with the public affairs officer from the Joint Chief Staff of the Army. How did that conversation go?
Well, that was one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had with a public affairs officer. I mean, going to the authenticity of this, they obviously were, very desperate to reach out to us. So, they certainly had some information. But then once I got the guy on the phone, he really didn't seem to have the concept of what the content of the email was, and he really, obviously is trying to protect the reputation of the army, but really what he was pushing me on was to say that, hey, this guy was a very well respected soldier, and everybody, they've interviewed everybody, up and down his chain of command, and they they all respected him. They all said that nobody saw this coming. He was a really fantastic soldier. He was going to do great things once he got out of the army, and he was very explicit to me that he was concerned, or I guess the Army Public Affairs was concerned, that if this email was kind of a rambling, incoherent, mental health break, that it could be something put out to the general public who would get the impression that, and this is his exact quote to me, if you join the army, you're going to get fucked up. And so he was very much wanting to make sure that Sean wasn't going to feed the narrative that if you enlist in the army that you're going to end up as a completely damaged person, uh, which of course indicates he doesn't really listen to Sean that much. But it was just a very, very bizarre conversation. He offered that if we wanted to talk to people within the chain of command to get a clearer picture of what a wonderful soldier he was, we could. And it was overall very odd back and forth.
Yeah, I just want to say, just so everybody knows, I mean, how seriously I take this. I brought Tim Parlatore on board at like 8 p.m. that night just to make sure I was doing the right thing. We checked into things. We looked at the email together. We verified that there was an incident in 2019 that did happen. And I've done that with a number of episodes with you, Tim. I've sent you
Yep.
things and had you listen to it and say, hey, are we good to go with this? And 9 times out of 10, you give me the go ahead. So, thank you.
Of course. Yeah, now Sean is always very careful with these things, and he called me up that night with something that definitely wasn't on my bingo card for the week. And we went through it. We pulled the UN report on the 2019 incident, and we're able to verify that. Um, and then once we had that information, that's when I reached out to the Army Public Affairs officer and got his info.
Appreciate it, Tim. Matt, you got a question?
Yeah, the information that you all had stated on the podcast about the PAO, I believe it was Shu that ended up saying that the PAO had said that the DNA did not match his child. Did they actually come out and publicly make that statement, or did they just leave you all hanging with that?
No, so that was something that it was a very odd kind of statement to me because um yeah, as he's telling me about what a wonderful soldier he was, I kind of said, well, so what do you think this was? And he said, well, I don't want to speculate, but there might have been problems with his family, and then he tells me the story that when the FBI went to go identify the body, that to get a DNA match, they went to his closest next of kin, which is his infant child, and that the DNA did not match. And so they were speculating, well, maybe he got in a fight with his wife and found out that she was cheating on him. And I have no idea if that's true. I mean, quite
And
frankly, the two problems I have with that story: one, this guy is an active duty Army Special Forces soldier. They have his DNA on file to identify. You don't need to go to the next of kin. And two, if the child really isn't his, what mom in her right mind is going to offer up the illegitimate child for a DNA test in this case? So,
right,
and then I looked at the news reports and I saw that an hour earlier she had come out and said, "Oh no, I broke up with him because he was cheating on me." And
mhm.
so it struck me as more spin than anything.
Well, and Tim, here's my other problem with that, and I think Sean and a lot of the other people that are up here on this panel can all agree and concur with this, is that being a Green Beret, dealing with infidelity, dealing with marital issues is par for the course. Like that's not something that
Yeah.
causes GBs to spin out of control and go set off a damn suicide bomb over inside of Las Vegas at Trump Hotel. That to me struck me as something that, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because I just want to stick to the facts here. So as a matter of fact, I'm just going to stop myself.
Hey, Scott, can you talk about the conversation you had with Clay Jensen real quick?
Yeah. Hey, Sean. It's kind of similar to, I believe, what Kyle was saying, but I was not dialed into the manifesto or any of the stuff that you were working. I simply received um, some fairly urgent outreach. One from the actual operative himself, uh, with and who was talking about this possibly coming up, and it was news to me. So I immediately just gave you a heads up of, having talked to this individual and, just whatever you're working, just so there's potentially something that, might compromise him. I just want you to hear, what he said. And so that was the first one. And then Clay contacted me later that evening, separately, right, and just said that, as you had said earlier, he had similar. He knew this individual. He had concerns that if this dropped and his name was in it, that it could compromise what he's doing in the course of his work. And so both of those, I actually received it from two individuals. One, the individual himself, and then let just as soon as I could, kind of in the blind, and then you took the actions to redact.
I just want to say again too that that brought a lot of the fact that so many people got contacted by CID or friends of the operative. I mean, brought a lot of legitimacy to the story, and and then when we lined up, the 2019 incident, what it was, what was in the UN report, that it was airstrikes on drug, what are narcotic type buildings. When I pulled up the individual's profile on LinkedIn, sure as shit, there it was that he was in some kind of anti-narcotics unit. So, Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out as well that from my own personal knowledge, I know he was number one, not in numerous province, which doesn't necessarily negate the fact that he claims that he developed, what was it, over 120 target packages over there. But in one statement, he ends up saying, and this is where I think a lot of people are having issues with that email. In one statement, he's talking about U.S. 4A, saying that U.S. forces Afghanistan only ended up executing about 50% of those targets that he ended up developing. And in the very next breath, he ends up coming out and saying that US 4A is trying to cover up a bunch of CivCas or civilian casualties that ended up taking place. So they're two contradictory statements, both within the same breath, if you were to read it straight through. One where US 4A is executing these targets in which he developed, but also that US 4A only executed about 50% of the targets due to civilian casualty concerns. And then in the following statement, it ends up coming out that he's talking about scrambling all aircraft across CENTCOM in just a couple minutes, which is absolutely absurd for anybody that's ever been over there and knows just how vast CENTCOM is and how long it takes to actually bring aircraft into that theater. So I think those are a lot of the issues that end up being arisen from that particular statement within itself. I'm very curious to hear your gentlemen thoughts on that.
I think you bring up a lot of good points there.
Right. I mean, if we're going to be complaining about civilian casualties from US 4A, which most people over inside of Afghanistan, if they've fought inside of Afghanistan, they know for a fact that the rules of engagement were restricted to the point where a lot of service members were actually complaining that it was putting their lives at risk in order to save civilian lives, and that was a major complaint throughout the entire war inside of Afghanistan, Iraq, or the global war on terror, regardless of what theater you were in. But to say that there was over 120 targets that he had packaged and about half of them were actually executed, and then claim a massive civcas and cover up, to me that information doesn't jive, as a former teammate, as a Green Beret, and everything that goes in, not to mention him talking about US 4A and not SOTFA or Special Operations Task Force Afghanistan connected the cover up. It's really odd to me. I had a situation, and I'm not going to give a particular year that this ended up occurring, but it did end up making international news, where I was very well aware of an entire ODA that ended up getting wiped out with personal close friends on it. And what ended up happening, and just to give an idea for everybody here that is listening, how many ever thousands are in here listening right now, this gentleman's entire ODA ends up getting wiped out, for lack of better terms. Multiple wounded, multiple killed, everything happens. International news hits, and they're talking about thousands, excuse me, not thousands, excuse me, dozens of civilians that ended up getting killed in the crossfire, and saying that this particular special forces team ended up killing all these civilians. And I will tell you, as the senior person on the ground was laying in a hospital bed that just had a tube ripped out of his throat, Special Operations Task Force Afghanistan had sent down an investigation officer to determine whether or not the claims that the Taliban had made on international news that mainstream media outlets such as CNN had published We're already in there trying to dig at the truth. Well, this guy is hyped up on freaking opioids and all sorts of other stuff because of the multiple gunshot wounds that he has to his body. And so to pretend like civilian casualties are not taken seriously, not just within SOCOM, but also within like U.S. forces Afghanistan, I think is kind of telling of possibly who the author of that letter is. And it definitely doesn't lead towards being a Green Beret, at least in my opinion.
Well, I can definitely agree with a lot of what you said, but the thing is that the emails did come in before January 1st, and they did say that
Right.
this had to go out before January 1st, and now we all know what happened on January 1st. And
Right.
so, I think the guy was definitely struggling with something that happened in 19.
Right. And, that would be true, except for the fact that I have also spoken with the person that leaked out the information about the Signal chat safety number, as well as the name on Signal being changed after the fact, after the detonation took place over inside of Las Vegas.
Yeah, I want to talk about that too, Matt. Keep going, but I want to reference that.
Yeah. If Sean, do you want me to go deep into this or do you want me just to brush over it? Because there's more about this that I haven't brought up to the public. I talked about it a little bit in my space last night, but I didn't fully disclose it yet.
No, I'd love to hear it.
Okay. So there is obviously, the information that ended up getting put out on 4chan Twitter about his Signal safety number and also his name being changed over inside Signal, one which took place on the 29th of December and another one that took place following the detonation itself. What is really concerning to me about this entire situation is somebody that has the ability to change a Signal safety number following the detonation where we know Matt Leibelsberger is dead. When we start talking about the ability to send out emails and everything else, which is why I said I'm very thankful for guys like you and Shu putting this information out ahead of time to make sure it's on public record that is undeniable. When we start presenting information like this, it's almost undeniable in that extent that how did his Signal safety number get changed? Signal is supposed to be one of those, secure messaging apps that has yet to be hacked, at least what's known to the public. But there is additional information that hasn't been released to the public yet, and we're holding it very, very tight because a lot of the people that ended up disclosing this are still on active duty. And Matt had just back in November, when I say Matt, I'm talking about Matt Leibelsberger, back in November of 24, had just moved into this new drone position, had just completed some of his initial training into it. He was also in a group chat over on Signal that commonly discussed drones and things with drones, and a lot of the messages that he had ended up posting inside of that Signal chat, which has dozens of members inside of it, ended up getting deleted. And those messages would suggest that he was not at all competent when it comes to drone operations or robotics. If anything, they pointed to the fact that he was a novice in it. Some of the things that are still on record that are in that particular chat are showing that he had a very basic understanding of it. And when he posted them, he was excited, like, hey, everybody check this out. While everybody was also like, yeah, that's great, Matt. We're already well aware of that. Like, welcome to the freaking club, pal. And so there is some very serious issues. So we're not saying that these emails were not sent to Sean. We're not saying these emails were not sent to Shu. We're not saying that they're not sent to Anti-Hero Podcast, but we're saying these things need a much deeper look taken before judgment is drawn.
Yeah, and to echo that plus rehash what I talked about in the podcast, people have asked me my opinion whether this email came from Matt Leibelsberger. And I have said yes. And the reason why is at least from his phone, at least from his device, the device had access to this. Maybe not from him physically, but from his device. The reason why is because when I saw those Signal chats leaked on the internet, I saw it. I went into my Signal chat and I showed this on the Sean Ryan podcast, and I had the same exact matching safety number change on mine. And that took place on the attack happened on Wednesday. It took place on Thursday. I screenshot that on Thursday, and it shows, safety number, or this happened. He made contact with me on such and such date, and then there was a blank, and then it showed safety number change. And I said, that's the same freaking thing these had. And people said, well, how do you know that Signal chat is from Matt? And I said, because it matches people who knew him. People who knew him prior to this incident knew that they were talking to Matt. They were speaking to Matt. So either Matt sent that Signal message, therefore confirming that he sent that email as well, or somebody had his device prior to that first initial contact on
Right.
Sunday.
And that's something that I'm going to back you up on this, right? Like I have well vetted that source and know for a fact who that individual is and that they had, distinct and intimate information that leads to that. And so for people to say that that did not occur or that that is false information is bullshit. I don't know how else to state that. People might start painting us as conspiracy theorists, but at the end of the day, it's a fact that that happened and it's a fact that that occurred. And the deeper known fact that people do not know yet, which I have held on to very, very closely, and this information has been sent out just in case something happens to myself, family members, anything else, and they've got an ability to get that information out to where it needs to go in the event of that case, that what I had just talked about is already well documented and well distributed. So if anybody wants to play FAFO games, we have that information that's already been passed out, that already is, we'll just call it protected. And if that information for some reason becomes compromised, my life, my family's life, everybody else's lives become compromised. And I'm saying that for a reason because something happened to my wife last month that's connected with this case, that um, that information will get out. So fuck around and find out.
Hey, I want to bring up something else that I think that should be talked about sometime during this podcast that I'm not comfortable with, and maybe somebody could immediately answer this question, but I haven't seen it. So they said that they found an iPhone, and no other phone was recovered. At least that was not reported by the FBI. He might have had multiple phones, which is very very plausible. However, he was contacting me from that Proton email account and from that Signal chat. You can't jump Signal chats to different phones. The Proton email on that fourth slide that I distributed, and I still have it in my email, has the signature line sent from an Android, sent from the Android Proton Mail app. That is an issue I have because that was clearly sent, unless somebody went in there purposely for a ruse, changed it to say Android just to throw it off, or for some reason, I can't even imagine why. They said that they recovered an iPhone, but that email was sent from an Android. That still hasn't been answered to me, so I don't know.
So when it comes to the phone thing, it's worth noting that the bureau has the ability to act like so many other intel type agencies do, but certainly a lot of law enforcement, the ability to jump in there and access a phone of somebody who's deceased. That's not crazy, especially if they had other devices that they were going on. And you can imagine the minute that they had an ID, especially if they found a physical ID like we're being shown. I have all the same questions you guys do about things that survive fires, but fires are weird, explosions are weird, and things that survive it are also pretty strange if you have friends in the fire world. The fact that they would, or the idea that they wouldn't send somebody either in a what's called CART or a CAS team member out there immediately to start exploiting devices to try to figure out, because once something happens like that, you don't know if that's the only thing that's happening, if there's something else in play, if somebody's a victim, if they're a perpetrator. Like, all the questions happen as an investigator, especially stateside. So someone jumping onto a laptop and being able to access that, somebody accessing another phone that also has the profile. And Sam, I've got Signal, the same Signal account on multiple phones. You can have a couple devices. I can't remember how many, but I have buddies who are goofy and spooky, or they just like changing technology, and you'll get them updating, with the same phone number but different phones that they're cycling through. It'll update the safety number. So there are potentially some very non um, exciting reasons why that could be the case. That could be related to the investigation. And obviously, it could also be that somebody had either cracked, hacked, or stolen the device and was operating with it. I think the thing that I was most interested in watching a lot of the online chat, because I watched this, and thankfully, Sam, it sounded like you were tuned out, so good for you. But there were a lot of people asking about the credibility of what it was that you did. Would it be fair to say that on this panel, including Matt, and Matt, it sounded like you had some questions early on, you're fairly confident that Sam received an email and then brought it forward in good faith. Sean, same story, and everybody would basically exposed it. And then who wrote the email and whether it's true or not, those all can be debated. But we're not talking about the sort of the integrity or the veracity of the folks that brought it forward in good faith. Would that be fair for everybody?
Yeah, Kyle, that's fair. I mean, I don't think the integrity of Sean can be called into question at this point, or Shu, when it comes down to, hey, this email was sent and received by both of these individuals, along with multiple others, and those statements are corroborating and they're prior to. And Shu made a very valid point earlier on when he said, look, I would have had to have forecasted this. I have to have, like, his tarot card game has got to be on flipping point in order to have that email sent ahead of time, knowing that this stuff was coming down the pipeline, right? So it's just inconceivable to myself or anybody else that that would be the case. And there's some other things too. If we're sitting here saying that maybe it was or maybe it wasn't Matt that ended up sending the email, but let's assume for the second that it was Matt. and he was going to end up pulling this off. There was 2 references to the email that Sean and Shu ended up sharing on that podcast, and those 2 references referred to Mexico and his ability to go down and get into Mexico. And of course, what was on his person or within the vehicle when it detonated was a passport. And there's a lot of people that are questioning the military ID and passport for having minimal damage or burn damage that got done to them. And I think it's important, if you want to talk about it, you're more than welcome to, or I can talk about it from a former, law enforcement or 18 Charlie perspective of how things like that could actually survive a blast. It's not inconceivable. Um, it's up to you, Kyle. I don't know if you want to take it or if you want me to take it, but I know that's one of the other things out there that people are losing their minds about.
I put it as a data point where you can ask the question, but it's not definitive. Like people's bodies block glass, fire skips over stuff. I've seen pans melted, but paper survived in the same damn cabinet. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
There's a lot of logic when you start applying high heat, pressure, explosive forces into things. You just like things survive that shouldn't. It's just all about how how the actual physics played out at that moment in a specific space that you can't recreate most of the time.
Right. And
That's been the way I've seen it.
yeah, and to give somebody just a general understanding or idea that's sitting in here listening to this space right now, if he had his military ID and or passport in his back pocket, sitting in his butt cheek up against the seat, and that military identification card was sitting inside of a leather wallet, obviously it's going to have a hell of a lot less damage than something that was sitting on, for say, the passenger seat. And so understanding the difference between those things and where they actually collected the evidence from will give you an understanding for why certain things survived.
The last thing I wanted to throw out there too is that if Sam had not brought this to the bureau right away, proactively before going on Sean's, I think the order of operations here, one, it was crucial. It's worth noting it, and that's kind of why what I wanted to add to it. But as far as timeline, but also it was a really big CYA because if you had gone out there, Sam, and let's say shared this on Sean's podcast for clout, which I don't believe you did because you told me you didn't want to do it, and you actually sounded really concerned about how this was going to affect you.
I was
And I know
terrified,
the kind of
man.
anxiety.
I'm an introvert, and people think that I did this for clout or something. Like, dude, I do not want this kind of notoriety. Absolutely not.
And I'll
Please leave me alone.
And you said the exact same thing to me the first time we talked, and I had no reason to doubt it. I was like, yep, I know how exactly that feeling of anxiety that like this is going to suck, and I have to do it because it's the right thing. If he had not shared that with the feds up front, if he had not put that in law enforcement's hand, you can expect one of 2 things would have happened. I guess 3 things. There could have been a voluntary knock and talk asking for access to his computer. There could have been a search warrant served to go get that information and taken out of his devices, or they could have done a subpoena and they could have gotten records, online or otherwise. And we can't rule out that they would do that anyway. They still might do that sort of thing. So for whatever that's worth, you might find that out. But at least you headed it off at the pass and said, I am proactively volunteering this information before talking about it. And by the way, it's going to be public. Again, the pressure that puts on a bureau that doesn't, you've seen what they do in public affairs. You saw what they did in New Orleans, where a girl's up there talking, and I don't know what else to call her because she's younger than me. She says, specifically, we don't want you to walk on this street. Like these people are getting out in front of the cameras foolishly. You know that they don't know how to handle a little bit of pressure. And so you guys did the right thing. You apply pressure. So the public is at least going to have a shot at learning something that's going on in this investigation, that there's going to be a little bit of a positive push.
Well,
Yeah, and
in the
Kyle,
mindset. No, go ahead.
Let me back you up for a sec, man, because you've been catching a lot of shit lately when it goes to media. I don't know your background. I don't follow you. I don't know a damn thing about you other than when I saw you on Sean Ryan. And you may very well have some discrepancies in your past that I'm not aware of, and that's all fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, you actually said something that I also feel on my scale, which is I almost feel like I have been thrust into this because of the events over the last month that have taken place in connections with Livelsburger, that this is not a position that I want to be in, but I also feel duty bound almost to report and talk about this. It's got the potential to ruin your entire, your entire, how do you want to say it? Your entire reputation. And that is something that, as far as myself and inside of the community is concerned, is invaluable. You cannot put a dollar amount on my reputation inside of the community. I give a damn how much money you fucking pay me, what you tell me, or what you promise me. My reputation means the world to me, and I will do my best to protect it. So when I am putting information out like this and I'm talking about these things, you better damn well believe that both myself and the community are standing behind these statements, that this is not stuff that we willingly will thrust in the open to be in the spotlight because we think that it is going to somehow potentially help us. If anything, it scares the shit out of us, and it's not something that we want.
Yeah, exactly. There was There was never any ask for donations to anything. There was never, any kind of personal gain is like you said. Right now, I'm being scrutinized, and I said this on the Dale Stark podcast. You take a guy like, you take a big public figure who's been out there in the spotlight for the last couple decades. People know if they like him or if they hate him already. And so when they do a story, they might shit on the story, but they're like, yeah, I like this guy or I don't like this guy, and they move on about their day. Right now, nobody knows who I am, so they're punching me into who they want me to be, and it sucks. And I knew this would be the case. And I told my wife at the time, and she actually told me not to do it. She said, just give it to the FBI and wash your hands of it. And I contemplated it. And the thing that drove me to do this was the same thing that drives me to have done the stuff I've been doing for the last 4.5 years. It's a pursuit of justice. And I'm not trying to sound like you know, I'm not trying to sound like a white knight here, but it is the pursuit of justice, pure and simple. How many times have we seen the FBI withhold manifestos or any other kind of document from the public, and we're like, damn it, tell us what the freak is going on? Why did this person do this mass attack? Why did this happen? And the FBI won't tell us anything. And the last time I saw something was Steven Crowder. He got that manifesto from a whistleblower, and man, they just about burned the world down to find out who that whistleblower was. But I was like, that belongs to the public. The public is owed that manifesto. It is ours. We need to know what is going on in our country, in our schools, on our streets, because we are a people of the republic, by the republic. We own this country, and these people act like we don't. And I'm like, I have to take this to the public. I know I'm going to get excoriated for this, which is what's going on right now. But the people are owed this regardless. So let me calm down a little bit here. But that was the mindset behind all of this.
Yeah, and I think that's just the general sentiment across the U.S. population right now, especially when we look at videos from the Las Vegas hotel, right? Why are we only seeing tiny segments? Why are we not seeing the videos of him driving up to the scene? Why are we not seeing all of those things from these different points of view that would either confirm or deny whether or not his, let's say, hands were bound? That would kill a hell of a lot of conspiracy theorists right off the get-go. And I understand the intimacy that it comes with the family and making sure that we're not showing him, taking his head off, for lack of better terms, in front of the public. I wouldn't want to see that disclosed, on a public platform, but I almost feel like that's what it would take to calm a lot of this down.
Hey guys, I want to jump over to Dale Stark. Dale just interviewed him I think it was about 24 hours ago. And Dale, I was just wondering if you got any inconsistencies that you want to share, or if you learned anything new.
Yeah, no, really the reason I wanted to talk to Shu after you interviewed him and this all came out was that there was a lot of narratives kind of taken off that really diverged from what you guys had said in the interview, which for the most part you guys have already addressed. So, nobody validated the legitimacy of the message or who sent it. And I thought that was all very clear. And I, again, just wanted to give a platform to Shu to expand on that a little bit more.
Hey Dale, while you're on here, we've gotten some questions. One is regarding the vehicle that Matt spoke about in the email to Sam. Can you talk about how you said that you've received information from others about his ISO prep? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so I spoke with a current active duty, highly decorated Sergeant Major in Special Forces, and he told me that the bona fides in the email matched his ISO prep. So I don't have obviously any information of that myself, but that was told to me right before I talked to Shu. So I was actually wanted to open that up to the group and ask anyone else because there, a lot of people were talking about that, and there were some inconsistencies on his registration record. If that was maybe indication that he didn't send the email, or if it was accurate. And I'll just leave it open if anyone wants to answer that.
Yeah, I don't know how to say this. I'd like to jump up for a sec because I think it's important to the storyline, and it's something that is a little known fact that a lot of people need to be aware of. So Matt has connections to Ukraine, as do I. I was one of the first SF guys to go over Ukraine back in 2015, laid the groundwork for everything that's to be seen currently to this day. Matt ended up following suit over behind us. Now, last month, because of the podcast that I run over on YouTube, I had made an announcement that I was going to end up going over into Kursk, Russia, by invitation of the Ukrainian military to document the dead DPRK soldiers that were over inside of Russia. And within a day of me making that announcement, I ended up getting contacted by somebody that is pretending to be an active duty SF member, and we're going to leave the details out of it. But they had intimate personal identification information of Green Berets, not only on where Matt, the team that Matt was currently serving on at that time, but also in addition to that, had also taken over Matt's position. And if we fast forward just 1 to 2 days, my wife ends up falling dangerously ill with a neurological condition that we can't explain. The neurologist can explain MRI, CT scan, cerebral spinal fluid, blood draw, everything else ends up coming clear and doesn't explain why this ends up taking place. And all of this occurs immediately following my announcement that I'm going to end up going over into Kursk, Russia. So not only do I get contacted by somebody that has intimate details about this ODA down to personal identifying information, but now my wife followed, very, very ill and ends up having to get hospitalized for about a week, to which she still to this day is having issues. Now, within 24 hours of her getting out of the hospital, within 24 hours of her getting out of the hospital, I get contacted again via a different, it was a text messaging app this time, which I got contacted on, again, disclosing other personal identifiable information about current active duty Green Berets um, who are holding similar positions and have also ties to myself and Matt L. All of that takes place, and now we have this coming out. And so, to me, when I start judging and I start looking at what's taking place right now, there is somebody out there that has information about active duty Green Berets, whether or not we want to talk about it or not openly, publicly on this forum. And we have, Matt Leibelsberger over here that has now committed this act that most people that know him, as a matter of fact, every single individual that I've spoken to that knows him, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that he would have flown off the rails to this extent. With that being said, there's something else I want to address. There's a lot of people talking about like mental health issues with him and saying that, okay, well, maybe he had PTSD, maybe he had a traumatic brain injury, maybe he had these other things that caused him to fly off the rails. And it's something that I've spoke about publicly when I talk about PTSD or anything otherwise. My last deployment to Afghanistan, I was on 300 milligrams of Zoloft, and that was sanctioned by the military. Now, for those of you who don't know, max dose of Zoloft comes in right around 200 milligrams. And I was like 150%, beyond that. So for them to sit there and say that, PTSD, traumatic brain injuries, any of this is a huge cause that goes into it. No, no, no. When I look at this, I can't explain, the things that have happened when it comes to disclosing personal identifiable information. But my question is, if somebody has the ability to disclose PII like that on, different Green Berets that are currently active, while at the same time those GBs, including myself, have connections to Matt, and then we have this happening. And in addition to that, we have a bunch of stuff in the emails that are allegedly tied back to Matt. I'm not even saying that they don't. I would bet you that the frickin' server sent from address, everything matches up perfectly. If somebody is capable of gathering that type of information and putting that type of information out, what the hell are we dealing with here? That would be my question.
Hey guys, I'm
And
gonna
it left people speechless.
yeah, it did. I'm gonna remove a couple of speakers here and bring some more on real quick. And as we start to kind of transition out of this, I want to move into some of the terrorism threats that we were talking about the other night. Bring Sarah on, Scott, man, Guido might still be in the chat somewhere, and there's a couple other people that want to speak. So right now, I'm going to open it up to trying to get the anti-hero guys in here to talk about the email they received. And if is Tim Burchett in here? Jeremy, could you find him?
Yeah, I don't see him in here, and I'm trying to find Guido, and I'm glitching pretty hard over here.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, I did want to, while we're waiting for them, I did want to ask. There was some talk about Sure, you talked about some Iranian Iranian man pads coming across the border. I just wanted to see if Sarah Adams had heard anything about that, or Scott Mann as well. They're pretty tied in with this stuff.
I can go first. So I heard about the man pads from what I think might have been the other person Shu talked about. So another person involved in human trafficking. I reached out to them because they were looking for me. I found out they were looking for me because they wanted me to go and brief the issue with them in Congress. I obviously declined it because I don't brief information not collected from my own sources and I can't vet. I talked in some circles with them. Their sourcing actually came from an American in one of our federal agencies, which again isn't the type of sourcing I go off of. So that's kind of where I went with that, and I just kind of left it. I know from what Shu said, and then some of the follow-on ops, it ended up becoming something more. But when I first looked into it, it didn't really align with what I was working on. As a lot of people know, I'm working on actually the suicide vest, and there was a question to me from Congress: were the man pads and the vests the same thing? And I was really answering that question, saying no, they are two separate threats. But I never said the man pads weren't a threat. I just said you need to view them as two separate threats. They aren't together. So I hope that helps. I didn't do much more on the man pad piece. Thank you.
And I will say that the way Sarah just described where one of those sources came from is exactly how I would describe it. So probably the same thing.
Yeah, and on my end, Sean, nothing from the the network that I talk to on ManPad specifically to this point. I mean, I've got some feelers out after the interview you've done, asking the question specifically, but nothing back yet.
Roger that. Thank you.
And the anti-hero pod DM is in the nest if anyone wants to look at.
Getting Guido in here. I don't know if you want to speak on that, Guido. If not, Shu, how do you feel about taking a couple of questions?
I'll answer anything anybody's got.
All right, Guido, hang tight for just a second. I'm gonna get this guy Ian Carroll on. He did a couple of pieces on this. Let's see what he's got. Ian Carroll, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Thanks for bringing me up. I just have one quick question that you guys kind of touched on just a second ago, but I wanted to kind of get some clarification, like kind of more plain English. And it's about the email sort of like self-identifier of his first car, and the internet sleuthed through his records, and it seemed to be not the right year for the right make and model of his car. You guys have a ton of experience in this world. Does that mean anything to you guys in the special forces world that he misidentified the year of his first car, or is that just kind of like noise?
I think Kyle can take this one. He'll explain what the ISO prep is and how that the car.
I was going to say one of you other guys should do it. Look, if you ever gone through a SEER training, if you have a flight crew background, they have a thing that's called isolated personnel report. So the whole idea is that there's a questionnaire that you fill out so that if you are isolated from friendly forces and you have rescue teams come in various different formats, they're going to basically treat you as hostile until they can verify your personality or who you are. So they're going to go through these questions. And the weird thing is that it's whatever you answered. So maybe Matt maybe Sean can say the same thing. I know some people that never give real information on that because it's not something they want looked up. They actually give deliberately false information on a regular basis. If you were to go to find out what my birthday is, you'll find I give the same fake birthday like pretty much everywhere because I just don't like using my real birthday. And I don't know why it is. Maybe it's because I watched a Robert Redford movie one time. So some dudes will literally just give you legit fake information that they will remember that nobody else can validate except them. And that is equally useful for verifying as long as it matches what's on that ISO prep document. And then when the friendly forces come to link up with them. You guys may have different experience with that, so I'd be totally happy to hear it. But I know guys do that. I've got friends who are Green Berets. My last partner was as well. It's not uncommon for people to kind of have like their own little weird quirks when it comes to like how I'm going to keep my information safe and secret that nobody can fake. By the way, Matt, when you were talking about the hacking capability and being able to access that info, we're talking about nation state capabilities. We're not talking about,
Correct.
generally speaking, like individuals. It's just worth kind of tossing that into the fire too.
Yeah, I'm 100% pointing to that, or at least alluding to it, that you're talking about essentially a foreign intelligence service that would be capable of doing that.
Great explanation, Kyle. Thanks. That's not the kind of thing that anyone in your guys' positions could access his sort of like expected ISO prep answers, is it? That's like that's proprietary, and we wouldn't know if he gave the answer that he's supposed to give or not.
Correct.
Well, Dale did confirm with somebody who is able to access it, but no, we can't. That stuff is not. We're not going to publish
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Thanks for the answer, man. Appreciate it. I'll drop back down.
All right, Jeremy, anything with Tim Burchett or Antihero?
Don't have either of those guys, but Guido's on.
All right, before we move to Guido, do you want to is there any questions in the chat?
One question is, do you think that the email that was sent to Sam is the same as the letters that were allegedly found on the phone?
I can't answer that. I have no idea.
Yeah, pure speculation. Who knows?
It sounds like, and Kyle did mention that the FBI does have the ability to access certain devices and stuff. So, I'm not sure.
For whatever it's worth, because
Right
just
on.
because you're talking about speculation, they don't look like the same writer at all. They would look like somebody who had a completely different personality, or maybe somebody who, like, the sentence structure is different, the lexicon, the type of words being used, the formation of thoughts and ideas, the length, the topics, completely different. They don't, do people change that dramatically? Not usually. For whatever it's worth, when you start looking into people's writing samples, there's a reason why you can go back and look at them and go, okay, fine, this likely came from this side or not the other. When you look at them, they don't look like they came from the same person. Now, I didn't know Matt at all, and maybe somebody who knew him could say, "Oh yeah, that's the way that he talked." If you got him offline, he went off on political rants, but that's kind of not what you see a lot of guys that are in the, you know, there's not very many people in the military that talk like that, let alone people who are special operators. It's just not. It looked like bad AI generated like right wing talking points. If I was going to speculate on it, so it would be reasonable to assume that it probably came from different sources. Now, what that source was, who freaking knows? Looks like you got Antihero.
All right, Brent Tucker from Antihero, former Delta guy. Go ahead. You coming on?
Must have been a prior Bravo.
He has the microphone, so he can go. That should work.
I'm laughing at that, Matt. That was funny.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of people would understand that joke, but I'm glad somebody did. His microphone's probably in about 1,000 different pieces right now.
How about now? We'll try that. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. And I did hear the 18 Bravo joke. It's hilarious that I actually was an 18 Echo.
Damn it.
A few things that I definitely want to cover. There were 2 phones recovered. Of course, this is open source, and anyone who ever wants a conspiracy theory, this means you'd have to believe what the Las Vegas police department put out. But 2 phones were recovered. Also, when it comes to the evidence and obviously proving who was in that truck, they reported that the DNA evidence did match, as well as tattoos that matched him, and they showed pictures of the tattoos that matched, and his dental records. So if you don't believe one or two, they actually have three identifying ways to show that was in fact Matt in the truck. But I really wanted to go down his manifesto, kind of down the list. He talked a lot about China, and I just wanted to point out, I think it's just worth pointing out, he was a 10th group Green Beret. And it doesn't mean that he doesn't know anything that's going on in the world. But to be so deeply embedded in what China is doing as a 10th group Green Beret, his area of operation is Europe, and that's where his focus should be. Um, he talks about gravitic propulsion. Um, if you do any research into gravitic propulsion, it actually spawns from nuclear fusion, and China doesn't even have nuclear fusion online yet, although they're way ahead of us on that. Um, he talks about dozens of balloons being over the U.S. at any given moment. I've had to call my sources on that, and they said that's absolutely not true. He talks about being followed for over a week by FBI and HSI, and I'll tell you, when you think people are starting to follow you, I'm not saying it'll never happen, but man, those resources are finite. You really have to get high on someone's radar before they start sending things after you. And he hasn't done anything public yet. So anytime you believe someone is following you, it really kind of starts to sound like a case of PPD, or paranoid personality disorder, and that comes about. There's something to be said about TBIs, PTSD, mental health. I'm not going to put it out here. Sean, I might call you after this, but he was in a there were things going on in his marriage, and I can tell you what they were right from the higher ups in 10th group. But that's his personal information, and I'm not going to put that out there. But you put all those together, and you're going to have some really bad mental days, which is what I think he had. He lists the war crimes. You guys talked about that, so I'll skip over that. But he talks about hundreds of civilians in a single day. When it comes to these drone strikes, are really surgical strikes. They don't kill hundreds and hundreds of people in a single day. And by 2019, most people know that this was really an Afghan war in 2019. So anyone on the ground actually going into compounds, doing things, really would have been on the Afghans and not the Green Berets on the ground in 2019. Um, you guys already talked about the 6 minutes to scramble aircraft. It just sounds like, if you didn't know, and to go over the gravitic propulsion system, we had a guy on, Kurt, who was a Green Beret and part of the UAP task force in episode 102, and he knows nothing about that. And that was his job, was on a UAP task force. So really, what I want to say is, anytime you have someone, even if they're having mental issues, which is an opinion of mine, I'm not out here to drag anyone's name through the mud, but I'm just kind of investigating this, putting the pieces together. There's always going to be, some truth to it. And if you weren't in the military or understand everything he just said, is like, yes, that sounds like a guy who knows his stuff. But when you go through the whole manifesto, it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't sound like a guy who has um, a clear head. So I just wanted to go down the manifesto, and I'm sure there'll be some arguments on all those points, as there should be. But I wanted to make sure we covered all those line by line.
Yeah, let me add something to that. Just my personal background. I was the J2T in Iraq in 2018, and what you said is something I talked to Dale with. I don't think during the podcast, but offline. But this idea of mass killing of people and everything else, I've seen some things I disagreed with in the strike cell, but I can assure you that there was always legal present and there was always a way to legally back up what was done. And there, these alleged war crimes are so absurd from anybody who's spent any time in the targeting realm and in, you know, just kind of the military in general, if you've been downrange, that it's really hard to get behind anything that was written there. It's very outlandish.
Yeah. Like on my side, like personal story of mine, I ended up dropping 400 or 500 pounders on a site that's suspected to take out an entire ODA. And that was due to a defensive fighting position that was still standing at the time. And even after the 400 or 500 pound JDAMs ended up getting dropped on it, we still have two ISIS fighters who are alive and well that end up running out to put that fire out, which end up getting dispatched with small arms fire. The funny part is that SODIF ends up taking that information and blasting it out across all of SODIF for excessive use of force, as an example, even though the defensive fighting position was still standing. So for people to look at this and say that they don't understand why US 4A, for example, would be committing all of these civilian casualties, that is the issue that guys like myself, Antihero, Shu, everybody else, probably even Sean up here, is having with this email, to where they're alleging a massive, massive civilian casualties, a massive cover up, while we know for a fact that the United States government is very, very stringent when it comes down to civilian casualties and making sure that that is not occurring on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'll
I
tell
think
you
we've pretty much
how.
wrapped up everything in this email for now. Unless you got something more, Brent.
Tell
Go
you how
ahead.
serious the government takes CivCas. They will shut down even the unit operations over CivCas. I've never seen CivCas taken lightly at any level of the military that I was in.
One of the questions that we've gotten has been, have any of the people who've worked with Matt reached out to either Sean or you, Sam, with regarding the details of what was written in that email, or specifically just about how he was a good guy?
So I checked my social media within first day after I did the Sean Ryan podcast, before things had started really blowing up. And I had somebody who was very close to the family reach out with some information. And beyond that, I'll be honest with you, I haven't checked my social media in the last 24 hours because these assholes have been dragging me through the mud, and I just don't care to read all the garbage out there. So I couldn't tell you. There's probably a lot of stuff in there, but
I will tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, like we had mentioned, we talked to the public affairs officer for the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Army, and they wanted to make sure that we understood that he was an upstanding soldier, a great leader, that he was moving on into retirement, and was going to improve the future of warfare, is what they said. But they were pretty adamant that they wanted us to know that.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, Sean, like not only did I serve with the guy, but also have had several other people reach out to me that currently have. Nobody trusts the freaking media. Nobody trusts any three-letter agency at this point in time. So we all just kind of like lean on ourselves and the people that we know. Everything that we know about him is, number one, he was very family oriented, loved his family to death, loved his wife, loved his brand new child. Two, while he may have been a supporter of Trump, he was not ultra MAGA in any way, shape, or form. And these are all things that have been asked to convey, that he was not ultra MAGA in any way, shape, or form. He was just a regular person that kind of believed a little bit in what he, saw going forward with the future president. And that he was also very mission dedicated, that he spent a lot of his time, even more time than he should have, to make sure that the mission succeeded, whatever mission that may have been, which is why we talked about his signal chat and the message that he sent, and just being excited to learn a new craft. And I'm going to take anti-hero stance on this and not get into his family dynamics, but he respected his family to the point where he was moving on to new positions that would allow him more time with his family, because he respected his wife and his family to that extent.
I have to say this, and the two people that I did talk to, and one even went to the Fox course with him and said he was the smartest guy in the Fox course. You can, yes, the you can have great past performance, but when it doesn't guarantee you, a life without issues, and it can come on fast and it can come on quick. And I just don't. Again, I know this is opinion based, but if indeed it ended up being he some sort of a mental breakdown, just because he was a good guy at one point of his career and very mentally sharp, doesn't mean that gets to stay with you. And I hate to be the pessimist about that, but I just want to bring in the reality of that.
No, I think the saying is one oh shit ruins 100 attaboys.
Well, everybody, I appreciate you being here. I think we pretty much covered everything I wanted to cover with the emails, with the podcast, with the information that's going around. I think we probably cleared up a lot of the questions for anybody that's listening, and hopefully this information gets disseminated out. And once again, we talked to Kyle. We got the emails to the FBI. I think everybody on here is on the same page that we did the right thing by releasing this. Otherwise, it never would have been released. We brought up several examples where the FBI's held it out, and so if it happens again, I would do it all over again. I think we did the right thing. So I did want to spend maybe the last 20, 30 minutes going over some of the turn it over to Sarah and Scott. Right before this happened, there was a big discussion about some of the stuff that Sarah and Scott and Legend and Masood had kind of brought up on the show as to what we can expect here in 2025 and how we're funding the Taliban and what's coming across the southern border, who's being recruited within our borders, and what we can do. So I'll turn it over to Sarah, Scott, and Guido right now.
We'll have Guido go first because he wrote Al Qaeda 2.0 and he can set the stage, and then we can fill in anything after that.
Well, thank you for having me, first of all, Sean, and thank you for giving the opportunity to talk about this subject. Getting back to the last part that we discussed, three Afghan generals were contacted to ask about the events in 2019, and they all three said that it simply didn't happen like that. So to give you a little bit more information on that matter. About the upcoming attack on the US and Europe, this actually started in 2006, 2009, when they found plans in attacking major cities in Europe and the US. And it evolved in getting the sons of bin Laden planning to revenge the death of their father. And met with returning Afghanistan back to the Taliban and Al Qaeda, it gave them an opportunity to actually implement this plan. And it's a broad plan with a lot of things that people don't simply don't realize the sophistication of it, the amount of tradecraft and the things that they learned. And Al Qaeda adopted very quickly and really shaped a new kind of battlefield for themselves. And I think we saw with the October 7th attack the first part of this. And that's mainly that they can do a lot of damage and a lot of terror with very few means and very little funding, for example. When you look at the plot itself, it consists out of larger groups of terrorists being split up in cells and being active in different cities and doing simultaneous attacks like October 7th, or as we name it in the book, like what happened in Mumbai. They simply discovered that when you have 10 guys attacking 10 different locations in one city, then you can overwhelm the local law enforcement. And when you do this on a national level and you attack in 10 different cities, You saw what happened a few days ago when we had two events on one day in the country. It's really starting to blow up in media and in discussions. If this is happening in 10 cities, and not only in the US, but in the US and Europe at the same time, then you will really have terror and disorder. And there are several reasons for them to do it in this year or maybe next year. According to Sarah, it's very fluid, so that they are easily and they are able to postpone it or to do it earlier. But it's for revenge of the killing of Osama bin Laden and several other leaders. It's mainly revenge for the 20 year of global war on terror. And this is something that was connected to what happened a few days ago. Al Qaeda really made clear that they are going after all those soldiers who fought in Afghanistan and in Iraq. And when you look at this guy's track records and the amount of missions he had in Afghanistan, for example, if they had information coming from the biometrics that the Taliban still have, or from other documents, or for simply from open source information, if he was on their radar, then that could have played a part in this whole thing. But this is something that Al Qaeda is very keen to do. They want to take revenge on a national level on the fact that the global war on terror killed a lot of people in those countries. They want revenge for killing their leadership, and they want revenge to those who fought this war on terror in their countries. So yeah, this is something that's been described in the book, and I think Sarah can tell you.
Hello friends and welcome to TechCasm. I'm your host Sebastian. Today we've again got some quite incredible footage because every day it appears, every day we have new fascinating footage recorded all around the world of strange objects flying through the skies, which are probably not Chinese drones. I think everybody by now has realized that there's something more behind this than mundane explanations such as Chinese drones. So let's have a look at the newest footage, friends, and then we can assess what the hell might be going on here. Now this first one was recorded on January 2nd at 12:30 a.m. in the morning in Michigan, and we see some orbs flying in a triangle formation. Friends, let's have a look. That is indeed interesting. I wish again the video was longer. Why does it suddenly stop? Why? I would like it to go on for a bit more, but I have to say, this is interesting footage. I don't think it's Chinese lanterns, friends. I don't think it's Chinese lanterns. Why? Even though they are going at a uniform speed, okay? They don't do anything crazy. We don't see any crazy maneuvers or whatever. They are going at a uniform speed. However, they are quite bright and they seem to have, okay, they seem to have like some sort of spatial component. They seem to be larger objects, okay? They seem to be spherical orbs. So, if it would be Chinese lanterns, they usually look much dimmer, much more reddish in color, and they look more like a punctual source. This one here, those seem to be more like expanded objects, okay? Expanded objects, and one seems to be vanishing in the clouds, where it's always a good indicator. Like if you have Chinese lanterns traveling in a certain direction with the wind, you would expect at least to see a bit of wind going on, right? But here you can see the branches of the trees. No wind whatsoever, friends. No wind whatsoever. And they are going at a speed which is like, you know, not really slow. Also, they are white, okay? They are white in color. It's pretty obvious that they are pretty white. So We see like white orbs of some sort traveling information, which is really interesting footage. I don't want to make the assessment that we have real UAPs here, but I would say the probability that it's Chinese lanterns or that it's aircraft or misattribution of some other objects is pretty low. Could it be drones? Yes, it could be drones. It could be some man-made objects. That is clear. But at least I will say that it could be something. It could be something here. And by something, let's be crystal clear here, by something, I mean craft built by non-human entities, by a very advanced non-human civilization. That's what I mean by something else. Not China, okay? Not freaking China. Now the next one is interesting. This was recorded on the 5th of January, where in Romania, in Constanța, a city in Romania at the Black Sea. And the person here filming sees an object zipping by at an unusually high speed during broad daylight. Friends, this is quite interesting footage. Let's have a look. Oh, that is pretty fast.
Not sure what that is. No sound. Kind of looks like a bird, but it's going way too quick. Not sure if it's still visible in the video.
Huh.
This was going, I think that's east, northwest.
So let's have a look again with increased contrast and also zoomed in. Here is the object, you can see it. Looks like a pill-shaped object. Oh wow, wow! Did you see the maneuver? Like everyone who's saying now this is an airplane, I don't think it's an airplane. Okay, let's have a look again, friends. This is quite interesting. You can see it coming in here from the right. Okay, zipping in. And you can see, okay, it looks like some sort of... It's too small to make out a shape, but I would say it looks like some sort of ball or a bit of an elongated shape, like a bit of a, yeah, I'm sorry to say it, but tic-tac shape. I know it's a bit of a trope these days, but it looks like a freaking tic-tac shape. So it comes in, and now people say, oh, this is just an airplane. But look at this maneuver. Friends, look at this maneuver. Whoop, 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 whoop. And the person filming it clearly said that this is not a bird. It was very high up in the sky, going very fast, very high up. Birds cannot fly at a few hundred kph of speed, okay? And we see it's doing some fascinating maneuvers. Look at this. Look at the maneuvers. Okay, let's increase contrast even more, friends. Look at this. I mean, look at the trajectory. It's making here some sort of very sharp turn. You can see it here. Look at the turn. Whoop, 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 whoop. Very sharp turn, very sharp turn. Now it's not an exact right angle turn, okay? It's not an exact right angle turn, but it is an unusual turn. And here again, look, this is really interesting because this looks more like a right angle turn. Looks very much more like a right angle turn. Here, and then suddenly it seems to be stopping almost. See how it's slowing down? And then we don't see it anymore. So this is really interesting footage, friends. This is like a very unusual flight path. Let's look at it again. A bit zoomed out so that we can see, okay, this is not a bird. Look how fast this is going. Okay? This is going really fast. It's really far up in the sky, going at a very high speed. Fascinating stuff, friends. Fascinating stuff. So this could be a real UAP here. Could be. Could be, I say could be, because we don't have a high resolution. The resolution is pretty bad because it's far away. So could it still be a super fast drone or something man-made? Probably yes, okay? We cannot exclude it, but we might have something interesting here. This might be a UAP, meaning a craft built by a non-human civilization. Because that is ultimately what we are talking about when we say real UAPs. Now the next one was filmed on the 4th of January in Simi Valley, California. And what do we see here, friends? It is the classic red orb. Let's have a look. seems to be below the clouds.
Left and right. Yes. It's moving right, now it's moving left. It's
Really big object, really big.
take off really fast. Hi.
Now if we increase contrast here again, we can see even more detail. We can see in the foreground trees, okay? We can see a valley and mountains in the distance. And we can see this object here below the clouds. We see a lot of clouds here. So this object is certainly below the clouds and kind of like just floating there. And guys, I don't think it's a Chinese lantern because this looks so super bright. And it's just a solitary object in a valley in nature. Like, look at this. I mean, let's zoom in, friends. Let's zoom in. I mean, look at how bright this thing is. Look at how bright it is. I don't think this is a Chinese lantern. I just don't think it is. A Chinese lantern would be far dimmer. This is really bright. Like this is bright and seems to have a spherical shape again. A spherical shape, like a ball of orange light. This is fascinating stuff. So these orbs, you know, there are many theories of what they could be. What could those orbs be, you know? Some say it's plasma entities, you know, some sort of like intelligent plasma beings. Others say it is UFOs, basically alien craft, and the glow comes from their propulsion system. I tend to believe the latter. But what you believe in this case is of course up to you, because yeah, we don't have a lot of detail on this object here, and we see many similar objects basically as balls. But of course, if there is an object hiding below this plasma stuff, it could just be an alien craft which ionizes the surrounding air. That is really hard to say. So multiple solutions are possible here. And here is a star for a comparison, right? Here you can see a star in the sky, you know, just so that you have a comparison. Here you see the star. So look how much brighter this object is. Look at it. How much brighter it is. How much bigger also, like this ball of light. Crazy. Now, a viewer of this channel who lives on the island of Curaçao has already sent us quite interesting footage a few days ago of an object sitting there in the sky at the same spot for hours and hours and hours. So it's not a star, it's not Venus, because it is not moving with the sky, but it sits on the same spot, okay? It's not moving with Earth's rotation. So it's really not a celestial object. And now he sends again new footage of this object just sitting there in the sky, hovering there for many hours in the same spot. Let's have a look.
5 minuten later.
Huh.
Nog dichterbij, dus 2,5 keer inzoomen.
Really bright. A bright ball of light.
Maar every day, the same place I come. And it goes like 1 or 2 miles that way. Then it comes back at night at 3 o'clock, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. It goes over there and it goes back up to space. It's hopefully different. Hopefully, it's, yeah, unbelievable.
Wow.
So that's my question. So I don't think China is in the space or not.
So yeah, this footage is really interesting in my opinion, because an object just stationary hovering for such a long time would require a power source, right? A pretty impressive battery. And I'm sorry to say this, but stationary drones that can just stay in the same spot for many, many hours, that is hard to do with today's battery technology or with today's, you know, technology in general. An airplane is different from a drone. A drone requires a lot of energy to stay in the air because an airplane can just glide, right? an airplane can glide, but a drone staying in the same place for 5-6 hours, pretty difficult to do.
Every day, the same place I come, and it goes like 1 or 2 miles that way. Then it comes back at night at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. It goes over there and it goes back up to space. It's hopey different.
Back up to space. Now that is an interesting information, I would say, right? I'm not aware that China has drones that can climb into space. Correct me if I'm wrong here, okay? I don't think China has drones that can go into space. So this is really fascinating footage from the island of Curaçao. But yeah, what the hell is happening on Curaçao? Fascinating stuff. Now here we have a series of photos, friends, which is really quite incredible and really fascinating. This was taken in Denver, Colorado just a few days ago on the 2nd of January, and this person in question here has managed to capture a really bizarre object. He tried to take a video, but it was too small and too fast, so he decided to take a few snapshots, and these are the best ones he managed to make. So this is the object in question here, traveling over him at quite a fast speed. Quite a fast speed. The person drew the arrow in which direction it was going. Here we see it's a bit out of focus. Now here this is zoomed in. And what the hell? What the hell is this object here? What the hell is this object? Look at this. Now he said it reminds him of the Go Fast video. And this is not a shape I have seen before. Like, we have seen already quite a few bizarre shapes now. But look at this shape here. Like, what on earth is this shape? It doesn't have wings. It has a weird structure. It looks like a flying eye. Some sort of like, yeah, a flying eye in the sky. For a lack of a better description. Now this here is the object. From the side, we see it has some sort of like round body with some sort of opening, like a freaking eye, okay? The eye of Kilrog, anyone from Warcraft days, with an opening like an eye. And here we see something smaller, like something standing out, some sort of like round thing attached in some way to the larger round body. This is crazy. Now here's the object a bit more from the front, right? Here we saw it more from the side, okay? And here is from another angle, more from the front. And we can see now that this thing here on the side is illuminated. Look at this. This thing now appears illuminated. Wow. Guys, seriously, what on earth is this? Does this look like a Chinese drone? I don't think so. I don't think it looks like anything. I don't think it looks like freaking anything that we here on Earth have. Now sure, you might say, oh, this is fake, he faked this is a balloon. Sure, it could be a balloon, but the person said it was going pretty fast, okay? He had even trouble filming it. That's how fast it was going. He wasn't able to, focus it. So he decided to take these pictures. Now, if you say, okay, he's lying, this is a balloon, and this was just like going very slowly, yes, you could make that point, okay? You could say, this could be a balloon, it was going really slowly, he made a few snapshots, and this is just fake. But we have seen so many videos and photos in the last weeks now, are they all fake? Now, it's one thing to fake a photo, but we saw so many videos of bizarre maneuvers and objects, orbs, doing strange things in the sky. Are they all fakes? Are they all fakes? What if he's saying the truth? What if this object really whizzed by at a high speed? Now that would exclude a balloon, that would exclude a drone, because we don't see any rotor openings, no rotor blades, no jet engines of any sort. So what if he's saying the truth? Why should everyone be lying? Everyone is always lying with this subject. Why? I think there are persons legitimately telling the truth, and if what he's saying is true, then friends, we have a UAP here. We have a real craft, okay? We have some sort of craft here, some sort of exploratory vehicle, some sort of, I don't know, observation drone built by an advanced non-human civilization, by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. What is its purpose? I don't know, to monitor us, to observe us, to study us, to study the behavior of us hilariously primitive life forms on this quite primitive planet, from their perspective, of course. The same as we study tribes in the Amazon rainforest, as we study, I don't know, animals. We study them with drones ourselves. Why shouldn't they use some sort of drones that use anti-gravity propulsion? Because that is how it probably travels. It's probably using some sort of anti-gravity propulsion. So these photos here, friends, are incredible in my opinion. We have something really interesting here. This is really excellent stuff. And this happened in Denver, Colorado, of all places. So these things are everywhere now. It's not only New Jersey. What, did the Chinese manage to send a weird object that doesn't have wings, that doesn't have propellers? Did they manage to send it as far as Denver, Colorado? Where is their base? Where is their submarine? Denver is pretty far inland. Okay, this is pretty far inland. This is not at the shore. So China sending these things, come on guys, no, freaking no. These things are craft built. Okay, let's just be crystal clear here. Let's just be honest here. These are craft probably built by a non-human civilization, an extraterrestrial civilization, or multiple, maybe multiple. Doesn't only have to be one, could be multiple, we don't know. I hope we find out one day. I hope that where this all leads now, where these increased sightings lead, is that one day we find out, hopefully sooner rather than later. But I think this is what is going on here, and it's incredible to see these fascinating videos, these fascinating photos taken on a daily basis all around the globe, friends, all around the globe. And it's happening every day. I'm making daily videos now and I have too much footage. Too much! Seriously, friends, thank you so much for sending me your footage via email. I'm getting a lot of emails and I even have to choose now because there's so much interesting footage that I can only take the most interesting and fascinating footage to show it in the videos, because if I would go through all the videos that have been sent to me, the YouTube videos here would be 2 or 3 hours long each one. Daily. Every single day. That's how many sightings we have. That's how many sightings we have. Is it all misattributions? Is it all drones? I don't think so, friends. There's a lot of good stuff there. And I'm really sorry if I don't reply to every single email, but there are so many emails right now that I don't have the time just to reply to every single one. But I will try to look through all the footage that you sent me, to look at all the photos and videos that you sent me, and I will of course take the most incredible footage and show it here in these YouTube videos. Thank you so much, friends, for sending me your footage. If you have something fascinating, please send it to me. And we will continue to make daily updates on what is going on in our skies, friends, because I think there's something fascinating going on these days. Very fascinating. So many sightings. We will just continue watching how the situation will unfold. And I'm very happy that we are on this journey together. Thank you so much for watching, friends. Thank you so much also to our Patreons who support this channel. You people are wonderful. Have a wonderful day, friends, and see you in the next video. Bye.
It's time to wake up, everyone. I hate to say this, but take out your masks, close your doors, and stay inside. What we are witnessing in the USA, Canada, the UK, and even parts of Europe is not just an environmental anomaly, it's a warning. This unusual fog blanketing our cities and neighborhoods is far from normal. And while many people are noticing its presence, most are completely missing a crucial, urgent message hidden in plain sight. I'm here to shed light on that. But first, take a closer look at this footage. Pause to observe. Can you see it? The thick, dense, swirling particles floating in the air? At first glance, it looks like an ominous cloud of dust. But this isn't just ordinary dust. Some claim it's an advanced form of technology, something they call smart particles. But what I have to share with you goes deeper than speculation. What we are dealing with is not just a scientific anomaly, but something far more dangerous and sinister. There's a silent pattern unfolding, an interconnected chain of events that hints at a larger, more terrifying narrative. Around the world, we are seeing signs, subtle yet undeniable, that point to something monumental on the horizon. What's most unsettling is the silence from those who are supposed to protect and inform us. Their lack of action and their refusal to address the seriousness of this issue raises an alarming question. Why? What do they know that they're not telling us? Let me break it down for you. This fog, this dense, particle-laden air, doesn't feel like an ordinary atmospheric event. It's heavier, thicker, and almost chemical in nature. Breathing has become labored, not just in urban areas, but even in places far removed from heavy industry. This isn't just pollution, and it's certainly not just wildfire smoke. It's as if something unnatural has been unleashed into our atmosphere. Now, some experts dismiss these observations as overblown fears, while others outright ignore the mounting evidence. But how can they explain the sudden rise in unexplained illnesses? People across the globe are reporting respiratory issues, mysterious fevers, and fatigue that no doctor can adequately diagnose. These aren't isolated incidents. They're happening in clusters, and entire communities are affected simultaneously. Doesn't that sound eerily coordinated? And what about these so-called smart particles? There's talk of microscopic, self-organizing technologies capable of monitoring and manipulating the environment. What was once confined to the realm of science fiction is now being whispered about in hushed tones among experts. If these particles are real, and many believe they are, we're looking at something that could fundamentally alter life as we know it. But why? What purpose do they serve? And who stands to benefit? Folks, open your eyes. This isn't just about health, this is about control. Governments, corporations, and powerful elites have long sought ways to consolidate their power. A crisis like this, manufactured or not, provides the perfect opportunity. If the public knew the full truth, panic would ensue, economies would falter, and the carefully constructed systems of power would collapse. So instead, they keep us in the dark, feeding us half-truths and distractions while they carry out their agendas. But here's the thing. This is not just a man-made crisis. This fog, this unsettling chain of events, it's also a spiritual warning. Look to the scriptures. Matthew 24 verse 7 speaks of famines, earthquakes, and pestilences in the last days. Pestilences, friends. These signs are not random. They are deliberate. They serve as a wake-up call from God, a reminder that humanity has strayed too far from His path. Think about the plagues of Egypt. Each one was not only a punishment, but a message, a call to repentance. Pharaoh ignored those warnings, and his people suffered the consequences. Are we doing the same today? Instead of turning to God, we've turned to distractions, social media, entertainment, endless debates about politics. We've buried our heads in the sand, hoping the storm will pass, but it won't. Not until we listen. And let me remind you of something powerful. God is not mocked. When humanity manipulates the natural order, when it plays God for the sake of hidden agendas, there are consequences. This fog, these particles, they are more than just a health hazard. They are a manifestation of what happens when man's arrogance collides with God's truth. So what do? Do we wait for officials to tell us it's okay to panic? Do we trust governments that have shown time and again they care more about control than transparency? No, we must act now. Start by protecting yourself and your family. Stay indoors, filter your air, and limit your exposure to whatever is in this fog. But more importantly, turn to prayer. Seek God's guidance. Because this is a battle that goes beyond the physical, it's a spiritual war. And let me leave you with this final thought. Their plans will fail. Those who seek to control and manipulate will be exposed, and their schemes will collapse under the weight of truth. But we must be vigilant, prepared, and steadfast in our faith. The storm is here, but so is our hope. God is with us, and He will not abandon His people. Wake up, folks. The time for complacency is over. Look around, see the signs, and take action, physically, mentally, and spiritually. This is not just a health crisis. It is a call to return to what truly matters. The question is, will we listen, or will we, like Pharaoh, ignore the warnings until it's too late? The choice is ours. God's truth stands eternal and unshakable, a beacon of hope in times of uncertainty and fear. Yet, too often, we become consumed with chasing explanations, dissecting causes, and obsessing over details that distract us from what truly matters. Take this mysterious fog, for instance. Is it a natural phenomenon? A calculated scheme? A divine warning? While seeking understanding is important, it is not the question we should prioritize. The question is, how do we protect ourselves and our families right now? Even if the cause of this fog is eventually revealed, it lies far beyond our control. Whatever it may be, an attack, a natural occurrence, or something else entirely, it exceeds human ability to stop or fully manage. What we need in this moment is wisdom, not unbridled curiosity. We need decisive action, not complacency. Through God's wisdom, we can navigate this storm, but only if we choose to act with faith and preparation. This is not merely a physical challenge, it is a spiritual one. And let me be clear, this is just the beginning. What we are witnessing is but a whisper of what is to come. This year will mark a turning point in human history, one that will challenge the very foundation.
Hello guys, welcome. Thanks for choosing this video. Today's video is going to be about UFOs, but I do want to talk to you because it's the beginning of the year and I don't usually talk about my channel, me, things like that, because I think that, well, you're not interested. But this sort of goes on to what I want to talk about, because I think that, you know, in my life, I had many different types of jobs. I think the first ever proper job that I got paid for was when I was about 10 years old, bottle collecting down my local pub. I used to collect bottle caps and I used to get like £1 at the end of the day. I worked behind a bar and then I got a job in sales. And then after that, I was self-employed plastering. After that, I sort of had managerial work. And YouTube is similar to being self-employed. What I mean by that is it's a psychological war that you have to, you know, deal with. It's not just the physical work of going out to plastering and things like that, or the physical work of editing and recording. It's the worry that you've got a job next week, you know, work's drying up, or, you know, that type of scenario. It's YouTube is like a gotta go, gotta push, can't stop, gotta go. And even the YouTube studio where, you know, I see all my analytics and stuff, it rewards you for doing better, right? It pushes you and tells you what people didn't like about the video, what they did like about the video, what's performing well, what's not performing well. It even gives you your most recent 10 videos and then it ranks them, right? So if you get number 1, you get a load of fireworks. It's like, yeah, you got number 1, video's doing really well, and you get an adrenaline rush. And it's like, whoa, yeah, this is so cool. Look at, you know, the views are going up and subs are going up. But if you go below your average, it's like grey down arrows. It's like, oh god, you know. So it is a psychological war that you've got to try to deal with all the time. And I didn't make any 2025 resolutions because I just think that if you're going to do it, you're going to do it. Just because it's the 1st of January doesn't mean you're going to, you know, all of a sudden light beams are going to hit you and you'd be like, oh, okay, now I see the light and now I can do this and do that. Like, nothing's changed. Just bloody do it. But it's hard not to fall into a trap because of how YouTube is and that self-employed feel. It's hard not to fall into the trap of, you know, views, subs, algorithm, you know, fine-tuning, going a little bit haywire. And so what I want to try and do is come back a little bit and go into the basics of YouTube. Literally, the clues in the title. YouTube. It's my channel, and I want to do what I want to do. And before anybody gets a little bit worried or anything like that about, you know, the content is staying exactly the same. It's ghosts and it's UFOs and more than likely going to be other strange things as well. Absolutely, because that also interests me, right? And you might be thinking, why are you saying this, Ben? Well, I'm saying it because I started to record this video and I just thought to myself, people might not want to see this. You know, people might get a bit bored about this. People might think, Ben, you're talking nonsense, and skip. You know? And that is usually the times when I say to myself, no, don't do that. It won't work. Skip that bit and do this. But I am a true believer in high risk, high reward. You have to take risks. If you do the same things all the time, you get the same results. Okay? And I love failing. And that sounds really weird, really strange, but I absolutely love failing because you learn so much more from your failures. Like, so much more, right? So, on with the video. This is where the video should start. Hello, welcome to Casper Site. Subscribe. Okay, so I went down a bit of a rabbit hole. Last night, I wanted to read my book. I've got more than one book, by the way. I have many books. But I wanted to carry on with the book that, now, love him or hate him, because I know, like, some people hate him, some people like him, but whatever. Just get over that bit, right? I started carrying on with my book. Jordan Peterson, 12 Rules for Life, okay? And you might be thinking, how's this got anything to do with aliens and UFOs? Well, probably nothing. You know, when I've said to you before about UFOs formulating triangles, why triangles all the time, right? Not all the time, but a lot of the times they formulate triangles. So in this chapter, he was talking about Adam and Eve, and like the roles of Adam and the roles of Eve after the serpent persuaded Eve to take the fruit, okay? And that then has transcended down to us of why men are like men and why women are like women, okay? And it says here, the most profound religious symbols rely for their power in large part on this underlying fundamentally bipartisan conceptual subdivision. The Star of David is, for example, the downward pointing triangle of femininity and the upward pointing triangle of the male. I've said before in many videos, why a triangle? Why are these UFOs and orbs formulating triangles? And I understand, I do have to appreciate when it comes to especially Christianity, a lot of Christians believe that aliens are demons, right? They're no good. You shouldn't mess with them. However, I feel like if they are as old as they are and they have always been here, right? I do feel like they're almost watching. They're trying to look after us. I feel that. I don't know why. I feel like with all the information that I'm picking up, I don't feel a threat as such. I'm still a little bit on the fence, like wary of what these things are, right? But I still believe. I don't think that they are a threat. The interview that I had with Nick Pope, he mentioned that it could be similar to us. Sometimes there's good people and sometimes there's bad people, right? But I think as a whole, they're just like observers. I do believe that aliens had something to do with the pyramids. I'm not too sure if they built them. I think they may have helped us. I do, however, feel like that. I feel like they have something to do with the pyramids. So, just for reference, let me show you the Star of David. The Star of David, also known as the Magen David, is a six-pointed star that is a symbol of Judaism and Israel, okay? So you've got the downward pointing triangle and then the upward pointing, representing male and female. But it's not just male and female. It's like I say, it's like yin and yang, okay? We'll get into a little bit more detail in a second. Triangles and the ancient Egyptians are connected in many ways, including pyramids. The size of and base of pyramids are made up of triangles. The Egyptians used their knowledge of geometry to construct pyramids, including calculating angles and measuring lengths. So I was like, okay, but why the sign? The ancient Egyptians combined the triangle to represent man's soul. That's not man, as in like humans' soul, representing will, intelligence, and love. So it's sort of, in my mind, it's like, well, maybe if this is a sign of these alien life forms, these UFOs, just trying to say, hey, look, we're okay. This is the sign of peace, so to speak. You know, I asked ChatGPT about all these, symbols in the UFO world, and it says the triangle as a universal symbol, religious significance. The triangle is a sacred symbol in many religions and spiritual traditions. Christianity, the triangle represents the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, symbolizing unity and divine perfection. Ancient Egypt, the pyramid and triangular structure symbolizes spiritual ascent and the connection between the earthly and the divine. Esotericism, I think that's how you pronounce it. In alchemy and mysticism, triangles often signify balance, harmony, or the integration of opposing forces. And the Star of David, also known as the Magen David or Shield of David, has a complex history and the origins are not entirely clear. It is now widely recognized as a symbol of Judaism and Jewish identity, but its use of distinctly Jewish symbol emerged relatively late in history. Here's a timeline. The 3rd century. The 3rd century, January 2001 AD. So this symbol's been going around since then. And I know I might be going slightly off track, and this is where I think that I might be losing some people. But again, this is just me learning. This is me diving, trying to understand, trying to learn, trying to ask the questions that many people might not even ask. I don't know. So then I asked, what has this Star of David got to do with UFOs? This came up. I was like, hang on. I was like, what? That's a swastika. I was like, what the hell? And then I looked even deeper. And it's got here, the Raelians. The Raelians, a UFO religion. I didn't even know about this. Use a logo that combines a swastika and a Star of David. The Raelians believe that the swastika is an ancient symbol of harmony and good luck, and that the Nazis have misused it. The Raelians logo combines the swastika, which represents infinity in time with the Star of David, which represents infinity in space. And look, crop circles, many crop circles which have been reported in the the United States, England, and other countries include a Star of David. Some scientists believe that many crop circles are impossible to explain. Look at this. Exciting, elaborate Star of David crop circle appears near to Glastonbury, 18th of July 2017. We might be talking about two totally separate things here, but I'm just wondering whether they are trying to symbolize a triangle, like a peace sign that they've known for like God knows how long, since 2001 AD. That's the part that I think that a lot of people might skip. Anyway, cast your mind back to a video that I've got titled "I Saw a UFO." I think it's called that, right? And I was trying to explain to you what this thing, what happened was, me and my mate Mace were on our motorbikes. Okay, we're going to Bodmin, dead of night. We went out to record stars and planets and stuff on my telescope, and we had to just stop. Bearing in mind, people, because I got a lot of hate for this, I was wearing biker gloves, helmet on, right? Riding a motorbike in the dead of night. My phone is in my pocket inside. Yeah, my leather jacket. I had to take a double glance, and we looked up. And I saw this. You can go back as well, and see the video. I said it was like glittery, different colors and stuff, and I couldn't quite make out what it was. It just came there, and it was probably about, I don't know, 30-40 foot in front of us. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a bit further than that. I can't remember now. You couldn't quite tell because it was just a weird thing in the sky, and it floated down into nothing. This is sort of like what I saw. This glittery, different colors, yellows, blues, pinks. That is what I saw, and because it was pitch black, I'm talking no light pollution in Bodmin Moor. Okay, that's exactly why we went out there, because we didn't want any light pollution to see these stars and see these planets. So imagine, this is just, you can't see this. You can't see this black, right? Because it wasn't a blue sky, it was a black sky. Yeah, this is what we saw. That's why I couldn't explain. I was like, it's glittery colors and weird. I don't know what it is. And I couldn't believe that somebody said this. Mylar balloons. Mylar balloons. I was like, Mylar balloons? I was like, what's a Mylar balloon? Images, Mylar balloons. Shut up, get out. So the Red Rover, thanks very much, mate, for sending me that over. Okay, now, by the way, that is a plasmoid. Someone's naming that a plasmoid UFO filmed at 10,000 feet in Hungary. Now, I want to show you this because it is to the point of unbelievable, right? The quality of this is unbelievable, and I know what some of the questions are going to be straight off the bat. Why so many lights? Hang on. Okay. Neville Devaney sent me this. Okay, it says, Casper site, what the actual F, mate? Drone filmed in Gard, France. Incredible footage captured in Gard, France shows what appears to be a UFO or UAP-like drone. Witnesses were left speechless as the object hovered and moved mysteriously in the sky. What in the Disco Inferno is this, mate? Has this been stabilized? Is the camera being stabilized here or something? What's this? Or what's this here as well? Is that a reflection on the lens? Hang on, whoa, that could explain a few things. Right here. Right here. Let's stop it. Is that a lens reflection? What the? I don't know what to make of that. I legit don't know what to make of that. I think that we would hear more about it. I think it would be over every single channel going, right? All over the news. This is like some sort of propulsion here. This isn't just lights. This seems like some. Look at this. Or is that just the light shining? But that just seems like some sort of propulsion. But I think that's just lights. But the question is, who would make something like that? And for what purpose? Like, get a job. I think this is AI generated. And the reason why I think that is because AI tends to create something and then you start seeing it morph into something else. And I'm going to show you another AI video which people started covering, and I was like, mate, this is AI. Now watch. Look up here. Now this is AI going, okay, I need to make a UFO full of lights. And it does. It creates that. But then as it shifts and changes, the focus, although that just looks like it's turned off. I'm just thinking, has this now, the AI changed its mind, changed its idea because it's in a different angle, and it's just now turned this, the lights into this here, this part. Now this one here people have been covering, right? And I'm like, guys, this is fake. It looks super real, I get it, but it's fake. Look. Look at the level of detail in this fake AI BS, man. Another mystery drone crashes in Paris, France. Really? And how can I tell that this is fake? Right, watch this hand here. He's holding this part here. There's a hole here. Watch. Where did it just go? Where did it... Watch. Where did this panel just go? It flips up to here. And this. Right? That just appears. The whole shape just changes. So that's AI. Slight detour here. If I don't show you now, I'll forget. I really want to show you what the actual F is going on here, mate. Shout out to the paranormal chick, by the way, right over on TikTok. A passenger on a commercial airline captures what appears to be multiple beings standing on a cloud cover. What is going on? Look at this.
Captured by a passenger. The following footage was captured by a passenger on a commercial airline. They were glancing outside when they noticed something weird, what appeared to be beings standing on top of the clouds. And it's more than one. But what is it? It couldn't possibly be humans out there. What did they capture? Take a look at this.
What? Wait. What? Just look at the angle of these things.
The following footage was...
They do look like people. The only thing I can think of, these are low clouds, and these are like peaks of skyscrapers or something poking through. That's the only thing I can think of, because it's fake. It doesn't look fake though. This is absolutely gotta be one of the best UAP plasmoid, whatever it is, videos out there right now. Congratulations, you're about to see it, right? Hold on. UFO stroke plasmoid, look at it morphing. 30th of the 12th, 2024. Look. What? What? Don't tell me this is a balloon. Absolutely, mate. My whole body is vibrating? What? What? And that's like a triangle again, right? Mate, am I going crazy? But is that the start, the David thing again? What? Mate, this is absolutely crazy. Someone saying AI question mark? Okay, don't get me started. Don't get me started. I'm not saying that I disagree with him. It could be AI, but what I'm saying is that's the extent of the world today. When we see something and we go, is that AI? Is that fake? It's just numbing us. It's just making us numb. Imagine showing this to somebody back in, I don't know, the 80s, early 90s. 60s, whatever. Anytime before the internet, people be going off their heads. Everyone would be talking about it. What? It's amazing. I would love to see something like that. What? I think we might have to, if we can find out if this is real or not, we might have to try and slow this down and try to see some sort of pictures from it or shapes from it. Anyone know what this is? I don't know. I don't know what that is, but that doesn't look like it's a light source from the floor, from the ground. Because it would be doing that, right? Unless the light source is moving. "2025, mate, is going to be absolutely amazing for covering UFOs and aliens and things like that. So please make sure you subscribe, because I'm going to be covering the whole lot. The whole lot. This might get bloody blocked, but this is John Lennon from the Beatles talking about his when he saw a UFO. Look.
Up there, I saw a UFO, and it went down the river, turned right at the United Nations, turned left, and then down the river. It wasn't a helicopter, it wasn't a balloon, and it was so near.
And it looked what, sort of round, white,
just
luminescent, and silent?
Silent, and it looked dark, like black or grey in the middle, and had white lights, just looked like light bulbs, you know? Just going off, on, blink, 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 round the bottom, and on top was a red light. Over here. Up there.
Why wouldn't alien tech have lights? Again, it could be for some sort of symbol, or to show that they're trying to copy us in some way, or try to disguise themselves as one of our own. I mean, talk about one of our own. Again, it gives my argument of, if this is one of our own, right? We've been seeing UFOs, or reporting UFOs, for decades, doing the same thing, shooting off super quick, no sound, no propulsion, lights. So for decades, if the technology was back then, why are we using it now? Yeah, why are we using it now? We're going to be still saying this in another bloody 100 years, 200 years. Oh, it's one of our own. Well, where is it? Shorty sent me this. UFO from World News X. UFO caught on camera. Is it something alien? A mysterious UFO captured on camera, leaving many to wonder. Could it be something alien? Watch closely. Share your thoughts. Look at this. See, that looks like some sort of triangle. Right there. Just vanishes into nothing. I see that and I think, oh yeah, UAP, UFO, you know, plasmoid maybe, whatever. But then when it gets to here, I just think, okay, is this like is this a shuttle coming back, you know? But again, what is this? Mate, I don't know. What I'm noticing recently as well is we've gone from drones to orbs to plasmoids to these even more mystical, magical things going on in the sky. Look at this one. This is in Italy, Milan. I think it said Milan, Italy. Yeah.
No.
Passa l'aereo, passa l'aereo.
Preso l'aereo, bellissimo.
A plane. These are orbs. What? What?
Ma è metallico, eh?
Oh my God. Yeah, balloons, balloons. Look. Oh
È uno
my
specchio che vola.
god. What on God's earth is that, man? Jeez. This thing goes on for 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes.
C'è una sua propulsione, eh?
What? This thing goes on for 8.5 minutes, guys. Hang on, UAP source on X. Multiple orbs exit a UFO or UAP in Portugal. Portugal. Look at this. Oh, man. What? Hides behind the clouds. Has any of you had dreams of these orbs recently? In the past 2 weeks, I've had 3 of these dreams, including one I woke up from this morning. I've kept up with the situation, but nowhere near enough to be dreaming about it. Have you had dreams about these UAPs? That's interesting. Lights in Phoenix, Arizona. They're definitely not planes. Are these orbs, or is this a craft from Ursula K_K80? Look at these. I've got a video I'm going to show you in a second, which is amazing. All right, these have all been amazing, but I've got to show you this. Look, again, forming a triangle. A triangle again. Yes, they are in a triangle shape, love. It's like they said, hey, we're here. Formulate a triangle. Show them that we don't mean any harm. And I'm sorry if that offends you. I am legit sorry if that offends you, right? But that's what I just think. Now, talking about our own tech, this apparently is tech that we've made. These are video clips of tech that we've made, apparently, all right? Kongsberg and Lockheed make cool shit, just saying. What do you think of this?
With no pilot to compromise performance.
So, I've seen this part. This now looks like ours.
Even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested. This incredible machine was originally designed to shoot down nuclear missiles and satellites. Yeah. Just 12 inches long, gyroscopically balanced.
12 inches long?
And with thrusters at key points around its body, it is capable of instant changes of direction.
Cover.
It's not really instant though, is it?
Cover tracking. Cover. Roll. Woo! All right.
No airplane could ever catch this machine.
Okay. And my thoughts on that is the last one, clearly they've created something, right? which is still some sort of propulsion. It's still blasting something to keep it afloat, right? To keep it not afloat, keep it in the air. And then I gotta admit that the panning left and right, you know, the strafing and up and down look amazing. But this thing is 12 inches long, and they're jumping up a high-fiving over something that looks man-made. Looks like they've just made something, you know, from compressed air of something, right? But then you look at this, it's night and day. It's night and day. If they've created something that can do that, and then they're high-fiving over this, I don't know, mate. This reminds me of something you used to get in the Kellogg's Rice Krispies buddy cereal. You open it up and fill it up with like soda powder, and you just put it in the water, and off it goes. I don't know, mate. Okay, Shorty sent me this one over on X. Okay, from the channel Blake S. Taylor Investigations over on X. Please make sure you go and follow that channel. Multiple camera angles of the same UAP over China, right?
UFO 啊，是什么东西啊？这个是怎么在跑啊？
Balloons, get out. They're not balloons, mate. What is going on? This is incredible. So the theory of some things coming from China, well, China's getting their own bloody orbs, mate. This just makes me think that they do come in from a different, like, parallel universe. They just pop in on this realm. I said that, like, you know, tongue-in-cheek. I'm not entirely sure if they can come into our, like, realm. But that is odd, man. Look at that. Well, there you go, guys. That is what I've got for you today. But don't worry, I've got a hell of a lot more coming, all right? Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed it. And I hope you subscribe, because I want to see you back. I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.
G'day and welcome to Reality Check. Before we start this week's show, here's a little bit about our sponsor for this week. Dr. Stephen Gundry has this concept called caloric bypass. He says the key to losing weight and keeping it off is not in carbs or fat or even in probiotic-rich foods. Instead, it comes down to a specific switch you can flip in your body to flush out unnecessary calories. And by activating this specific process in our body, he says he's seen thousands of people dramatically improve their health, even at age 50 and beyond. Dr. Gundry has lost 70 pounds himself using his research, and he's kept the weight off for over 20 years and counting. His digestive issues are gone, his health is fantastic, and he feels younger and healthier today than he did in his 40s. His video's been watched by over 20 million people to date, and you can watch and learn more about it at thehealthyfat.com/Ross. That's thehealthyfat.com/Ross. It's linked at the bottom of this video, and just click thehealthyfat.com/Ross. Now, let's get on with the show. It's amazing to be here in the Valley of the Kings, which is where many of the pharaohs were buried in secret, with a huge number of the incredible treasures, the things that Howard Carter described when he found the tomb of Tutankhamun as wonderful things. But there's a mystery, there's a conundrum behind that whole story. Who on earth made these incredible technologies, these fine stone vases, the beautiful carved statuary, the incredibly well-honed granite blocks that are accurate, sometimes within micromillimeters? How do we explain those technologies with what we understand were the tools of that era? The pre-dynastic Egyptian civilizations, if they were lucky at all, had copper chisels. More likely, they had flints and stone adzes. Then how do we explain the beautiful objects, the wonderful things that Howard Carter described when he opened the tomb of Tutankhamun? That's what we're bringing Ben van Kerkwijk on to Reality Check this week to talk about. Ben's been studying ancient Egypt and the relics of ancient Egypt for a very long time, and he has a fascinating story to tell. Join me on this week's Reality Check with Ben van Kerkwijk. Ben van Kerkwijk, welcome to Reality Check.
Ross, thank you very much for the introduction. That's very kind. And likewise, I will say I'm also have been a fan of your work for quite some time, and it's a real honor to be here.
Well, mate, we love the idea of causing mischief with doctrinaire dogmaticism. And one of the things I love about Uncharted X is you take us down paths with fastidious detail and analysis. And I find if I read online, you're often debunked by doctrinaire archaeology and dismissed out of hand. And frankly, there's not a lot of logic behind how they're so dismissive. I think one of the things I like to do on Reality Check is bring people face to face with obvious mysteries, just like the UAP mystery. It's in plain sight. And the evidence that I see that you're citing it's in plain sight. It's right under our noses. So, mate, very quickly, before we get into ancient Egypt, give me the orthodox model of human history. Tell me when human civilization is meant to have begun.
Well, you're quite right when you talk about the doctrine and the dismissal of perspectives that are alternative or that have an alternate timeline, or they are suggesting alternate perspectives on our ancient history. And in fact, our perspective on human civilization and the history of it really hasn't changed very much over the last 150 years. It's one of those things that stayed fairly static. The orthodox timeline suggests that civilization really started only some 6,000 years ago. And this is, of course, the Fertile Crescent, Mesopotamia, ancient that part of the world. That was the Babylonians and Mesopotamians started what we call civilization, then closely followed by the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Chinese, etc. Only some 4,000 BC, 6,000 years ago, which has led us to a path of, I guess, our modern civilization today. That doctrine, which is what it is, has been increasingly challenged by new discoveries across many different scientific fields, as well as discoveries from within archaeology itself. And unfortunately, for one reason or another, it really hasn't affected, I guess, the mainstream position of civilization itself. One of the things that I like to point to is having shifted dramatically during this period where we've thought civilization is 6,000 years ago, is the extension of the human timeline itself. So for a long time, if you go back far enough before the age of reason, the age of science, you have the biblical interpretation of the human species, 6,000 years. The rise of science starts, and then the estimates get up to, well, maybe we're 50,000 years old as a species. Then we create techniques like, radiocarbon dating, C14 dating. They find some human remains in Ethiopia. And for many decades, they were dated to around 195,000 years old. So that was said to have been the oldest human remains. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to cite one example that really leapt out at me when I watched one of your videos. You talk about a burial site at a place called Toshka, and it's quite phenomenal because there's a corpse lying in a prone position in a fairly primitive grave, but there's something in that grave that really made me sit up, because the carbon-14 dating on what's in that grave suggests that it's 14,000 500 years old. What was found in that grave, Ben?
So Toshka is one of many sites that is in the southern area of Egypt, sort of northern Sudan, southern Egypt, and these are essentially Neolithic burials. So, as you say, like in that 14,500 year time frame. But one of the biggest mysteries, and Toshka certainly isn't the only one. There are many, many other sites like this. But in that grave, in this shallow grave with a fetal position corpse, they're finding very primitive pottery, bone and bead ornaments, but also they found these remarkable hard stone vases or vessels, and they're made from incredibly hard stones, granite, diorite, and they seem to have been made with just remarkable precision. They're these, what I'd like to call kind of an out of place artifact that really
now, this is what I love, because this is the sort of stuff you're citing as evidence of a potential prior human civilization that as yet doesn't fit onto our timeline. Because when you're talking about precision vases, let's talk about how precise these vases are, because this is where I was watching your Uncharted X and I almost fell off my chair and I started tweeting in support of you saying, gosh, this is incredible. People have got to watch this. And I wasn't ready for the barrage of insults that you cop from contemporary archaeology. It's just amazing.
Yes.
And as you may have noticed with me, I really enjoy upsetting some people who have very doctrinaire positions on things. And there was no explanation from any of them as to how these precision vases could have been made. But let's firstly, with the Toshka site that you're talking about, there's no doubt that these precision vases were recovered from this site, that they're not something that was inserted later on.
Well, no, because these sites, there's actually not a lot of records of these excavations for a number of reasons. These happened in the 1960s. Boston University and Harvard were doing the work down on this side, and many others in that I guess that Neolithic period. And all of those sites today are underwater. They were all excavated prior to the building of the the Great Dam in Egypt on the Nile and the creation of Lake Nasser, which is the largest man-made lake in the world now. But so they're all underwater. So we have to go on these photographs and these older records of these finds. But it's not controversial whatsoever to classify these these precision hardstone vessels and vases as being pre-dynastic, so before the dynastic Egyptian civilization, because not only do we find them in these sites that date back potentially as far back as 15,000 years, we find them in other cultures that predate the Egyptian cultures like the Naqada culture and the Naqada II culture, and then right up to the very early parts of the dynastic Egyptian civilization itself.
So how precise
this is where we
are
find
they,
these
Ben?
vessels.
How precise are the vases that were found, for example, in that burial site?
So it's long been a mystery. People have always wondered about this, but it's only been in recent, really the last couple of years, that we've been able to get our hands on some of these vessels and do proper analysis on them using things like structured light scanning or CT X-ray scanning and modern metrology. The examples that we've looked at have proven to be just remarkably precise is the best term I can give you. So if you want to talk about how precise, you're talking about aerospace industry levels of precision, where you're working in single thousandths of an inch. And for the metric viewers out there, we're talking about 25 to 30 or 40 microns, which is a thousandth of a millimeter. And when you're working in those
what's that in relation to, say, a human hair?
So a human hair is between, I think, 2 to 3 thousandths of an inch thick. So you might be talking like 50 to 75 microns. So it's less than the thickness of a human hair. And this is the margin of error that we're seeing on some of these vessels. If you want a really insane example, the best example of precision in terms of circularity on one of these vessels that was recently analyzed, the difference between on the X and Y radius, so the top of the vessel as you measure it in one direction relative to another, the error of margin that we found there was 4/10,000ths of a millimeter, so 4/10ths of a single micron. That's probably the best example that we found, which is absolutely mind-bending precision.
So forgive me for interrupting there, but just so our audience understand, when you're talking about the margin of error, you're talking about the accuracy of the thickness of the stone. Solid stone. It's diorite. In some cases, it's granite. and it's been cut to a thickness which is absurdly thin, and there's a consistency of that thickness.
Right. So there's a lot of different ways to measure precision and accuracy on these vessels and these objects. So circularity, roundness, consistency of the material. When I'm talking about precision, it's like how accurately is it made relative to other surfaces. So the center line of the vase, like how accurate are the edges of the vase to it? How round is the top of it? That type of thing. And that's where we're getting these remarkable measurements from. So perfectly circular to within 4/10,000ths of a millimeter. In terms of wall thickness, that's another aspect of the remarkable engineering and machining that's gone into these, because you do have materials like granite, like diorite, porphyry, schist, these other very hard types of stone. Not only are they down to like a 40th of an inch, so less than a millimeter thick in some places. These materials are brittle at that. It's like glass. A cube of glass is very strong, but if you get it down very thin, it's the same material. It's hard, but it's very brittle. And that's the same case for stones like this. It's made even more difficult by the fact that many of these stones have large crystal inclusions in them. So the material goes from hard to soft as it's being worked. But whoever made these things, had the ability to machine them down to just very, very thin tolerances indeed, and keep it consistent. And it would be, put it this way, it would be an incredible challenge for us to replicate these sort of things today, even with our best machines and tools. And as of yet, we haven't really done it.
Now, I think the Toshka example leapt out at me because it was just so absurd. I mean, that's a grave that's 14,500 years old. I mean, indeed, that's incredible.
Yes, there are many others like it, like in that region of Toshka, and it doesn't match up when you compare it or you look at it within the capabilities of that civilization, which was obviously a fairly primitive civilization. Shallow grave, bone and bead ornaments, and very primitive pottery, like handmade pottery, nothing even turned on a wheel. So these are these out of place artifacts, and I think that another explanation for them, and one that makes a lot more sense when you consider the evidence, is the idea of inheritance. If you are a Stone Age people and you're in the business of making pottery vessels, if you found a stone vessel, like you're probably using stone tools, but if you found this stone vessel that's just perfectly made and remarkable, it's going to intrinsically become valuable. And that vessel's probably going to, propagate through the social structure. It's going to be buried with the chieftain or the king at the time. And that's where we find them. And the same process seems to have gone on in those cultures preceding the dynastic Egyptians, and indeed to the dynastic Egyptians themselves. One of the biggest mysteries I find about the vases, and one that shines a light on a lot of the contradictions when it comes to ancient Egypt, is the fact that we do find these vessels in the ancient Egyptian civilization, but only at the very start of it. So 3rd, 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, they found 50, 60,000 of these things buried beneath pyramids. And even the archaeologists admit that these are inherited heirlooms. They know they came from earlier times, and that the Egyptian kings of the time buried them with them. And after that period, they really just disappear from that civilization. It's like they didn't have the capability to make them.
Can I ask you this, Ben? What is the view, if you to articulate the view of modern archaeology, mainstream archaeology, what do they say about this notion of a prior human civilization that predates, for example, dynastic Egypt?
Well, they do know there were cultures, not so much civilizations. There were primitive cultures like Nakata, but they just suggest that that all of the reports of it are myth and legend. I mean, one of the other major contradictions is the dynastic Egyptians themselves do have their own history. They trace back their own culture and civilization nearly 40,000 years. They have a king's list, and there's a number of different reports of this, and they go back to other periods, as do many other cultures. They have cataclysm stories and flood stories, and they talk about advanced civilizations, their ancestors with amazing capabilities, somehow being destroyed by cataclysm and starting again. But modern archaeologists and historians generally just dismiss that as myth and legend, and they say, well, no, the real history starts with Nama, the first king of the first dynasty, and that's when the civilization starts. They just classify everything else as myth and legend.
So let's talk about the accepted orthodox model of human history. One of the stories you've done, you talked about a 2006 New Scientist article that presented a timeline of human evolution. And officially, humans emerged, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is still the case in orthodox evolutionary theory. Humans emerged around about 195, 200,000 years ago, and the carbon-14 dating of the oldest modern human remains starts from around about 200,000 years ago.
That was the case in 2006, yes.
So what do we know now?
Well, so the story has changed since then. It's a good example of how new discoveries can change the story of our own species and history. So since then, since 2006, they've actually they made another discovery in I think Morocco. They found a jawbone of a human, and this was dated to slightly beyond, I think, 300,000 years. So instantly, it's like the human species just got a whole third of that time longer. We added another 100,000 years to the human timeline. And these discoveries and these advances in science have progressed even further than that. And today, that remains the oldest human record in the fossil record. But now we've got studies that look at things like DNA evidence when Neanderthals, which genetically speaking are our cousins, when we and Neanderthals evolved from a common ancestor, that date is somewhere in the realm of 800 to 900,000 years. Similarly, there have been studies done on teeth morphology. So how do we have the teeth that we have, and at what rates would dental evolution need to happen for us to get sort of the teeth that we have? And they did a massive study on the statistical analysis of teeth morphology. And it showed that for us to have the teeth that we have, we would have had to have been around 8 to 900,000 years. So I think the timeline for the human species keeps getting longer and longer. And when you put that date of civilization of only 6,000 years ago in the context of a period of time when you might have had modern humans on this planet for as much as 8 or 900,000 years, it starts to look a little ridiculous.
So officially, the orthodox model would have it that agriculture only began 10,000 years ago. And yet that would appear to be totally inconsistent with even the grave we talked about at the head of this interview, which is a grave that's 14,500 years old. There are these holes in the archaeological record that are not explained by the orthodox model.
Indeed, yeah, there are many mysteries and many contradictions when you take a close look at all of the evidence that surrounds the history of human civilization. The more that we learn, it's like it is a difficult process and a difficult period of time to try and analyze, right? We really do have very scant evidence. We're looking back through the mists of time, and the further back you go, the more scant that evidence becomes. And the more, it's like there's been more civilizations that have had the chance to live in these areas and to change what you're looking at. So you have to continually evaluate the best evidence to try and put together the best theory that you can. My problem, I think, with the orthodox perspective on particularly the date of civilization is that a lot of this new evidence that comes up forms things like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. I mean, this was a massive megalithic site that it is 12,000 years old. At least, in fact, there's strong evidence that it may well be much older than that.
So just to make the point here, officially, the orthodox model still has it that around about 4,000 to 3,500 BC, the first civilization was the Sumerians of Mesopotamia. And then you had the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, and the Chinese. But human civilization basically started 4,000 years ago.
Well, 4,000 BC.
4,000 BC, yeah.
Yeah, 6,000 years ago. Yes, that is still the orthodox position. So everything prior to that we were considered to be hunter-gatherer. Like humans existed, but we were nomadic hunter-gatherers. Civilization, you define civilization with things like permanent dwelling, large numbers of people. You get specialization, social structures, governance, these types of things. Agriculture is another one that organized agriculture is another sign of civilization. Cities, those types of things. So prior to 4,000 BC, none of these things are thought to have existed, yet we keep finding more and more evidence that, in fact, they did.
Now, you talked about Göbekli Tepe, which is in southeastern Turkey. It's a stunning discovery, a massive megalithic site. And we know that carbon-14 dating of organic material in the actual pillars at that site shows that it's at least 12,000 years old. And just to give the audience an account of it, it's got what we believe are astronomically aligned stones, possibly a celestial calendar, stone circles arranged geometrically. How does that obvious construction, and it's an elaborate construction, fit into the notion that civilization happened many thousands of years later?
Well, it's if you want to look at the orthodox or the mainstream perspective on Göbekli Tepe, and you can find this today, even if you go look at the Wikipedia page for it. Not that Wikipedia is a tremendously reliable source when it comes to controversial topics, but they will tell you that this was something built by hunter-gatherers. So rather than changing the date of civilization, they literally changed the definition of hunter-gatherers to, well, okay, they're not just nomadic tribes people, but now they're also guys that, they seem to enjoy doing a bit of megalithic pillar building on the weekends, maybe to get away from the wife and kids or something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so let's go through that. Let's deal with that. What's your response to that? I mean, my understanding is some of these pillars at Göbekli Tepe, the T-shaped pillars, they're hundreds of tons.
Well, no, they're not that big. It is a significant logistical challenge. Some of these, you're talking 20 feet tall, 20 to 30 tons, single piece stones, arranged very elaborately. They, in some cases, taken significant distance, like many miles from the quarries from where they were formed. The interesting thing about Göbekli Tepe, there are many things. This is a brand new discovery. It was really uncovered by a German archaeologist in the 1990s, and it's been excavated ever since. It's a site that has a lot of nuance to it. So the carbon dating that we have for that, where it's incontrovertibly 12,000 years old at least, we actually get those dates not from the pillars, but from these cobblestone walls that are enclosing these pillars. And there's strong evidence, and anyone that goes there would be able to see this for themselves. It's as if that site was rebuilt, like these primitive walls that surround these pillars and these stone circles. They were built to kind of repair and prop up these pillars. In some cases, there are actually broken pieces of pillars in these walls. And it's from those primitive walls that we get this date of 12,000 years old.
So do you think Göbekli Tepe might actually be a bit older?
I do, yes. I think that's it. Probably significantly older. I think that there were people that came to this site that found it, or they knew about it, and they rebuilt that site. They protected it. In fact, the walls encompass the pillars. They cover up some of the details. And as I said, there's actually broken pieces of pillar, as if those pillars had already fallen and broken when they built these walls. And we date it based on the organic material found in these rough cobblestone walls that surround it. There's clearly two different styles of architecture here as well. Like, one is a megalithic style with these massive single piece pillars with intricate high relief carvings on them that have these astronomical alignments and all sorts of significance. Martin Sweatman has written an entire book on this topic. It's fascinating. And then you have this primitive cobblestone walls that came along and were built to essentially restore and protect the site. It probably was a sacred site to these people. And it's from the remains of those people that we can date it to 12,000 years back, which was an absolute just shocking revelation at the time to the world of archaeology. Nobody thought that this type of megalithic building existed at all 12,000 years ago, and of itself should have shifted the date of civilization back. It's a massive megalithic site. There are hundreds of these T-pillars. It requires a significant number of people. It requires specialization. It requires all of these facets of civilization to even undertake this sort of thing. And here's the crazy thing about that part of Turkey is not only so Göbekli Tepe was the first site, but since that site's been uncovered, they've discovered that there might be as many as 40 more sites just like it in that region of southeastern Turkey. And I don't think there's any question we're talking about an unknown civilization existing in that point way back in time.
So tell me about Karahan Tepe. It's even older, isn't it, than Göbekli Tepe?
It is. Yes, Karahan Tepe, nearby to Göbekli Tepe in that southeastern part of Turkey. It's another site that was found. It's something like 5 times as large as Göbekli Tepe. There is up to maybe 1,000 T-pillars on this site, these large T-pillars and many, many stone circles. It's in the process of being excavated. I've visited the site many times myself, and it's dated to at least somewhere around 500 to 1,000 years older than Göbekli Tepe. In fact, there's been more sites discovered recently that even are older than that, based on the carbon dating that they found. But it seems clear to me that there is much as is being discovered in the Amazon by guys like Graham Hancock at the moment. There is evidence that there was an entire lost civilization that we know nothing about that existed in this part of the world at that time. And this discovery should really be shaking the foundations of our ideas on human civilization and when it truly started to its core. But as of yet, it really hasn't had that impact, at least according to the textbooks and the universities. It's unfortunate because I think that the evidence is becoming overwhelming that that there was indeed some pretty advanced human activity going on long ago, and in periods of time that happened before cataclysms and the Younger Dryas, which is a huge part of this whole mystery.
While we're on the subject, let's tell our American friends about the truth of claims that the first settlement of the Americas by humans was about 12,000 years ago. I think the conventional explanation isn't it, that there was a land bridge that connected America to the essentially the European continent through Russia.
Right. Yes.
What's the truth now? What do we now know?
So indeed, yeah. So the orthodox story has long been that there was the Bering Land Bridge that was an ice-free corridor between the great ice sheets, the Cordilleran and the Laurentide ice sheets, the thing that cover the northern hemisphere. And it's said that humans migrated down through that path around 13,000 years ago and began to populate the Americas, starting in North America, moving down to Central America and then South America. However, and it's something called the Clovis Doctrine. These people were called the Clovis. It's literally named up. We don't know that. It's named after the place where they found some of the arrow points and the flint tools that have a very specific shape. It's a place called Clovis, so hence the Clovis people. And we long thought that that was the first population or the first peopling of the Americas. Now, since then, there has been a number of sites discovered, not only in North America, but also in Canada, that really are shifting that date further and further back. There are sites like Bluefish Caves, which has evidence of human occupation some 20 to 25,000 years ago. And recently, as talked about by Graham Hancock on his excellent series, Ancient Apocalypse, White Sands in New Mexico, we're finding evidence for humans existing in the Americas many, many thousands of years prior to this, this Clovis date of some 13,000 years ago. So it seems like that whole explanation for how people got to the Americas really doesn't support the evidence that we're finding in recent decades.
And so before we go to Egypt, let's set the scene for, I think, the final issue that you attach significance to, which is cataclysm. What you think there's been a cataclysm in relatively recent human history that has a bearing on whether we can even find evidence of these prior human civilizations that you believe potentially exist?
Indeed, and there absolutely was a cataclysmic event that occurred. There is just a massive weight of scientific evidence behind it at this point. We attribute people think about it. If probably the best way to think about this event is it was the last great extinction event to happen on this planet. And I'm not talking about the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. I'm talking about the saber-toothed tigers, the woolly mammoths, the woolly rhinos, all of these megafauna that existed in places like North and South America and Europe. Now, these animals, it was roughly 50% of what we would call megafauna, large, land-based animals. 50% of them went extinct in a very short period of time, somewhere between 15 and 12,000 years ago, and we're not really sure why. The orthodox explanation has always been human overhunting, which really doesn't make sense when you're talking about giant cave bears and the American lion, which was the size of a horse, and nomadic hunter-gatherers. That there were more mammoths at that point than people by many estimations. So this, combined with a lot of recent research into essentially climate history, has shown that something catastrophic happened to the planet around 12,800, 13,000 years ago. And there is more than 150 peer-reviewed scientific papers backing this up now, looking at what you would call impact proxies. So looking through strata layers in the soil, finding high concentrations of things like extraterrestrial platinum and iridium, shock synthesized nanodiamonds. So these things that are indicative of essentially cosmic impacts. So, chunks of a disintegrating comet or meteorites, very large ones that are either bursting in the atmosphere or they're hitting the ground. There just seems to be huge amounts of evidence that something like that happened only some 12 to 13,000 years ago. Correlated with that, we also know that this was the very abrupt end of the Ice Age, of the last glaciation period. Sea levels rose in a short period of time, some nearly 300 to 400 feet, 100 meters or more, in a real short period of time. All of those, the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets, they melted, went into the oceans. So all of these things happened. And we can look back through things like ice core samples and places like Antarctica and Greenland, look at oxygen concentricities, determine things like global temperature at the time, particulate matter. And it shows that something happened 12,800 years ago. Something happened. The Earth just was plunged into this deep freeze for about 800 years. Temperatures dropped dramatically. There was massive climate change. At the same time, we have a massive megafaunal extinction. At the same time, we have sea levels rising. There are indications that during this time, at one point, up to 10% of the biomass on the planet was on fire. Absolutely crazy. Like the sun got blocked out. I mean, there's all these indications, and it all points to the most likely scenario being just a cataclysmic bombardment of the planet from space.
So it's fair to say we are at the moment in mainstream science locked into a paradigm, a doctrine, if you like. I love the way they use the word doctrine for Clovis doctrine because it suggests they're somewhat doctrinaire. This is in defiance of the evidence that you and others like Graham Hancock point to, that essentially there must have been some kind of organized human society to make the artifacts that we see. You believe that this is strong evidence that before this Younger Dryas cataclysm, around about 12,800 years ago, there was some kind of advanced human civilization that was making these kind of advanced technologies, and that these technologies were in all likelihood recovered by whatever civilization followed.
Yes, that's a summary. That's what I think we're looking at when we look at places like the Sacred Valley of Peru, or we look at places like ancient Egypt. I think that explanation of inheritance and of longer timelines makes much more sense of the evidence than the orthodox story does. I mean,
why is there such doctrinaire obduracy to that notion? I mean, I've followed Graham Hancock's story with great interest, and I love his work. And the thing that really strikes me is, whatever you think of his work, he grounds it in as much solid science as he can find. And he really cops it from establishment archaeology. I mean, they're even trying to get him gagged.
Indeed, yes, he's been the recipient of just these, just terrible attacks on his character and all sorts of ad hominems and kind of how best to put this sort of liberal kind of dog whistling terms, calling him racist and xenophobic and all these terrible things, which is nonsense. I mean, I've known Graham for years as well. He's one of the kindest, just gentlest people you'll ever meet. He's a wonderful human being.
Well, I always thought the racist
he's definitely been attacked
because he's married to a Somali woman, isn't he? I mean, it always
it was Santa.
Utterly absurd. Yeah,
indeed, yes. She's actually, I think she's Malaysian originally, but yes, right. He's definitely not a racist, that's for sure. And in fact, he cops a lot of this flack, and in a lot of cases, he's literally reporting what other archaeologists and anthropologists have written in terms of things, these legends of Quetzalcoatl and these other things that they say, well, it's this idea that you're taking away this, the indigenous people's culture. It's literally the stories they told that is also reported by other archaeologists, but because he's alternative, he gets attacked for it, where all these other guys are saying the same thing aren't getting attacked. However, as to why this is going on, I think there's a couple of reasons for it. One is, I think it's a reaction to the shifting of the modern media landscape, the rise of the internet, and the ability for people to do independent research and to get their message out. It's in some ways doing a bit of an end run around what has always been the old boys club of explorers clubs and universities, which is where these discussions used to take place. And in fact, if you look at archaeologists and explorers of previous generations, we're talking about the last century, the 19th century, they were very much more open to the mystery and understanding where they couldn't explain things they were looking at. And they were talking about that amongst their peers. And that's shifted now, where it's, you have the internet, you have social media, you have people like me or Graham that can get their message out there and make sense of it. I think there's a bit of a reaction from the gatekeepers of history, the archaeologists, the historians, in their academic ivory towers, that the rug's getting pulled out from under their feet a little bit. At the end of the day, archaeology is not like a hard science, like chemistry or physics might be. There's hypothesis, experiment, result. It doesn't really follow that. It's closer to language and art studies. It's an interpretation of a loose set of evidence, but they are deemed the expert. They're deemed the gatekeepers of this story. So when other people are threatening that, I think they interpret that as a personal attack in some way. So they respond as if they're being attacked personally. And we get some of the terrible accusations that have been levied against people like Graham Hancock. It's a natural reaction, I think, because they're feeling threatened.
I see parallels here with the work I've been doing on UAPs, because in the face of, I think, overwhelming evidence that sits in plain sight that there is clearly an anomalous phenomenon, there is this obdurate resistance from much of the mainstream media, but certainly from mainstream science and commentators. And it's quite hilarious, because the more and more the evidence mounts, you get admissions from the Office of National Intelligence, and they still dogmatically stick to their doctrinaire positions. The parallels are uncanny.
Indeed. It really is. It happens in a lot of different branches of science and investigations, really. One of the things I like to say, and I think I'll quote Chris Dunn, who I think originally coined the phrase, but to me, it's like you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair that he's sitting on. But if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim to be the expert on it. And that's a summary of all of the technological and engineering based evidence that we're seeing in places like ancient Egypt, and the perspectives that archaeologists have on them. In general, they're not engineers. They don't understand the intricacies of precision and stonework. They're just not playing in that field, and they routinely ignore all of the evidence that comes to us from true experts, machinists, engineers, people that can evaluate what they're looking at and talk about, the tools that the ancient Egyptians had and these primitive cultures or, ancient cultures had, really can't explain the artifacts that we're looking at.
So, Ben, take me to Egypt. Let's talk about the plethora of ancient precision advanced artifacts. The schist disc, unfinished obelisks, the vases, columns, and precision boxes. Where do we start? Like, what's your favorite object that challenges the orthodox paradigm?
Tough to pick a favorite, Ross. I would think that there's one overwhelming contradiction that becomes immediately obvious if you can see it, and then you will see it everywhere in Egypt. And this is really my favorite place to start people off with ancient Egypt, and that is to consider that in ancient Egypt, and this is if you consider the Orthodox timeline, this is a unique feature of this civilization, in that the oldest stuff is always the best. It's kind of funny to look at things like the Great Pyramid and the massive stone pyramids of Giza, which are just, until you see them in person, they're really, it's impossible to capture the scale of them on film and truly appreciate them until you see them in person. But it's monumental, takes your breath away. But people shouldn't forget that these are supposedly amongst the very first pyramids ever built. This you can extend this analogy across all these different facets of ancient Egypt. It's the oldest stuff that's the most massive, that's the most precise, that's the most difficult. And as it's like it's a civilization that started with a Tesla, and they devolved down towards horse and carts, because the ancient Egyptian civilization existed for 3,000-4,000 years. And it's almost like they went backwards in technology. They kept building pyramids, they kept building statues, they kept making sites, but the technology just wasn't there. It's always this oldest stuff that is the best. And this applies to so many different categories. It's not funny. And it's very difficult to explain technologically from a civilization perspective.
I didn't realize until I watched your videos that a lot of the more dilapidated pyramids are actually the more modern ones, the newer ones.
Yes.
And they were made of mud brick by dynastic
That's right.
Egyptians.
Yes, they were. And it's a good and I like to point at those and think that, okay, do you truly believe that they started off being able to build pyramids like the Great Pyramid, 6 million tons of stone, 2.5 million blocks of stone, including granite beams that were lifted 150 feet up in the air that weighed 80 tons. There's 2,500 tons worth of granite in the middle of that pyramid. And then they went backwards to building these things out of mud brick? Or is it more likely that they saw this artifact, it impressed them as much as it impressed us, and they learnt how to replicate it, to try and build it? These kings that came along wanted some of that for themselves. They wanted to have some of that majesty and connect themselves to this amazing culture themselves. And I think that's what we're looking at when we look at ancient Egypt. It's the same tendency of these kings, guys like Ramses II, a notorious and probably considered today the most powerful king of Egypt, or pharaoh in Egypt. He would write his name on things. He would carve his name on everything. All these massive statues, Ramses II. And oftentimes that is then said to be in the history books. Well, Ramses must have had that made. And there's a tacit acknowledgement, if you dig deep enough in some of these history books, that, well, maybe he was renaming older stuff. But that's I think the tendency that, and that's the trend that happened in ancient Egypt. It's an inheritance. It's a desire to connect themselves to this culture that they did through their own myths and legends, and then to just model themselves after it. And I think that explains a lot of what we're looking at in ancient Egypt.
So let's talk about Ramses. I mean, you talk about how you suspect that what he was doing was using earlier artifacts and basically stamping his hieroglyph on those artifacts. One of the examples you use is at Tanis.
Oh yeah,
and there's an obelisk, and you make a point that essentially there's a piece from a broken obelisk that was reused. Can you talk to that, please?
Yeah, it's just one of my favorite examples to show people. And Tanis is one of those sites it's talked about in the Bible, a very famous site. It's been around since the Old Kingdom, potentially even before then. So, 2700 BC, 3000 BC timeframe. And it existed throughout the ancient Egyptian civilization. And on Tanis, you can find the most amazing examples and evidence for this type of inheritance and renovation and reuse of ancient artifacts. So in the case of this particular block, it was originally an obelisk that must have fallen over or broken. So they took a section of it, and then somebody used it in a wall. So it's a reuse first, is it's put in a wall, and then somebody wrote on it. They inscribed these hieroglyphs on it. So there's another reuse where it's getting inscribed with hieroglyphs. And then Ramses came along, and he was very good at doing this because he would carve his name, and they were skilled at sort of carving over the top of existing hieroglyphs and carving very deep inscriptions into these obelisks. And you can literally see at the end of this piece of stone where his writing is blending in and covering up existing inscriptions. And there's this really deep cartouche of Ramses II, who was a ruler in the 19th dynasty of the New Kingdom. So you have a piece of stone that's been repurposed and reused, 3, maybe 4 times at Tanis. And, Tanis is one of my favorite sites because it also shows you some of the just mind-bending logistical achievements. There's another example of a reused piece of stone at Tanis that I think should questions anyone idea that this was primitive people were capable of doing this. But there's a giant foot at Tanis. Flinders Petrie found this back in the late 1800s. And it's this huge foot, like the toenail is larger than my outstretched hand. Like it's the piece of foot. It's a foot of a massive granite statue. And this granite, this foot has had the ends of it carved off, and it's been repurposed as a block in a wall as well. But it was originally part of this one single piece giant statue. And there's other pieces of it at Tanis. But the amazing thing about that statue and that piece of granite is that piece of granite came from more than 1,000 kilometers away in the south of Egypt. So there was a statue here that would have weighed in excess of 1,000 tons, a single piece, and somebody transported that block from way down in Aswan in the south, 1,000 kilometers to the north in Egypt, and erected this statue. And then later on, it broke and was reused as a piece in a wall.
You know, there's that great scene in the movie Planet of the Apes. I remember watching it as a little boy. And you come to the end of the movie, and of course, apes are running the planet, and you don't quite know where these astronauts are, these human astronauts that are being chased around the planet by these apes.
Yep.
And then at the very end, they find the Statue of Liberty on a beach, a dilapidated Statue of Liberty. Just on that point, there's also the Luxor Temple. There's these gigantic, huge solid granite statues that are polished, beautifully polished, and they're surrounded by sandstone pylons, and there are glyphs inscribed onto the belt line of those gorgeous statues. What can you tell me about those statues at Luxor?
So at Luxor Temple, again, this is in the south of Egypt, typically attributed to the New Kingdom. And in fact, all the sandstone work is very much, I think that was work done by the New Kingdom Egyptians. It's worth not underestimating the capabilities of the dynastic Egyptians. They could do a lot. But there's some things that were technologically out of reach. And I think a lot of these massive granite artifacts are part of that. And you can literally see the strong evidence for renovation and reuse and later carving of artifacts in those statues. So, for example, on these statues, you have, the belt line of these statues is often, that's where you'll find the glyph. Or maybe Ramses II is probably the most common one. You see it all the time. Also, his son Merenptah, his father Seti I, they did the same thing. But you can see that it's been carved, and it's been carved over the top of pre-existing features on the statue, which to me really doesn't make a lot of sense. If you are the guy, if it was always the intent to make this statue of Ramses II and to carve his name on it, you wouldn't go to the trouble of carving all of these existing features only to then have another guy come in and then roughly carve this hieroglyph over the top of those features. And you can see it very obviously. There are other examples of statues that have nothing on the belt line, like they were ones that they never got around to recarving. You can also tell from the way that these have been carved that the technology used to carve them is very primitive relative to the rest of the artifact. So the artifacts themselves, these statues and boxes and columns, are carved with the most remarkable precision. The granite is finished and polished to a level where it reflects light, like imagine the best kitchen granite slab you've ever seen. Like, that's not a natural finish for granite. You have to work very hard to get that reflective, polished surface. Yet we see that surface on these just complex artifacts with curved surface and things like that. But you compare that to the glyphs and the carving of the glyphs, the carving themselves are very primitive. You can see the chisel marks. They're not polished.
But also, I think there's something about those statues at Luxor that I think is significant, and it's what you call overcuts. Can you explain that to me? What are the overcuts you believe evidence of?
So if you look closely at many of these statues, you can find this in the Egyptian Museum. On smaller statues, you can see it on the larger ones. We also see it on artifacts like obelisks. So these complex, massive granite objects have, in many cases, what is undoubtedly, I think, evidence for very powerful, likely machine-driven tools, where you have overcuts where a circular saw has been run up and down this. And nobody suggests that the Egyptians were using somehow powered circular saws. We were also talking about granite. Like the mainstream explanation for how these things were cut was, well, they got some sand and some water and a piece of wood or a piece of copper, and they're just rubbing back and forth. And you can grind away at granite and do that, but it's going to take you, 2 days to make a cut this deep, or 3 days. So making overcuts.
So just explain to our audience, what is the official explanation for how, with the tools that we know the Egyptian dynasties and pre-dynasty periods at that time had, what were the tools they had that modern archaeology or conventional archaeology uses to explain how those statues were supposedly crafted?
Yeah, they literally attribute everything to the tools that they found, which amount to copper chisels, flint chisels, and pounding stones. That's the toolkit. Like, that's pretty much it. And because this is one example of the circular logic that goes on in this space, everything must have been made by those tools because those are the tools that they found. So they just say everything is made by these tools, even when the evidence that there was a different tool is right there in the tool marks and in the artifact itself. It doesn't matter because the tools that we found are flint chisels and copper chisels and literally pounding stones, rubbing on them with sand. That's how they say everything in ancient Egypt was made. It's you got to remember, in the Old Kingdom, back in those periods of time, there's no evidence that even the Old Kingdom Egyptians even possessed the wheel. They didn't use the wheel. They didn't use pulleys. They didn't use they dragged things on sleds. They used human horsepower. They really even didn't use too much in the way of livestock either. And we know this because the Egyptians drew these scenes on the wall. They showed us how they did things with primitive tools, and we have a lot of those primitive artifacts. We have mud brick pyramids, for example. They actually show us in the tombs of the nobles on the west bank of the Nile down at Luxor. You can find painted descriptions and scenes showing them making mud bricks and stacking them up, maybe making mud brick ramps, or they're making mud brick pyramids. What you don't find from the Egyptians, you don't see any evidence or any scenes depicting them building these massive stone artifacts. You don't see them building 1,000-ton statues. You don't see them building these giant columns and boxes and obelisks. They don't explain that, but they do show how they made the other artifacts that we see in Egypt. In a lot of ways, when you look at Egypt, it's something I call a tale of two industries, and you can see there are artifacts and objects that are explainable by these primitive tools, and they're what you would expect. They're sort of primitive artifacts. They're very rough, and these exist alongside with a whole other category of artifacts and architecture that is anything but primitive. It's precise, it's polished, it's massive, it's megalithic, and it's not explained by the tools that the dynastic Egyptians used.
So let's talk about tube drilling. One of the things that you point to a lot is someone was able to drill extraordinarily precise round holes in solid granite, really hard rocks. Tell me how hard granite is, and tell me, what tools the Egyptians supposedly had. How does orthodox archaeology explain these very obvious tube holes that are drilled into solid granite all around Egypt?
I find it to be one of the most fascinating mysteries in ancient Egypt, the mystery of the ancient Egyptian tubular drill holes. And we actually find these cores that come out of them as well. But they're often found made, again, on Old Kingdom sites, on the oldest sites. And they're made into stone like granite or basalt, which is, 6.5, 6 to a 7 on the Mohs scale of hardness. So, a human fingernail is maybe 2.5. Things like calcite or limestone or marble, alabaster might be a 3. Copper is around a 3. Steel is around a 6, 6.5. So you're talking about rock that is as hard as steel. And in fact, we have examples of some stones that are almost even a 9 on the Mohs scale being worked by the ancient Egyptians. Diamond is the hardest material we know of. That's a 10. So it's a scale of 1 to 10. So these are very, very hard materials. There's a reason modern sculptors work in marble. It's soft and it's homogeneous. Granite is very difficult to work in. But we find evidence for sophisticated tools being used into materials like granite and basalt. And one of these signs of sort of significant tooling is these tubular drill holes. You see they're small to large. We see them in all shapes and sizes. We find them, they're part of the Great Pyramid, for example. They're all over these Old Kingdom sites. And it's not so much the precision of them, but it's the analysis and the investigation into the tool marks themselves. So these spiral grooves that have been made into these holes, and indeed into the cores that came out of the hole. So you can think of this hollow tube cutting through the stone, and then it gets retracted, and you snap off. You remove a core of material from that hole, and you discard it. It's a piece of scrap, right? You want the hole, you don't want this core. But we found, and Flinders Petrie famously found several of these cores from these holes, and by analyzing the markings on those drill cores, you can make inferences and analyze the type of tool that was used and how fast it cut through the stone. So we know that there's these spiral grooves that show that, okay, whatever was cutting through this material, this hard material, was doing so at a very rapid rate in terms of how quickly it penetrated the stone. In fact, the rate of penetration into the stone is something like 500 times greater than we can achieve today with our modern tools. The tool might have been turning slowly, but it's penetrating into the stone very rapidly. It's very difficult to explain.
Has anyone ever been able to replicate the kind of drill holes that you're talking about that are cut into solid granite all around Egypt?
I mean, not with the same tool marks. We can cut that material, no problem. I mean, we have, silicon carbide tipped drills, and we can ceramic drills and things that we can cut that stone and work it, no problem. With our big powered drills,
but I'm talking about the technology that
no.
Orthodox archaeology says we had 5,500 years ago.
No. So the Orthodox explanation for these tubular drill holes is that they took a copper tube and they put some sand on it, and they got a bow drill, and they went back and forth. And look, that works. You will slowly, using sand, because sand has corundum and bits of quartz in it, flint, and it'll very slowly grind away at the granite. And it takes days and days and days to get this far into the granite. And those experiments have been done. So there was Dennis Stocks is an experimental archaeologist who did this. The difference is that the result of what you get, and this has been studied a few times, it looks nothing like the examples we see in Egypt. Can you grind through stone very slowly with that method? Yes. But the result and what you get looks nothing like what we see in Egypt. It doesn't have these same deep spiral grooves that are indicative of the power of the tool. You end up with this nice polished surface. Actually, as you might imagine, you're just really rubbing on this thing with sand, and it's just slowly grinding away the copper too at the same rate. It really wears those tools out. So yes, you can use primitive methods to grind away at granite, but it just looks, the problem I have with it is that it looks nothing like what we see in Egypt, which is we see evidence for some sort of extremely powerful tool, potentially using a technology that we don't possess or that we don't use, things like maybe ultrasonics or thermal technologies or something. Because again, even with our most powerful tools that spin really fast and they can cut the material, it's just not penetrating the stone at the same rate. The tools and the cut lines in Egypt show that drill could penetrate through the stone 500 times at a 500 times greater rate than what we can do with our modern tools today. So it might have been going slowly. I mean, Petrie documented this, right? He said it's a 1 in 60. So if you unwind that tool mark, that circular tool mark in a straight line, so for 60 inches of horizontal travel, it's penetrating 1 inch of vertical travel in a circular form. So that's 500 times greater than what our tools can do today. And that's a real mystery. Like, it's very difficult to explain.
So, I mean, the marks are there. The obvious evidence there is right in your face. There was clearly some kind of advanced civilization that we don't know about that was using mechanized tools.
Yeah, and of what form that took, I don't know. We've never found the tools. Like, that's always, and it's a legitimate question that comes up. So where are the tools? We don't know. We have the evidence for the tools, we have the marks from the tools, but we haven't found the tools. I mean, not for nothing, and it's a whataboutism, but even the mainstream explanation of saying, well, it was a copper tube and they used sand, they've also never found a single copper tube from ancient Egypt. So there's the where are the tools question applies equally well to the mainstream explanation. However, the result of those tools, and we've done the experiments with it, it just doesn't look like anything like what we see in ancient Egypt. There was a different tool involved, and the evidence is there for anyone that wants to go and look at it. You can look at the holes in Egypt, the scans, and the evidence has been documented by several engineers. You can visit the Petrie Museum in London and book a research appointment. You can look at Petrie's drill core and analyze it yourself. It's undeniable. It's 100% a spiral groove, and it just isn't explained by these primitive tools that the archaeologists say were used.
So just continuing this theme, in the early 1850s, there was an archaeologist, Auguste Mariette, who discovered this incredible series of discoveries at a place called Saqqara, these Serapeum boxes. Why are these Serapeum boxes so incredible?
It's probably my favorite site is the Serapeum of Saqqara. This is an astonishing site. And if you ever find yourself visiting Egypt and visiting Saqqara, which is a vast necropolis, the step pyramid of Saqqara, you can spend days and days and days at Saqqara. I would not miss the Serapeum. It's an underground labyrinth of these massive galleries and chambers. That's all rock cut. It's cut into the bedrock. It wasn't constructed, like the roof is bedrock, so it's a tunnel system. But inside this, these massive galleries and chambers, you will find 25 of the most remarkable artifacts I've ever seen. And these are single piece stone boxes, for want of a better term. The mainstream calls them
hard stone
sarcophagi.
too.
Very hard stone. Yeah, granite, diorite, syenite, all sorts of types of incredibly hard stone. But what's amazing about the Serapeum is just the sheer scale of them. These things weigh, with their lids, up to around 100 tons. So the body of the box itself is 70 tons, and the lid might be 30. And there's 25 of them down there. Like, it's, for some reason, and they've been moved in there, and they're shaped and made with, in some cases, just remarkable precision, like perfect 90-degree corners, flat surfaces and planes. It's a remarkable engineering achievement to manufacture one of these boxes. And
just to underline this, would we, I mean, obviously we could do it, but what would it take today to cut that granite and that diorite in the way that you see in those Serapeum boxes at Saqqara?
So the question has been asked. A good friend of mine and the author of several books, Christopher Dunn, had asked a granite manufacturing company, like, could you make one of these boxes? And they said, yes. I mean, the cost would be astronomical just to get the raw piece of granite. And the only way they could do it, though, would be to basically cut 5 slabs and bolt it together, which is not what we see in the Serapeum. These are single piece stone boxes. They're not slabs that are bolted together. They've been hollowed out. For us to do this today, I mean, you're talking millions of dollars probably for the rough piece of granite. Try moving a 100-ton load over any road as well. Like, you need all sorts of permits. It's extremely difficult and expensive to move that sort of load around. And then we would have to create custom tools to actually cut that stone out, and it would just be prohibitively expensive to do. Can it be done, and do we have the technology to do it? Yes, but it would take everything we've got, and then forget about trying to move these things into an underground chamber, because at some point somebody did this, that 25 times. They moved 100-ton boxes into an underground labyrinth, in some cases with less than a foot of clearance. The biggest boxes only fit through the passages by about a foot. Like, that's the clearance you've got. You've got to turn the corner, and then these boxes are put into these alcoves they're perfectly centered in these alcoves that exist off this giant, massive gallery that's so big you could, drive a Volkswagen down it. But they put into these alcoves. They're lowered down about 6 feet and put in the exact center of these alcoves, and they're kind of parked there. And that's where we find them today. I mean, honestly, the only reason they're not in the museum is because we can't get them out of there.
You mentioned Chris Dunn, and I love some of Chris Dunn's work because he has the pragmatic attitude of an engineer. He just looks at something like an engineer looks at something and tries to figure out how the hell you would build it. And to me, one of the greatest examples of this incredible mystery about ancient Egyptian technologies is the head of Ramses. Talk to me about the head of Ramses and the work particularly that Chris Dunn did.
Yes, I'm a massive fan of Chris Dunn. I'm very privileged to be able to call him a good friend as well now. I've spent a lot of time with Chris. I'm a huge fan of his work. In fact, he's responsible for getting me into this space in a lot of ways. And he has done what I genuinely think his work in the future will go down as just game-changing. He brings a lot of evidence to the table. And one of the things that he looked at that is truly fascinating was he did a symmetry analysis on the head of this Ramses statue, one of these giant statues at Luxor. It's like, 30, 40 feet tall, this giant big head.
Hundreds of tons.
It's the statue itself. Yeah, it means maybe a couple 100 tons is probably in that range. Certainly, there's bigger statues. However, this head is unique in that it was on the ground. So it's not anymore. It's not there anymore. But for a long time, it was sitting on the ground at front of Luxor Temple, so you could actually get up close to it and look at it, and it was very well preserved. And so what Chris did was he took a study on looking at how symmetrical is this head and is this face. Used a few techniques. One of my favorites was this reverse transparency overlay that he shows, where if you get that dead on center line, you can take a photograph of it, and then you make a copy of the photograph, and then you flip it on that vertical axis, so it's inverse, and then you overlay it on the original photograph, make them both transparent, 50% transparent, so you can then you can look at the differences in features from left to right. and it's basically perfect. I'd love to see it scanned with modern tools and 3D scanning technology to really determine this. However, by all accounts and from that sort of evidence, it looks perfectly symmetrical, which is just utterly remarkable, particularly when you're talking about something that is really three-dimensional. You're looking at it on a flat plane, but achieving that level of symmetry is absolutely an aspect of precision and machine precision. Like you cannot do this by hand. I've seen Michelangelo's David. I mean, it makes you weep. It's incredible artwork, but it's not symmetrical. It's also made from marble, much softer than granite. This thing's made from granite. Symmetry is not a characteristic of human faces either. We all have different sized eyeballs and nostrils. So it's not reflecting artwork. It's not something that you can achieve by hand. This face and this statue had to have been both designed and then likely executed with some machine-like precision to achieve this level of symmetry. It's simply not explainable with hand tools or with just by artwork. It's not something that exists in artwork. Symmetry is an aspect of precision,
So
and
how does orthodox archaeology explain that, Ben?
They don't. They really ignore it. I mean, most of this sort of engineering-oriented evidence that is brought up by people like engineers who aren't in the academic disciplines of archaeology, mostly it gets ignored. In the few occasions where archaeologists have attempted to explain the engineering achievements of the dynastic Egyptians, any scrutiny of their explanations just turn out to be ridiculous. For example, we talked about tubular drills, and I thought this was remarkable. This was so in one of the mainstream technology Egyptology books that was written by archaeologists. They, for the longest time, and to this day, will refuse to admit that there are in fact spiral grooves on this core, and that's the spiral groove is what indicates that it's penetrating the stone. They will tell you no, it's circular striations. It's just like it's a result of this rubbing mechanism. And they went to the point of, in that textbook, they have a photo of Petrie's core number 7, and Chris Dunn showed that they actually took that photo and they just tilted it. They tilted the photo to make the striations look horizontal on the page. I mean, so instead of acknowledging it, they're literally just saying it's not spiral, and here's a picture of it. You can see it's horizontal, but it's as if you took like a screw, a modern bolt with an obvious thread pitch on it, and you tilt it, and so those thread pitches look horizontal. They did the exact same thing in the textbook with Petrie's core number 7. So they ignore it, and when they do offer up explanations, there's some explanation for things like the stone cutting of massive slabs. It's so ridiculous, it's laughable from an engineering perspective, and those are the sort of topics I get into.
So, Ben, I could go on all day, and I think we should wrap up fairly soon. But one of the things I want to finish with is probably one of the smallest, and I know it's one of your favorites. Take me to the diorite vase, very small diorite, squat little vase in the Cairo Museum. Tell me what diorite is, how hard it is, and what you see in that object.
So diorite is it's one of the many forms of very hard igneous rock. Diorite's typically a little bit harder than granite. There's 1,000 different names for the types of stones in that range of material. The ancient Egyptians, whoever made artifacts from these materials, used lots of different types of these very hard pieces of stone. One of the challenges of this type of material is that it's not homogeneous. It's made up. There's hornblende and mica and quartz and silica and all these different materials in that matrix, this aggregate that forms in over millions of years of heat and pressure that forms into stone. So it means that when you're working that surface, you're going from materials microscopically from materials that are softer to materials that are harder. So it's a very challenging stone to work. And there are examples of diorite vases and bowls and artifacts that just show just utter mastery of stone. They're utter, and it's been machined with just this incredible precision. In fact, there are examples of vessels that have machined that type of diorite down to something like 1/40th of an inch thick, which is, less than almost a little more than half a millimeter thick in places, and it's translucent. The light shines through it. Yeah, I mean, Flinders Petrie documented this this isn't, under no means is this a modern forgery. Flinders Petrie documented this sort of stuff in the late 1800s, and he was blown away by it. And it's just, it's incredible manufacturing and just precision in these things. And we're shining a light on some of that.
Could we make it today? I mean, could we cut a vase like that out of diorite today?
Probably. I think we do have the capability, but nobody's done it because it's prohibitively expensive. It would take a lot more than our regular stone cutting tools. It would take aerospace grade 5-axis mills that are going to be burning through tooltips at a prodigious rate because of the material, and it would just be insanely expensive to do. And for what?
I think the thing that really startled me about a lot of these vases that you're talking about is a lot of them have lugs on the outside. So the lugs would get in the way of a lathe, even assuming that the Egyptians had lathes, which is an open question. I suspect they didn't.
Yeah.
But how on earth would you craft to such thinness and such fineness the detail in a vase like that if you didn't have a lathe? What's the technology they use?
So that's it's one of the interesting parts about the vase investigation, or the vase scan investigation, is that the goalposts have shifted here, because for a long time, I mean, this is an example, 3D replica of one of these vessels, and as you said, there are these lug handles on the side of it, and for the longest time, people thought, well, these are all just handmade, and the investigation into precision and the machining and the geometry of them has said that it's now shifted where people are saying, well, okay, maybe the Egyptians made them on lathes, but they were on primitive lathes, and you can make them with a lathe. And in a lot of cases, these lug handles show that that's actually not possible. You can imagine this, if you take away the lug handle, you can see how this might have been turned on a lathe, like you're spinning on a lathe and you're carving it, but you can't explain the lug handles with a lathe. You would have to leave a bullnose that runs all the way around the vase, and then you would have to come back with another tool and remove that excess material, the stuff that exists between the lug handles. And it's one of the details of the vase scan work has shown that however they did that there's no perceivable loss of precision when it comes to the lug handles, which is something that we struggle with in our own manufacturing systems today. So that you lose positional calibration when you do tool changes. You expect a degree of loss in precision. We account for that in how we manufacture aerospace parts, jet engine components, rocket engine components, and that's part of it. We don't see that in these artifacts. We don't see that loss of precision of capability. So what that means is that either they could handle that loss of positional calibration and deal with it better than we can, or this wasn't made on a lathe. And if it wasn't made on a lathe, the only other tool that exists that can make something like this requires 5 axes of freedom, and we call those things, 5-axis mills. And now we're talking about these giant, big robotic arms with tools that can cut at different angles, and it's all controlled by robotics. That's the only way you can explain the precision on these artifacts. It's the only thing that we have that's even remotely capable of doing something like this is a 5-axis mill that works on aerospace parts.
And yet we're talking about objects that are at least 4,000 to 5,000 years old.
Oh, at least. I mean, yes, the youngest ones of these are probably in that range. I suspect that they're far older than that, and that they've been inherited and they've been found with people that we then date as being 4,000 or 5,000 years old. It's tough to explain. It's fascinating. I think there's tremendous evidence that there was something very sophisticated going on long ago, and it's not explained by the ancient civilizations as we know it. And when you combine that with the evidence for cataclysm, the extension of the human timeline, every culture around the world talking about, origin stories involving massive floods or fire and conflagrations and ancestors that could do advanced things, but they were wiped out. All of a sudden, this idea that there was indeed an ancient civilization on this planet, they had some significant capability, and then they were wiped out, and we're looking at the remnants of what they left behind, I think that starts to make a lot more sense. I think it's a better interpretation of the evidence that's out there.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. Just by way of interest, how did an Aussie boy get into this esoteric subject? What drew you into this arcane area?
Well, I have to give some credit. My mother was a history teacher, so I always had a strong interest in history. But honestly, I mean, I went in the IT computer direction at university, but I have to credit Graham Hancock for this. I was a big fan of his, and in 2013, I had the chance to spend 2 weeks with him traveling around Peru and Bolivia. And as you might imagine, his perspective on those things sort of opens up your mind. I had no idea about most of the mysteries that exist when it comes to the topic of ancient lost civilizations. And then I literally did the same thing in 2015. I spent 2 weeks with Graham in Egypt. And I met Zahi Hawass, and I met guys like Muhammad Ibrahim and Yusuf Aoun. And that just blew my mind. And it's like I literally a year and a half after that, I quit my day job to try and pursue this full time. I was entirely obsessed with these mysteries and the obvious contradictions in the story of history, and I couldn't really think about anything else. So I kept going back to Egypt. And I'm very thankful that people have enjoyed the content that I've put out, and that it makes sense with them. And I've had tremendous opportunities to meet people like yourself, like Graham, Randall Carlson, guys like that over time, and Chris Dunn. And it's been quite a ride. I love doing it.
Well, Ben, I love your show, and I think the work you're doing is incredibly important. Ben Van Kerkwijk, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with Reality Check, and I look forward to having you on again sometime soon, because I could talk to you all day.
Thank you very much, Ross. It's been a pleasure to be on the show, and cheers.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And please don't forget to click that red subscribe button to ensure you get more of News Nation's unbiased and fact-driven news coverage.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Debt. On December 16th, 1999, 3 things happened in Old K's office. His pencil levitated, his coffee froze solid, and the woman sitting across from him wasn't human. Old K had built his career debunking every alien story, every paranormal claim, every supernatural sighting. He'd seen every trick, he knew every technique. His articles had ruined careers and earned him a reputation as a tough professional skeptic. But now his pencil was floating above his desk. The being across from him called herself Lacerda. She told him how humanity was created and how it would end. And she could prove it. The world's most notorious UFO skeptic was about to understand why some stories can't be debunked.
Human, quick! It's an emergency! Code Goldenrod. I repeat, code Goldenrod.
Code Goldenrod? Hang on, I have to look that one up.
Oh, for crying out loud. It was in Tuesday's security briefing. You really need to work in your trade craft. Goldenrod means financial emergency.
Well, what happened now?
Well, remember that little growing operation I had in your garage? My blow-up-is garden?
That alien plant that you used to relax?
It's medicinal blow-up-is. Anyway, I spent all my money on a hydroponic system. Then the Men in Black showed up.
The actual Men in Black?
Well, they were wearing black suits. They might have been the HOA board, but they confiscated everything. And now they're sending me a dry cleaning bill.
Dry cleaning bill? Why?
Well, Gertie had an allergic reaction to the blow-up-is and sneezed all over them. Do you know how much it costs to remove camel mucus from Italian suits? No, it's not your fault, baby. It's not you. Who knew you were allergic to alien flora? Now I'm drowning in debt, and Gertie's almost out of hump lotion.
Please stop giving me details and just call PDS Debt.
Oh, did you just lick and roll your way into today's sponsor?
Well, yes, I did. Many of us will get deeper into debt during the holidays. Last year, half of American consumers took on debt just to pay for the holidays. It's never too early to start planning to get out, and PDS Debt can help you with a personalized solution just for you. PDS Debt offers customized options for anyone struggling with a lot of monthly debt payments, credit cards, personal loans, collections, even medical bills. They provide a service to match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies. There's no minimum credit score required, bad and fair credit accepted. You can save more while paying off your debt in a fraction of the time. And PDS Debt is offering our qualified viewers a free debt analysis. It only takes 30 seconds to complete their online assessment. Just head over to pdsdebt.com/files.
pdsdebt.com/files.
You got it.
All right, now we gotta track down our security leak. Someone spilled the beans that I was growing blorpus.
Yeah, there's no security leak. The whole neighborhood could smell your, garden.
Oh, what can I tell ya? Blorpus is good shit.
Old K arrived early to set up his equipment. One camera, one tape recorder. That's all Lacerda allowed. Every hoaxer had rules. He didn't argue, he figured he'd be out in an hour. The story was obviously fake. Lacerda claimed to be from a race of beings living deep within the earth.
Lizard.
Some say they're shapeshifters. If they don't change shape, they change the way the human brain sees them.
Lizard.
They're highly evolved and intelligent with extremely advanced technology. They are
Lizard.
reptilians.
Lizard people.
The Lacerda files appeared online in the early 2000s. They're transcripts of two interviews, one from 1999 and one from 2000. A journalist known as Old K spoke with a female reptilian who calls herself Lacerda when she's with humans. Apparently, we can't pronounce her real name, and mispronouncing someone's name in her culture is offensive.
This sounds like a millennial lizard people. How old is she? Is she on TikTok?
She's 28 years old.
Checks out.
She was around 5'5" and humanoid. Her skin was pale green with brown dots, and her eyes were larger than human eyes with vertical slits for pupils. And when she blinked, a transparent membrane slid sideways across her eyes. Her species is called the Tern. They lived beneath the earth for millions of years in vast cities carved from solid rock. I linked to the full text, and you'll want to read it. But here's what matters. Lacerda knew things. Things about ancient cultures, quantum mechanics, computer science. She said humans didn't evolve. We were engineered by aliens who needed slaves.
Yeah, Nunaki.
Right, they have many names.
The beings you call the Elohim, we knew them as the Illogim. They needed workers. They found primitive apes and began their experiments. But you aren't the first attempt. You're the 7th.
Whoa, wait, what? Humans are version 7?
Well, each version was an experiment. Create, test, destroy, then start again. The Illogim left Earth before finishing version 7. Now they're coming back to fix their mistake. Lacerda's story began not with her species, but with ours. She said human evolution is a lie. We were created by aliens called the Illogim. They come from the star system we call Aldebaran.
I thought the Death Star blew up Alderaan.
Aldebaran.
What'd I say?
The Illogim arrived on Earth 1.5 million years ago to mine copper. This would require a large labor force. So they altered a primitive ape's genetics and created a new species to do the work. Version 1 was promising, but flawed, so they wiped it out and started again. And again. Lacerda says the evidence of these earlier versions is all around us. Archaeologists say the Great Pyramid of Giza was built around 2500 BC.
Fake news. It's way older than that.
Well, Lacerda agrees. The Egyptians didn't build the pyramids, they found them. The Great Pyramid was built 75,000 years ago by the 5th version of humanity. The underwater ruins near Bimini were built 16,000 years ago by the 6th version. Perfect angles cut into massive stone blocks using techniques we only mastered in the last century. The Illogim accelerated our evolution. Look at our timeline. 2 million years to improve a spear. Then in a few thousand years, writing, electricity, landing a man on the moon.
Well, that never happened. But you monkeys got to orbit. I'll give you that.
Fine. My point is, we went from hunter-gatherers to a spacefaring species in a fraction of the time it took to go from Homo habilis to Homo erectus. Stop it. Our DNA contains genes that don't match our ancestors. Dr. James Gates found error-correcting code embedded in human DNA, proof we were engineered, not evolved. Now, this is not a new concept. Almost every ancient culture tells the same creation story. Beings of light arrived in massive ships. They created humans, gave them knowledge. Not from kindness, they needed intelligent slaves. But not too intelligent. That's why they destroyed versions 5 and 6. Millions died because they asked too many questions.
How'd they whack a whole planet?
Earthquakes, volcanoes, sometimes floods.
Younger Dryas flood.
That was the last reset. Every culture has a flood myth because it happened. Lacerda expects the Illogym to return and finish their work. And we have no way to stop them. We don't have the technology to fight, and there's nowhere to hide. We can't go underground. Underground belongs to the lizards. The Derinkuyu underground city in Turkey is a puzzle. 18 levels deep, almost 300 feet below the surface. It has a ventilation system, a fresh water system. Acoustic chambers are tuned to specific frequencies. It was allegedly built with Bronze Age technology, but the truth is nobody knows who built it or when.
Derinkuyu linked down in the old washtub.
According to Lacerda, Derinkuyu isn't an ancient human city. It's an entrance to the Turan civilization, a vast network of cities underground. Their main settlements are 14,000 feet below the Earth's surface, and each city is about 1.5 miles wide, carved into solid bedrock. At the center is the Column, a 700-foot tower. It regulates climate, generates artificial sunlight, and manages the airflow.
Oh, it's like a lizard Alexa.
I guess so, yeah.
Hey, Alexa.
Don't do that.
Hey, Alexa, write a dirty limerick about the crab cat.
Why did you do that? We have kids watching.
Fear the crab cat.
The Hypogeum in Malta has similar mysteries. Discovered in 1902, this underground structure also features unusual acoustic properties. How the huge stones were cut is still debated.
Giants of Malta linked down in the old Gibble Goblet.
Cave systems in China reveal extensive tunnels. South American myths describe vast underground networks. Geological surveys have detected hollow spaces deep beneath the surface, but our technology can't reach them. There is one place underground that our technology can reach that's raised a few questions. Geologists studying the Chicxulub impact crater in the Yucatan Peninsula found layers of rock transformed by intense heat and pressure, but not from above, from below. According to Lacerda, these aren't random formations. They're scars, evidence of a war for copper. We know what killed the dinosaurs. An asteroid hit the Yucatan Peninsula about 66 million years ago. The impact left iridium in the geological record. But Lacerda says we have it backwards. The iridium wasn't from space. It was fallout from a nuclear weapon that used copper as fuel.
What's so fancy about copper?
When copper undergoes nuclear fusion under specific conditions, it creates elements that shouldn't exist.
Copper is a very important material. If you induce a high electromagnetic field in the right angle, you produce an overcrossing of fluctuating fields. The fusion of copper with other elements in such a magnetic radiation field chamber can produce a force field of special nature that is very useful for various technological tasks.
Oh, thanks, that clears it up. What is she talking about? I don't speak lizard.
She said copper can produce energy fields that can manipulate gravity, space, and time. UFOs use this for propulsion. The craft creates a field oppositely aligned with the Earth's magnetic field.
Oh, so now you speak lizard.
When the same poles from two magnets are close to each other, they create a repelling field. UFOs use copper fusion to create a field that pushes against the Earth's magnetic field. This is how they fly.
It actually makes sense.
But the magnetic field of the Earth is constantly moving. The UFOs have to adjust their alignment, and this is hard to do. Sometimes they fail. That's what happened in Roswell in 1947. 2 ships crashed. According to Lacerda, 2 alien species discovered Earth at the same time millions of years ago. Humanoids from Procyon arrived first. They built copper mines in Antarctica and Asia, and their ships filled the skies. Then another species arrived, reptilians with their own copper fusion technology, and they wanted Earth's copper. The Procyons refused to share. The war lasted months. The Procyons were winning until the reptilians deployed their ultimate weapon, a copper fusion bomb. It detonated in Yucatan. They expected it to kill all surface life while preserving mineral deposits, but something went wrong. Earth's seawater triggered a chain reaction, and the nuclear winter lasted 200 years. And most dinosaurs died, but some escaped underground. One species, an advanced iguanodon, evolved into the tern, Lacerda's ancestors. Before the extinction event, iguanodons were evolving to walk on two legs, and they were evolving an opposable thumb.
Your human scientists today see the iridium concentration in the ground as an evidence for an asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs. That is not true. But how should you know that?
Modern militaries are trying to recreate copper fusion technology, but Lacerda says they're following blueprints they don't understand. The process requires a deeper knowledge, not just of physics, but of biology. Because the real power of copper fusion isn't just about manipulating matter. It's about manipulating human consciousness. During the second interview with Old K, Lacerda demonstrated the tern's psychic abilities. First, telekinesis. Lacerda held out her hand. His hot coffee froze instantly. A pencil rose from the table. Old K was stunned.
This isn't magic. It's biology. We are able to use telepathy and telekinesis from our birth. The structure of our brain is a little bit different and more active than yours, especially when we are in sunlight. When we are on the surface and we meet human beings, we are able to touch their mind and induce them via telepathy the command, "See us as one of your kind," and the weak human mind will accept this order without refusing, and they will see us, despite our reptilian look, as normal humans.
Wait, lizard people could be anywhere. Looking all human-y.
They could be.
What the most important thing in our lives is, before we have come to this world in general, not only on New Year's Eve, but basically every day to cultivate this.
I knew it! They're the Illuminati!
The tern are not the Illuminati.
Okay. Ugh.
Different reptilians are. Lacerda's people avoid humans, but another reptilian race controls Earth. If you know David Icke's work, her story confirms a lot of it. Icke said that a race of shape-shifting reptilians from the Draco star system has infiltrated the world's power structures.
Say that the people that actually live on the island are part of this. There are people, there's a network on the island that are...
Big time. The Isle of Wight's a beautiful place, and if you pick up the higher levels, the vibrational levels of it, it's a very pleasant place to be. But my goodness me, there is a network of Freemasons, Satanists, and pedophiles that run this island.
And this is
they run its
police, the government, everything.
They're disguised as leaders in finance, media, and politics. They manipulate global events, steering us toward a one-world government.
This is common knowledge.
Icke says they operate from the moon, an artificial base built by ancient aliens.
Hollow moon link down in your bento box.
The moon broadcasts frequencies that create negative emotions. The reptilians feed on this.
Humans or lizard people lunch episode. Link down in your, I got nothing.
Yeah, I've covered bits and pieces of Icke's work here and there, but he needs his own episode. He has a lot of interesting theories.
Bex.
Now, if you want to see that, let me know. All right, where we at?
The lizard lady was throwing pencils around and manipulating you weak-minded humans.
Right. Old K sees Lacerda's true form only because she allows it. She normally appears as an attractive brunette.
What? Nobody wants to appear as a chunky ginger.
Be nice. Lacerda says that humans have these same abilities, but the Illogym suppress them, and some governments are aware of this. The Pentagon's ESP research wasn't just about human psychics. They studied sites where magnetic field fluctuations altered children's brainwaves. The classified report concluded the Illogym left something in human DNA, and whatever it is, it's waking up. Earth's magnetic North Pole is moving faster than ever recorded, about 35 miles per year. The world magnetic model can't keep up, and scientists don't fully understand why. Lacerda says these disturbances are part of the Illogym's plan. They built triggers into human DNA, programming that activates under specific conditions. The shifting magnetic field affects human consciousness.
The Illogym didn't just want workers, they wanted weapons. Living weapons that would evolve exactly as planned. Your rapid technological advancement wasn't an accident. It was programmed into your DNA.
3 alien species are coming for Earth. One needs human genetics, another wants hydrogen from our oceans, and the third wants copper for weapons. The Illogym engineered us to defeat them all.
Your creators didn't just give you intelligence, they gave you aggression, territorial instincts, pack mentality. They built you to fight. The 7th version wasn't their final creation. It was their first successful prototype.
So the Illogym aren't coming to destroy humanity. They're coming to complete what they started. The question isn't whether we'll survive, it's whether we'll still be human when they're done. When the Lacerda files landed on the web in the early 2000s, it got people's attention. Dinosaurs killed by alien wars, humans engineered by ancient astronauts, underground reptilian cities, magnetic fields controlling human consciousness. It's an incredible story and has a lot of supporters. But is it true? Let's separate fact from speculation. Derinkuyu exists. It's an underground city in Turkey, extending roughly 280 feet below the surface. Its ventilation system still fascinates engineers. Some say the stonework shows signs of advanced technology, but most experts believe that people were just really talented. The Malta Hypogeum is famous for its acoustic properties. Chambers are tuned to 110 hertz, and nobody knows why. The site's stonework is also very precise. While no mainstream evidence suggests it's beyond Neolithic capabilities, the skill involved is still impressive. But geological surveys confirm vast cave networks winding deep beneath the Earth's surface. And this brings out the hollow Earth theories. Now, until we can see with our own eyes, all we can do is guess. Deep-sea monitoring stations record unexplained sounds like the bloop. Experts say they're ice quakes or marine life. Maybe, but parts of the ocean are too deep to reach for now. The Chicxulub crater marked an asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs, and most scientists agree. But there are some who say that the heat and pressure came from below. Now, scientists laugh at those people, but honestly, the asteroid killing the dinosaurs theory is pretty new. When I was a kid, people got laughed at for believing this. It wasn't until the early 1990s that the crater was found. So as always, the only thing separating a conspiracy from the truth is time. Our own evolution raises questions too. It took early humans hundreds of thousands of years to refine stone tools. Then suddenly agriculture, written language, advanced technology. Now, anthropologists say once we learned to write, technology could accelerate because now we had a way of passing information along. I'm open-minded about the ancient advanced civilization theory, but I'm not a full believer. Still, I'll watch and read anything that Graham Hancock puts out. Earth's magnetic pole moves between 25 and 35 miles per year, the fastest rate ever recorded. It's definitely happening. Now, I don't think aliens caused it, but if you want nightmares about pole shifts, watch our episode on the Adam and Eve story.
Adam and Eve nightmare fuel link down in your honey hole.
Now, read the transcripts. It's either scientific genius or nonsense, and I'm not smart enough to tell. It's full of terms like quantum technology for bubble walking in the omniverse and reptilian parathalamus matter interaction.
Who wrote this thing, Terrence Howard?
Please don't say that. He watches this channel. Now, the biggest problem with the Lacerda file story is that old K's identity has never been confirmed. He's called K after Tommy Lee Jones's character from The Men in Black.
Here come the Men in Black, the Galaxy Defenders.
True or not, the Lacerda Files is a fun read. Now, so far, there's no documented proof of contact with non-human intelligence. Every year we get teased about disclosure, but I won't hold my breath. I think we've had contact, but I don't think they're going to tell us. And you've heard me say that I don't think UFOs are from another planet. If you look at the ancient structures underground, the patterns in our history, the anomalies in our DNA, the evidence doesn't point to something from another world. It points to something that never left. Thank you so much for hanging out today. My name is AJ. That's Egglefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do him a favor, subscribe, comment, like, share. It doesn't take much effort, but that stuff really helps. And like most topics we cover here on the channel, today's was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/tips. Remember, the Y-Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, I post deep dives into the stories we cover here on the channel, And I also post episodes that wouldn't be allowed on the channel. It's called the Y-Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere you get your podcasts. And if you need more Y-Files in your life, and maybe you don't, but if you do, check out our Discord. There are thousands of people on there 24/7, and they're into the same weird stuff we are. It's a great community, it's really supportive, it's a lot of fun, and it's free to join. And if you want to know what's going on with the Y-Files, check out our production calendar. It's theyfiles.com/cal. There we post our episode schedule, upcoming podcasts, live streams, everything. Special thanks to our patrons who make this episode happen and make this channel possible. Every episode of the Y-Files is dedicated to our Patreon members. I could not do this without you. And if you'd like to support the channel, keep us going, consider becoming a member on Patreon. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to perks like videos early with no commercials, access to merch only available to members, plus you get 2 private live streams every week just for you. My camera's on, get to meet the whole team, put your camera on, jump up on stage, ask a question, give a topic suggestion, talk about anything. I think it's the best perk there is for $3. Another great way to support the channel is grab something from the Y-Files store.
Grab a Heckleman's t-shirt or one of these coffee mugs that you can stick your fist in, whether you're an alien or reptilian, and you got a mitt or a paw or a hoof. You can go ahead and stick it in there. We're not here to judge you. Or buy one of these creepy voodoo dolls that maybe has some magic attached to it. Or get a hoodie or something my face on it. Or grab one of these squeezy animal stuffed talking Heckleman's toy dolls.
Those are the plugs, and that's going to do it. Until next time, be safe, be kind. Know that you are appreciated.
I play Polybius in Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap cat and got stuck inside Mel's hole with MK Ultra. I'm being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fish. Head go fish on Thursday nights with AJ2, and the Wi-Fi's happening all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Earth 02, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. We're in a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fish. Head go fish on Thursday nights with AJ2, and the Wi-Fi's on the beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. Head go fish on Thursday nights with AJ2.
July 8, 1947, the U.S. Army claimed to have found a flying saucer.
I have to believe this was something from another civilization.
But within hours, they retracted the statement. More than 70 years later, the debate is still raging.
We truly are dealing with something off the planet.
It's right out of a 1950s science fiction movie.
Did the U.S. military recover extraterrestrial beings and their spaceship? If true, the U.S. government has kept one of the greatest secrets in history, that we are not alone in the universe.
It's the most important story of the millennium.
At the largest gathering of UFO witnesses ever, believers call on the U.S. government to expose the truth. What really happened at Roswell? In the summer of 1947, rancher Mac Brazel came across some unusual debris in one of his fields. Brazel loaded his truck with some of the material and drove 75 miles to Roswell, New Mexico.
That's what it is. It's the light stem. You can't move it.
He took it to show Sheriff George Wilcox. While he was there, local radio reporter Frank Joyce called in to see if the sheriff had any good stories.
Yeah, Sheriff Wilcox, this is Frank Joyce. How's it going?
The officer passed the phone to Mac Brazel. He told the radio reporter that he might have found the remains of a flying saucer.
I thought I have a real crank here, a guy who has picked up some information about something, and he's got it all wrong, you know? This is a hoax.
Myself, I don't believe it.
To get rid of the likely hoaxer, Joyce told him to get in touch with the military.
Welcome back. This is Frank Joyce with KGFL, Roswell, New Mexico.
2 days later, Frank Joyce received a visitor. It was Lieutenant Walter Hote, press officer for America's only nuclear bomb squad, the 509th, stationed at Roswell.
He owed me a story. I had complained to him recently about he had given a story to somebody else, and I'd been left off the list. So he brings this in. I picked it up, and as I glanced, I knew instantly it was the man on the phone.
The press release stated that the U.S. Army Air Corps had recovered a flying disc from a ranch north of Roswell. Frank Joyce drew only one conclusion.
The U.S. Army Air Corps says they have a flying saucer. It's got to be from outer space.
Joyce broadcast the extraordinary story to his local audience. It was possibly the biggest news scoop of all time.
It's still the only time in the history of the United States where the government has said, we've got a flying saucer.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
The release revealed a few other details. It stated that a local couple had seen an unusual craft in the sky on July 2nd. Major Jesse Marcel had recovered the debris, and it was now being taken to higher military headquarters. The incredible story was quickly picked up by the Associated Press and released around the world.
As soon as this story came out, all hell broke loose. New York calls, London calls. God, the world wanted to know about this.
Just 2 weeks prior, the world was introduced to the idea of flying discs or flying saucers. On June 24th, a respected pilot, Kenneth Arnold, reported seeing 9 objects flying over Mount Rainier, like saucers skipping over a pond.
Well, at about 2:15, I took off from Chehalis, Washington, and I noticed to the left of me a chain which looked to me like the tail of a Chinese kite. They looked something like a pie plate that was cut in half with a sort of a convex triangle in the rear.
Even though Arnold described the craft as having bat-like wings, the image of a flying saucer lodged with the public, and the term stuck. Over the next few weeks, hundreds of sightings of these flying saucers were reported. News that one had been recovered near Roswell gave Americans hope that they would soon have answers. What were these craft? How did they travel so fast? And were they from this world or another?
I don't believe that it was anything belonging to the United States. I don't believe it was anything belonging to Russia.
The news of the recovery was important enough that FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover asked to be kept informed. The mystery material was flown to Fort Worth, Texas for analysis. 4 hours later, Base Commander General Roger Ramey called a press conference. He told the media that contrary to earlier reports, the debris was from nothing more than a weather balloon, and certainly not a flying saucer. Major Marcel, who had collected the material, posed with the mundane-looking debris. The public quickly accepted the military's explanation.
Most people don't realize that back 60 years ago, things were a lot different than they are today. If you were told by the government that it was a pink elephant, you would accept that.
Overnight, one of the greatest headline stories became nothing but a footnote. And it may have remained just a blip on the radar if it weren't for one eyewitness whose testimony would reopen the Roswell case and shock the world.
So, tell me what happened back in 1947.
In late 1978, a UFO researcher was introduced to retired Major Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer who'd collected debris from the original crash site.
I went down and visited him when I was in Florida. Got firsthand testimony from him, sitting closer than you and I are right now. And it was very impressive.
They told me
Marcel declared that there had been a cover-up.
a weather balloon that had crashed up there.
He said that the weather balloon